To earn wealth, I crazily played the role of the Dream Master in the Naruto world. The next line is already in English. All of this is because I crossed over and became an ordinary extra in the world of Naruto. With the awakening of the money spending system, as long as I have money, I can draw prizes to become stronger. Not only do I have the chance to draw the 8 gates and the evil god's immortal body of Haiden, but I can also sign a contract with the mysterious Huang Daxian to make him my spirit beast, practice immortal techniques beyond this world, and roam freely in the world of Naruto, defeating all the ninjas. Although later on, in order to make money faster, I deliberately became brothers with Kakuto, but at this moment, I feel no joy. Due to my recent time travel, I encountered Uchiha Itachi controlling the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Looking at the Konoha residents gathered in the refugee camp, I struggled to get up from the sickbed and realized that the attack had already ended. At this moment, Konoha is in the midst of a difficult rebuilding phase. I was looking forward to experiencing Tsunade's gentle care after crossing over, and sharing happy times with Hinata and Hanabi sisters, but who could have expected that, let alone being accompanied by the sisters. Tsunade at this time is probably still a young girl. Just as I was full of worries, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The gold system has been successfully bound. I saw a system spirit in the shape of a husky appear in front of me, and I was overjoyed. The system has finally arrived. Better late than never. I thought there would be a newbie reward, but this husky system disdainfully picked its nose and said, "Daydreaming. This system never does losing deals." However, although there is no newbie gift package, I have a first recharge reward here. Do you want to give it a try? Recharge 6 yuan first. As soon as I heard it, my eyelids jumped. First recharge 6 yuan? Don't tell me this system is produced by Tencent. However, I thought to myself, if there's a pit, so be it. It's better to have something than nothing. So I took out some coins and silver coins from my pocket, just enough to make up 6 taels. As soon as the husky system saw the money, it immediately put on a flattering face and said, "Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful first recharge." I secretly complained to myself, wow, money really talks. Is this the so-called pay-to-win player? Congratulations to the host for receiving the first recharge reward, Chakra Refining Introduction, Basic 3-Body Technique Practice Method. At the same time, a panel unfolded in front of me. I looked at it and immediately frowned. Besides being able to directly learn chakra refining, I have to practice the other 3 body techniques myself. I immediately questioned, "System, did you take kickbacks? Why is the reward so little?" However, the system arrogantly responded, "Forget it. All of these are given to you for free. Besides, you can still draw cards with your points. Look at you, acting all poor. Your lord, will take a break first. Call me when you have money." I hurriedly called out to the system in my heart twice, but the other party ignored me completely. I was speechless. "I still have money. You didn't say it earlier. Master, how much do you want to charge this time?" Watching the husky's instant change of face, looking flattering, I couldn't help but roll my eyes, then took out a few silver coins from my pocket, barely enough for one draw from the minimum prize pool. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete set of production techniques for Yao Ramen. I was instantly furious. What a scam! What do I need this thing for? However, the explanation from the dog system that followed got me excited. Host, listen to me. Now Konoha is full of opportunities. Isn't it just right for you to open a ramen shop? With your skills in Yao Ramen, you will definitely make a profit. I pondered the high popularity of Ichiraku ramen in the original work and thought that it does seem to make sense. If I were to open a chain of ramen restaurants in the entire Shinobi world, wouldn't it bring in a lot of money? Once I make some money, I can buy whatever I want. Excited by the thought, I started planning to open a noodle restaurant, but when I returned to Konoha Street and saw my old, dilapidated house, my face fell. After all, even if I sold the house, it wouldn't be enough to fund the store. Just as I was sitting in the house, staring blankly at the startup capital for the noodle shop, a voice suddenly came from behind me. "Are you Jie Qianye?" I turned my head and saw a white-haired ninja standing outside the door. He then took out a stack of banknotes and said, "Take this. It is compensation given by the first Hokage to help with the disaster situations in various places. It may not be much, but it is enough for you to rebuild the house and live a good life." I took this thick stack of banknotes and sincerely said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." After all, with just a glance, I knew there were at least 5,000 silver coins. It's not a lot of money, but it's still the early days of Konoha. Prices haven't gone up yet. You know, by the time Naruto and the others were around, a bowl of ramen all costs around 60 or 70 ryo, and Naruto and the others only fluctuate between 5 and 50,000 ryo for being a D-ranked character. A portion of this is also taken by the village and the lead teacher. Prices now, as far as his original body could remember. The price of a bowl of line noodle only fluctuates around 30 taels up and down. Right. Which is double the difference. So, in his opinion, these 5,000 taels were indeed quite valuable. After all, the house is a bit run down, but it's not uninhabitable. Clean it up and fix it. It doesn't take much to replace some furniture. The rest of the money could have been used as startup capital to open a store. Although he could have just recharged the 50,000 and exchanged it for 50,000 vouchers. This way, even the most expensive 16,800 jackpots are able to draw 2 rounds by themselves, and with these 2 rounds down, should be able to pump out something awesome. However, he wasn't going to do that. Even if you have the power, what can you do? To rob money? Or do you go on missions with your head in your pants like those ninjas? He didn't like it any better than the days of the knife. It's good to have a small business. Besides, he didn't feel like he could be invincible by drawing 2 rounds of the highest ranked jackpot himself. The combat power of this shinobi world is outrageous. All kinds of Gundams, all kinds of meteorites, and the living dead and aliens. There are ways to get you even if you're immortal. And if you can't die, you can just be sealed. And there's an old coin, Black Jedi, and a not quite dead Rokuto Sennin. If he dared to play around outside today, he might not even know how to die when he turned around. It's better to be honest and open a business. I have the skills, the startup capital. In the future, you will definitely be able to create a business empire of your own. Tetsuya confidently began to prepare for the opening of the store. First he made his way to the business district and plopped down a store that had suffered from the ripples of the battle. Redecorated a bit. It's really just a matter of patching up what was missed and adding tables, chairs, benches and dishes. Immediately after that, we purchased the ingredients and started trying to make ramen. In the middle of the kitchen, Tetsuya began to knead the dough, even though he hadn't cooked before he crossed over. But it didn't stop him from mastering the full range of Ichiraku ramen techniques: kneading, pulling noodles, chopping vegetables, simmering soup, cooking noodles, a little set of maneuvers down the line, as if he was born to do it. Phew, it's done. Wiping away the sweat on my forehead and looking at the hot noodles inside the pot. I don't say it's quite an accomplishment. It smells good. Taste it. It's natural to let yourself try this first bowl of noodles first. Well, it's fine. The soup has a delicious aftertaste, and the noodles are soft but tough. And sucking up the flavor of the soup is really great. Tetsuya himself couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for the flavor. It was truly awesome. Very well, then the store is open, and a good life awaits. The next afternoon, the sign for Chiba Ramen Shop went out. To attract customers, he put up posters directly to the opening of the new store. The new customers get 20% off their first purchase, and second servings for 2 people together are half off straight away. Nothing else. Although Tetsuya had never been in business in his last life, he had seen a lot of setups. A lot of people saw this newly opened ramen store and the intensity with which it was playing. They have brought their friends and family in teams. After all, 2 together, the second half price, and who would not want to take advantage of it? Business was quite brisk on the first day of opening. After all, Ichiraku ramen's flavor is not something to be blown out of proportion. Tetsuya's hands were on fire from kneading the dough as he watched the customers that filled the small store. Phew, great opening, great harvest, great harvest. At night, sitting on his bed, Tetsuya counted his earnings with somewhat swollen hands. Just this one day, he sold over 100 servings of ramen and earned over $3,000. It can really be said to be a bumper crop. After all, it only took more than $1,000 to get the store on its own. Almost 2,000 taels, counting other consumption and funds for buying ingredients. Pretty much this one day made back the money it consumed. It's net income starting tomorrow. Char, waiting for the excitement to pass. Feeling the sore and swollen hands of the Tetsuya also sucked in a breath of cold air. Boy, this ramen is a real labor of love. If this business gets any better, is he too busy to do it himself? Do we still have to recruit then? Suddenly Tetsuya had a flash of insight. That's right, you can use a doppelganger. Even though the doppelganger breaks at the slightest touch, I don't go into battle with the. Wouldn't it be just right to let the doppelganger do the kneading? Thinking about it, Tetsuya thought he was a genius. What's the point of recruiting? Just do it yourself. But all of this presupposes refining the chakra yourself and learning the split technique. But what's so hard about that? There's nothing hard in the world. It. Solely staying awake at night, Tetsuya, sitting on his bed, began to refine his chakra. Chapter 3, First Deluxe Draw. Boss, a tonkatsu ramen. Coming. Wait a moment guest, the tonkatsu ramen will be ready soon. Chiba Ramen's business is as good as ever. It's been a week now and business is getting into gear. What made him a little surprised was that his cultivation talent in this body was okay. Or maybe your own understanding is good. It didn't take long to refine the chakra to learn the splitting technique, and after refining the chakra, the physical strength has also improved quite a bit, but of course it's possible that the work is getting used to it, and it's a lot easier than it was when I first opened the store. I was thinking of using a doppelganger to make ramen. However, the doppelganger created by the doppelganger technique is just a phantom, unable to work. He was only able to do it himself. The tonkatsu ramen is ready. Enjoy your meal. Tetsuya rubbed his hands together. He had saved a lot of money during this time, and for the first 3 days he was earning 3,000 a day. By the 4th day the income had stabilized at 2,000, and after subtracting the daily consumption, he had saved more than 17,000, just in time to draw a 10 in a row from the highest prize pool. He's planning on going back tonight and doing a 10-pack of draws. I wonder what kind of goodies I'll be able to pull out. As business boomed, so did Chiba Ramen's reputation. A number of ninjas began to come to the ramen store to eat. Boss, 2 assorted ramen. Okay, it's you, Mr. Ninja. As soon as Tetsuya looked up, he saw a familiar figure. It was the same ninja from the Hagi family who had gone to deliver the money to him in the first place. The ninja from the Hagi family looked at Tetsuya and smiled, nodding. You're Tetsuya Chiba, right? I remember you. I even went to give you a subsidy earlier. I didn't realize it's only been a few days and you've opened this store with a booming business. Ha ha. There. It's all thanks to Naruto-sama. If it wasn't for that grant, I wouldn't have had the money to open the store. This is? Tetsuya noticed a small kid who was also wearing a ninja forehead protector. Ow. This is my brother. Sakumo Flagstaff. Sakumo Flagstaff? Tetsuya was a bit surprised to see this kid with a hangdog face. Good man. I've finally met someone I know. Future Kakashi's old man. Wasn't it said that Kakashi's old man, Kiba's white tooth, Sakumo Haki, was a very gentle man? Why is he now the same as Kakashi in the anime when he was a kid? What's wrong? No. I just thought that Sakumo Flagstaff was a good name for him. He'll definitely become a big name in the ninja world in the future. The ninja from the house of Flagstaff smiled. Sakumo, did you hear that? Don't you dare let Boss Chiba down. Che, got it, old man. Mr. Ninja, you guys sit down for a while. The ramen will be ready soon. Boss Chiba, just call me Sakuya. No need to always call me Ninja-sama. Okay, Mr. Sakuya, you guys sit down first. Tetsuya greeted the 2 men and sat down before running to the back kitchen. Soon 2 steaming portions of ramen were served. Gentlemen, you'll have the assorted ramen. Sakuya Flagstaff asked suddenly as he looked at Chiba. Boss Chiba, I see you seem to have changed quite a bit in the past few days. Have you refined chakra? Tetsuya touched his head and smiled as he replied. Yes, a bit of a family heirloom. It's not like we've only just refined chakra. With that said, he sat down on the sidelines and chatted with Sakuya. We, the Chiba family, used to come after Naruto-sama when Kiba founded the village. We had ninjas in our family at that time. Unfortunately, my father died fighting for Konoha later on. My mother went with my father not long afterward, leaving only me behind. Saying that, Tetsuya spread his hands rather helplessly. As for me, I'm not talented enough to refine chakra until I'm this age. Let's not talk about practicing ninjutsu. He's telling the truth about all this. In the original body, this Chiba family was really the followers of Chiba Juma back when Kiba was founded, but it's one of those mediocre types among many followers. This kind of thing can be investigated casually if one wants to. Sakuya nodded as well. He visually estimated that Tetsuya was already in his late teens, and the chakra fluctuations on the body were not strong. Indeed, at beginner's level. To be at this level in your teens, you really don't have the talent to be a ninja. After all, the ninja of Konoha were now able to go into battle and do missions at less than 10 years old. Thinking about it, he glanced at Sakumo, who was gulping down ramen next to himself. But it's nice to be a little ramen store owner, like he is. For now. After all, it looks like business is good. I'm done eating. Thanks for the hospitality. The 2 brothers finished their ramen and paid for it and got up to leave. Welcome to the next one. Definitely. Sakuya waved his hand and led Sakuya away. This is considered a good relationship with the flagellants? Tetsuya laughed and shrugged before starting to clear the table. At the end of the night, Tetsuya closes up his stall and heads home with gusto. After dealing with 2 bites of dinner, he closed the doors and windows and sat cross-legged on his bed. After counting his earnings and leaving a portion of his money for reserve, he was ready to start his first deluxe wave of 10 consecutive draws. Dogs, get out here. I want to top up. Oops. Dear master, how much are you going to charge this time? The Erha appeared in front of Tetsuya with a fawning smile. Looking at the dog, Tetsuya really wanted to kick him. He took the money out. I'm going to punch 16,800. Ding. Congratulations to my dear master for recharging successfully. The money in his hand instantly disappeared, but his point coupon balance became 168,002. The 02 was from when he charged $17 and drawn a handful of the lowest prize pools. Wahahaha, rich and affluent. This feeling is really good. Tetsuya was grinning wildly in his heart. This feeling was really great. Dog. I want the top prize pool 10 in a row. No problem, my dear master. I'll open the third level prize pool for you to draw 10 times in a row. A huge golden carousel appeared in front of him, and then slowly began to rotate. Click. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Seeing the first 4 rewards, Tetsuya couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What expensive. What is this mass of chocolats? You've wasted 4 of your own chances at the raffle. Ah, where's the good stuff? Where's the good stuff I want? Ding. Congratulations on receiving a Yellow Weasel Clan Psychic Contract *1. Out with the good stuff. Seeing the Yellow Weasel Clan Psychic Contract, Tetsuya's eyes lit up. You know, psychic beasts are a good thing. They can aid in combat, also able to help deliver messages. The bottom line is that he, a yellow weasel, has a psychic contract. Not a psychic contract for a particular individual psychic beast, but is there a yellow weasel as a psychic beast in Naruto? Kamen Rider seems to have one instead. By the way, is the yellow weasel the same yellow fairy from the northeast? But then I thought about that Erha who said that he has what the Shinobi have. What Shinobi didn't have he also had. And at once he was able to understand. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the chakra sealing method *1. Congratulations on obtaining the evil god immortal body *1. Congratulations on obtaining the shadow divergence cultivation method *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Chapter 4, Evil God's Immortal Body. Psychic Contracts. Woohoo! Take off. The moment he saw the evil god immortal body he felt his entire being take off. The evil god's immortal body. What's that? That's Fiden's physique. Even if they are decapitated, they don't die, and are able to grow back again if the head is put back. It could be said that as long as he didn't touch the sealing jutsu, then he could run amok in the shinobi world. Say, isn't it true that now if I get my hands on other people's blood, I'll be able to give someone a wave of sacrifice too? Ha, you want to fart, eat it. Seeing as Tetsuya's account is down to those 2 vouchers again, Erha was back to that expression. The evil god's immortal body is only simply a physique that can make you immortal to a certain extent. The kind that can spell someone through their blood is a specialized jutsu that. You don't have that jutsu. You want to fart, eat it. Tetsuya was silent. So I don't have any other powers besides immortality. But if you think about it, it's true that the other people that Fiden's spell killed did need to cast a spell to do it. I think it's called the death division by blood. But it's okay. Even without this jutsu, there's no panic. Since the evil god's immortal body was able to be drawn out, then by then the death division by virtue of blood should be able to be drawn out as well. Thinking, he opened his panel. Name, Tetsuya Chiba. Age, 16. Status, Kiba civilian. Physique, evil god immortal body. Skills, chakra refining. Chakra sealing. Divergent jutsu. Chakra, small amount. Possessions, the cultivation of the art of separation. The cultivation of the art of substitution. The cultivation of the art of transformation. The shadow divergence technique cultivation method. Large amount of chakra *6. Yellow Weasel Clan psionic contract. Points, 2. Looking at these extra things among the column of holdings, he was a bit curious. Dog, why is this massive amount of chakra inside the holdings? Also, how much is this massive amount anyway? The dog said as he rubbed his back foot against his neck. A large amount is almost 0.5 Kakashi. These large amounts of chakra need to be extracted by you, and as soon as they are extracted they will become your chakra. 1 is 0.5 carat. That means that after all the withdrawals, I'll have the equivalent of 3 Kakashi's chakra. Yes, I suggest you just collect it and seal it up with chakra using the sealing method. This way you will look no different to others than you normally do, and you can unseal to release your original power when needed. Tetsuya asked as he lay in bed thinking. Then this is similar to Tsunade's Hyakuvo no Jutsu. It's all about storing chakra. That's a big difference. I can seal my own as well as others. Is he good at that? But people that one can keep their youthful looks. Cut. Erha cut in disdain. You've got the evil god's immortal body. What do you care about that? Ah, Tetsuya suddenly thought of something. Wait, I'm not just going to stay in my current form from now on, am I? Erha didn't answer. As a sort of acquiescence, Tetsuya rubbed it in. But staying 16 forever seemed pretty good. And besides, I can still do shapeshifting myself, so I'll just age myself little by little, then just play dead and change your name to say you're your own offspring. Thinking about it, he looked at something else. Shadow doppelgangers, needless to say, the ability to create physical doppelgangers that, just not as much as multiple shadow doppelgangers. Finally he looked to the Yellow Weasel clan's psychic pact. With a thought, a scroll appeared in his hand. Unrolling the scroll, it was filled with crooked writing, and although he didn't recognize it, it was from the dog system. The thing, he could probably understand the meaning of the above. The column for the indentured servant of hospitality, which he signed with his big name, then cut his finger and pressed on it. In an instant the indenture gave off a chakra wave that, eventually the bang turned into a millimeter of hair. That's the end of it? Just as he was curious, a voice rang out. I. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to make a contract with our clan. Little doll, you're the new indentured servant? As soon as Tetsuya turned around, he saw a yellow weasel appearing on the counter at some point. It was half lying on the counter, with its head propped up in one hand and a pipe in the other, and now and then it took a puff. Covered in yellow fur, but oily. There is a ring of black around the eyes, but white near the mouth. Slender body and a long tail with a whitish tip. Yes, my name is Tetsuya Chiba, and you are my psychic beast. Tetsuya looked at the talking yellow weasel in front of him with some curiosity. And really, this yellow weasel was no different from the yellow weasel he remembered in both size and appearance, except that it could talk and smoke. Old man Huang Bai, the representative sent by the Huang family. The old master asked me to see whose little doll had made a pact with our clan. The yellow family? Tetsuya's face couldn't help but tremble as well. Could it be that you are immortals? Oh, hearing Tetsuya speak of immortals, Huang Bai was also interested. You know about the immortals? Do you want to learn fairy magic from us? Immortal magic? Not bad as immortal magic. Hearing this, Tetsuya's interest faded for a few moments. It didn't look like it was the same immortal he remembered, going along with the senjutsu side of the shinobi world. But it's okay, after all, immortal techniques are a crucial thing for later battles. Oh, immortal. I do want to learn immortal arts from you. Do you think it's possible? Saying that, he thought of something, and ran inside the kitchen in a flash, and took out the roast chicken he'd bought back for the celebration. Immortal. I'm in average condition here, so you'll have to make do. Looking at the roasted chicken, Huang Bai's eyes lit up. Hey, little doll, you know your stuff. Come closer and let me see. Tetsuya served the roasted chicken, then went to the cabinet. Well, it's not bad. The qualification is not considered to be that excellent, but it's good that you have some kind of special physique again. In the future, if you study hard and practice hard, you might actually be able to make it. Really? Listening to Huang Bai's words, Zhou was also a bit excited. Immortal arts. It's something that not many people learn until late in the game, but I'll have to go back and talk to the old man about the specifics. You're the one who's been around for years, the first person to successfully sign a contract with us. It should be possible to learn, but it may be a bit time-consuming to learn, and it won't take 100 or 80 years. It doesn't always work out. Can you hold out? No problem. The last thing I need is time. With the evil god immortal body, he wouldn't be troubled by any longevity. That's it. Then, I'll go back, and when the time comes that it might be me that, or maybe it's the other clansmen who have come back to teach you about fairy magic. Goodbye. After saying that, Huang Bai disappeared with the roasted chicken and his own pipe in a cloud of white smoke. It's not a loss. It's not a loss. A psychic scroll comes with a set of immortal arts. It's simply a win-num. After lying in bed and tossing and turning for some time, he was just a little too excited to sleep. Solely, he directly received is that 3 cards of chakra, and then pondered over the shadow diversion and the rest of the substitution technique and the transformation technique. Chapter 5, Junior Shinobu. This sealing technique is really amazing. In the kitchen of the Chiba ramen shop, Tetsuya felt the chakra in his body as he kneaded the dough. It was clear that he now possessed at least 3 cards worth of chakra. However, under the effect of the chakra sealing technique, it actually became the same as it was when he first refined it. Even Sakuya had brought Sakuya over for ramen a couple more times during this time. None of them saw anything wrong with them. But yeah, lately he's been smelling a hint of something different. When you go shopping for ingredients on your own these days, he noticed that the price of rice, flour, grain, and other reserve materials had begun to rise. Usually when these things go up in price it means something big is about to happen. Shinobi Wars. Uchiha Zebra controlled the 9 tails and attacked Konoha. I don't know who spread the news that Shikuma had been injured in the middle of the battle with Uchiha Zebra, and for a while the martial arts factions of the other ninja villages were like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood and were on the hunt. The most crucial point is that the recent Hatsune Makoto Naruto-sama. That is to say, there is less and less news of Chibiusa. there is no way of knowing how he is doing. Once it is confirmed that Chibiusa is dead, then, unsurprisingly, the Shinobi World War is about to begin. The reason why the present Shinobi world has been able to maintain peace, it's basically relying on Chibiusa to keep things down here. Once the suppression of the Chibiusa is lost, then this short-lived peace will be shattered. A big chunk of his store's revenue now comes from ninjas. After all, although the ramen he sells is already cheap, it's not like the average family can afford to spend on ramen all the time. If the Shinobi World War opens, then a large number of ninjas will be mobilized to the battlefield. Then one's income will be reduced a lot instantly. TCH, so annoying. Jumo, until I make enough money. You've got to top that. Placing the finished ramen noodles in the pot, Tetsuya replaced his signature smile and walked out with the cooked noodles. Guests, the signature ramen you ordered. Enjoy, boss. Suddenly a somewhat slightly childish, but extremely loud voice rang out. 3 figures walked into the middle of the store. A big, white-haired hedgehog head, a fair-skinned, a feminine teenager with long black hair that was indistinguishable from a boy, and a blonde girl with a single ponytail. Tetsuya immediately recognized the 3 with such a distinct image. Isn't this the future Konoha triple ninja? Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade. What would you like to eat? 3 of you? Tetsuya inquired with a smile as he pretended not to recognize the 3. Jiraiya said, patting his chest. Boss, give this lord a king-sized portion of the signature ramen. His treat, said with considerable bravado. To finish, Jiraiya pushed Orochimaru, who was beside him, pushing him forward. Tsunade, on the other hand, said as she scanned the menu. Boss, I'll have the assorted ramen. Okay, no problem. So this guest, what do you need some of? Orochimaru glanced at the menu and didn't seem to see anything he was happy with. Before Orochimaru could open his mouth, Jiraiya recommended as he hooked his arm around Orochimaru's neck. Listen to my Orochimaru. Just eat the signature ramen, and I'll tell you what. A store's best and tastiest item is definitely their house specialty. Apparently Orochimaru wasn't too keen on the signature ramen though. Tetsuya opened his mouth at the right time to inquire. Is there no flavor you like? Then would you like to try one of the styles that are under development in our store that? Cold noodles? Since it's still in development, how about I charge you a cost for the cold noodles this time? Cold side? Hearing this name, which he had never heard of before, Orochimaru became interested. Though he wasn't much of a fan of cold food, his curiosity about the unknown nonetheless made him interested in this cold noodle. Then please boss, give me a cold noodle. Okay, hold on a second. Tetsuya walked quickly into the kitchen and began to work. And outside, the future Sannin found a table and sat down. Jiraiya inquired with a big grin. Tsunade, what's gotten into you lately? It seems to me that you've been distracted by your training lately. Tsunade forced a smile. No, nothing, just didn't sleep well. Orochimaru then spoke in his distinctive voice. You don't quite look like you haven't slept well. Something's obviously on your mind. Tsunade, we're teammates. You could have told us anything. Yeah, right. This Orochimaru guy is right. We're teammates. If you have any problems, just let me know, and I'll help you out, said Jiraiya, patting his arm that didn't have a few pairs of meat, with a very confident look, and the look of being able to handle anything. Tsunade looked at her mouth and returned. There's no use telling you guys. You won't be able to help at all. If you don't say it, how do you know if this lord will help or not? Jiraiya staggered on, while Tsunade obviously didn't want to talk. And all this commotion was watched by Tetsuya in the middle of the kitchen. Tsunade's reaction was further validation of his suspicions. Something must have changed with Tsunade's grandfather, also known as Senjuma. 3 of you. The ramen is here. Try some. Tetsuya served ramen to the trio, smiling as he served Orochimaru cold noodles. Please try our new cold noodles, which are still under development. I hope to give a little advice and review after eating. Orochimaru nodded, and glanced at the bowl of ramen. A comparison with Tsunade and Jiraiya's ramen. Indeed, unlike theirs, both of them had ramen that was clearly steaming hot and a touch of his own upper hand actually revealed that it was still slightly cold. Is this cold noodles? Orochimaru, can I taste what it tastes like? Even if one has the oversized signature tonkatsu ramen in front of him, Jiraiya was also attracted to the cold noodles at first glance. And even before Orochimaru took his first bite, he wanted to try it first. Unable to look away, Tsunade punched Jiraiya directly in the head. Idiot Jiraiya. That's Orochimaru's noodle. He hasn't even eaten it yet. What are you thinking? Could be. However, faced with Jiraiya's request, Orochimaru agreed straight away. Ha! Orochimaru, how could you agree to such a rude request from this guy? Orochimaru gave a rare smile. Like I said before, we're teammates. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't say anything else, and she realized that the Orochimaru was telling himself that teammates should help each other, but there were some things that she really couldn't say out loud. 5 ants, yum. A mouthful of cold noodles went down, and Jiraiya's eyes widened. It's a texture he's never had before. It's cool and sizzling in the mouth, sweet and sour, but not greasy. It's very refreshing and one of those types that you want a second bite after the first. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Orochimaru took a taste as well. He was also brightened by a flavor that he himself had never had before, and it's his favorite flavor. A little too cold for his liking, though. Chapter 6, The Practice of Immortal Arts. How's the flavor, guys? Seeing the three finish eating, Tetsuya stepped forward at the right time and asked, "Boss, your ramen is the best ramen this lord has ever eaten." Jiraiya didn't mince words and gave Tetsuya a thumbs up, especially that cold noodle. "It's like nothing I've ever had before. It turns out that noodles can be made this way. It's really great." "You're welcome." Tetsuya narrowed his eyes and smiled, nodding. "So this guest, what do you think of this store's new product?" Orochimaru commented very objectively. "A very novel flavor. Very refreshing and appetizing in its sourness and sweetness. I think the summer cooler would be great if it was a summer meal. However, personally, I don't really like cold things, but this did taste okay. Alas, it turns out the guests don't like cold food. Sorry, then I'll make you a new flavor of ramen next time you come." "Really? There are new flavors?" Orochimaru was a bit surprised. He didn't realize that the young ramen store owner was quite innovative. "Then I look forward to your new product, boss." Orochimaru coolly finished settling the accounts of the three and waved his hand as he left with Jiraiya and Tsunade. The future Sannin, Tetsuya, was a bit emotional, and he could say that he liked all three of them very much. After all, one future is the object of the old colorful batch's desire, and the other is the ninja world's great Jiraiya, and another is a future great scientist. Honestly, old color batch filters aside, out of the three, actually, Tetsuya's favorite person is Orochimaru, because he thinks Orochimaru is a very pure man. Whether he rebelled in the early stages or returned with a whitewash in the later stages, he never forgot his original intention, and from the beginning to the end he developed science. All in pursuit of his dream of eternal life. He would not be foolish enough to make the contents of a prophecy his lifelong quest because of it, and he would not run away from the darkness and decay of Konoha when faced with it. He is who he is, Orochimaru, a man who, in the pursuit of his dreams, scientists who keep moving forward and working hard. Aiya, the Shinobi World War is about to begin, and after this battle, Kiba is about to start going downhill. Tetsuya sighed in his mind. Juma stepped aside early, and the position of Naruto was given to his younger brother, Kagemusha. Though Casey has a brilliant mind, he doesn't have the inclusiveness or prestige that his older brother, Juma, has. He can't hold down the Uchiha clan, who are eager for the Naruto position, and he always treated the Uchiha clan with colored glasses, and with his attitude, he sowed the seeds of trouble, having all those good disciples of his inherit his will of fire. When he stepped down, his disciples' oppression of the Uchiha clan would only intensify. Of course, you can't blame Casey entirely for this. After all, he was also slapping and giving a sweet date at the time. There is a policy of oppression and a policy of softness, but as few good disciples that is really to the death. Afraid of the Uchiha do not counter. By the time that happens, the great ship of Kiba will begin to break down. It is stormy above the sea of Shinobi, but that's none of his businessman's business. When the time comes for him to make some money, he'll open his store all over the Shinobi world. To do business, you have to be big and build a business empire, so that when the time comes for Brother Rice to come and carry the rice, your own store will not be affected. But come to think of it, if I were to go into business that way, I'm afraid that I should be able to blast and hammer carrying Miguel as well. The prerequisite, of course, is that one's business can remain this stable. At night, Tetsuya closes up his stall and goes home. He had a table set up inside his home, and on it was a plate of roast chicken. To wait until the yellow weasel comes back. After all, this is the area of interpersonal relationships. You have to be careful. Even though they said they signed a contract, there are times when the contract doesn't work that well. Like, for example, in the original story, the relationship between Manzai and Orochimaru wasn't very good, and those toads in Miyuki Mountain. It wasn't as if Naruto could call whoever he wanted to. Ugh, it doesn't look like it's going to show up again today. Just as he was about to pack up the roast chicken on the table and save it for tomorrow's breakfast, one paw pressed against the roasted chicken. Where are you planning to go with the roasted chicken, little doll? Huang Dexian, you're here. Tetsuya was a little surprised to see the familiar weasel appear, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. After all, the other party hadn't appeared for a while since the last time the contract was signed. Huang Bai sipped the tobacco stick in his hand, spitting out a mouthful of white smoke. About you. The old man called a meeting of the clan. A meeting that took a little longer than it should have. But the end result was good. So, the old man has agreed that I should follow you to learn immortal arts? Huang Bai nodded. That's right. But then again, there are some prerequisites before you can learn immortal arts. With that, he looked Tetsuya up and down. Your base is too poor. You see, the amount of chakra you have is too thinly spread. Learning up our clan's senjutsu might be a bit of a hassle. So I'll teach you the chakra aspect of your practice first. Chakra? Just a moment. With that said, Tetsuya quickly made a seal and choked a hand trick, then pressed it to his chest. Solve. With a low gulp, the seal unraveled and a majestic chakra spread through Tetsuya's body. Oh, kind of interesting. You sealed your chakra. Seeing the change in Tetsuya, Huang Bai's small eyes widened a few points. Good. It's good to save some time. Then let's start practicing immortal arts straight away. I'll tell you about our Huang family's immortal arts. Huang Bai began to talk about the immortal arts that their clan practiced. It was different from the immortal arts of the Dragon Earth Cave and the Myriad Woods Mountain. Their Yellow Weasel clan's fairy magic didn't have such a high risk of failure, and neither would they be turned to stone. Nor will they be turned into snakes and then eaten. It was only that their clan's immortal art cultivation method was very time-consuming. One needs to constantly perceive the power of nature, and then achieve the realm of the unity of heaven and man. At that time you are nature and nature is you. When the power of nature was controlled, then one would be able to fuse natural energies. When one has successfully fused the natural energies, then one is considered to have accomplished the immortal art cultivation. The only disadvantage of this set of cultivation is that it takes a very long time for the people with average talent can't succeed even in their entire lives. I see. That's right. Then I understand. After listening to Huang Bai's explanation, Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully. But don't worry, little doll. I can see that you're harboring a special physique. It might be possible to be able to cultivate successfully before the end of one's lifespan. As long as you succeed in learning the immortal technique, prolonging your life for a few decades shouldn't be a problem. I understand. Please also ask Immortal Huang to start teaching me the cultivation method of the immortal arts. He doesn't care about longevity. With the evil god immortal body, as long as he doesn't go to his own death, then basically it won't be an easy dog collar. Good heart. I feel more and more that you will be able to succeed. Then let us begin. While eating the roasted chicken, Huang Bai gave Tetsuya a lecture on the cultivation of immortal arts. At first Tetsuya was confused and didn't understand much, but slowly finding a little bit of feeling too. Chapter 7, The Stormy Shinobi World. The cultivation of immortal arts was indeed very slow, as Huang Bai had said, but Jid didn't care. Living a daily life of selling noodles during the day and practicing immortal arts at night, and Huang Bai would basically only show up once every 7 or 8 days to check on Tetsuya's cultivation, to see if he had made any mistakes. But the number of ninjas coming to eat line noodle inside the village is starting to dwindle. It looks like things are starting to get serious. On the contrary, the 3 Jiraiya still come over for ramen every now and then. Over time a few people got to know each other. Boss, the usual. Jiraiya rushed into the ramen store with gusto. Oh, it's Jiraiya. Tetsuya saw Zetsubu give a small smile. Boss, I want a cold noodle. Tsunade walked in after Jiraiya, followed closely by Orochimaru. Boss, any new flavors today? Ha, you're in for a treat today. The newest version of flaming chow mein. Would you like to try one? Oh, flaming chow mein? When Orochimaru heard this, he became interested. That's kind of funny, so give me one of those. Wait, the noodles you asked for will be ready soon. Tetsuya joked and lifted the kitchen curtain to go in and get busy. The 3 Jiraiya sat in their familiar seats and looked around curiously. Hey Orochimaru, have you noticed that the inside of the owner's store has gotten a lot colder? Stupid Jiraiya. Before Orochimaru could answer, Tsunade spoke up first. Boss, the most customers in this store are usually ninjas, and since all the ninja inside the village have been sent out on missions lately, it's only natural that business inside this store is cold. So it is, Jiraiya said with some yearning. A ninja? I also want to graduate as a full-fledged ninja soon. Tsunade bristled. Forget it, Jiraiya, you idiot. I'm afraid I'll screw up the mission even if I become a ninja. Orochimaru, who hadn't said much, instead smiled and spoke at this time. I do think that Jiraiya will definitely become a very good ninja in the future. Ha, Tsunade, did you see that? Even Orochimaru recognizes the excellence of my lord. I'm going to be a good ninja. 3. Your ramen is here. Tetsuya walked over with 3 orders of ramen on a tray. 1 signature tonkatsu, 1 cold noodle, and 1 flame-fried noodle. Orochimaru couldn't help but look at the steaming, reddish-colored chow mein. He smelled a particular scent, spicy to be exact. Is this flame-fried noodles? Just by smelling this scent, I have a feeling that my lungs are burning. Try it, but the flavors are still being tweaked, so I hope that after eating it, Orochimaru, you were able to give some advice. I'll try. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's chow mein. Another new flavor of chow mein. Orochimaru, you really like to try different and new things. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Don't you think it's a lot of fun to explore new and unknown things? It's like there are so many unknown things in this world waiting to be explored and discovered. Jiraiya was thoughtful, but apparently he didn't like to think about it. Yeah, well, that's just it. I do find the known more interesting. Tetsuya, who was sitting on the sidelines, looked at the two. Alas, as can be seen here, the future paths of Orochimaru and Jiraiya are now different, with one obsessed with pursuing the nebulous son of prophecy, and one is going further and further down the path of science. But all that was for later, and for now the three of them were still very close pals. Princess Tsunade, can I ask you something? Tetsuya suddenly spoke up and asked Tsunade. Boss, you can just call me Tsunade. What did you want to ask? Tsunade was also a bit curious. She wondered why Tetsuya had suddenly asked himself a question. Tetsuya cleared his throat and lowered his voice. It's like this. There's been a lot of rumors going around the village lately. It says that Naruto-sama's health isn't so good anymore, and that there are already people out there plotting to start a war against our fire country. I'm just a little worried about Naruto-sama. How is he doing these days? As the war approached, so did all the rumors that were flying around. Previously, it was only rumored among other countries. However, recently, the news that Chibiusa's body was weak and on the verge of death had even spread to the land of fire, to the Konoha village that Chibiusa was defending. There was also a lot of panic for a while, and the key point was that the Hatsune Naruto didn't come out to clear up the rumors, and even Naruto's younger brother, second generation Naruto Kakuma, didn't come out to say anything. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also stopped eating their noodles to look over. So what? If it's not convenient to talk about it, just forget I asked. He just asked in a moment of curiosity, and he'd basically guessed it anyway. It's highly likely that Chibiusa's current situation is a state of secret mourning. After all, several other countries are now stupidly waiting for the death of Chikara, and once it's confirmed, then it's sure to start a big war. At that point, it was highly likely that the fire country would be caught in a multi-pronged attack situation. There's nothing inconvenient to say. Tsunade sighed. I haven't seen my grandfather in a long time. Actually, I tried to go to my grandpa earlier, but was stopped by my second grandpa and grandma, who said that he was at a very critical time of it can't be disturbed. That's right. I hope Naruto-sama succeeds. This shinobi world can maintain peace precisely because of Naruto-sama. It is safe to say that this period of peace in the shinobi world all rely on the column of brutal strength suppression to maintain. After all, this era, there are a lot of people with ambition. Another day, looking at his dwindling income, Tetsuya sighed as he returned home. It looks like Chibiusa is supposed to be gone. War is about to break out. It's not necessarily true that the war will come to Kiba, but it's still necessary to have the strength to defend yourself. Looking at the 19,000 or so that he had saved up in the past 10 days or so, he left some of it as a reserve fund. Dogs, come out. I want to recharge. My dear master, how much do you want to charge this time? The usual amount of 10 consecutive draws from the highest card pool. No problem, my dearest master. Oh, I guess money is your master. Look at what you're saying. Without you, where would the money come from? As he spoke, the money in Tetsuya's hand was suddenly empty and directly recharged into point coupons. Tetsuya didn't even bother to glance at the number of points and directly opened the lottery. Dog. Start. Top jackpot. Draw me a 10 in a row. A vigorous miracle draw. Let's go. 3-tiered prize pool, 10 consecutive draws. Activate. The huge prize wheel appeared in front of Tetsuya and began to spin. Chapter 8. The First Shinobi World War opens. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining Bagua sealing technique *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting Rado chakra mode *1. Congratulations on obtaining the antidote *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on getting fire escape, fire dragon inflammable bomb *1. The raffle is over. It's still a good haul this time. Needless to say, the amount of chakra in those 3 cards. And this time, I even drew a sealing jutsu. 8 trigram seal. Good guy seems to be the Vortex clan's specialty to come. There's also the Rado chakra mode. The jutsu invented by the Cloud Shadow Village's second generation Reikage. The following generations of Reikage have carried it forward. There's not much to say about the Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb. The old third generation used that technique. However, the current Mishio is still in his prime, but he seems to know this jutsu as well. But this uncryptic scatter, is it the one he imagined? Dog, is this unjuggling powder of yours that proper unjuggling powder? As far as he could remember, it seemed like the one who had used this jutsu was Kiba from the Boruto biography. At that time, Kiba was being controlled, and then figured out how to undress himself, and he drew jutsu on his body that. It's also known as the antidote scattering. Kiba relied on this jutsu to unlock his foe's control. Look at what you're saying, it's a technique. What's so serious about it? It's not just a matter of removing the negative effects from yourself and then dispelling the gains from others. Good lord, it's really that unjitsu scatter from the Naruto handbook, dog system, and that you're not Naruto handicap becoming. This service ends here. Glad to serve you. If necessary we will see you next time. Bye bye. Erha smiled cheaply, then disappeared directly in front of Tetsuya. Tetsuya looked at his current panel as well. Name, Tetsuya. Status, Kiba civilian. Physique, evil god immortal body. Skills, chakra refining method, chakra sealing. Doppelganger, shadow doppelganger jutsu. Substitution jutsu, transfiguration. Psionics, chakra, 6 cards. Possessions, practice of diversion, practice of substitution, and practice of transformation. Shadow diversion technique practice, Bagua seal technique practice, Redo chakra mode practice, Unjitsu scattering practice, fire transportation, fire dragon inferno bomb cultivation method. With the amount of chakra in 6 cards, he felt like he already had at least an elite upper shinobi level, but he was also well aware that he was basically unkillable except for the fact that he had a little more chakra, and that, there's nothing so awesome about it. Gotta digest the haul from this raffle as soon as possible. Of these, he was most interested in the Thunderclap chakra mode. After all, the 4th generation Reikage Redo chakra mode when he was young was able to break bread with Mizukado's Flying Thunder God, and its strength was absolutely unmatched. As for the sealing technique, this is good stuff. You know you can't normally get that old coin Black Jedi, but the sealing technique is different. When the time comes, really let yourself run into the old Black Jedi coin. Then he'd single-handedly seal the Black Jedi to keep him behind the scenes. However, not surprisingly, that old coin would definitely not show up easily. Over the next few days, the atmosphere of the village began to change, becoming more and more somber. There is a sense of a mountain of rain. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the village heard the news of the passing of Hatsune Mikoto Naruto-sama. Before people had time to grieve, war broke out, and in order to counter the attacks of the other shinobi villages, the 2nd generation of ninjas led the ninjas onto the battlefield. In the middle of the store, looking at the few remaining civilian customers, Tetsuya sighed. War, has finally broken out, and this time, I'm afraid that the 2nd generation Naruto won't be able to return. Developing according to the original trajectory, the 2nd generation led Kiba on the battlefield in all directions. In the end, he was attacked by Golden Horn and Silver Horn during the signing of the covenant with the Cloud Shadow Village, and ultimately died trying to cover Sarutobi Hinata and the others. Boss, a signature tonkatsu ramen. OK Jiraiya. Orochimaru? When he heard it was the signature tonkatsu ramen, he thought it was Zirai who had come to. I didn't expect to look up and see that it was Orochimaru. Why are you the only one today? Where's Jiraiya and Tsunade? Orochimaru answered truthfully. Jiraiya's gone off to practice, and Tsunade's been taken away by Lord Nido, so I'm the only one left today. Oh, that's right, Tetsuya answered. It looked like Jiraiya was supposed to have gone to Mt. Myogi, and Tsunade was called back by Nido, supposedly because he was worried that someone would come to Konoha to capture Tsunade, the granddaughter of Naruto, while Naruto was away. Just a moment, the signature tonkatsu ramen will be ready soon. Tetsuya smiled and walked towards the kitchen. Soon he walked out with a bowl of ramen. Putting down the ramen, the two made small talk as well. As they chatted, Orochimaru suddenly put down his chopsticks and inquired, "Boss, how do you see life?" Life? Tetsuya was a bit surprised that Orochimaru was starting to think about such deep questions at his age. He's not supposed to be after World War II. Did you become obsessed with immortality because of the deaths of your own parents and disciple Jomonoki? Yeah, boss, don't you think life is fragile? Like this war in general. The cause of the war was the death of the first Naruto-sama. Even powerful people like Hatsune Mikoto die, and more ninjas will die when war breaks out. Life, how fragile it is. Looking at Orochimaru in this state, Tetsuya smiled. Indeed, but it's also the fragility of life that makes it beautiful. You think that even a life so fragile in your eyes, and yet, they still built such a prosperous civilization. Look at this village. Look at this country and the entire shinobi world. These are the fruits of the creation of a life that is fragile in your eyes. Listening to Tetsuya's words, Orochimaru pondered. Thanks a lot, boss. Orochimaru didn't finish his bowl of ramen before checking out and leaving. Maybe it was because he really didn't like the smell, or maybe it was because he thought of something. Looks like there's one less customer. Tetsuya shook his head helplessly. His business was getting harder and harder with the outbreak of the war. After all, the ninjas are out fighting, and the villagers don't know how the war will end. Naturally, I don't dare to spend any more money recklessly. After 2 more days of waiting and looking at the empty store, Tetsuya shook his head and slowly closed the door. Shut down your business. Go back and concentrate on your training, and wait until the war is over before you open for business. I guess by the time An opens the door, Kiba will be the 3rd generation in power. Other than that, this Michio guy was doing pretty well at first, except then, the older you get, the more stupefied you become, and eventually corrupted by power. Chapter 9, Battlefield Stir. Watch my elbow strike. The war has intensified, and even the village of Konoha has received a ripple effect. Everyone was under a cloud of war, but word soon came back that Lord Nichijime had defeated the forces of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Cloud Shadow decides to enter into peace talks with Kiba. The Shinobi War of this period wasn't a big melee, but rather the Cloud Shadows attacking Konoha. The Mist Shadow and the Awakage are in a dead heat, while the Sand-Hidden Village is like a hyena that bites anyone it catches. As long as the peace talks between Konoha and Cloud Shadow are successful, then for Konoha, it's also considered the end of the war. Upon learning that the war was almost over, the atmosphere of Kiba, which had been suppressed for a long time, was also finally active. Inside the house, Tetsuya sat cross-legged on the bed sensing the power of nature. Yellow and White sat at the table nibbling on a big greasy chicken leg and tapping his pipe. I said, Tetsuya-chan. What's wrong, Yellow Fairy? Tetsuya inquired with some curiosity as he opened his eyes. Huangbai took another bite of the chicken leg before continuing. You've made a lot of progress in this period of time, even though there hasn't been much progress in the cultivation of immortal arts. But your other jutsu training has improved a lot, but I always feel like something is missing. A little something missing? What's that? Tetsuya was a bit confused as to what Yellow White meant by that. After all, he had been cultivating in the manner taught by Huangbai, whether it's the most basic control of chakra or senjutsu, or maybe it was all those jutsu he got from the raffle that Yellow White was instructing, so as not to attract the attention of the rest of Kiba. When he practiced the Thunderclap Chakra Mode and the Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb, he asked Yellow White to take him to the Yellow Skin Grave to practice. The Yellow Skin Grave, which is where the Yellow Weasel clan is located, is actually a hillside, when you say grave, but beyond the slopes there are vast forests and lands, just like the myriad woods, and the tomb of the Yellow Skin Grave is like a small, separate world. You're missing some real-world experience, Huangbai said seriously. Although you've been practicing in a step-by-step manner, you're lacking in actual combat. There's no baptism of blood and fire. Tetsuya looked at Yellow and White with some confusion. So, what do you mean, Yellow Fairy? Yellow and White said with a humanized smile. We know about the Shinobi world, and isn't there a war going on right now? This is a good time for you to be practicing. So, Yellow Immortal, you mean for me to get involved in the war? Tetsuya frowned. But I don't really want to go to war. I just want to do good business. And to be honest, I don't have a strong sense of belonging to Kiba and have no interest in helping it in its conquest. TCH, why are you being so pedantic? Who said anything about letting you help Kiba? Huangbai knocked him on the head with his cigarette butt. You go straight to the battlefield and fight whoever you catch. Hit Kiba. You'll pretend to be someone else. And if you hit someone else, you'll pretend to be Kiba. It doesn't matter who wins. The important thing is that you have to actually fight, understand? Still able to do that. Ha, wouldn't I be a stirrer then? Tetsuya rubbed his chin as if it would work. But it's martial law in Kiba now. I can't afford to go out, and once I do, I'm afraid it'll be treated as a traitor to the village, and my family's still in Konoha. A stirrer? That's quite a metaphor you've got there, comparing yourself to something like that. Huangbai said as he finished the chicken leg. It's not easy to get out. I'll go out first and then use the reverse psionic technique to psionicize you over. Okay, this can be had. With a battle plan in place, Tetsuya began to prepare. It's a good thing he's closed his store before and doesn't have many friends in Kiba. Otherwise you have to explain to other people where you're going. When night fell, Huangbai directly left the village. Ugh, what is this place? It doesn't seem to be outside the village. In the hole in the tree, Tetsuya, who had been reverse psychicked out, poked his head out to survey his surroundings with some excitement. He realized that this was a completely foreign place. This is near the battlefield. Huangbai replied as he took a drag on his cigarette. I'm afraid that you have no experience whatsoever. and that you'll be caught by the village patrol just as you leave the village. That's why you were brought directly to the vicinity of the battlefield before reverse passing you out. So it is. I'm on my way to the battlefield. For a moment Tetsuya tensed up as well. After all, in his previous life, he was nothing but an ordinary man. Although he now possessed extraordinary power himself, in the end he was just a man who had never been to war, had never killed anyone, and ordinary people who have never seen a dead person. Look at you like this. I told you. You lack real-world experience. The way you are now, it's hard to still want to learn immortal arts. Huang Bai shook his head. Strong men come out of fighting, like Tetsuya, and in Huang Bai's opinion, even if one is extremely talented, it is difficult to become a strong person. Tetsuya took a few deep breaths and adjusted his mind. Yellow Fairy is right about the lesson. I'll adjust. Despite owning the dog system, things like mindset and experience, it's what the dog system can't give. So he also felt that Huang Daxian was right. He still had to go to war. Not bad. Adjusted quickly. You're not that bad. Wang Daixin shrunk his body and jumped onto Tetsuya's shoulders. Let's go. I can sense someone is fighting nearby. It's time to go and feel the war for yourself. Good. Tetsuya leaves the tree hole using his transformation technique to transform himself into Sakuya's form. In the middle of the jungle, several residual shadows flashed around. Shurzuan, water chaos wave, dirt, During gun, the water escape and earth escape erupted at the same time, colliding together, and for a time, water splashed everywhere, and earth and rocks splashed, but before they could disperse, a large number of bitterness and shuriken flew towards the opponent again. Tetsu, who was secretly observing all this, also saw the identity of both sides. This is from the Mist and Iwami villages. Wang Dai-sun, you've brought me to the battlefield between the Misty Hidden Village and the Iwaki Village. Huang Bai, on the other hand, was full of concern. Hey, I haven't been to Shinobi in I don't know how many years, so how can I recognize the way? And besides, it's all at war. What do you care who he's with? Makes sense, but in that case, I'll have to change my look first. With that he rubbed his face and quickly changed his appearance. From his original Flagstaff Sakuya appearance, he's become a burly, black-skinned man. A look of a standard strong man of Cloud Shadow Village. If I remember correctly, you're from the Land of Thunder in this appearance, aren't you? Yes. After all, the Rado Chakra pattern was invented by the Reikage of the Cloud Hidden Village. It makes sense for me to fight with this look, doesn't it? Huang Bai also couldn't help but give Tetsuya a thumbs up. Boy, you're pretty preachy. With that he jumped from Tetsuya's body to a tree off to the side. You will fight on your own for the rest of the day, and the old man will look after you. But, unless your life is in danger or you're about to die, the old man won't make a move. Tetsuya nodded. Don't worry, then basically your old man won't have to make a move. Oh yo, you kid is quite confident. Tetsuya didn't answer. How? Should he just say that he has an immortal body? Can't die at all? Instead of wasting his breath explaining, he directly turned on the Rado Chakra mode. Berserk bursts of blue lightning wrapped around his body. The chakra in his body also became violent. What a guy! The chakra that fluctuated so strongly naturally caught the attention of the ninja who were fighting. Tetsuya rushed right out without saying a word. Eat my move. Elbow strike. Chapter 10, Eat my black mamba elbow. Tetsuya's charge was extremely fast with the Rado Chakra mode. Just one elbow directly elbowed a ninja out. Black skin strong man, blue thunderbolt, you're one of Cloud Shadow's men. I don't know who exclaimed, but everyone subconsciously thought of Tetsuya as a Cloud Shadow ninja. After all, this Rado Chakra mode was invented by the second Eye Reikage, and carried forward on the battlefield. Along with the Reikage's fame, the Rado Chakra pattern was spreading amongst this war, and since the person in front of him looked so young, it was obvious that he couldn't be the second generation Reikage. Then this man should be his disciple. Attack that Cloud Hidden Ninja first. The two sides, who had been going toe-to-toe just a moment ago, immediately changed targets and began to join forces to attack Tetsuya. Too slow. Tetsuya's speed was extremely fast, weaving through their attacks like lightning. But although he'd learned the Rado Chakra pattern, he didn't have the accompanying jutsu that. This resulted in him only being able to fight with his fists and feet. I don't know if it's because of the influence of the Rado Chakra mode or not, or maybe it was caused by becoming a Cloud Shadow Village person. He's extraordinarily fond of elbows right now, charging up towards someone's head. With this elbow, the opponent will be in a daze if he doesn't die. Yes, the battle is cool. Tetsuya felt the joy of battle, that adrenaline pumping feeling that. It made him immensely happy. Eat my black mamba elbow. With a flash of his figure, he came directly in front of the other man and threw another elbow. This elbow smashed directly above its temple, instantly elbowing it directly to death. This is crazy. This guy is a monster. Is this Reikich's disciple? This is terrible. Retreat. Retreat first. The few surviving ninjas immediately planned to retreat. They had to bring back the information. A ninja from Cloud Shadow had come above their battlefield. This was a very crucial piece of information. It must be taken back and told to the others. Want to run? Can you run? Tetsuya quickly charges forward. Look at the elbow. Miserable screams echo through the woods. Phew. Looking at the last ninja who died by his own elbow, Tetsuya let out a long sigh of relief as he disengaged his Rato Chakra mode relief. That euphoric feeling receded, and smelling the blood around him made him a little uncomfortable, but then he thought for a moment. In fact, the smell of blood is similar to the smell when you go to the slaughterhouse to buy meat. It's okay, it's still acceptable. Looking at his sleeves, which were stained with blood at some point in time, he simply ripped off his sleeve, and a mouthful of fire escape burned right through him. I can kind of see why Shikaja Rei liked to wear sleeveless shirts when he was younger. What clothes can stand up to so much elbow grease when you don't wear them straight after you get older? Kid, you can do it. Fighting so cleanly. It really impressed the old man a bit. Yellow and White jumped from the tree and landed on Tetsuya's shoulder. He was satisfied with Tetsuya's fight just now. However, your attacks are just too one-dimensional. Why do you like elbowing people so much? These guys were elbowed to death by you the hard way. It's fine against these ordinary ninjas, but if you run into someone stronger, with such a single attack, it's very easy to see through. Tetsuya smiled and spread his hands. It can't be helped, mainly because I didn't get the accompanying physical art when I acquired this jutsu. That's why I'm only able to use the simplest and most brutal way when fighting. In that case, there's nothing I can do. After all, our clan isn't too good at physical arts either. That's okay, let's see if there's a way to get the matching jutsu later. Or maybe, I can continue to summarize in battle and come up with a fighting style that suits me. That makes sense. Let's pull back. This is a battlefield. After all, I don't know when or if other enemies will come along. Okay, so where do we go next? When these words came out, Huangbai also fell silent. It had been far too long since he had been in the shinobi world, and he wasn't quite sure what was going on now. As for Tetsuya, he's seen the anime, but he doesn't know the actual map. And this was the first time he had left Kiba since he came to this world. How about this? There's a war going on everywhere. Anyway, we'll just pick a random direction and keep going. That's fine. But which way? In the face of Tetsuya's question, Yellow-White dropped to the ground and stood his stogie up. Suddenly he let go, and the pipe fell in one direction. There, let's go that way, said Huangbai, pointing in the direction where the tobacco pole had fallen. All right, Tetsuya was fine with that. If Huangbai didn't have to use a tobacco stick to determine the direction of he was all set to decide by throwing his shoes. For the next while, Tetsuya kept moving in one direction. When you run into a ninja, you rush up to fight, regardless of which village you are from. Directly Rato Chakra mode to turn on. Directly elbow to death. Except, of course, with Rato Chakra. He also started trying to learn other ways of fighting. Relying on the gear he got from the ninja he screwed over. He learned how to use the shuriken and bitterness, using shadow divergence to quickly brush up on shuriken and bitterless proficiency. And he had also learned some of the Yellow Weasel clan's illusions from Yellow-White. Gradually he went from being a little white guy who at first just had a huge amount of chakra but couldn't use it. Gradually it grew, and toward being an all-around warrior. At the Iwaki camp, the second-generation Tsuchikage Muoi slammed the table and grunted coldly. What the hell? Losing so many ninjas for no apparent reason. Don't even know who your opponent is? It's true that we don't know. Lord no. Originally, we thought it was one of the Misty Shadows that did it. But based on the investigation at the scene, it was found that a lot of people died at Misty Shadow as well. The ninja below replied with trepidation. Could Sensei be a trick of the Misty Shadow? No's apprentice, Anoki, speculated. Trickery? None frowned. I don't think so. Misty Shadow has been fighting us until now, and they're short on manpower. I know that old bastard Ghostlight. He wouldn't pull a stunt like that with one of his own at a time like this. After all, there's no benefit to him. And who could that be? Could it be someone from San Hidden? Anoki mused as he instantly inquired. Were there any other traces investigated at the scene? Yes, Anoki-sama. We also found traces of Rato and Naruto at the scene. Thunderclap and Fireclap? Did someone from Konoha and Cloud Shadow come to our battlefield? None shook his head. I don't think so. The Raiton and Fire Escape aren't the only ones Cloud Shadow and Konoha's people can use. I think there's two biggest possibilities. Either that Ghostlight guy got reinforcements from somewhere. Either that or there is a third force present on the battlefield. Then what should we do? Sensei? What to do? Speed up the tempo of the attack. As soon as we crush the Misty Shadow's main force, kill the Ghost Light Phantom Moon and any trickery will disintegrate. At the same time, Amongst Misty Shadow's positions, Ghost Light Phantom Moon had gotten the same news. Small groups of troops on the front line were killed one after another. On the field, besides the ninjas of Iwashin, there were also traces of fire and lightning. And to that, Ghost Light Phantom Moon's reaction was pretty much the same as Nun's, both thinking that it was the other party who had shaken people. Chapter 11, Chaos, Kagemusha and the Cloud Shadow Ninja. Tetsuya made his way above the battlefield in one direction, running into people and going up to them. But since his current means of combat are so one-dimensional, encountering some of the more experienced upper ninjas in combat was a struggle. But the good thing was that he had an evil god's immortal body, and he directly exchanged injuries for injuries by fighting with It's straight up confusing for people. It was obvious that his ninjutsu had penetrated Tetsuya's throat. Tetsuya, however, backhanded him in the face with a fire dragon inferno bomb that burned him to a crisp. I'm afraid the other side won't be able to figure it out when they get to Pure Land. Why is it that there are people who are mortally wounded who can continue to fight? Ouch. Above the treetops, Tetsuya pressed down on the wound in his abdomen, and bit by bit he closed it with stitches. Though with a wound like this, he'd be able to recover even without stitches. But a little stitching can heal faster after all. He was only the evil god immortal body, not the kind of body that could quickly recover from wounds like Chibiusa's. Hey, you kid, you're really evil. You didn't die from several fatal wounds. How did this happen? Yellow and White sat on Tetsuya's shoulder, having a drag on his cigarette. He really couldn't figure out what was going on here with Tetsuya. What's so evil about it? It's my special physique, Tetsuya said as he sewed up the wound and cut the threads with his bitter blade. As long as it's not the kind of attack that vaporizes me in one fell swoop. Unusual fatal wounds usually can't kill me. And, not surprisingly, my natural lifespan is also much longer than that of an ordinary person. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Huang Bai smiled. In that case, it seems that this physical art physique of yours really goes quite well with the immortal arts of our Yellow Weasel clan. If you live long enough, then sooner or later you will be able to learn. I think we're pretty good together. 2. Putting away his medical bag, Tetsuya stood up, feeling all kinds of pain coming from all over his body. He actually slowly got used to it. Perhaps it's not just immortality that the evil god's immortal body brings to the table, and your own perception of pain, I guess. Though one doesn't turn into a pain-enjoying pervert like Haydn, but ultimately one's ability to withstand pain is much better than others. Well, let's move on. Are you sure it'll work? Huang Bai glanced at the large and small injuries on Tetsuya's body. It's not a problem. These injuries won't affect the fight, Huang Bai said as he took another drag on his cigarette. I'd like to think you've gained about as much combat experience as you can this time around. It's a bit too much in continuing instead. Yeah, then we go back? Okay, then we'll. Huang Bai was just about to say that we'll go back then, when suddenly he sensed something. The entire body stood up, looking ahead warily, both ears perked up like radar. What's wrong, Yellow Fairy? Someone is fighting, and it's not weak. Oh, not weak. What level roughly? Tetsuya was instantly interested. Stronger than any opponent you've encountered up to this point. Stronger than any opponent I've ever encountered. Now that's interesting. The strongest opponent he'd encountered since he'd come out until now was an Iwashin village upper ninja. That guy was powerful and experienced in battle. If he hadn't undermined him with his evil god immortal body, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been a match for the other party. Could it be a shadow class powerhouse? A shadow class powerhouse, and a one-war shadow class at that. These could be some age-old superstars. Once he hadn't seen much of inside anime and games. Not really. Why do you want to check it out? Think. Tetsuya didn't hesitate to say yes. After all, as long as he wasn't running into a sealing spell, he basically just doesn't roll over. Even if I run into a sealing spell, I'll be fine. With Yellow and White here, the Yellow Weasel clan is best at illusion and sealing arts. As long as it's not some ghoul sealing the end, then there's nothing to fear. Let's go. Then, and go over there and observe the battles of the mighty. It's also a rare learning opportunity. Guided by Yellow and White, Tetsuya quickly approached in the direction of the battle. Suetun Water Dragon Bomb. Before he even got close, Tetsuya heard the sound of a water dragon bomb. A raging stream of water transforming into a water dragon that, instantly charging towards a group of ninjas. According to Tetsuya's visual estimation, there should be 20 Cloud Shadow ninjas present. These Cloud Shadow ninjas were surrounding a man, and that person struck Tetsuya as both surprising and reasonable. That's Chibiusa. During this time, they traveled all the way, and many times in order to exercise the strength of his control over the Rado Chakra mode. He was rushing on the Rado Chakra. I didn't realize that they had actually traveled all the way from the battlefield of Iwako and Mist Shadow to the battlefield of Cloud Shadow and Konoha. You know that white-haired ninja? Tetsuya nodded. White fur, red pupils, blue armor, sticker forehead protector fur collar, and 3 red marks on his face. This man was none other than Kiba's second-generation Naruto Chikuma, brother of the god of ninjutsu, Chikuma, Chibiusa, the second-generation Naruto of Konoha. While answering Yellow and White's question, Tetsuya pondered the current situation. There's only one person here, Casey, so by the looks of it, he had stayed behind to cover Sarutobi and the others. This Chitosa's aura is starting to weaken. It looks like he's hurt pretty bad. It's already strong, Yellow and White said with a small pair of eyes staring at Caspian. Well, it can be seen that he should be fighting with the determination of certain death right now. What are you going to do? After contemplating like this for a while, these Cloud Shadow ninjas pretty much averaged around upper Shinobi. It was also that Chickage was now at the end of his rope. Otherwise they really couldn't have helped Chickage. However, without any surprises, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn should be arriving soon. At that time, even if Chibiusa burned his lifespan again, he wouldn't be able to turn over much of a storm. Let's see it first, said Tetsuya suddenly. Yellow Immortal, will you be able to put a layer of illusion on me later? Illusions? What do you want? What kind of illusions do you need? Simple. It's an illusion that makes it impossible for others to see what I originally look like. You're still going to do it. Yellow and White read Tetsuya's mind. Yes. I want to see what interesting things will happen to Chibiusa if he returns to Konoha alive. Then why don't you use your own look to save the day, so that he'll have to repay you when he gets back? No need. I think there would be more probability of his expelling me from the village than of repaying and I have an interesting idea. With that said, Tetsuya unleashed his transformation technique and his appearance changed once again. Black, spiky head, with scarlet eyes and a cold face that, though wearing a gentle smile, his entire body exuded pretentiousness. That's right, his changed appearance was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. No, in this day and age Sasuke wasn't even born yet. That's why his face is more like Uchiha Izuna than Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 12, Uchiha Izuna? Yellow and White stared curiously at this face after Tetsuya's change. These eyes, the Uchiha clan? What is this Uchiha? Why did you become like this? Tetsuya grinned. Hey, it's just a dead man, so I'll ask you to cooperate with me when the time comes. I'm not very good at illusions yet, so I'll need your help when the time comes. Interesting, really interesting. Huangbai guessed something at once. This Uchiha that Tetsuya had changed. I'm afraid it was the Uchiha who was killed by that white-haired ninja. This little doll is so funny. Forget about saving people. I can't believe he had to become killed by the other guy to save him. Speaking of which, this little doll has a bit of a nasty personality. Suetun, water break wave. Chibiusa quickly made a seal and spat out a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. A group of cloud shadows quickly retreated, and 2 of those who moved slowly were instantly wasted by the water-breaking wave. Ahem. Damn it. If you weren't so badly hurt, you damnable cloud-hidden village ninjas, I will destroy you all with my own hands. Caspian coughed in a stunned manner, but still didn't forget to glare viciously at Cloud Shadow's group of ninjas. Go, he's dying. Let's all swarm together. I don't believe he'll still be able to attack all of us at the same time. Go, charge. The remaining dozen or so ninjas swarmed up, intending to directly rely on their jutsu to defeat Chickage again. Suetun, water rushing wave. Chibiusa looked at the ninjas swarming towards him and made a quick seal. Chakra exploding and, instantly rising, a water tornado directly swept all of the group of ninjas into it. It couldn't kill them outright, but it was enough to suppress them. Ha ha, what a mess. Chibiusa. A sardonic laugh rang out, and the next moment was a large number of fireballs falling from the air, blasting towards him. Damn, let them catch up. Chibiusa mentally let out a cry of bad luck, but his hand still made a quick seal. Water transportation, sky sob. In an instant, Caspian spat a large number of water needles out of his mouth and shot them at the fireball in the air. The water needles collided with the fireball and instantly exploded, creating water vapor in the air. Ika! A shrill whistle rang out, and a figure broke right through the water vapor and, with a large sword in hand, he slashed towards Kagemusha. Kakuma swung his sword to fend it off, but was knocked back by a blow. Well done, brother. Quotable good brother. Asterisk. Kajimura raised his head towards the front, only to see 2 people with different hair colors except for the people who looked almost exactly alike appeared in front of him. This is the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Cloud Shadow Village. One held a banana fan and the other held a 7-star sword. The 2 men smiled sardonically and looked at Chikara. Our second generation, Raikage, is dead. Now isn't it time for you, the second generation Naruto, to die a little? Humph. You 2 despicable fellows. If you hadn't launched a sudden sneak attack, do you think I'm afraid of you guys? Ha ha, that's funny. It's a war. The winner of a war can only ever be the most despicable person. And that person is us. Brother is right. Not only did we sneak up on them, but we outnumbered them. Chibiusa's brow was furrowed. He knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death today, but at least hit these two guys hard. Otherwise these two guys would pose a great threat to Kiba. What else are you thinking? Go to the net and think slowly for me. Golden Horn laughed and swung his banana fan. Instantly a storm of thunder and fire swept towards Chikara. Suetun, water formation wall. From his mouth, Caspian spat out a stream of water like a waterfall, which swirled and wrapped itself around him. A defense without dead ends was formed. You can't stop it. Silverhorn laughed and rushed up, the 7-star sword in his hand slashing down with it directly split the water formation wall. It was followed by another slash towards Kagemusha. Suetun, hard vortex water blade. The stream of water wrapped around the blade and arm in Kagemu's hand. He directly met Silverhorn's 7-star sword and stabbed it. Ping! A crunch, a severe physical drain. The severely chakra-depleted Kage was no match for Ginkaku at all. On the other hand, the Golden Horn once again stirred up a storm sweeping towards Caspian. Is this the end? No, I should be able to do more. Caspian's head was spinning frantically as he tried to find a way to break the attack before it landed. Just at this time, a low drink rang out. Fire escape. Triple fire dragon inferno bomb. Roar. 3 fire dragons came from one direction, intertwined and, turning into a 3-headed demonic dragon instantly collided with the storm. What a guy! Golden Horn bellowed, not understanding that at a time like this. There's still someone out there to save Chibiusa? There are still experts in Konoha? Aren't Shikuma and Uchiha dead? Didn't the Uchiha clan not get along with Kagemusha? Then who else could have come to his rescue? Toby Hot Mama. Sassy ignored Ghana. I didn't think you'd actually have a day where you're this messed up. Nanny. When Chibiusa heard that voice, it was as if he was electrocuted in that instant. Only a man in a long black shirt, with crimson pupils, the man with the short, somewhat spiky-looking hair stepped forward. He had a long sword slung across his waist and a few playful smiles on his face. Uchiha, Izuna, how is it possible? How is it possible that you're still alive? Didn't I already put you? Tetsuya smiled and picked up on Casey's comment. Yeah, you've killed me, and I gave my eyes to my brother before I died. But now I'm alive again, back from purgatory. Looking at the young Izuna in front of him, Casanova kept comparing it to the face in his mind's eye. The Izuna, now, looked almost the same as he did when he killed him, only in temperament. There was a bit more grimness. Uchiha Izuna? Isn't that guy already dead? Brother, could this be someone else pretending to be someone else? Golden Horn shook his head. It doesn't look like it. I don't see any signs of camouflage. Of course he couldn't see through it, but he was shrouded in yellow and white illusions. Unless one was well versed in the art of illusion, or people with special pupil techniques can't basically see anything. Even if it comes back to life, it's fine. We'll just kill him again. Brother is right. Tetsuya ignored Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Hey, Toby Hot Mom. Still able to fight? Humph. I'll keep fighting without you telling me. Reeling back from his shock, Casey grunted and braced himself to stand. Look at me. The Golden Horn watched as Caspian got back to his feet and stood with Izuna. He directly waved the banana fan in his hand, setting off an elemental storm. Fire escape. Water transportation. Water dragon bomb. Fire dragon inferno bomb. Chapter 13, The Brainstorming Monster Caspian. The collision of multi-attribute chakra on top of the battlefield suddenly triggered a wild explosion. In the midst of the exploding fire, Ginkaku laughed and rushed out, the 7-star sword in his hand heading straight for Tetsuya. Suetun. Hard vortex water blade. Kakuma arrived in front of Tetsuya with an instantaneous jutsu and stabbed out. The hard eddy water blade clashed with the 7-star sword once again. Tetsuya made a quick seal and flames churned in his mouth. Fire escape. Fire dragon inferno bomb. Roar. The fire dragon roared out, crossing the casement and heading straight for Silverhorn. Brother. A golden rope suddenly flew out and wrapped around Silverhorn, directly yanking him back. At the same time, the banana fan in his hand was waved, and a wall of earth rose up. The roaring dragon of fire hardened and pierced through several layers of earthen walls before stopping. Watch me. Red gourd. Dodging the blow, Silverhorn pulled out a huge red gourd, the mouth of which opened and a powerful suction force erupted, sucking Caspian toward where the gourd was. Caspian forced himself against the suction, but the wounds on his body began to crumble and the body gets weaker and weaker. Just as he was about to top out, a hand grabbed him. Izuna. When he turned around he saw Tetsuya, but it was only Tetsuya's shadow doppelganger. Tetsuya's main body and the other two doppelgangers quickly completed their seals. Fire escape. Triple Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb. Another familiar move. The 3 fire dragons roared out, dominated by the native. The 3 fire dragons fused into a 3-headed demonic dragon towards the Silverhorn devouring bite. Another one of these large-scale jutsu. Silverhorn let out a low curse and put away the red gourd, quickly backing up to Golden Horn's side. Golden Horn also waved his banana fan once again to set off an elemental storm to counteract the 3-headed demon dragon. With the cover of the explosion, Kajikawa was also finally relieved. He was a little confused, though, as to why Izuna hadn't used her pupils until now. Tetsuya, on the other hand, clenched his fists. No way. Still not enough power. Not enough power? Though Tetsuya's voice was a whisper, it still fell on Casanova's ears. With just those few words, Casey instantly thought of a lot. Could it be that Izuna hadn't been resurrected for long and hadn't gotten back his once complete power? He thought it was very likely that this was the case, that the forbidden art of filth transmutation, which he had been studying, while it is possible to transmute the dead, it is not possible to fully realize all the power of the dead in life. Brother, do we have to keep spending more time? Silverhorn looked at the huge exploding flames this time, did not choose to rush up and, instead, he inquired about the golden horn on the side. That Izuna doesn't look particularly impressive, though, but it's pretty tricky with that Caspian guy, too, and, with all those trashy lands of Caspians running away, if they get reinforcements they'll be in trouble. Instead of giving his own opinion, Golden Horn asked a rhetorical question. Brother, do you have any ideas? It was always his brother Silverhorn who came up with the idea, and then he, as the older brother, would make the decision. And usually when Silverhorn asks himself a question, that means he already has some ideas. Brother, let's use that power directly. Okay, just listen to you, brother. In a flash, a terrifying chakra erupted from both of them. This chakra was dark and gloomy, filled with violent and negative power. Crimson chakra wrapped around the two men's entire bodies. The aura of the two of them in that instant was once again raised by a notch. That's Nine-Tails chakra. These two guys are getting real. Kajikawa gave a warning as he sensed the dangerous chakra. Nine-Tails chakra? Tetsuya frowned as something occurred to him. The dog had said that his chakra sealing jutsu can seal his own and others' chakra. So can tailed beast chakra be sealed? Toby hot mama. I have a plan. Plans? Caspian remembered the time when the two clans had fought over at that time the elder brother of their two clans, whether it was Juma or Ban, belonged to the kind of people who were not good at strategizing. It was often himself and Izuna who were behind the scheme. So, Izuna's plan, he believed in. You just need to tell me what to do. That's good. Tetsuya had thought he'd have to find a way to convince Kagemusha, but he hadn't expected the other to be so forthcoming. Didn't I say that Kagemusha hates Uchiha in particular? Suffer death, Kiba bastards. Ginkaku laughed and rushed towards Kajikawa and Izuna. The 7-star sword slashed down lengthwise, wrapped in thunderous might. Water transportation. Kakuma explodes into a powerful Suiton to fight against Ginkaku, but the other party had the nine-tailed chakra, and after just a moment of stalemate, Kakuma's Suiton was then broken by Ginkaku. Looking at the silvery blade, Casey had no choice but to swing his sword against it. On the other hand, Izuna on the other side was up against Golden Horn. The Golden Horn's frontier gold rope flung out, heading straight for Izuna. At the same time, the banana fan in his hand was poised and ready to fire. Ready to swing a fan at a moment's notice. Fire escape. Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb. Izuna unleashed the Fire Dragon Inferno Bomb once again. It couldn't be helped that he didn't know any other jutsu. No, I have to turn around and reopen the noodle shop. I need to learn more jutsu myself. Mu da da da. Golden Horn laughed. With the nine-tail chakra's boost, a mere B-ranked jutsu, he broke right through with a fan. The frontal rope flung out and wrapped itself directly around Izuna's neck. Die. Boom. He had just fired, but as a result, Izuna had directly exploded into a cloud of smoke. Nani. Split. On the other hand, Kakuma knew that he was no match for the nine-tailed chakra-enhanced Ginkaku. Head-on confrontation is never a good idea. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Flying Thunder God Slash was unleashed, and Casey instantly moved directly to Ginkaku's back and stabbed. Moo. Silverhorn directly carried the 7-star sword behind his back. This Flying Thunder God Slash stabbed directly above the 7-star sword's blade. Humph. The blow failed, and Casey quickly retreated and threw out several bittersweet. That's it? It's just a kid's toy. I'll just stand here and let you hit me and you can't even get on me. Under the effect of the nine-tail chakra, the Golden Horn and Silverhorn's self-healing ability is extremely strong. This kind of injury caused by bituminous and shuriken would be able to heal itself in no time. Yeah, well, what if it's me? Nani. One of the bitternesses flung out by Kajikawa suddenly exploded. Tetsuya appeared out of nowhere. How? It's a transformation spell. When, looking at Ginkaku's shocked expression, Tetsuya laughed, apologizing to Naruto Sasuke. I'll go ahead and use your tactics. His inspiration for this move was the very same tactic used against Zabuza when Class 7 Junior went out on their first mission. The seal on Tetsuya's hand condensed successfully. Chakra sealing jutsu. At such a close distance, Silverhorn could not avoid it. Tetsuya pressed one hand directly on Ginkaku's head. The effect of the chakra sealing jutsu was unleashed, and in that instant Ginkaku's breath shriveled. This sealing technique not only succeeded in sealing the nine-tailed chakra in Ginkaku's body, along with his own chakra, it was sealed. Chapter 14, The Six Paths of Bladed Weapons. A Bountiful Harvest. You scumbag! Silverhorn shouted angrily and directly slammed his fist over. After all, he was a ninja of the cloud shadow, and that tendon flesh didn't grow for nothing. That punch landed directly on top of Tetsuya's chest. Just that instant Tetsuya turned to feel his entire chest sink in. Several bones were broken, followed by the entire person flying out sideways. Flying Thunder God Slash. It all happened in a split second. Tetsuya used his shadow doppelganger to confuse Golden Horn. Disguised as a bitter blade, he successfully seals Ginkaku's chakra. Seizing the opportunity, Kakuma unleashed the flying Raijin slash once again, piercing Ginkaku's chest with a single slash. Brother! Seeing Casanova's blade penetrate Silverhorn's chest, Goldenhorn roared in anger and the aura of his body surged once again, and the nine-tailed chakra erupted. His entire body was beginning to half-tailed beastify. Scarlet chakra covered his entire body, and his entire being turned into a humanoid-tailed beast that, several tails behind him began to wave. The Golden Horn hadn't completely lost his mind, though, and Casey stood with the Silver Horn. He didn't dare to unleash the tailed beast Jade, or else Silverhorn would have to die if this shot of tailed beast Jade went down. The Golden Horn in its half-tailed animalized state rushed towards Caspian at an extremely fast speed. Kakuma quickly pulled away while sealing with both hands. Sway Tun. Great Waterfall Technique. He unleashed almost all of his chakra to unleash the Great Falls Technique. Berserk currents appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards the Golden Horn like a waterfall, and the snarling Golden Horn rushed straight into the current, bound to tear Caspian apart. As expected of Naruto, there's no one else who can use this water escape. Tetsuya, who had regained his feet, couldn't help but spit out a sentence as he looked at the Suetun in front of him. After all, there was a storyline in his last life that the one who was the most skilled in the entire shinobi world at using the water escape wasn't Mizukage but Naruto. There's also the fact that while the others play with a water escape, only Kagemusha plays with a sea escape. Yellow Immortal. I'll be asking for your help next. The yellowish-white voice came from above the branches of the tree. You just tell the old man what he needs to do. Just as the Golden Horn was about to rip through Casey's Suetun and rush to him, a voice rang out. Brother! Brother! Golden Horn was in a trance, and he realized that the casemate standing in front of him had actually turned into Silver Horn. It was this moment that Golden Horn's movement slowed down by half a beat. Tetsuya yelled, "Toby hot mom!" Got it! Kakuma unleashed the final flying rakeage. Tetsuya, who was still at a distance, was instantly brought to the side of the Golden Horn, and Kagemusha was running out of chakra. Chakra sealing jutsu. As he had done before to seal Ginkaku's chakra, Tetsuya pressed one hand on Ginkaku's body. In that instant, most of Golden Horn's tailed beast coat dissipated. However, at the next moment, a sudden change occurred, and the dissipated tailed beast trappings reunited once again. His chakra sealing technique was actually broken through. Roar! Golden Horn roared in anger. He knew it was this guy who had just screwed up, and if it wasn't for him, his brother wouldn't have gotten a knife through his chest. The angry Golden Horn stabbed out with a claw, piercing right through Tetsuya's chest. Izuna! The disengaged Caspian exclaimed even as he saw Izuna's chest pierced through. Do you guys like to get at old man's chest so much? I'm not a woman. And the ing dog system of being sunned by a Golden Horn and a Silver Horn. And ing hell, you didn't tell me about that. A strong enough chakra is able to break through the seal. What else can he do? Only be able to, again, chakra sealing jutsu. That's not even a technique. As the chakra sealing jutsu fell, Tetsuya once again made a seal and another sealing spell was unleashed. Bagua seal. The 8 trigram seal was unleashed, and 2 4-elephant seals stacked on top of each other landed on Golden Horn's body. Unlike chakra seals, which are specific to chakra, Bagua seal Tetsuya, on the other hand, was running completely towards the 9-tailed chakra. The future Mizukata was able to seal half of the 9 tails, relying on the 8 trigram seal. You're just a part of the power of the 9 tails and you're still trying to run? Sure enough, this time, as the 8 trigram seal fell, no matter how furiously the Golden Horn roared, he couldn't even break through the seal. Let you ing stab me in the chest. Tetsuya sends Golden Horn flying with a leg kick. having lost his own chakra and the Nine Tails chakra for a time. Golden Horn also fainted in weakness, watching the golden and silver horns fall one after another. Those Cloud Shadow ninjas following them couldn't help but feel intimidated when they looked at Tetsuya. It was especially creepy seeing Tetsuya with that big hole in the top of his chest. What kind of person gets a hole through their chest and lives? Iron Man only got a piece of his chest ripped out too. Retreat! That guy is a monster. Quickly retreat with Lord Golden Horn and Lord Silver Horn. I don't know who yelled out first, and led the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to retreat. Run! Leave the stuff! Tetsuya bellowed angrily. Damn! My chest was pierced by these two mother ***********. This mustn't compensate for some medical expenses. He thought that this six-doctored treasure was pretty good. The ninjas of the Cloud Shadow village didn't dare to resist, leaving behind the 7-star sword and the banana fan and the red gourd and the frontier gold rope. He left. I don't see Golden Horn and Silver Horn using it this time, although there should be another amber purifying vase in the Six Paths treasure. Then he doesn't know where the other guy is hiding. Tetsuya pulled out a scroll and sealed the 6 treasures into it and put it away. Izuna, taking a moment to catch his breath, Caspian walked towards Tetsuya. You? How on earth did you survive? And your injuries? Caspian looked at Tetsuya's chest for a moment, somewhat unable to comprehend it. Oh, Toby hot mama. I didn't realize that with your intelligence there was something you couldn't explain, Tetsuya said with a smile. I don't know, to say the least, since I've been alive. The body just seems to have changed somehow. With that he clenched his fist. Well, without further ado, I'm running out of time and need to get well right away. I've heard that you've built a village with my brother, haven't you? Say hello to my brother for me. We'll meet again. With that said, Tetsuya tossed a bag of Hayokumaru to the other, regardless of the complicated look on Casanova's face, turned around himself and ran straight away. Even if Casey wanted to chase after him, he didn't have the strength right now. After leaving the battlefield, Tetsuya took off the clothes on his body directly and a mouthful of fire escape burns right through. He knew that the old boy, Casanova, must have left the flying thunder god seal on his body. It's not good to be found later. Wong Tai Sin, help me check if there's anything wrong with me? Yes, there is a special mark on your arm. TCH, stay straight to me? Tetsuya laughed, and without the slightest hesitation, took out a bitterness from amongst his bladed weapons bag. Cut off a piece of flesh directly above his arm and threw it into the fire with his hand. Chapter 15, What are you all guarding? Looking at Uchiha Izuna's disappearing back, Chibiusa's expression was extraordinarily complicated. He analyzed the current situation. Izuna was resurrected by who knows what and gained a special physique, but it looks like he hasn't regained his full power yet. And he doesn't seem to know what's going on in the shinobi world right now, not to mention the fact that Uchiha is dead. Caspian's expression became serious at the thought. If he learns that Uchiha was killed by his big brother, then when the time comes, Kiba, he knew exactly what kind of character the Uchiha clan had. If Izuna knew what had happened to Uchiha Zebra, she would definitely storm out then. No, Uchiha Izuna, I will never allow you to make a move against Kiba. If you have to take on Kiba, Casey clenched his fists. If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, and even if I can't kill you, I'll seal you too. He made the decision that he could never die easily now that he was guarding the Konoha. Definitely do not allow the village built by Big Brother to be destroyed by Uchiha Izuna. However, he could never have imagined that Uchiha Izuna had not been resurrected at all. It was an imposter who came to his rescue. Yellow lipstick grave. Great harvest, great harvest. Sitting on top of the grass, Tetsuya, who had recovered from his chest wound, played with these Rokudo-bladed weapons. What he found most amusing was the 7-star sword and the banana fan. These two are simple and brutal to use without so many twists and turns. Unfortunately, these are Izuna's, and I don't have a chance to take them out and use them with honor. Looking at the 4 treasures on the ground, Tetsuya sighed, but counting the hours, the war should be over. Thinking about it, he took out a scroll and put everything on the floor away. Wong Tai Sin, I should get back. Hearing Tetsuya's voice, Yellow and White also appeared in front of him. Going back? Well, it's almost time for the war to be over. It's time for this practical training to end. Yellow and White looked at Tetsuya and nodded. It's about time it ended. You've grown a lot since this war was fought. Yellow and White had been with Tetsuya since the beginning of the battle, and he was witnessing Tetsuya's growth with his own eyes. From a little white guy who just started killing people and shaking in his boots, it had grown until it was able to join forces with the shadow of Ichimura against the pseudo-tailed beast human pillars. Such growth is not insignificant. Hey, it's not bad. It's all because of the yellow immortal's teaching. Humph, greaseball. Huang Bai smiled. After all, who doesn't like to be patted on the back? Kiba, Naruto building. A crowd of Naruto's escaped escorts gathered here. Also here were the heads of the major ninja clans. Their eyes fell on Sarutobi. As a joke, Naruto's escort needed Naruto's sacrifice to break the back to allow them to escape back. Are you guys Naruto's guards? Or is Naruto a guard for you guys? What else do you say? The second Naruto has given you the Naruto position. What a joke. The Uchiha clan, who had a great obsession with the Naruto position, was the first to open their mouths in question. You guys say that on the battlefield. The second generation Megami passed on the Naruto position to you, Sarutobi Hinata? What proof do you have that you're telling the truth about this? Facing the Uchiha's questioning, Shimura Tuzo gave a disgusted look, as did several others. As students of Kagemusha, their hatred of the Uchiha was one and the same. Humph. It's the teacher's own words, and several of us are witnesses. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan sneered. Humph. Who knows if you guys are conspiring to cheat? Though you are students of Lord Kagemu, you are also his guards. The meaning of his words is very meaningful. Your escorts. What the hell have you been guarding when the targets you need to protect have died trying to protect you? Many clan heads began to question Sarutobi, but of course there were those who remained neutral. For example, the three hogs, deer and butterflies. Just as the crowd was arguing, the door to Naruto's office was violently pushed open. The entire office fell silent as the crowd looked to see who was at the door. You, all of you. What are you arguing about? Kajimura looked at the heads of the families and his own students and couldn't help but reprimand them. Sensei, *4, Lord Casey, *N. Sarutobi Hinata immediately stood up from atop the main seat and made way. He was both happy and sorry to see Caspian. Happy that their teacher is alive and well. Regret, on the other hand, is that I'm afraid I won't be able to sit as Naruto for a while. Monkey, it's been so long and you still haven't led the village to settle down. You disappoint me so much. Kakuma came straight to the seat of Naruto and sat down. He was a little displeased with Sarutobi's behavior. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hinata couldn't help but to go down to the ground. But it was Duanzou who was a little happy in his heart. This kid, Nick Ken, has displeased his teacher, so wouldn't he still have a chance? Back in the battlefield, when Casanova said he was going to leave someone behind to break his back, he actually wanted to come forward. But in the end, he hesitated for a second, letting the kid Sarutobi Hizuro come out ahead of him, and this caused him to miss out on the Naruto position. But the good thing is that now that Mr. Casey has come back alive, which means that this kid, Hinata, won't be able to sit in the Naruto position for a while, and as long as he hasn't sat in that position yet, he still has a chance. Caspian looked to the crowd and opened his mouth. I did say that I would pass the Naruto position to Hinata. Do any of you have any questions? At these words, the crowd fell silent. After all, the prestige of Kagemusha was right there, and even the Uchiha clan was quiet. But from the looks of things today, Hinata, you are not ready to take the old man's place. Teacher's lesson. Sarutobi Hinata lowered his head honestly. Caspian gave him a look and turned his attention to the rest of the village. Well, since we're all here, let me just say a few brief words. The war is winding down. And next, the return of Chikara was certainly a shocking event. This revitalized Kiba, whose atmosphere was originally low. Soon, news came from Cloud Shadow's side. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn died, and the rebellion in the Cloud Shadow village ended. The Third Reikage is in power and wants to renegotiate peace with Konoha. Kagemusha agreed to do the same, but this time the peace talk had to be led by Kiba. The Cloud Shadow out of Big Blood is on the table, but none of this has anything to do with Tetsuya. Back in Kiba, Tetsuya lay in bed. So tired. I can finally take a break. Ha-hoo! He snorted and suddenly something occurred to him. What happens if, indeed, I bring Uchiha Izuna back to life? Chapter 16 Ninjutsu Gift Pack. Tetsuya suddenly wondered, what would Uchiha's face look like when he sees the living Izuna later on? Doggy, in or out? Doggy. But if you want to resurrect someone who's already dead and don't go through the process that Shinobi should go through, then it's only possible to ask the dog. Yet no matter how much he called out, the dog ignored him. I'll charge it. Oh, my dear lord, how much do you want to top up? Bah, dog. Tetsuya couldn't help but curse. He rummaged inside his ninjutsu bag and pulled out the banknotes he'd scrounged from the battlefield. Almost 25,000 taels or so. Took out 16,800 of it and collected the rest. The usual rule of charging up a round of 10 straight draws from the highest prize pool. Good my dear lord. A fawning smile appeared on Erha's face. The handful of good bills were swept away and the points arrived successfully. My dear lord, would you like to begin the drawing immediately? Wait, let me ask you a question first. What is the question? My dear lord, you may ask, and I shall know all about it. Tetsuya asked as he opened his mouth. Is there any way to resurrect someone who has died? Don't give me any of that reincarnation, birthright and self-birth transmutation. And also what I want isn't a pseudo-resurrection like the obscene earth transmutation. Of course I have. Erha is confident. Benjiha said, I have what the shinobi world has. And I have what the shinobi world doesn't have. It's just a matter of resurrecting a dead person. There's a prop in the prize pool called a resurrection coin. And as long as you're holding it, it will be able to resurrect a person who has died. Resurrection coins? Is this something that should be in the ING shinobi world? Benjiha said it all. Shinobi. Okay, I get it. You don't have to repeat it. Tetsuya hurriedly interrupted Erha. You're sure there's resurrection coins just inside the highest jackpot, aren't you? Of course. As he spoke, Erha had a smile on his face. Tetsuya always felt that there was something wrong here. Okay, start the raffle. Tetsuya's mind kicked in and opened the 10 consecutive draws. The huge wheel began to spin in front of him. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the fire escape. Congratulations on acquiring the water transportation, water dragon bomb. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on acquiring the thunder plow. Congratulations on acquiring the thunderclap, thunder level. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Congratulations on acquiring the earth dragon bomb. Congratulations on obtaining the fire escape jutsu enhancement. Congratulations on obtaining a large amount of chakra *1. Looking at the results of the raffle, Tetsuya scratched his head. This time it's a jutsu bonus out of the draw? Looking at the 5 jutsu drawn out, Tetsuya was also a bit surprised. I didn't realize that only 2 cards of chakra were drawn this time. The rest were jutsu. There's also a ninjutsu enhancement. This ninjutsu reinforcement is very understandable. It should be the ability to reinforce your own Naruto ninjutsu in the future. Tetsuya opened his panel. Name, Tetsuya Chiba. Status, Kiba civilian. Physique, evil god's immortal body. Strengthening of Naruto jutsu. Skills, chakra refining method, chakra sealing jutsu, doppelganger jutsu, shadow doppelganger jutsu, substitution, transformation, psionics, bagua seals, thunderclap chakra patterns, jutsu dispersal, fire clap, fire dragon inferno bomb, holding, split technique cultivation, elevation technique cultivation, transformation technique cultivation, and the shadow divergence technique practice, the bagua seal practice, the Reito chakra mode practice, and the deconstructive dispersion practice, the fire escape, fire dragon inflammatory bomb practice, the fire escape, fire extinction practice, and the water escape, water dragon bomb practice, thundercloud, thunder plow hot sword practice, thundercloud thunder abuse horizontal practice, earthcloud earth dragon bomb practice. Oh, this Naruto ninjutsu strengthening is actually counted as part of the physique. Tetsuya was a bit surprised that he actually saw the fire escape ninjutsu enhancement inside the institution column. This service ends here. Don't look for me for anything except charging money. Farewell. I'd like to remind you to find a way to elevate your status. Different identities can unlock different subsequent prize pools. At the end of the raffle, looking at the number of remaining points with only 2 left, Erha immediately changed his face and, after saying that, he disappeared right in front of Tetsuya. You dog, why didn't you say so? The money-minded guy. Tetsuya spread his hands helplessly and closed his eyes. Elevating your status is easy to say, but it's not easy to do. Forget about getting a good night's sleep first. The first Shinobi World War finally came to an end with the deaths of the second generation Mizukage and the second generation Earth Shadow. The second generation of Reikage died when Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebelled. The second generation Wind Shadow Salmon is also dead, though the cause of death is unknown. The only one of these second generation shadows left alive is Kiba's second generation Naruto. Because of Kagemusha's presence, Kiba overshadowed several other major shinobi villages at one point. The Shinobi War is over, and Kiba begins to recuperate. Tetsuya is also reopening his small store. The war is over, and there will be peace for at least 20 years. Just let me make it bigger and better in these 20 years and make it great again. Looking at the small store in front of him, Tetsuya was full of confidence. Of course, his gaze wasn't just limited to, well, the little store in front of him. He's planning to start a chain of stores and open his Chiba ramen restaurants all over the shinobi world. Make yourself the richest man in the shinobi world. When you have the money, you'll buy a big name spot for fun first. Erha, that money-minded dog, told herself she had to elevate her status. The highest status and position in the Naruto world would be the shadow and daimyo of each village. He preferred the life of a daimyo, where he didn't have to do anything, to becoming the shadow of a village. It's enough to eat and drink. As far as how to buy the position of the big names, this is a lot of room for maneuver. Of course, the position of daimyo of the 5 great powers is out of the question, but there's still a lot of small countries in the shinobi world. Some of them are so poor they're pissing blood. With proper maneuvering, it shouldn't be hard to buy a big name position. The reopening of Chiba Ramen Shop is also attracting a lot of customers. After all, the war hadn't ended before, and everyone lived their lives in fear. Now that the war is finally over, it's time to enjoy it. Looking at the store, which was once again full, Tetsuya wondered if he could expand the store, or maybe develop some new products. He thought of cup noodles, and if he could improve his ramen into cup noodles, there might be a big market for it. When he says he'll do something, Tetsuya has never been a man of action, and as soon as he has an idea, it will pay to act. Leaving the two shadow doppelgangers to work, he himself crouched down in the middle of the kitchen to study the craft of cup noodles. The Naruto building. Chibiusa stood in front of his office window looking out over all of Kiba. Uchiha Izuna, what are you doing now? Chapter 17, Junior Shinobu's Suspicion. Chiba Ramen Shop. The war is over and it's reopened. However, business after the reopening wasn't as good as Tetsuya thought it would be. Ah, true. War only brings pain, even if you're the winner. Looking at the few remaining customers in the middle of the store, Tetsuya let out a sigh. Kiba, although it won World War II and, under the leadership of Kagemusha, a large favor fee was demanded from Cloud Shadow at the negotiating table. Yet the dead ninja of Kiba are never to return. Konoha lost a lot of ninja in this war. The remaining ninja in the village are now only able to keep the village running. But I guess Cloud Shadow's side wasn't much better. After all, in addition to their war with Kiba, Golden Horn and Silver Horn led a civil war. To be precise, no shinobi village took advantage of this shinobi world war. 4 of the second generation shadows from 5 villages are dead. The only one who survived was still saved by himself. Boss, you're finally open. I've missed your ramen. Come on, have the signature tonkatsu ramen. Before anyone could see it, Ziraya's big grinning voice came from outside the store. It's Jiraiya. Long time no see. Boss, long time no see. Long time no see boss. Tsunade and Orochimaru both walked in behind Jiraiya. It's been a long time. You too, what would you like? Tetsuya inquired with a smile. I'll have the assorted ramen, and I'll have the flaming chow mein. Okay, 3 of you wait a moment. Jiraiya and the others found a seat. Orochimaru's gaze, on the other hand, was always attentive to the direction where Tetsuya was. Why Orochimaru? What do you keep looking at Boss Chiba for? Jiraiya watched as Orochimaru kept looking at Tetsuya and couldn't help but be a little curious as to what he was looking at. Orochimaru shook his head. Nothing. It's probably been quite a while since I've seen Boss Chiba. I've always felt that something has changed in Boss Chiba's demeanor. Hey, have you? Why does it feel like Boss Chiba hasn't changed much? Jiraiya scratched his head when he instantly stood and looked in the direction of where the kitchen was. Stupid Jiraiya, what are you reacting so loudly for? Seeing Jiraiya move so much, Tsunade couldn't help but give him a blank look. In fact, she felt it, though Tetsuya's smile remained the same as before. But for a brief moment, something clearly changed in his eyes when he looked at others. It's just a few minor changes, but they're all ninjas. The innate perception of such small changes is a bit sharper. I'm not curious, but I don't really see any changes in the... Could it be that you guys haven't seen the boss in so long that you feel that way? Jiraiya sat down with some aggravation. Why didn't he see anything different about Boss Chiba? What I felt just now was only for a moment, and if I'm the only one who felt that way, then it could be an illusion. But since Tsunade can see it too, it's unlikely to be a mistake. Orochimaru looked to Tsunade, as if asking for confirmation, and Tsunade nodded. It's not an illusion. I think, when Boss Chiba looks at people, the eyes became much colder. You're right. Although Boss Chiba doesn't look like he's changed much, but he always gave me how shall I say, a feeling of fury. Orochimaru thoughtfully explained. The last person who gave me that feeling was a dark ninja under the second generation. What the hell are you two talking about? Boss Chiba, he's just a ramen store owner. Jiraiya was a little confused about his two companions. What is this and what is this? The eyes were cold and the fury was heavy. Is Boss Chiba's true identity some kind of murderous and powerful ninja? How could that be? Just Chiba's boss chakra level wasn't as good as his. 3. Your faces are ready. Tetsuya came out of the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of ramen of different flavors on a tray. Tsunade immediately gave Orochimaru a wink, and Orochimaru knew that the Tsunade meant for herself to try and test his Chiba boss. Tetsuya put 3 bowls of ramen on the table. Enjoy yourselves, 3 of you. Orochimaru picked up his chopsticks and spoke without thinking. Boss, is something wrong in your house? When I came in just now, it looks like you're a little less than happy. My home? Tetsuya was puzzled for a split second, then remembered just now. Hey, nothing's going on at my house, just the store reopening today. Business isn't as good as it was before, so it's just a little hairy. That's right, Orochimaru said with a smile. You don't have to worry about that, boss. It must be that you just opened today and everyone doesn't know yet. After all, you have a reputation for your craftsmanship, and as long as it's open for 2 more days, when the rest of the village knows about it, then they will naturally come to you for dinner. Ha ha, taking your good advice, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to recover to the previous level. Why do you say that? Seeing Orochimaru ask that, Tetsuya simply sat down on the sidelines and said, I used to do good business in this store. The key reason is that the ninjas inside the village love to come here more. After all, even though my ramen isn't overpriced, but it's not something that the average family can afford to spend on a regular basis, and only the ninjas have that financial means to come back often. But said Tetsuya sighed and looked out the door at the pedestrians passing by in 2s and 3s. War takes too many lives. Hearing this, Orochimaru was also deeply moved. Yeah, life, it really is so fragile. Tsunade, on the other hand, retorted, a lot of people have died, but everyone's sacrifices have meant something. It is because of the sacrifices of all of you that peace has been brought to us. Hearing Tsunade's words, Tetsuya said with slightly narrowed eyes in recognition. Tsunade is right. Life is fragile though, but the sacrifices of all of us are the ones who have blossomed a bright flower with their lives. A flower whose name is peace. So let's cherish this hard-won peace. What are you talking about? Still not eating? If you don't eat, the noodles are going to pile up. Jiraiya raked spaghetti into his own mouth, apparently not caring what they were talking about earlier. The 3 of them left the ramen store after eating their fill and waited until they were far away before Tsunade opened her mouth to inquire. Orochimaru, how are you feeling? Is there a problem with the Chiba boss? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Perhaps it's just that the war has taken too many lives, and it's made Boss Chiba a little depressed, I guess. After all, at one time quite a few ninjas were loyal customers of Boss Chiba. The thought that I'll never again see the old customers who praised my handiwork. That's why Boss Chiba's state is a bit off, isn't it? Tsunade nodded back. I think you're right. Boss Chiba is a peace lover. Maybe we're overthinking it. Gee, I say, what are you two fooling around with? Jiraiya said with a dig of his nose full of concern. Why don't we just bring Sarutobi-sensei along for some noodles next time? Whether or not Boss Chiba has a problem, Sarutobi-sensei will be able to tell at a glance. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade froze for a moment when they heard Jiraiya say that. It's okay, Jiraiya. When did you become so smart? Chapter 18, The Cup Noodle Project. Business is bad. What to do? On top of the bed, Tetsuya sat cross-legged, looking at the gains of the past few days in front of him. Previously, the day's earnings had started at 2,000, but for the past 3 days, it added up to just over $3,000. Revenue is not even close to what it was in a day at its peak. Hey, gonna have to find another way to make money, at least until Kanola's ninjas get more numerous. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get a boost in revenue. Not wanting to find a way to increase your income affects how often you draw cards. Then getting stronger slows down. How is it okay to slow down the rate at which you get stronger? You're not strong enough to run through the shinobi world yourself right now. But on second thought, there didn't seem to be any other way to get money. And it couldn't be that really get the mission yourself. How can this work? I'm not a ninja, so I can't take a quest even if I want to. Hey, forget it, take your time. Anyway, the last thing one needs is time. Thinking, he put the money away and lay down on the bed. Tetsuya crossed his legs. Gee, it still doesn't work. It's not good enough to hang around like this. How about exploring other businesses? But what else can one do besides making ramen? Tetsuya fell into a deep thought, and between thoughts, he fell into a sleep himself. The next morning, Tetsuya got up early and headed to the store. After all, at this time of the morning, a number of ninjas would choose to come to his store for ramen for breakfast. Phew, boss, a tonkatsu ramen. Sakuya, it's been a long time, you're still alive. Tetsuya was a bit surprised to see that familiar white hair. After all, the war was over, and he'd met quite a few familiar-looking ninja inside the village. Only Sakuya he didn't see. Subconsciously he assumed that this Sakuya fellow had fallen on top of the battlefield. Sakuya, who had long been quite familiar with Tetsuya, smiled. Why, do you want me to not come back that badly? How can that be? I'm counting on you to come and spend more money with me. One tonkatsu ramen, right? I'll be right there. Come on, I've been really craving this bite of yours for a long time. You don't know what kind of life I've had before. Hold on, I'll be as quick as I can. Tetsuya greeted and went into the kitchen to start working. It wasn't long before he walked out with a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen. You asked for tonkatsu ramen. Use it slowly. It's just out of the pot. It's a little hot. It's fine. It's fine. What kind of ninja am I if I'm afraid of this hot? Sakuya didn't care about the temperature of the freshly cooked pot and took a big bite. Tetsuya inquired with some curiosity as he sat down on the sidelines. What the hell is wrong with you? Going through something? Look at you like this. It's like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Hey, don't mention it. Sakuya waved his hand and took several more bites before answering. Out on a mission. Though the war is over. But border security can't be laxed in the slightest. I'm going to patrol the border with my men. Then you are not aware that the conditions are only harsha. Either soldier food pills or all kinds of dry food mess. Are the conditions so tough? Is there no wild game or anything? With what you guys have, it should be easy to shoot a rabbit, catch a fish or something. Hey, don't mention it. Even if we catch it, there's no condiment to deal with. Do you really think it's going to taste any better straight off the grill? Hearing Sakuya's words, Tetsuya smiled. You're right. Although there's something else about the original barbecue. But if you make me eat like that too often, then I can't stand it. Phew. Taking a large sip of the hot soup, Sakuya lamented. If only I could have a bite of your ramen even while on a mission. That would be really great. Ha ha, you're thinking beautifully. There's always the possibility that when you're on a mission, let me go deliver your takeout. Ha ha. Also, Sakuya shivered another large mouthful of noodles. It's a shame you're not a ninja. If you were, even if you were a shinobi, I'll find a way to get you on my team. Too. Better not then. I can't be a ninja. Hey, I'm just saying, it's a waste to be a ninja with your skills. After eating and drinking, Sakuya took a long breath. It's so good. It's really been a long time since I've eaten something this good, Tetsuya said as he cleared the table. Now that you're back, you shouldn't be going out for a while. Not having been on a mission for a while. You can come and eat if you want. You're right. I'll have to come back for more a couple times in the next few days. Or when I'm out on a mission. It would be too much to eat. After Sakuya left, Tetsuya sat behind the counter and thought. Yeah, can I work on the instant noodles too? Get an instant noodle cup or something. Won't it sell out? Though in the original Naruto often ate cup noodles. Kiba doesn't have any of those instant foods nowadays. So is it possible to operate a handful of them yourself? Researching cups of instant ramen? He felt there would be a market for it. After all, ninjas these days don't eat very well when they're out on missions. If I did get cup noodles myself, maybe they would sell surprisingly well. As soon as he said yes, Tetsuya turned around and went into the middle of the kitchen to start figuring out how to make instant noodles. Other than that, with the power of ninjutsu, it really wasn't that hard to make instant noodles. The only thing to watch out for, though, is how it's going to come out of the instant noodles. It is convenient while still being able to maintain the original flavor. This next period of time, Tetsuya is all about having his shadow doppelganger assist in making ramen for the guests. The man himself is in the middle of the kitchen working on cup noodles. Boss Chiba, Lord Jiraiya, come again. A familiar voice rang out. Tetsuya stopped what he was doing, though usually most of the work was entertained by having one's shadow doppelganger. But some special characters he still chooses to entertain personally. Welcome, Sarutobi Hinata-sama. Coming out from inside the kitchen, Tetsuya saw someone who somewhat surprised him. Sarutobi Hinata, the disciple and protector of the second Naruto, the future third Naruto, the teacher of the three Jiraiya. Though nominally he's just a guard for the second Naruto. However, Sarutobi Hinata also helps Kagemusha with some other things during the week, so his status in Konoha is quite high. Sarutobi greeted with a kind smile. Hello, Mr. Chiba. I heard from Jiraiya and the others that the ramen at your house tastes quite good, so I came over. It won't be a bother. Nowhere. It's a great honor for the small store to have Lord Sarutobi Hizuru here. He said so on his lips, but in his heart she did have some other speculations. Why did he come? Who is he here on behalf of? The Kagemusha? Could it be that someone saw something? I don't think I've exposed anything myself, have I? There was no problem with the chakra ceiling, and how the shadow doppelganger had too much contact with others. Is it really just to eat noodles? Chapter 19, Life is all about acting. Tetsuya warmly greeted Sarutobi as he entered the store and sat down. I really didn't expect Lord Sarutobi Hizuru to visit a small store as well. It's really flattering. So what would you like to eat, Hinata-sama? I have a variety of ramen flavors on my side that can definitely blow your mind. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a menu, and with his developing, what started out as a one-page menu has been transformed into a pamphlet. Sarutobi-sensei, I highly recommend you try their signature ramen. It's absolutely delicious. Off to the side, Jiraiya recommended his favorite signature ramen to Sarutobi. Stupid Jiraiya. Sarutobi-sensei has his own ideas. Don't mess with them. Tsunade wasted no time in punching Jiraiya in the head. Damn it, Tsunade. Can you stop hitting me without moving? It's really violent. No one is going to like you in the future. You violent scrub princess, Jiraiya wailed, holding his head. What? Jiraiya, what did you just say? Hearing Jiraiya call herself the princess of violent scrubs, Tsunade's anger grew even greater. Orochimaru, help me. Seeing that Tsunade was about to storm off, Jiraiya didn't hesitate to duck directly behind Orochimaru. Looking at the noisy trio, Sarutobi smiled. Young people just have energy. Tetsuya, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head. Jiraiya, in your current state, it's no wonder that Kato Duan was the one who went after Tsunade first later on. You, on the other hand, are always so close. Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh at the thought of what would happen to Jiraiya in the future. It's always so close. Almost chased Tsunade. Almost saw my friend Orochimaru turn around. Almost wrote Make Out Heaven. Almost saw Naruto become Naruto. Almost saw Naruto get married. Almost saw the prophecy come true. Shinobi peace. Always coming up short. Always coming up short. And coming up short has been a constant throughout Jiraiya's life. Jiraiya's life is such an imperfect one. But that's what Jiraiya Haugia Monogatari is all about. Looking at the noisy Sannin, Tetsuya froze for a moment. And it was a scene that Sarutobi noticed. The eyes of this boss. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the particular look in Tetsuya's eyes as he looked at Sanju, and there was emotion in his eyes that. There is recognition and more regret. But what is there to lament about these three disciples of one's own? Tsunade is a descendant of Naruto and has the bloodline of the Senju clan. Orochimaru is a genius ninja, having received his true heritage. And Jiraiya even had his own miraculous encounter with a contract with Myuki Mountain. How do you think? All three of them have a promising future. And it is understandable that they feel and recognize. But how about it shouldn't be lamented? Boss, I'll have the assorted ramen. And the bill's on Jiraiya. The idiot. It took a beating and a final blackmail of Jiraiya's face for Tsunade to become much more subdued. And Sarutobi Hinata put down his menu. I'll have the tonkatsu ramen. Then, boss, I'll have the usual. Flaming chow mein please. Boss, I want the signature ramen. Okay, a few people wait a moment. The noodles will be ready soon. Tetsuya answered. Following the normal process, Tetsuya quickly made the ramen that the four of them ordered. Guys, the noodles are ready. They're a little hot right out of the pot. So eat slowly. Thanks, boss. So, I'm on. It's on. Asterisk 3. The three of them, Jiraiya, had been familiar with Tetsuya's ramen for a long time, so they didn't rush to move their chopsticks. Instead, he looked to Sarutobi. Sarutobi picked up his chopsticks and picked at the noodles, watching the noodle soup, still glistening in the daylight, swirl in the bowl. The scent spread as he moved. He couldn't help but gulp as well. And without further hesitation, he simply took a large bite. The strong noodles break off in your mouth. The broth overflows, and the flavor of the noodles and the broth explode at the same time. That's really good. No wonder your business is so good. Boss Chiba. The flavor. Definitely the best ramen I've ever had. Sarutobi Hizuru, who had tasted the ramen, also opened his mouth to praise it without mincing words. Sarutobi-sama is flattered. Tetsuya smiled coyly, and underneath the smile was more caution and wariness. Knowing that the Sarutobi was definitely not as simple as coming to eat ramen. The last time this young shinobu came to his store for ramen, the reaction was a bit strange. Could it be that, after having gone to war and killed someone himself, certain temperaments or traits changed that made them take notice? Boss Chiba, your Chiba family, back in the day, was also a follower of Lord Chibiusa, right? Here we go. Here we go. Tetsuya knew that Sarutobi's interrogation had begun. However, his expression remained bland. Yes, back in the day, our Chiba family was also a subsidiary family of the Chiba clan, the one who came to Konoha after Lord Chibiusa. The two of them had a little chat. The conversation was all about the Chiba family following the first Naruto, Senjuma, and then fighting for Kiba back in the day. In fact, anyone with a bit of ninja common sense could see that Sarutobi Hizuru was interrogating Tetsuya. See if he's an undercover agent for someone else's disguise and disguise into Konoha by asking questions about trivial things from the past. After all, even if you gather intelligence in great detail, there will still be places where mistakes are made. But Tetsuya inherited the original's memories perfectly. To be precise, the original body and him were the same person. And naturally there would be no breakage in the face of these problems. After a long conversation, Sarutobi finished his noodles. At the same time he had an answer in his mind that Chiba was fine with that. As for the three disciples of his own who had said earlier that there was something abnormal about the boss, it was probably the aftermath of the war. After all, the war had only just ended, and a number of people in the village had had a change of heart. It can't be avoided. It looks like I'll have to go back and have a chat with my teacher about how to do a good job of post-war pacification. But that said, the teacher's body. Hey, I wonder how long the teacher can hold out. But if sensei couldn't hold out, could he be a good Naruto himself? Shaking his head, now was not the time to think about that. Sensei was still around, and his own task as a disciple and Naruto guard was now to assist him. Boss Chiba, I heard that you've cultivated chakra as well? Sarutobi Hinata suddenly changed the subject. Tetsuya nodded. Yes, I only managed to cultivate chakra the moment I first opened my store before. It's a pity that I'm so stupidly gifted that I haven't made much progress up to now. That's right, it's okay, hard work makes up for hard work, Sarutobi said with a smile. So do you want to be a ninja? To say I don't want to is an absolute lie. Tetsuya smiled awkwardly. But I'm well aware that even if someone like me becomes a ninja, I'll only drag my companions down. It would be better to keep the store and see the ninjas returning from their missions every day with a bowl of ramen in their hearts. I would have been content. Life is all about acting. Tetsuya's acting skills are slowly being honed. 2. That show's got absolutely no showmanship in it. Chapter 20, The Teacher and the Apprentice. Sarutobi Hinata left with the future Sannin. After Sarutobi confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Tetsuya, and that the changes that had occurred before, probably due to the aftermath of the war. After confirming that Tetsuya was fine, Sanju was still happy. After all, they loved Chiba Ramen Shop. After a grueling day of practice, it was nice to be able to eat a steaming bowl of. Even the fatigue from a full day of hard work can be relieved with the help of delicious ramen. Alright, all three of you go and practice. Coming to the road, Sarutobi Hinata looked at his three disciples and explained. You've done well for yourselves. As ninjas, always be alert to everyone around you, so that we can ensure the safety of ourselves and our village. In the future, when you come across someone you can't identify, remember to do the same as you did this time. Don't be impulsive and come to me first. Understand? Understood, Sarutobi-sensei. Asterisk 3. Well, that's it then. I'm going back to the Naruto building. Naruto-sama has given me a task to do. I haven't taken care of it all yet. Sarutobi Hinata waved his hand towards his disciples before turning towards the Naruto building. The more Sanyasu walked towards the training ground. On the way, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Since we misunderstood Boss Chiba, so do we want this chance to apologize? Apologize? Jiraiya scratched his head. I don't think there's any need for that. I guess. It's not like we're causing Boss Chiba any trouble. We even dragged Sarutobi-sensei to eat ramen. And speaking of which, we helped the owner solicit customers. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, then looked to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you think? Jiraiya looked to Orochimaru as well, waiting for his answer. I think it would be better to go and talk to the boss. Sometime. After all, what Sarutobi-sensei said today did seem a bit interrogative. It's fine if Boss Chiba doesn't think that way. If he does, I'm afraid I don't need to guess that we suspected him first, and I'm afraid that our relationship with Boss Chiba won't be the same as it is now. Orochimaru is right. So, we'll take some other time to talk to Boss Chiba. Apologize. Looking at both of his teammates, Jiraiya had no choice but to follow the majority. But he didn't think much of it. It was just an apology, and he'd been able to bend and bend since he'd been an adult. It's natural to admit when you've made a mistake. Chiba Ramen Shop. After sending off Sarutobi Hinata's master and disciples, Tetsuya returned to his kitchen. It looks like the last time Junior Shinobu came over for noodles he noticed some detailed changes in himself. So suspicions arose, but they couldn't pinpoint it themselves, which is why they called in Sarutobi Hinata. But it looks like Sarutobi didn't see anything wrong with it either. Tetsuya nodded his head in satisfaction. I'm sure his acting skills still need to improve. I can't believe Junior Shinobu saw it coming. Or maybe it had to be said that it was worthy of being a Kojisen Shinobu? Perception was cautious and sharp enough. It's just a matter of leaving Konoha and the Land of Fire in the future anyway. Anyway, he's immortal. If anything goes wrong, he wants to leave. And there's not much that can keep itself. When the time comes, it's just a matter of leaving Konoha and leaving the Fire Country one step ahead of schedule. Thinking about it, Tetsuya continued to work on the instant noodles. Which, after all, but it's about your future money-making plans. Naruto building. Sarutobi Hinata headed to the Naruto's office as soon as he returned. With a visibly pale face and an aura that had clearly aged a lot, Chibiusa sat at his desk. It's Monkey, what can I do for you? Seeing that it was Sarutobi who knocked on the door, Chibiusa immediately opened his mouth to ask what he wanted. Teacher, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. It's related to the pacification of the villagers after the war. Sarutobi didn't have anything to hide in front of Chibiusa, either. Straight away, he said what he had done earlier at the ramen store, and some of his own ideas about appeasing people's livelihoods. After hearing those words spoken by Sarutobi, Chibiusa nodded. Monkey, you have a good idea. So let's do what you want. The position of Naruto. Eventually I'll have to pass it on to you. Hearing those words, Sarutobi Hinata's heart was both shocked and delighted. It looks like this position of the third Naruto is still his own, after all. And this time it's not like before. This time, with Chibiusa at the helm of Konoha, then passing the Naruto position to himself in front of the many clan heads, he'd see who else dared to object this time. Immediately after that he heard Chikara say with some emotion, "I know something about that Chiba boss you were talking about earlier. Back then, they, the Chiba family, were also one of the first few families to follow our Chikan family." Chibiusa spoke of the past. The Chiba family's history of following the Chitos family goes back to the Warring States period. The Chiba family had been a vassal of their Chiba family long before his older brother, Chibiusa, and Uchiha-zan had become famous. Unlike the other clans that chose to follow and submit because they feared the power of the Senjuga. As the most loyal vassal of the Chiba family always stood behind the Chiba family during the Warring States period. But this has led to the Chiba family being held in contempt by many clans. After all, if some of the smaller clans aren't a match for Chiba, aren't they still a match for you, Chiba? Then later, the Chiba family suffered a joint attack by several smaller clans, and ended up losing a lot of money. The elites were almost all beaten up, but the Chiba family never regretted it. Later, his elder brother became the head of the Senju clan, negotiated peace with the Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha-zan, and together they founded Konoha. Chiba's family followed him to Kiba, but at that time, there wasn't much of the Chiba family left, not even a few ninjas. The Chiba family, which used to be a small and prestigious family in the Warring States period, fell into disrepute. As things stood, to Chiba's somewhat unexpected surprise, there was only one sole member of the Chiba family left, or a Chiba Tetsuya whose cultivation qualifications are extremely wasted. But after hearing Sarutobi say that Tetsuya Chiba had opened a ramen store, Chibiusa thought that was fine. If you're not a ninja, you don't have to do quests, you don't have to go to war, you don't have to live your life by the sword, just live peacefully in Kiba, and let the Chiba family carry on the legacy. It was also a way of not letting the family that had been loyal to their Chikutan completely disappear into history. Monkey, take care of the Chiba family's boys for me from now on. I know, teacher. Ahem. Suddenly Chibiusa coughed violently. Are you okay, teacher? Sarutobi looked worriedly to Chikage, who waved his hand. It's fine. I know how my body is. Monkey, I've resolved to hand over the next Naruto position to you. Then you must also assume the responsibility. The next words I'm going to say, out of my mouth, into your ears. You are not to tell a third person until you step down as Naruto. Understood? Seeing how serious Chibiusa was, Sarutobi tensed up as well. But he nodded anyway. Don't worry, teacher. I swear I'll never tell anyone. So if there's anything, you can tell me. Chapter 21, The Uchiha clan is a sword. You have to grasp the right balance of holding the sword, Caspian said as he stood up and patted Sarutobi on the shoulder. Monkey, do you know how I was able to come back alive from the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Because you, teacher, are superbly strong, and Golden Horn and Silver Horn are not your match. Do you believe yourself when you say this? If I really have extraordinary strength, would it have been necessary then to let you go first and me stay behind to break the back? Sarutobi closed his mouth and stopped talking. In fact, from the very beginning of the day that Kagemusha had returned to Konoha alive, they had been speculating about what had happened then. After all, if the teacher could really win a solid victory over the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, then it wasn't like that at the time. However, after all, Kajikawa was their teacher. And even more so, the village's second-generation shadow. Caspian hadn't volunteered to tell them what was going on, and none of them had dared to ask. So teacher, what happened? Casey took a deep breath. Monkey, when I was about to be surrounded by people, I ran into one. A person? Could it be reinforcements from the village? No, it's unlikely. Or maybe, is it one of Cloud Shadow's men? To the answers Sarutobi Hizura guessed, Kajikawa denied all of them. It's a deceased friend of mine, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Sarutobi Hinata's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. How can it be teacher? Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of that Uchiha Zebra. But, isn't he dead? Yes, Izuna is long dead, killed by me before the village was established. Casey's eyes were in a bit of a trance. However, he did appear at that time, and helped me defeat Cloud Shadow, killed the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and even a few of the six-path treasures in the hands of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were taken away by Izuna. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it possible for someone who has died to come back to life? The Castellan was also a bit confused. Yes, how can someone who has died be truly resurrected? But Izuna just showed up then. Sensei, could it be someone disguised as Izuna? Sarutobi Hinata offered his guess. I've wondered before if it could be someone in disguise, But monkey, I ask you, have you seen Izuna? Sarutobi shook his head in the face of Casey's question. Do you know Izuna? Sarutobi still shook his head. Do you think that, other than the already dead Uchiha Zebra, there is anyone who knows Izuna better than I do? I don't think so. Yeah, there shouldn't be any. As old rivals in their own right, Kakuma and Izuna have arguably been battling it out for years. He could pat himself on the back and say that he, Senjuga, knew Izuna better than he, Uchiha Izuna, himself. But that's how he knew Izuna, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. If I had to say, Izuna's strength seems to have gotten weaker. The only ninjutsu he used was Naruto, and his sharpening will eyes were only 3 hooks. But all of this can be attributed to the fact that Izuna has just been resurrected and has not fully recovered her strength. There's one more thing that proves that person is Izuna. That's when he left the flying Raijin mark on Izuna's body. After Izuna left, though, his perception of the flying thunder god seal disappeared. Obviously the other party knew about his hand and had been on guard for a long time. How could an ordinary person possibly notice the flying thunder god mark that he left behind? It was only the resurrected Izuna who could possibly be on the defensive. After all, he had been killed by himself the last time. Monkey, I'm telling you this because I want you to know that if I ever die, you will watch over the Uchiha clan. Sensei, Chibiusa said as he looked out the window. If I die one day, then the next Naruto will be you. When the time comes, I hope you won't push the Uchiha clan too hard. The Uchiha clan is a sword, and you have to master holding it. If pushed too hard, the knife would most likely injure itself. And, Uchiha Izuna won't know when he'll be back. And I'm afraid that at that time, you won't be a match for him. Kajimura was a little too scared to think about how terrifying a restored Izuna would be. With a near-immortal body that, kaleidoscope Sharingan, 6 paths of blades, plus a handful of amazing sealing techniques. Even if we let him recover to his peak strength now, he wasn't sure he could kill Izuna again. Sarutobi Hinata also understood what his teacher meant. He was afraid that he would push the Uchiha clan too far and thus come into conflict with the village. If it was just the current Uchiha clan, that would be insufficient. But if the Uchiha clan had an Uchiha Izuna leader, then Konoha will have to face up to it. Back in the Warring States period, the Uchiha who made the major Shinobi clan scared. Well, you go down. And remember, the words of today must not be known to a third person. I understand, teacher. Sarutobi Hinata nodded and bowed and left. However, what Caspian didn't expect at all was that the Uchiha Izuna he was worried about was now cooking noodles at the ramen store. 2 more days passed, and Tetsuya fretted a bit as he looked at his income, which basically hadn't increased much. It looks like the development of cup noodles is going to have to pick up the pace a bit. Sitting on his bed, Tetsuya put the money away and stretched, intending to practice his senjutsu for a while before going to sleep. Hey, my dear lord, I think I hear you sighing? Did you run into any trouble? Tetsuya's eyelids fluttered. Why are you showing up of your own accord today, you profitless dog? How can you say that to me, master? I'm also thinking of you. Are you confused by the fact that there is no better way to get money? What? Do you have a solution? Tetsuya sat on his bed with one hand on his cheek looking at the virtual Erha in front of him. Have you forgotten how you learned how to make ramen? Hearing that, Tetsuya's eyes lit up. Yeah, the ramen craft was pumped out before. So isn't it possible to pump out other money-making techniques? Congratulations master, you got it right. And yes dog, I wanted to remind you of this. Tetsuya clapped his hands together. Right. So I studied it for nothing before. It doesn't really count. At least you're having quite a bit of fun exploring the unknown, master, aren't you? That's right too. Well, cut the crap and draw a card. Tetsuya no longer hesitates. Took out the savings he had accumulated in the meantime to start his dog betting journey. Early the next morning, the somewhat tired Tetsuya returned to his store. Looking at his empty wallet, he just wanted to raise the sky and let out a roar. I can go to your horse next door. Dog system. I'm a passionate horse. Money back. This dog system has drained all of Tetsuya's savings these days. Pumped out a bunch of useless stuff and finally bailed out and gave him a process for making instant cup noodles. He seriously suspected that the dog was after the money he had left in his pocket. Chapter 22, Instant Cup Noodles. So, you called me over to show me this thing? The white-haired, dead-eyed Sakuya crouched in front of the table, staring at the white cup in front of him along with Tetsuya. The top of the cup has a lid that seals it. What do you know? Let me tell you, this is definitely the greatest invention I've made since the founding of Kiba. You're just blowing it off. The greatest invention of all time? Just this one cup? Speak big without fear of flashing your tongue. Sakuya bristled. He didn't believe it would be some greatest invention. What? You don't believe it? The point isn't the cup. It's what's inside the cup that I'm going to show you, said Tetsuya as he uncapped the cup and Sakuya came forward to take a look. He realized that it was actually a piece of pasty. Not just a piece of pasty, what is there to blow? Immediately afterward, Tetsuya poured the hot water prepared in advance inside the cup as Sakuya watched. Then the lid was recovered. Sakuya just looked at Tetsuya. He wanted to see what the hell this guy sub was up to. It wasn't long before he smelled a familiar scent. It's the flavor of the signature tonkatsu ramen. Hey, just watch. When the time was up, Tetsuya opened the lid and stirred the cup noodles with his chopsticks. Then he handed the noodle to Sakuya. Dang, Chiba brand instant cup noodles. This is ramen? Sakuya looked at the cup of ramen with some surprise. The pasta that was inside the cup just a moment ago has actually turned into ramen now. Come on, taste it. Try how it tastes. You're not charged for this cup. At Tetsuya's urging, Sakuya picked up his chopsticks and savored it. The first bite felt good, as if it wasn't much more than what you would normally eat at the store. After a few more bites, though, he realized that something still didn't seem quite right. A cup of noodles is not a large amount, probably about the same amount as a medium bowl of ramen at the store. The flavor is slightly worse on that, but it's not particularly bad, and the key point is that it's handy for him. Soak it in boiling water and wait for a while to be able to eat it. It's still easy to carry with this cup in place. Imagine being out on a mission later on. There would be no need to nibble on dry, compressed food or flavorless soldiers' food pills. Well, how does it feel? The flavor is okay, but it's still a little less flavorful than the coming noodles in the store. Gee, that's a given. Ramen is something that naturally has to be served hot. It's only good fresh out of the pan, Tetsuya added with a smile. But well, this instant cup noodle is all about convenience. You can eat it with hot water, or you can eat it without hot water. But, well, you know, it definitely tastes worse dry. With this, in the future, you'll be able to eat delicious ramen when you're out on a mission from now on. Sakuya smiled. I didn't realize that. At the time, I casually mentioned that. It's pretty hard for you to actually come up with ramen that can be eaten outside. Aiya, it's not made especially for you. I don't want to earn more, said Tetsuya as he laughed. And he wasn't lying at all about that. The whole point of getting this thing from the beginning was to run for money. Good. You do make money with that idea. I think there would be quite a few ninjas who would be more than happy to take a cup of noodles with them when they go out on a mission. Yeah, I think so. I called you here today to hear how you feel about it. Let's see if there's anything that needs to be improved. And if there's nothing wrong, I'm going to start mass production. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Sakuya also thought hard. I don't think there's much left. If hard to say, is that the only way to find one flavor? I guess it's easy to get bored if you eat that one flavor alone. There's no other way to do this for now. And that's the only classic flavor I've worked out so far, but there will definitely be a wider variety of new flavors in the future. I don't have any questions then. Good. Then I'll prepare for mass production. And then, when the first batch comes out, and I'm going to have to ask you to help me spread the word. No problem. With Sakuya's approval, Tetsuya officially started the production of cup noodles. What? Where did he get the production tools for his cup noodle, you ask? The dog system pumped it out. Of course. This guy was using the cup noodle making process as bait while he kept upping the ante. Finally drained his wallet. Now it's time to make money back. He used his jutsu to dig up a factory underneath the ramen store. All the machines that produce cup noodles are placed underneath. The dog system produces a machine that can directly seal its own chakra in the machine as an energy source. The machine starts and a steady stream of cup noodles is produced. Chiba cup noodles is officially on sale. Chiba ramen is extremely popular amongst the ninjas of Konoha alone. Coupled with Sakuya Flagstaff's help in publicizing the event, the first batch of cup noodles sold out straight away. It's not just ninjas who come to buy. There were also quite a few interested Kiba villagers who came to join in on the fun. After all, it was the first time they sold it and Tetsuya had not marked up the price too high. Boss Chiba, Master Jiraiya is here. Do you still have that cup noodle? Jiraiya, who had ended a grueling day of practice, staggered over. It's Jiraiya. I'm sorry you're so late. It was sold out by noon. Ah. It's sold out. Jiraiya looked dismayed. He had originally heard that it was Boss Chiba who had come up with a ramen that could be eaten with hot water, and he had come back in a hurry after finishing his practice. After all, he was practicing in the Myriad Wood Mountain, and he only had bugs to eat every day. That's going to be hard on Jiraiya. He had thought that when the time came, he could buy a little more cup noodles for himself to eat when he went to Myogi Mountain to practice. That way you don't have to eat the bugs. I didn't realize I was so late. Is he or she destined to eat those disgusting bugs? So boss, are you able to tell me how you make those cup noodles? Idiot Jiraiya. How can you just pry into people's trade secrets? Another familiar voice rang out as Tsunade walked into the store and just punched Jiraiya in the head. Tsunade, why are you hitting me? Because you're stupid. Don't talk about Jiraiya like that. After all, he's been a dud since school. Orochimaru followed Tsunade into the middle of the store. Orochimaru and Tsunade are here too. Are you guys here to buy cup noodles too? Orochimaru shook his head. No, I'm here for the noodles. I'm here for the noodles, too, and I'm packing one back for my second grandpa to try. My second grandfather said earlier that he wanted to try your family's cum noodles, but he's just too busy with work to get away. Ah, you want to eat my ramen? Nichijime-sama. I'm honored. Then, you guys wait a minute, I'll get right on it. Chapter 23 You whole get me out of a high trick. As night falls, in a ninja world where nighttime entertainment is minimal, the streets had long since been devoid of pedestrians, with only ninjas on routine patrol remaining. Families also turned out their lights early and rested, and the only entertainment left was making little people. And in Naruto's office, Naruto Kasumi, the second generation, is reviewing documents. After all, the entire Shinobi village had to be handed over to him as Naruto in matters both large and small. Before he falls, he hopes to contribute more to the village. Unfortunately, not everyone can understand him. How many eyes are on him, glaring at the division of power from his hands after his death? Second grandpa. A brittle voice rang out and Tsunade pushed open the door to Naruto's office carrying a food box. Oh, it's Tsuna. Why did you come to me instead of going to rest? Wasn't it second grandpa who said you wanted to try the Chiba family's ramen too? I'm here to deliver ramen to second grandpa. Serving me ramen? Ha ha. Hearing that Tsunade was actually concerned about herself, Kasuya smiled. Our little Tsunade's gotten the hang of things, too. She knows she cares about her second grandpa. I just casually mentioned earlier that I wanted to try his ramen, and I didn't think you'd actually bring it to me. As a junior, it's not proper to care about your elders. Second grandpa, come eat while it's hot. Tsunade placed the food box on Chikara's desk. His ramen is so good. I just went to deliver it to my grandma. Grandma loved his ramen too. Oh, did you bring one for your sister-in-law too? Still really grown up. Tsunade sat obediently beside Kajikawa. It's okay, I actually only bought one at the time, and one from Mr. Chiba's boss. He heard me say I was going to bring it to second grandpa to try, and he gave me a special discount, buy one get one free, and said he'd give it to me to bring one to grandma as well. Kajikawa opened the food box and the aroma of ramen instantly filled the middle of Naruto's office. Caspian nodded approvingly. The junior of the Chiba family has a heart. It looks like he's still hung up on our Chiba clan. The Chiba family? Is that Boss Chiba's family? Tsunade came to be interested in the Chiba family, knowing that her own Chiba clan was a great clan in the village. There were quite a few human races that had been their vassals, but the Chiba clan, she really didn't have much of an impression. Well, the Chiba family, he's the only one left. Ugh, is that so? Second grandpa, are you able to tell me about the Chiba family? How did they get to be the only one left? Speaking of which, it's still us, Chiba, who can't do right by them. Chiba. Kajikawa also let out a sigh of emotion and told Tsunade about the past. After hearing about the Chiba family, Tsunade was also very surprised. The entire Chiba family of ninja, all sacrificed for us, the Chiba, and for the village. Only Boss Chiba, a man with no ninja talent, is left to survive. And the former trash has become the only scent of the Chiba family. Yes, the Chiba family, all of them are good, including the current Chiba boy. With that, Casey took a taste of the ramen. It tasted unexpectedly good. It was packed out. Though, the noodles have been soaking inside the soup for a long time, yet they are still unexpectedly strong. The noodles absorbed the flavor of the broth and instead the aroma became more intense. The side dishes were also handled just right, not stealing the main tone of the ramen and adding a lot of color to it. Not bad. This Chiba family boy does have real skills. Just this craftsmanship. I'm sure he'll be able to live a rich life inside the village. That's right. Second grandpa. Boss Chiba's business is absolutely unique within the village, and he's also worked out instant ramen, which can be conveniently eaten with hot water. Oh, is that so? When he heard about this instant ramen thing, Casey thought about it for a moment. His first thought was whether it could be used for ninja missions. When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make much sense. Just a few patrols that seem to work, able to give ninjas a bite of hot food when a fire is inconvenient. However, for some people who don't like to cook over a fire, or who don't know how to cook, this is indeed a good choice. Naruto, hooray for instant ramen. Tsunade told Kagemusha about instant ramen. Then it went on from instant ramen to the idiot Zippy, and then on to their training and beyond. The grandparents and grandchildren just talked about everything. On the other hand, Tetsuya Chiba's home. Tetsuya sat on the bed and was just about to meditate on communicating the energies of heaven and earth to cultivate the immortal arts. Dear master, have you missed me in the past few days? Seeing the dog system that had jumped out at him, Tetsuya couldn't help but sneer. Oh, miss you. Of course I miss you. I simply miss you. Why don't you go to hell? You had the nerve to show up after screwing me out of my home last time and giving me a bunch of messy, meaningless stuff. Oh, please don't be angry. My dear lord, how could I have screwed you? It's just that you've had a little bit of bad luck, okay? I can go to hell with you. I've had bad luck even. But a cup noodle production facility that. Why the hell did you split him into 5 for me? Why don't you smoke ninja pieces? Why don't you break this machine into 40 pieces? Even 100 pieces to get another high-trick card pool out for me to draw. Is that a production facility? That's a production line I've prepared for you, my dear lord. From the production of cups and mugs, and then to the final package. It's not a one-stop shop. So understand, it's hard for me too. If he hadn't been unable to hit this dog, Tetsuya would have really wanted to strangle this guy. I can't help it. This dog is just so, especially with that two-haired face. I really just want to hang him and smoke him. What do you want to do this time out? I can tell you this. I don't have any plans to draw cards for a while now. What's available is already enough for me to digest for a while. You're my host. You're my dearly beloved. It's my most respected master. Can't I come out to see you? Oh, blow, keep blowing. Even if you blow out flowers today. And I'm not going to fill up the raffle. Tetsuya has basically seen the piss out of this guy. And as long as he's got some spare cash on his hands, then the guy will jump in and fool himself with all sorts of sweepstakes. Then milk his hands dry and finally pat himself on the back. How can you think of me like that, Tatsuko? Am I that kind of person? You're not a human being. You're a dog. Or the most unreliable Erha. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you want to do? What's that? It's like this, master. Didn't you want to resurrect someone else before? I have a special reward for you. Said an interface that was highly similar to the Naruto handbook's high move interface appeared in front of his eyes. What do you think of this? No, you really pulled off the whole hijinks thing. Chapter 24, The Fall of the Second Naruto Kagemusha. Tetsuya was very depressed. He felt like he had been screwed over by the dog system again. The dog system drains all the money from itself. Say what you will. You have to draw 100 draws to trigger the high trick feature. Finished 100 draws down and only gave 20 pieces of Azuna. If you want to revive Azuna, you have to gather 100 pieces. System, you're a real dog. 100 draws down to 20 slices. Purely guaranteed. You give me back my hard-earned money. Aha! Master, open your mind a little. Money is something outside of the body. As long as you go and earn it, he would always be there. For the master with the immortal body of the evil god, time is meaningless. And wanting to save money. Isn't this a breeze? Though Tetsu also understood that the dog system was right. That for himself, time had no meaning. Accordingly, the money that can be earned just by taking the time is meaningless. It's just a matter of sooner or later. But he still felt bad about it. I've managed to save some money myself by selling ramen and cup noodles. Another pit stop by the dog system. Ugh. Moody. With an extremely unhappy mood, Tetsuya opened his doors for business as usual. The rest of the day seemed to calm down. Every day, the same life repeats itself. Watching the customers come and go inside the ramen store. The 3 Jiraiya come in for noodles once in a while. Tsunade did come by every once in a while to bring a ramen back to Kagemusha and Nido. This also caused Tetsuya and Tsunade to become more and more acquainted. Every time he sees Tsunade, Tetsuya gets emotional. I can't imagine that the current Princess Rubberneck will become the famous boobs plus in the ninja world in the future. So it's really unexpected. Orochimaru comes by often, too. Every time he comes by, he asks if there's any new products. Orochimaru was always interested in the new products introduced by Chiba Ramen Shop, day by day, until this day. In the middle of Naruto's office, Caspian handled the official paperwork, when suddenly he felt as if his vision was blurring a bit. What's wrong with me? Casanova put down the pen in his hand, and he looked out the window, which blurred. Suddenly it dawned on him that his time had come, and it was time for his soul to return to the Pure Land. Inaccurately, he should have returned to the net long ago. Had he not been then? Is it time? Caspian struggled to get to the window. He looked out, but unfortunately it was a blur. Izuna, I still haven't been able to witness the moment you return to the village. Let's hope that when the time comes for you to return, you won't do anything to the village. If I were to learn that you made a move against the village after my death, then I won't let you go even if I crawl out of the Pure Land, said the man as he felt his body grow weaker and weaker. Is that the end of it? But I haven't done more for the village yet. I can't go down like this yet. At least. Caspian forced himself to take his last breath and cast a secret spell. The blurring of the scene in front of me once again regained its clarity. Someone, notify Monkey and the others, as well as the patriarchs of the great clans to come over. Yes, Naruto's exclusive dark side immediately began to move. It was a day of mourning for the entire village of Kiba. The second generation has returned to the Pure Land. This second generation Naruto was looking out for the village to the very end. Before he collapsed, he summoned the chiefs of the village's major ninja clans and the village's top brass too. The third Naruto was appointed in front of everyone. And this third Naruto was his disciple Sarutobi Hinata. The reason he did this was to prevent a situation like the one before. Avoid disputes within the village over the Naruto position, which could tear the village apart. Designated as the third Naruto, Hinata was in no hurry to succeed to the Naruto position. Instead, a funeral was held for his teacher, the village's previous Naruto. As if to set off this rising wind at his back, the day of the funeral it rained from the sky. The crowd stood in silence at the grave of the second Naruto, a Naruto who worked diligently for Konoha, dedicating his life. He didn't even leave behind a single descendant. Tsunade stood beside her teacher in grief, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at the tombstone. Today he lost another loved one who loved her. A group of senior officers did not stay long, and left after coming up to mourn. After all, Kiba had a lot of things waiting for them to take care of. And after the executives and the representatives of the major ninja clans had left the villagers of Kiba village spontaneously came forward to say goodbye. Tetsuya blended in at the very back of the crowd, and waited until the crowd had all left. It was only then that he came to Casey's tombstone and looked at the name engraved on it. Tetsuya brought out a bowl of ramen from the middle of the food box and placed it in front of the already tapped tombstone. The flavor Tsunade had told him was Caspian's favorite. Alas, I had thought to have saved you from the golden horn and the silver horn. You'll be able to change the trajectory of your destiny. I didn't think, that you'd leave. Tetsuya shook his head rather emotionally, and it looked as if, at that time, Kagemusha had long since drained himself of his potential, and to be able to hold out for so long was considered impressive. Why are you so sad, Master? Death is bull asterisk 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 to you, Master. Hearing Erha's figure, Tetsuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Which eye do you see me grieving? It's the two eyes in front that. Or is it the eyes in the back? I'm just a little emotional. There is no need to be emotional, Master. For you can totally bring him back to life again, as long as the money is there, everything is fine. Tetsuya had a black line when he heard that. What do you mean? You can't tell me that Azuna's high trick behind the scenes is Kagemusha? Congratulations, Master. You got it right. Of course, if you want to, I could also set you up with something else on the back, like how about Pillar? Or maybe Azura? Indra? Ashuwake? I can't resurrect Uchiha Zebra because he's not dead yet, but when he dies, I can immediately put you on it. Master, you can shut up. Tetsuya rolled his eyes and turned away. He was really thinking about reviving Kagemusha to let him and Azuna come along and work for him. Though, well, the two of them would be fun to watch together. What do you say? Will they listen to themselves? Don't be ridiculous. Wait till you resurrect them. That's all, who knows how long from now. At that point, not to mention how many goodies you'll be able to draw. Just the point of the yellow-skinned grave senjutsu. I'm afraid I'm already among the first echelon of the ninja world. And strength determines everything. Not to mention the fact that Erha had told him from the beginning that the person he had resurrected out of no matter how powerful he was in front of him, he couldn't hurt himself. And that alone was enough. Chapter 25, Tetsuya's Dream, making the name of Chiba famous in the ninja world. Kiba, the third generation, came to power. And there were no sweeping reforms. Nor is there any rush to introduce any new deal. Instead, he led Kiba in the way he was supposed to. Minimize the negative impact of the passing of the second Naruto. Let's just say that Kiba is lucky. When the war first ended, Naruto Ninomiya was still. The village didn't fluctuate like other shinobi villages due to the change of shadows. And just because there was a reprieve for the village after the war with the second generation Naruto, it was a lot easier after the Sandaime Shinobu of this than the Sandaime shadows of other villages. Naruto's office. Looking at the documents on the table, Sarutobi Hinata was full of sorrow, rubbing his brow, and, from inside the drawer, he took out his pipe and lit it. Taking a few sharp puffs, the smoke filled the Naruto's office, and under the effect of the nicotine, that was what caused his furrowed brow to stretch a few inches. Duck, come in. The door to Naruto's office opened, and someone unexpected to Sarutobi walked in. Boss Chiba? Why are you free to come to my place today? Is there something you need help with? Hello there, Michio. Tetsuya grinned and walked over to stand across from Sarutobi. Geez, don't mention it. Have a seat. The ramen store is closed today? Don't you usually have to guard the store? No, I recruited an apprentice, and now the store has it to help keep an eye on it, coupled with my bilocation guidance. It's fine if I'm there in person or not. Oh, you learned to split? Then the Chiba ramen shop has recruited an apprentice. Sarutobi Hizuru was more interested in Tetsuya learning a doppelganger. Though doppelganger is only one of the 3 most basic ninja jutsu, but it's not easy to learn for someone with little ninja talent. Yeah, hey, learned it, although it took me a lot of time and cost me a lot of money. Spend a lot of money? Yeah, I'm a slow learner, so I paid a couple extra times for ninjas to teach me. It's not like I was thinking that by learning to split, I'd be able to do a little more as well. Ha ha, so it is. Sarutobi Hinata smiled kindly, then asked, so, did you come to see me today about something? Tetsuya nodded squarely. It's like this, Lord Sandame. I think my little store has reached a limit inside the village, so I want to go out into business. You want to go out on business? The land of fire? Or all of Shinobi? For now my goal is still just the fire country. Saying that, Tetsuya's expression suddenly became uplifted. But I'm sure, just give me some time. I'll definitely be able to open Chiba ramen stores all over the Shinobi realm. Even if I don't get to become a ninja, I'll still make the name of our Chiba family famous in the Shinobi world. Looking at Tetsuya's uplifted demeanor, Sarutobi nodded with a smile. He admired Tetsuya's confident look. Yes, it can be a very nice dream, and I do believe you can do it. But the village also allows everyone in the village to go out and do business, so you don't need to come and tell me about such things. Tetsuya smiled and stated his purpose. That what? I'm actually here to post a quest. Oh, posting a quest. Like that. Sarutobi nodded when he heard this. Also took out the task list from inside the drawer on the side of the table. Tell me, how would you like to post a quest? I'll write it up for you. Post it on the task board when the time comes. I'd like to post an escort mission. Escort duty? Yes. I'm going to go around the cities of the Land of Fire and do a little fieldwork first. I'll be able to make good plans for the future of the ramen store once I know enough about the cities in the Land of Fire. In fact, this escort duty is quite redundant. And in these times of, Tetsuya didn't feel he was false to any village ninja. Unless it's the shadow of one of the villages himself. Otherwise it really wasn't something that the average person could deal with on their own. But, Ichimura no Kage had nothing better to do than to come and target himself, a commoner who owns a ramen store. Moreover, even if it was the shadow of a village, Tetsuya was fully confident that he would be able to run away. After all, the speed of the Rado Chakra mode was not something that any cat or dog could touch. However, in the eyes of others, he is now a loser who has barely learned the art of splitting. If it was just one person who dared to travel out of the village, then the pack would have been suspicious. If you're going to do theater, do it for real, do it comprehensively, release the mission, invite a ninja over for protection. Sarutobi Hizuru was very approving of Tetsuya's idea of hiring an escort. Well thought out, worthy of the Chiba boss who was able to open a ramen store to great success. Naruto-sama is flattered. No, I genuinely think that you're very business-minded, Boss Chiba. Saying that, Sarutobi finished writing the mission commission. Well, Boss Chiba, I've written up your mission commission for you. How about counting you in for one of the highest-ranked C-ranked quests? After all, it's only within the Land of Fire, so you shouldn't run into ninjas from other villages. However, you'll need to travel around the fire country for a bit longer, just to the highest specifications. No problem. Well, that's settled then. I'll give you another pass to enter and leave the village. It makes it easier for you to get out of the village and into the village. Thanks a lot, Michio. As expected, the young Sarutobi Hizuru was still quite easy on the eyes. Soon after Tetsuya paid his deposit and left Naruto's office with his things. Before he left, he gave a membership card to Sarutobi Hizuru. Although Hizuru doesn't lack money, but he wants an identity. After all, he was currently the only member in the entire Konoha. Back at his ramen store, Tetsuya couldn't help but be a little curious. I wonder who will take the commission to accompany me around the Land of Fire tomorrow. Seriously, he was kinda looking forward to it. After all this time he had nothing to do. Learned a handful of illusions from Wong Tai Sin. He also wanted to test the waters and see if his illusions would work on the ninja. Well, a C-rank mission. I think there's a guaranteed Nakanabu. It better not be some combination of one upper ninja with 3 lower ninjas. While fantasizing about tomorrow's schedule, he plopped down at the counter and looked at the pedestrians traveling outside the temple. Being able to use his doppelganger brightly, Tetsuya was also idle. However, the business inside his store was average during this time. Instead, cup noodle sales have overtaken ramen. It's got him thinking about not opening up a branch of the selling cup noodles directly to every city in the Land of Fire. The following morning, Tetsuya arrived at the ramen store early. Hands down, I'm going out, and the store will be in your hands, and my doppelganger will stay in the store. If there's anything you don't understand, you ask him. Okay, teacher. Though Tate looks about the same age as Tetsuya, but he still honestly addressed Tetsuya as sensei. Tetsuya was shocked when Teppa wanted to come and learn how to make ramen from himself. I thought the young man in front of me was the future boss of Ichiraku, but it seemed like the timing was off. After making some inquiries he ascertained that the hand hit wasn't Ichiraku, and most likely the father of that legendary Ichiraku. The thought of the future Otanishi Ichiraku having to call himself Master Shifu, Tetsuya immediately agreed to take the other as his disciple. After explaining the hand-to-hand combat precautions, Tetsuya headed to the gate of the Konoha ninja village, and the ninja who had picked up the escort mission had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Boss Chiba, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sakuya? I didn't realize it was you who took the mission. Chapter 26, Out of the Village. The main color of the shinobi world. Seeing that the ninja waiting for him at the entrance of the village was actually this guy, Sakuya Hagi, Tetsuya was a bit surprised, but he was still quite happy. After all, he was an acquaintance, and it would be easier for the two of them to communicate. I really didn't expect that it would be you who took on my commission task. Ha ha, it's a coincidence to say that. I just came out yesterday after turning in my last mission and saw a new batch of missions put up on the mission board. It was then that I thought I'd go and see if there were any more suitable assignments. At a glance, I saw this commission you posted. Sakuya was also a bit surprised and pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize how long it's been. You're just going to open the ramen store somewhere else already. Tetsuya hemmed and hawed. It's nothing, although I do have the idea, and I don't know exactly if I'll open it when the time comes. I understand, and although I don't know how to do business, I've heard from people inside my family that there's a lot to be said for doing business, and you've got the right idea with the field trip first. The Banagi family is a pretty big family in Konoha. Under their banner they naturally had a number of industries which were given to those who were not ninja clansmen to take care of. Although he didn't personally take care of it, Sakuya had learned a few things about it from his clanmates. Well, I don't know much about it. After all, I'm the only one left at home. Let's just say you feel your way through it by feel, said Tetsuya as he patted Sakuya on the shoulder, extending his right hand to him. Then my safety will depend on you for the next long time, so please teach me more next. Sakuya took Tetsuya's right hand. So do I. More guidance, please. Ha ha, come on, let's get going. Tetsuya left Konoha with Sakuya, toward the closest city in the fire country to Kiba. The land of fire is huge, and since it's an expedition, there's a lot to think about. The time consumed on this trip is bound to be no less. Before he left, Tetsuya was also full of anticipation, although he had left Kiba before, but at that time, he was basically roaming above the battlefield. And this was the first time he'd traveled to a town outside of Kiba. Tetsu, the town in the Naruto world, was also curious. After all, even in anime and manga, there are also more storylines centered around the major shinobi villages, and aside from a few specific storyline locations, there isn't much to show for the other towns in the middle of this world. Yet the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the two arrived at the first town, Tetsuya's eyes dropped to the ground as he looked at the dilapidated village in front of him. Sakuya, is this where we first landed? Yeah, what's the problem? Tetsuya looked at the village in front of him and said nothing for half a day. Twisty, muddy roads, low thatched houses. The people who live here are dressed in ways that can no longer be described as plain. If the passing pedestrians had not been communicating in the language, he would have thought for a moment that a group of unenlightened primitives were gathered here. But if you think about it, it's true. The Naruto world is a relatively backward world. No, it's not backward. It should be a world of highly uneven development. What's more, it's only been 20 years since the establishment of the shinobi village system. The first shinobi world war had only ended not long ago. Outside the shinobi village, roving bandits are rampant, and naturally a village without ninja protection is extremely backward. If you want to develop, ask the stragglers if they will agree, and ask the ruling class if they will agree. Sakuya, so the world outside the shinobi village is this broken? Sakuya didn't have much feeling for the scene in front of him. He just said with emotion, actually, most of the shinobi world looks like what we see before us. A site like ours in Kiba is rare enough in this shinobi world, so it's really thanks to Hatsune Makoto-sama that we can have that kind of life. Hatsune is kind-hearted and can't bear to see everyone living a life of upheaval and uncertainty, so he gathered people to build the village that has allowed us to live the life we are living now. Tetsuya said with a frown, but the Hatsune Makoto clearly has the power to change the entire shinobi world. Why? What about the fact that he just founded a village instead of a country with a perfect legal system? Sakuya was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to answer this question. That Hatsune Makoto doesn't have that kind of power? But the Hatsune Makoto, Naruto and Uchiha Spot both did have the power to crush the entire shinobi world at that time. Saying that people outside the village are none of Hatsune Makoto Naruto-sama's business? But you just said yourself that Hatsune Makoto is kind-hearted. Eventually Sakuya just replied, I don't know. I'm just a ninja. I just need to know how to act according to my mission. No need to think too much about it. Tetsuya was silent, and for the first time he was thinking about this world. About this shinobi world. The shinobi world is chaos, exploitation, oppression, pillaging, killing. These words have always existed in all corners of the shinobi world. Don't look at Kiba as if it's thriving, but that's just Kiba. He remembers when he used to read comics. There didn't seem to be much difference between the scenes Jiraiya had seen when he traveled through the shinobi world and what he was seeing now. Sakuya, let's go. Ugh, getting out of here? Well, this really doesn't seem like the right place to set up store. Open a store? Buying things? Ha ha, people here are lucky to barely survive. The two left the area and traveled to the next town. The smile on Tetsuya's face was diminishing as he traveled more and more. It's not that he's having a Madonna attack and can't see others suffer. In Tetsuya's perception, there was never any respect for the destiny of others, never any interference in their lives. What made his smile diminish was that as he saw more and more, he felt that the dominant color of this entire shinobi world was depressing and desperate. He suddenly understood a little why Jiraiya was so obsessed with finding the son of prophecy to find the savior. When one recognizes in a profound way the sadness of a world but cannot change it, how could he not hope for the appearance of the son of prophecy and the savior? Perhaps, such a world can only be changed by a mysterious figure like the son of prophecy, right? But has Naruto really changed the shinobi world? 6 months have rushed by, and the two have come to the end of their field trip. Tetsuya, what's wrong with you? Walking on the road back to Kiba, Sakuya looked at Tetsuya who had a mute face and asked, over the past 6 months, I've noticed that the smile on your face has become less and less. Hearing Sakuya's words, Tetsuya rubbed his face to reveal a smile. It's nothing. It's just that living to this age, the first time I've left the village for so long away from my own home, combined with the long hours of running around made me feel just a little bit tired. It's like this. Ha ha. When we get back to the village, how about the two of us go to the spa and relax and unwind? Sure, no problem. Chapter 27, Ramen. Naruto's office. Duck duck, come in. It's been a long time, Sandaime-sama. Ah, Boss Chiba. Seeing Chiba, who had walked into the office, Sarutobi gave a kind smile. Sassy ignores Garner. With a snort of greeting, Sarutobi Hinata extinguished the smoke inside his pipe and lowered the stem. It's been half a year since I've seen you. How was it? How was this field trip to the land of fire? Tetsuya laughed and shook his head. I'm not going to lie to you, Nishioji, but to be honest this field trip has left me feeling very disappointed. Oh, and if it's convenient, can you tell me a little bit about what's been going on? Alas, nothing really happened. That is, just the world outside the village. It's a little different than what I thought it would be. Seeing Sarutobi's curious expression, Tetsuya was also telling Sarutobi about what he had seen and heard in the past 6 months. Anyway, the feeling I got after this trip out over the walk was that Kiba is really so much better than outside the world beyond the village, except for those few large cities that anywhere else I honestly don't think can be called a town. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Sarutobi Hinata was also quite emotional. Alas, Boss Chiba, what you've actually seen is what this shinobi world really looks like. Lord Sandaime is right. Still, this expedition has paid off. I've identified a few spots that are still viable. Ha ha, yeah, that's good. That's good. I'll wish Boss Chiba a prosperous business in advance. I'm borrowing your advice. Tetsuya smiled and took out his wallet from among his pockets. Without further ado, Sandaime-sama, let me settle the payment for this mission. Seeing the money Sarutobi Hinata narrowed his eyes and smiled. Ha ha, well said. After handing over his payment, Tetsuya left the Naruto building. Chiba Ramen Shop. Tetsuya, who had planned to go straight home and get a good night's sleep, passes by the ramen store and decides to come in and take a look anyway. Welcome. Tate bent down and bowed to welcome the customer who entered the store, and when he looked up his eyes widened in astonishment. Excitedly, he took off his hat. Ah, it's the boss. Boss, you're back. I'm back. Hand fighting has been hard on you these past 6 months. Tetsuya smiled weakly and patted Handy on the shoulder. His doppelganger dissipated as early as the 11th day after he left Konoha. It's safe to say that it's been a handful of months of watching the store. It's not hard work. The boss taught me the trade. I was able to work on my trade while looking after the store for the boss. It's a blessing for me. Tetsuya smiled. That was a good point. Hand fighting was simply the chosen hitter. Right, boss? Just a moment. Handy quickly ran into the counter and then ran out with a ledger. Boss, these are the accounts for the past 6 months. Please also take a look at them. Looking at the ledger held in his hand, it was nearly full. Tetsuya shook his head and pushed the ledger back. No need to look. I trust you. Seeing that Tetsuya believed in himself so much, Tetsuya bowed deeply towards Tetsuya again. Thank you for your trust, boss. Tetsuya smiled. I still like it when you called me teacher when you were studying with me before. Okay, teacher. Tetsuya glanced at the store and said after thinking about it. How about handy? From now on this store will be yours? Sensei? What are you? Don't get me wrong, Tetsuya said as he sat down on the sidelines. I'm going to open a branch in the capital of the Land of Fire. And when it opens, I can't go back and forth both ways when the time comes, can I? Sensei is right. The capital is indeed a bit too far from Kiba. So, I'm going to make you the manager of this store in Kiba. Me? I'll be the store manager. Can I do a good job? Haven't you been doing quite well these past 6 months? Really? Ha ha. Well, don't be too happy. It'll take a while to open a branch. Handy boss. Get me a signature ramen. A familiar figure with a big grin walked into the store. Jiraiya. Ugh. Boss Chiba. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open when he saw Chiba. Yo. Sashi ignored Ghana. Jiraiya. Tetsuya smiled and waved. I haven't seen you in half a year. You've grown taller. It's been a long time. Boss Chiba. I heard that you've been traveling around the Land of Fire for the past half year. Was it fun out there? Jiraiya looked at Tetsuya with curious eyes. Tetsuya thought about it and laughed. Jiraiya. Everyone looks at the world differently. And maybe what I find funny, you don't find it fun. So, whether it's fun out there or not, it's better to wait until you've seen it for yourself. What? I just wanted to ask you how it's really going out there. What's all this talk from Boss Chiba for? Listening to Tetsuya's full mouth, Jiraiya bristled. Looking at Jiraiya, who now looks like this? Tetsuya couldn't help but shake his head as he thought of the future Zetsubu who would be searching all over the world for the Son of Destiny. Never mind. You want a bowl of signature ramen, right? I'll make it for you myself, said Tetsuya as he walked towards the back kitchen. Teacher, it's better if I do it. Taito tries to make ramen for Tetsuya. However, Tetsuya stops Taito. What? You want to take over my job before I even open a branch? No, it's not that. Ha ha, sit down. I haven't made ramen properly in a long time. Let me do it. Seeing this, handyman had to sit down as well. Soon the aroma of ramen wafted from the back kitchen. Soon Tetsuya came out with 2 bowls of ramen, and handed one to Jiraiya. A bowl was handed to Handy to beat. Teacher, I'm this. It's been too long since I've made ramen, and I didn't control the amount, so I made you a bowl too, just in time for you to try it. Let's see if I've regressed in my craft. Tate nodded and picked up his chopsticks. I'm on. There were hands fighting this effort, and Self had already taken several bites. Well, as expected of Boss Chiba, the flavor is still as great as ever. Tetsuya sat and smiled as he watched the two eat their noodles. Jiraiya was moving around a lot, and looked like he hadn't eaten anything serious in quite a while. Presumably, the kid spent a lot of time at Myogi Mountain again. Dun insect cuisine. The hand-typing motion was much slower and more detailed, as if he was carefully savoring the flavor of the ramen. I'm done eating. Jiraiya put down his chopsticks and licked his lips and patted his stomach in satisfaction. I'm done eating too. Thanks for the hospitality. Handspring put down the chopsticks in his hands and said with some emotion. Sure enough, my craftsmanship is still no match for my teacher's, even though I use all the same ingredients. But for some reason, Sensei made ramen that was just more subtle and flavorful than what I did. Maybe that's why teachers are teachers. Tetsuya smiled and patted Tate on the shoulder. What are you talking about? What's it all about? Well, if you've had your fill, let's go back to our homes. It's time to rest. It's time for me to go home. Boss Chiba, Boss Tate, goodbye. Jiraiya waved and left the ramen store. Tetsuya left the closing of the store to Handyman, and went ahead and left himself. Chapter 28 Branch Opening. Chiba Hotel. Time flew by, and another half year had passed, in which half a year had passed. Tetsuya's branch successfully opens in the capital city of the Land of Fire. The day of the opening was quite eventful, too, and Tetsuya directly invited a number of Kiba ninjas to help support the show. The ninja-held ramen store immediately attracted a lot of attention in the capital. Coupled with top-notch ramen craftsmanship, it's safe to say that Chiba Ramen Shop is a hit. Of course, as a traveler, this aspect of the human condition is naturally pulled full circle. On the second day of opening, Tetsuya sent VIP cards for the ramen store to all the major nobles in the capital city, and a top-quality luxury ramen has been introduced that is specifically geared towards these aristocrats. It doesn't always taste anywhere near as good as regular ramen, but none of that matters. What matters is the luxury, the specialness, the expensive price. What's inside these nobles' heads? Well, naturally, it's different. It's special. Originally, he was thinking of publicizing the new store during the period when it first opened. You have to get deals to make a name for yourself, and you're already prepared to lose money. I didn't realize that a couple of aristocrats had come and ordered a wave of deluxe packages and made a direct profit. As night fell, Tetsuya sat inside his house in the capital, counting the large handful of bills in his hand. His eyes turned into the shape of money. Fantastic. It's true that these nobles and stuff are just too rich. If I can't, I'll just go straight to robbing. What else is there to earn? With my current strength, robbing a wave of nobles isn't faster than anything else. However, after just thinking about it, Tetsuya shook his head and gave up on his crazy idea. He can't do that. These nobles are worms that lie on the commoners and suck their blood. If one goes and robs these nobles of their money, then when the time comes, these nobles, in order to get money quickly, it will certainly increase the tax burden of various kinds, and in the end, it is the civilians who will suffer. If you do that, then what's the difference between you and the nobles who suck the blood of ordinary people? It's just one more step to go from oppressing the commoners themselves to using the nobility to oppress the commoners. What does that make you? The Dragon King of Thieves? An aristocrat among aristocrats? Why don't we just kill all these nobles? Kill them all. Or not. This shinobi world itself is in ruins. And if all the nobles are killed off, I'm afraid the Fire Country will be in the middle of a war the next day. Tetsuya sighed. He knew that the nobles between these 5 great nations and those smaller nations were more or less related to each other. If he killed all the nobles of the Fire Country, the other countries would definitely kill the Fire Country in the name of revenge. Then divide up this most fertile land. When the time comes, the war will be raging and the same people will suffer in the end. Tetsuya fell headfirst onto the bed. Oh Juma, why didn't you and Ben change the entire shinobi world in the first place? My dear master, do you want the power to change the shinobi world? Tetsuya, who had been feeling a little emotional, when he heard this voice, what emotional, what compassion, what suffering in the shinobi world all disappeared. All that was left was anger at Erha. What do you want again? You dog? Still want to screw me out of my money? Let me tell you, I've just opened my new store and I'm using money everywhere. Oops, master, money is nothing. Don't you want to change the entire shinobi world? Don't you think it's very fulfilling to transform the shinobi world into what you imagined it to be? Tetsuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Say what you have to say. Say what you have to say. And don't pull the big flag on me here. Oh, my dear master, isn't it easy to get stronger? Draw cards. Roll. No, my dear lord, money is nothing. What are you going to do with it? Is it still possible to make babies? Hey, you're really right. Money really can make money. Eventually, Tetsuya managed to spend a fortune after Erha's soft words. This time, however, he didn't just draw the big spin. He drew ninja shards instead, because Tetsuya knew that if he really wanted to do something in this shinobi world, or change something, it's still not enough to do it alone. Pain is awesome, right? He didn't have to start the Dawn organization. Roka Duban, Kagayaheim is great, isn't she? She's still getting it over. Looking at Uchiha Izuna's 37% fragment collection progress, Tetsuya sighed. Only 37%? There's no rush. I've got plenty of time. Big deal. More waiting. The ramen store is getting a lot of business. With pre-publicity and a little bit of human touch. It made Chiba Ramen Shop famous in the capital. And even some outsiders heard about it. After all, it's frequented by the nobles of the capital. These aristocrats have recruited a lot of popularity for the Chiba Ramen spot. The nobles drove the rich merchants. And the rich merchants drove the rich people out there running the merchants. Rich people in turn spread the fame of the Chiba Ramen shop further afield. Chiba Ramen has become a high luxury brand. Tetsuya seized the opportunity and started expanding his store and getting finishes. The store expanded, and Tetsuya began to buy refined and luxurious food other than ramen. After all, when the cup noodle manufacturing recipe and production machine were first drawn, Tetsuya also drew quite a few other things. Phew, it's still exhausting. Looking at the hotel in front of him, Tetsuya also wiped his sweat. In a year's time, Tetsuya had hardened the ramen store into the Chiba Hotel. Looking at the gilded decor before us, the dignitaries who traveled to and fro, even the hotel attendants wore expensive clothing that ordinary people outside wouldn't dare to think about. Tetsuya could only lament that the world was so damn unfair. The commoners of the shinobi world were still scrounging for food from the ground, while the consumption of a single meal by these famous families and lords of the capital was enough to keep ordinary people alive for a long time. Boss Chiba, you've just been sitting here all morning. Can you call that tired? A young man on the sidelines voiced a question. He gave Tetsuya a somewhat helpless look before shaking his head. Hey, you can't say that. Izuna, just sitting here. I've been working hard too, okay. After all, entertaining those dignitaries, famous families, and whatnot, is a lot of brain power, isn't it? Tetsuya stretched out and leaned back in the plush mahogany seat. After all, if one is not careful, and does not entertain these lords, or if we offend any nobles, then we won't have to keep our hotel open, and our heads might not even be saved. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Head in the sand? Boss Chiba, I'm kinda curious. In this shinobi world, who can put your head on the line? Izuna was a bit helpless. Obviously this pulling himself back to the shinobi world from Johto, the Chiba boss who brought himself back to life, was overly strong, but he has none of the poise that belongs to a strong man, and always looks as if he's tending to the image of the money lover who loves his money. Seriously, if he hadn't fought Boss Chiba no less than 10 times himself, every time he was defeated by the opposite side half a move ahead, he really thought that the person in front of him was just an ordinary hotel owner. Chapter 29, Izuna. Times have changed. Your time has passed. If a man can beat himself no less than 10 times in a row, then that person could be a master, like his brother Uchiha Zebra. But, even his older brother, Uchiha, there's also no guarantee that every time you beat him you're only half a move ahead. But on the contrary, Boss Chiba was able to control the lead to half a move every time then beat himself. If it's once or twice, then you can say it's the luck of the draw. Or maybe he just happened to be that much more powerful than himself. But no less than 10 times in a row, this is a result. So in Izuna's experience, there's only one possibility. That is that Boss Chiba is so much more powerful than he is. So powerful that no matter what he does, he was able to do it all and beat himself within half a move. Boss Chiba, there's one thing I don't understand. Geez, how many times have I told you not to always call me boss? Just call me Tetsuya. Tetsuya waved his hand, looking with some curiosity at the fact that he had spent a great deal of his savings on Izuna, who had managed to resurrect out of the blue with great difficulty. If I hadn't ed Chiba Ramen into the Chiba Hotel, drawing in the rich and powerful to spread their money around, he really isn't sure he'll be able to successfully resurrect Izuna in such a short period of time. What's wrong? What is it you don't understand? Tetsuya, why do you choose to stay here as a merchant when you're so strong? Izuna asked the question in her mind. With your strength, you're perfectly capable of making a career out there. Fight your way out? Tetsuya laughed and shook his head. Izuna, it's been a while since you came back to life. Don't you realize that this shinobi world now is not the same as it was in your time? The warring states are over. It's the age of the ninja villages. Each of the 5 great nations has its own ninja village. Even some of the smaller countries have their own shinobi villages. You go out now and stake out a piece of land for yourselves, as you did in your time. Then there will inevitably be a ninja crusade. He dipped his fingers in the tea as he spoke, and a map of the shinobi world was sketched on the valuable solid wood table. And the daimyo of these great nations are more or less related to each other. Even if you're strong enough to fight against one shinobi village, what about 2? What about 3? Izuna was silent, and he was also thinking about what was the difference between this present time and his own time in the past. Tetsuya smiled as he watched Izuna think seriously. So yeah, times have changed. What did all the big families fight for in the past? It was all about money and resources, wasn't it? Look at me now. I still have money and resources. Right? But Boss Chiba, you're already making a lot of money now, aren't you? Aiya, who can ever have too much of something like money? Besides, I'm not like you guys. Money has a special use for me. You, for example, were resurrected at my expense. Tetsuya asked rhetorically. Don't you want to see your brother come back to life as well? Or perhaps, I can help you resurrect that Caspian guy as well, so you can teach him a good lesson. Resurrect brother. Hearing Tetsuya say that he could resurrect his brother, Uchiha Zebra, Izuna's eyes widened. Of course, it would have been better if Tetsuya hadn't mentioned that obscure name earlier. You really were able to resurrect my brother. Of course, why would I lie to you? Haven't you already died once and come back to life? Izuna was a little excited. Yeah, if she could come back to life, then her brother could come back to life as well. Izuna was happy at the thought of being able to see her brother again. However, with all the excitement he was also a little confused. Tetsuya, if it's convenient, would you be able to tell me how you revived me? With that he glanced at Tetsuya and added immediately. Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's an ability I was born with. And with enough money too, I will be able to do many things that seem impossible to normal people, such as resurrecting people who have died. There's still this kind of blood relay limit in this world? Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan back in the day, he knew that in this shinobi world there existed many special bloodline abilities that relied on bloodline inheritance, but it was the first time he had heard of the ability to gain abilities by consuming money or the ability to resurrect someone who had died. Well, blood is blood, as long as you can understand what it means. As the two chatted, a group of samurai entered the store. When these samurai entered the store, They didn't go straight to the front desk, but lined up around the doorway and the two men walked in quickly, spreading a red carpet on the floor, making such a big scene. Tetsuya immediately realized who was coming, giving Izuna a look that signaled him to go to the back first. He then came to the door himself, only to see a noble young master get down from the carriage outside the door first. Then he saw the young master assisting a woman dressed in a kimono with a flamboyant outfit out of the carriage. This noble young master was full of pleasing intentions. "Yukiko-sama, watch out for the steps." The fine woman known as Mikiko wiggled her sultry waist and stomped down the red carpet into the hotel. "Young Master Nakamura has come to visit. I truly feel honored." Seeing the two of them walk into the hotel, Tetsuya, the owner, also greeted them personally. Nakamura smiled back and said, "Hello, Mr. Chiba, I'm sorry to bother you. This is Ms. Mikiko, the new flower girl of Hanamichi, and I've paid a fortune to have Ms. Mikiko dine with me. The first thing I thought of was Boss Chiba here, so I'd like to ask Boss Chiba to help me make some good arrangements. Aiya, this is the newly elected Miss Flower Leader." "Ah. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Since the two of you have come to my place, I'm sure I'll be able to treat you both well," said Tetsuya as he scrutinized the flower girl out of the corner of his eye for a while. "I should say no sleep. Nakamura, this rich kid, the aesthetics can really be This flower girl, to have a face, to figure has a figure, long waist and legs, convex in front and back, fair skin and eyebrows. Please follow me, both of you. Elegant room please," said Tetsuya as he made a gesture of invitation. Then he gave a thumbs up where only Nakamura could see. Nakamura smiled even more smugly, but Tetsuya noticed that it seemed as if this Mikiko had noticed their little maneuver. After leading the two of them into the elegant room, Tetsuya had someone arrange for good wine and food and retreated himself. Just as he returned to the front room, Tetsuya saw Izuna walking up to him head-on, and he grinned. "That Nakamura kid's at it again. I have to say, he's really brought an unbeatable superb this time." However, the first words that Izuna spoke froze Tetsuya in his tracks. "That woman, if I'm not mistaken, she should be from the Land of Thunder." Chapter 30, There's Big Thunder. Who's from the Land of Thunder? Ha? Why? You can't just assume that the other person is from the Land of Thunder just because she has two big thunders. Tetsuya shrugged. Although it was true that most of the women in the Land of Thunder were quite voluptuous, but it's not like the Land of Fire, isn't there? Look at Tsunade, Daisy, for example. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna's expression almost didn't tense up. "I just noticed a special tattoo on her back." "It's just a tattoo. Why do you make it sound like people in the Land of Fire don't do tattoos? Besides, she's a flower girl. She's a geisha. Aren't geishas' backs usually this flowery?" "Not the same," Izuna explained. "I see a traditional symbol of faith in the Land of Thunder hidden among those traditional tattoos of the flower girl." "Yeah? Are you sure you're right? Are you questioning our Uchiha clan's Sharingan eyes?" "Ugh, you use your Sharingan eyes to see beautiful women. Tetsuya, your attention span is really strange. I'd say that guy could be a spy for the Thunder Country. What's with all your attention on the oddities?" "So what?" Tetsuya shrugged indifferently. "She spies if she spies. I'm not a ninja. What's the point of worrying about that? As long as she doesn't interfere with my business." Izuna didn't know what to say for a moment. Yeah, Tetsuya wasn't a ninja, so even if the opposite side was a spy, it really didn't matter to him. "Izuna, take it easy too. Your time has passed." Tetsuya yawned and headed outside. "Even now the Uchiha clan doesn't have much to do with you anymore. When your brother chose to leave Konoha, there wasn't a single person in the Uchiha who chose to follow him. The Uchiha of Kiba don't have much to do with you. The Uchiha of the Warring States." Looking at Tetsuya's back, Izuna fell into deep thought. He thought Tetsuya was right. As a resurrected already dead man, it was almost safe to say that there was no one in this entire shinobi world who had anything to do with himself. A Konoha shinobi village that doesn't know what it's doing. A clan that betrayed their brother. Even this current fire country, he didn't have much affection for. In the luxury suite, Nakamura has fallen in love and can't get out of it. Young Master Nakamura. Ugh, hey, Mikiko-sama. Young Master Nakamura, do you really love your slave? Of course, Ms. Mikiko. When I first met you, and I've fallen deeply in love with you. Then is young Master Nakamura willing to pay for his slave? Of course I do. I'd do anything for Mikiko-sama. Young Master Nakamura. Mikiko snuggled into Nakamura's arms as she raised her head imploringly. Look into your slave's eyes, Mikiko-sama. Nakamura lowered his head and locked eyes with Mikiko. In the next moment, a special burst of chakra was unleashed. In just a moment Nakamura was under Mikiko's control. Humph, stupid fire country fat ass, you make me sick. After successfully controlling Nakamura, Mikiko instantly looked like a different person, putting away the winks. On the contrary, a little more heroic. The controlled Nakamura fell to his knees like a slave. I apologize for making my master feel sick. No need for you to apologize. Mikiko stood up and put her foot on Nakamura's head. To work for me for the rest of my life. I will help you take your place as the patriarch of the Nakamura family. And you and your entire family will need to follow my orders. Yes, master. Well, from now on, in front of outsiders, you stay normal. First floor. Sitting on his own plush solid wood seat. Suddenly he looked up at the luxury suite where Nakamura was. Both pupils suddenly turned the color of blood. And in the midst of the blood-colored pupils, the hook jade rotated. It was eventually linked together into a special pattern. Yes, these eyes of his were the very same kaleidoscope of Izuna's. It cost Tetsuya a lot of money to draw out a high trick. Naturally, it wasn't as simple as just resurrecting Izuna. While resurrecting Izuna, he also got all of Izuna's powers. Ninjutsu, swordplay, illusions, and the Uchiha clan's pride and joy, Sharingan. It's still a pair of kaleidoscopes. So when you do the math, it's not too bad of a deal to spend that much money. It's quite a lot to gain after all. But I can't say it's much of a profit. After all, there's no shortage of Jutsu Tetsuya. Illusions. While the Sharingan's illusions were indeed powerful, the illusions he had learned from the Yellow Immortal weren't bad either. The only things that would be useful would be swordplay and Sharingan. Through these kaleidoscope eyes, Tetsuya saw a special chakra fluctuation emerge from the middle of the luxurious private room. Can't help but start making moves at this point? The people of the Thunder Country are really acute. On the side, Izuna didn't care about the pair of sharpening eyes in Tetsuya's eyes that looked exactly like his own. He still somewhat resisted asking, "Are you really not going to step in and take care of it? If a war breaks out, your business will suffer too, right?" Tetsuya waved his hand in disinterest. "Don't worry about it. The war is still early. At least it's definitely not going to be fought in the last few years." With that, he laughed. "Besides, you think the Fire Country has spies from their Thunder Country. Don't they have any spies from the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder? Don't forget, Konoha's current Naruto is a good disciple of Chibiusa. Do you think a disciple of Kagemusha would be some kind of dumbass who doesn't have a brain in his head? That devious, cunning, inherently evil Chikara. The disciple taught by an asshole like him is definitely not a good person either." Listening to Izuna's little set of words, he couldn't help but have smacked his lips and, "If you don't say that you and Kagemusha are arch enemies, there's no difference between your routine and when Kagemura scolded Uchiha. So yeah, that kind of thing doesn't bother us. We're businessmen, whoever he is. As long as they can come and take care of our business, they are our customers, aren't they?" said Tetsuya as he pulled out a handful of melon seeds from inside his pocket and got high. Said while getting high, "And I was counting on Nakamura and that Mikiko lady to come and take care of my business more." The two chatted and moved on from the topic of spies. Tetsuya curiously asked Izuna about some of their secrets back then. Anyway, it was idle, and Tetsu was just listening to the fun. But soon the two were chatting again from the Warring States period to an even longer period. Tetsuya opened up the conversation. He began to tell Izuna about some of the wild stories of Naruto that he had read online before. Like what? Hajime and Hajimura are both brothers and lovers, but Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't approve of the relationship between the two of them after all. No one would want to see themselves cut off from their children even though they clearly have two big fat boys. Chapter 31, Undercover Intuition. Tetsuya just sat there telling wild stories to Izuna. It talks about the love-hate relationship between Azura and Indra from the base love of the two Hashimura Hajime brothers, and from that mythological era to the Shinobu era. Perhaps Tetsuya was talking so much bull ***** that Izuna was listening in a daze of confusion. He actually didn't retort and just sat there and listened. I'll give you that. 6 paths old den that old skin swallow is just biased and, when it was time to select the person who would carry on the legacy, a test was proposed for his two sons to complete. This inheritance test was clearly aimed at both Azura and Indra. Indra completed the test all by himself as per the rules, while Azura did it with the help of others. By all rights, Azura should have violated the rules. But the 6 paths old and backhanded Indra you don't know how to love, don't know what unity is, and finally chose Azura. Tell me how it is, and whether it is not the old leathery swallow of the 6 paths that is unreasonable. Listening to Tetsuya blow awesome. Even Izuna, who was always calm and collected, was somewhat unable to resist opening her mouth. Even though I say you're not a ninja, Tetsuya, you practice chakra. Isn't that a bad way to talk about Rokudo Sennin? Hey, what's this? Tetsuya waved his hand indifferently, took a sip of tea and then spat unimaginatively in a frothy mouthful of tea. I'm just saying. Besides, Rokudo Lao Paienzi is no longer around. What's the matter? Is he still able to run out from inside the purgatory and beat me? Rokuto Sinin, he's really in the Pure Land. As a soul returning from the Pure Land, though he said he had not seen the sixth immortal, but he had heard the spirits of the Pure Land say that the six paths of immortality did exist. Anan, I said it's fine, and if he does run out and hit me, doesn't that mean he's in a hurry if I'm right? And if I'm not, then what's he in a hurry for? As the two men chatted idly, upstairs, the two of them, Nakamura and Mikiko, helped each other down the stairs. It looked like Nakamura was drunk. Other than that, there wasn't anything out of place. On the contrary, Mikiko's makeup was a little messed up, and there were some red marks on her neck. It was as if the whole village had done something to him. Tetsuya and Izuna were both able to tell at a glance that Nakamura had been controlled by an illusion. Although this kind of illusion was said to be very secretive, but even the most secretive illusion was illusory in front of the eyes of the sharing wheel, and the marks on Mikiko's body were nothing more than camouflage. After all, he was alone in a room with a famous playboy, and it would be strange if something didn't happen. Tetsuya didn't care though. He just smiled and went up to greet him. Have you eaten and drunk well, gentlemen? Mikiko didn't say anything as Nakamura spoke up drunkenly. Ahahaha, Boss Chiba's addition of alcohol and food is nothing to sneeze at. When rewarded, a sentence when the reward. The guards who had been waiting at the door immediately stepped forward quickly and took out a silver ticket and put it on the table. Tetsuya's smile widened on his face as he glanced at the number on top of the silver ticket. Aiya, thanks for the reward, young Master Nakamura. Ha ha, well said, well done. When rewarded, Nakamura laughed out loud, with an air of wealth. And anyway, all his spending, they have the Nakamura family to bear the burden. Young Master Nakamura has had too much to drink. It's time to go back and rest. Mikiko spoke up at the right time, signaling Nakamura that it was time to go. Tetsuya smiled. Take care of yourself, and come back when you can. Don't worry, I know all the rules. No one else will know what happened inside the room, said Tetsuya as his eyes flicked to the red mark on Mikiko's neck. Those guards also lowered their heads, as guards shouldn't look at what they shouldn't look at is their basic rule. Instead, Mikiko realized something, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. But it was quickly covered up and left with Nakamura. Kiddo, playing pretty fancy. Watching Nakamura and Mikiko leave, Tetsuya shook his head. Izuna said as she copied her hands. It looks like the other party is trying to take control of the Nakamura family by controlling the young master of the Nakamura family. I guess the next thing they're going to do is to support the Nakamura family's young master to succeed the head of the family. It's okay. Tetsuya pulled out an abacus from behind the counter and played with it. Though it is true that the Nakamura family has a certain status in the capital, in the final analysis, it's also just a second-rate family. Splat! All of the abacus beads were returned to their places, and Tetsuya looked to Izuna and said, "This is the capital city of the Fire Country, and there is a shortage of everything here, except nobles and rich people. A second-rate family. At most, they would just help the Rhino Kuni or help the Cloud-Hidden Village to get some money or resources. It won't change anything big. After all, it's the daimyo who's really in charge of the Land of Fire, as well as those first-rate nobles close to the daimyo. You're nothing as a second-rate family." Hanamichi Ikimoku, the top kabukicho in the metropolis. At this moment, two masked ninjas appeared in front of Mikiko in the middle of her room. The two ninjas were tall and didn't look like they were from the Land of Fire. Although they didn't wear a protector on their heads, they were basically able to guess that they were from the Land of Thunder. "Have you investigated the background of that hotel owner, my lord?" "It has been investigated. Say, the owner of the hotel is named Tetsuya Chiba, the only son of the Chiba family of Kiba. I chose to go into business because I didn't have the qualifications to become a ninja. Originally owned a ramen restaurant in Kiba. Then the business boomed, so they came to the capital to open a branch." These two ninjas investigated in great detail, from how Tetsuya went from a small ramen restaurant in Konoha to the current largest restaurant in the capital city of the Fire Country. Little by little, he investigated all the passages. After all, none of this is a secret, but anyone looking for an older resident of the capital would be able to ask. As for those fellows inside his store, the chef was trained by Tetsuya Chiba himself. Most of the others are recruited locals. Mikiko frowned slightly. A downtrodden ninja clan only child with no ninja credentials, so he chose to go into business? Yes, my lord. My lord has investigated. The Chiba family was indeed one of the many families that followed Chiba back in the day, and basically sacrificed themselves after Chiba founded the Kiba ninja village. Only Tetsuya Chiba, who could not refine chakra and could not become a ninja, was left. According to the tradition of the Chiba family, if Tetsuya Chiba is also able to cultivate, I'm afraid he would have died on the battlefield long ago. From the results of the investigation, this Tetsuya Chiba seems to be an ordinary person, not even a ninja. But her intuition told her that this Chiba Tetsu wasn't simple either. No, I still think there's something wrong here. You guys find a chance to try this Chiba Tetsuya again to see if he's a ninja or not. Yes. Asterisk 2. Chapter 32, The Restless Cloud Hidden Village. As night fell, Tetsuya lay down in the middle of his room and practiced with his eyes closed. This Erha Goldfinger of his own is really unreliable. Other people's plugins are what all kinds of rewards to receive after the clicking epiphany. All kinds of ninjutsu secret arts and things like that are learned in a second. But this damn Erha of his own, the things he gives are basically scrolls. One still has to learn the jutsu on top of the scroll, bit by bit. That is, except for things like the evil god's immortal body and the Naruto ninjutsu enhancement, which are similar to physical qualities that are given outright. But it's a good thing he's still got that little bit of talent for learning this aspect of ninjutsu, coupled with this long life of his evil god immortal body. Learning ninjutsu and whatnot wasn't really that difficult, as long as it's not one of those bloodline restricted jutsu. Theoretically he could learn all the jutsu in this shinobi world. Tetsuya, who was practicing his immortal arts with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of natural energy in the midst of nature. At once his eyes opened and he knew it was someone coming. Oh, how is this stimulated by my words during the day? Do not feel comfortable to let people come to the bottom to come? Before Tetsuya could do anything, another figure appeared directly above the roof. It was Izuna. And apparently Izuna had noticed that someone was up to no good. As a ninja active in the Warring States period, sensing danger, Izuna was more than a lot of people in this day and age. It was an instinct he had honed in a time as dangerous and chaotic as the Warring States. Apparently those two dorky guys hadn't gotten the memo to realize that danger had crept in. Just as Izuna was planning to just decapitate the two little thieves, Tetsuya's voice rang somewhat in his ear. Leave the two of them with a dog's life, control them with illusions, and bring them here for fun. Seeing that Tetsuya had spoken, Izuna didn't say anything more, and directly activated his instantaneous technique. It appeared directly in front of the two little nerdy thieves. What a guy! Asterisk 2. The two little nerdy thieves haven't reacted to what's going on yet. It felt like something had suddenly appeared in front of them, and subconsciously looked up. It was with such a look up that a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes were reflected in their pupils, only to see the three hooks of jade rotating in this Sharingan eye, connecting into a special pattern that, the Sharingan illusion was unleashed, and with Izuna's powerful pupils, controlling two ninjas of average strength was simply not too easy. Stupid Rai no Kuni ninja, who gave you the guts? Izuna snorted coldly and turned to lead the two towards Tetsuya's room. Coming. He smiled in greeting as he watched Izuna walk into the middle of the room with two masked ninjas. If you're not going to kill these two guys, what are you keeping them for? Tetsuya smiled crookedly, asking for information. Of course, aren't you a ninja? What to do in this situation? Don't you know that? Izuna bristled. I naturally know, but this kind of goods, I guess they don't know any important information. And what will you be able to ask out of them? Hey, I know. Don't I just want to experience what it's like to be a ninja? Don't you think it's fun to torture for information or something? Is it? I don't really think so, Izuna said with some amusement. No information can be hidden from these eyes. Indeed, Sharingan, a handful of illusions down, unless the opponent was prepared for it. Otherwise, as far as torturing information goes, it's a lot easier than some secret Yamanaka family technique, controlling your opponent with illusions, and then just asking if you want to know anything. There's no fear that the other person will cheat on them. Tetsuya didn't care though, and instead came to the two masked ninjas. Who are you people? Who sent you? The two ninjas replied respectfully. We're from the Cloud Hidden Village, and we were sent here by Lord Okaji to find out more about Tetsuya Chiba. Oh, Okage? Tetsuya fumbled down with gusto. Who is this Okaji? Is it that flower girl Mikiko? Yes. Lord Okaji is a special top shinobi of our Cloud Hidden Village, in charge of infiltration missions. Mikiko is the codename under which Lord Okai lurks in the Land of Fire. Hey, it's really hey. Izuna, did you hear that? That flower girl is really from Rai no Kuni. You have a good eye. Izuna tilted her chin up in triumph. Like I said, don't question me. I'm an Uchiha. In front of the Uchiha's kaleidoscope, there's nothing to see through. Tetsuya ignored the smug Izuna as he continued his inquiry. So, why is that Okaji of yours lurking in the Land of Fire? What is your purpose? We're not sure about that one. All we know is that the village has developed a series of detailed plans to. This plan concerns the development and future of our Cloud Hidden Village. After the end of the Shinobi War, because of the death of the second Eye, Raikage, and the second generation Naruto demanded a large sum of compensation from our Cloud Shadow, in a forceful request, regarding the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. This is seriously affecting our Cloud Shadow's development. For this reason our top brass at Cloud Crypt have devised a series of plans. This includes plans to go undercover in the major powers. These two nerdy ninjas, you and I, spouted off all the intel they knew about that's not hiding anything at all. After listening to what the two of them had said, Tetsuya basically understood what the Cloud Hidden Village was thinking as well. This first Shinobi World War, the Cloud Hidden Village did not get half the benefit, because of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn screw-ups and his own meddling. The second generation that survived slaughtered Cloud Crypt for a large sum of money. With the character of that bunch of bandits in the Cloud Hidden Village, can they endure it? Can't tolerate a little well. But a war had just ended, and even if they wanted to get into trouble, they didn't have the ability to do so. But while they can't get into trouble right away, it doesn't stop them from getting a little ahead of themselves. First, it's a good way to prepare for the future. So they devised a series of plans, and then placed undercover agents in various countries to gather intelligence information, preparing for the next screw-up, the Second Shinobi War. These reckless people from the Land of Thunder really can't settle down at all, had to get something out of the way. As the second in command of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, and as the wisdom bearer of the Uchiha community, Izuna naturally came up with the other side's purpose. How long has the war been over and they're already planning the next one? Normal. When has the Shinobi world ever really been at peace? Before the establishment of the ninja village, the major ninja clans were constantly fighting for years, and the ninja village was established only a dozen years ago. The first Shinobi War then broke out, and 20 years after the First World War came the Second World War, and only 10 years after the Second World War came to an abrupt end. Then World War III broke out. After the three wars, the Shinobi world was sort of stabilized before but this is only a superficial stability. Under the illusion of stability, there are still dark currents, until the Crown Prince Naruto grows up. Participated in the Fourth Shinobi War. Chapter 33, Hand to Hand. Is your mouth hardened with poison? What are you going to do with these two guys? Izuna watched as Tetsuya teased the two Rhino Kuni ninjas in front of him with his illusions. There was something about Tetsuya that he didn't quite understand. Now that he's gotten the information he needed from these two guys, then just kill these two and keep them for something. What to do with it? Send it back. Of course. Send it back? Hearing that, Izuna subconsciously asked back. You're going to let them go back to being anti-undercover? Yeah, don't you think that would be fun? Tetsuya looked at the two ninjas from the Land of Thunder in front of him. Suddenly the two guys became adorable. With the two of them around, it should add a bit of interest to the rest of your uninteresting life. With that, he suddenly looked up at Izuna with a thought. By the way, if we control them with illusions, will they be seen? Are you underestimating our Uchiha clan's illusions? Izuna let out the standard sneer of the Uchiha clan. The illusions of our Uchiha clan. Unless one encounters a ninja skilled in the art of illusion. Otherwise the average person wouldn't be able to see the problem at all. And as far as I know, the group of mangaka from the Cloud Hidden Village don't have anyone proficient in illusions. Yeah, well, you help me drop a hint to these two guys. Let's just say they've probed the truth and say I'm just an ordinary guy with no hands. And then, what's the move? What's the OKA? What does it do? And any movement on the Thunder countryside. Have them find a chance to come and let me know. Though Izuna didn't know exactly what Tetsuya was trying to do, he cast an illusion spell on the two of them anyway, then reintroduced the two back to the roof. The cold wind blew, and the two people who had been controlled by the illusion suddenly awakened. Come on, now that we've investigated, let's go back. Good. The two didn't have the slightest suspicion that, after all, something like Sharingan eyes, it's really just an extremely anticlimactic existence in the Shinobi world. Moreover, the one who inflicted the illusion on them was the second in command of the Uchiha warriors, who possessed a kaleidoscope. The ninja known as Izuna Uchiha, who has no broken bones. The days just seem to settle down. Izuna's illusions are very reliable. And those two dumbass ninjas who were controlled by, from time to time, some information would be passed over through some special methods. But the intel is really a bit boring. It's all irrelevant. Seeing that these two dullards always pass on such irrelevant information so frequently. For example, Okaji had what color of chubby he wore today, and after finishing whether he wore underwear today or not or something, Tetsuya was annoyed and a little impatient. What do you know about this? Think you're an old colorful batch like Saratobi Hizuru and Jiraiya, but now that it's been delivered, let's take a look at it. After all, this time of the year one lacks some entertainment, so think of it as reading entertainment magazines to relieve boredom. Time flew by, and Tetsuya had sort of put down roots in the capital. But he's still figuring out some kind of plan to open a branch and a big plan for cup noodle sales. During this time, Tetsuya only went back to Kiba a couple times. Once it is a hand-to-beat marriage, how can I say that I, as a teacher, have to go back to take a look at it? Not. Tate is also only slightly younger than Tetsuya by just a year, but he married at that age. It was already considered late in this generally precocious shinobi world. You know, Yuji Haben, They, only a few years old and already starting to kill on the battlefield. On the day of Tate's wedding, there were quite a few people who approached Tetsuya, saying that they wanted to offer him a marriage. After all, the current Tetsuya wasn't just a fallen ninja clan only child anymore. It was only natural that the people of Konoha knew about the business he was doing in the capital city of the Fire Country. As a civilian tycoon, it was natural that a lot of people had their eyes on him. The marriage proposals were coming in several times a day, and in the end it didn't work, causing Tetsuya to run to Naruto's office, hanging up a commission for Sarutobi to help call off these somewhat crazy people. Originally, Sarutobi didn't want to be involved in these things. After all, he also felt that if Tetsuya was able to get married, it would be best if it was to someone inside the village, so that he could be bound to Konoha with a bond. In the future, if Kiba is in need of anything, he will be able to let him lend a helping hand as well, won't he? But after seeing the commission money Tetsuya took out, he felt that, as Naruto, the shadow of a village, one deserves to help villagers in trouble to solve their problems. Besides, even though Tetsuya is pretty rich now, compared to the shinobi of Konoha, it's still a lot worse. After all, Tetsu was only one man, and had only been in business for a few years. Konoha's ninja clan had its own heritage even before the village was built. His second return to Konoha was another year in the past, when his hand-fought son was born. Tetsuya was also quite emotional as he looked at the child held in the arms of his hand-to-hand wife. After all, this is a key figure in the future of Konoha, an important guiding light on the prince's dark path through life, and the controller of the designated safe zone in Kiba village, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Handbeat Ichiraku Ah, the man known to the netizens as Ichiraku Otsutsuki. The reason Ichiraku is said to have squinted his eyes, it's because his eyes are the legendary 9 hooks of the Jade Chakra eyes. But when Tetsuya saw the baby in his hand-fighting wife's arms, he knew that the so-called Otanashi Ichiraku was nothing more than a joke. Teacher, this child doesn't have a name yet, so please give the child a name. Ha, I'll name it? Tetsuya was a bit surprised. He didn't think Tatewaki would actually let himself name his son. The hand fighter nodded. Yes, my wife and I have no elders left in our family, but fortunately I have teachers so please ask the teacher to name our child. So, to be honest, he used to let Handy call himself teacher purely for the fun of it. After spending so much time together, the relationship between him and Handfight was more like that of a friend, a brother, but an elder brother is like a father, right? After all, neither he nor the hand-to-hand combatant had much family left. Well, how about Ichiraku? From now on, I hope every day of this child's future is happy and trouble-free. Ichiraku, good name. Thank you teacher. Thank you, sensei. Ha ha, son, from now on your name will be Yael. I hope you are happy every day. Looking at the happy Tatewaki family, Tetsuya couldn't help but feel that it was wonderful. But the next moment, Tetsuya didn't feel too good. Teacher, you're a year older than me. When are you planning to get married? Is there anyone you like anymore? Teacher has been in the capital for several years now, so he should know quite a few girls from the capital. As he spoke, Tetsuya's face darkened. Hand to hand. Why didn't I realize this before? Why is your mouth like it's hardened with poison? Chapter 34, Time Flies. Tetsu went back a couple of times after that, but just to visit. By the way, the ramen store in Kiba was completely turned over to Tate and the Chiba ramen shop was renamed to Ichiraku Ramen. After all, Tetsuya didn't think Kiba had any problems without the Chiba ramen shop, but if Ichiraku Ramen shop is missing, it's missing some flavor. So many years have passed, and Tetsu has amassed a considerable fortune, but he didn't choose to resurrect his someone again. After all, this dog system in your own house is a real pit. He set him up for his second high trick with Chibiusa. If you don't smoke out Chibiusa, then this high trick won't be updated for the next character. But at this stage he didn't really want to resurrect Chibiusa. After all, a whole guy with a mind of his own. After the resurrection, he'll definitely go back to Kiba to help it grow. Even if he restricts him from returning to Kiba, I guess he'll find a way to get in touch with Kiba. Then help Kiba. This kid, Casey, has a lot of heart. Probably able to come up with some bad idea. After a long time of non-consumption, and after the softening of the dogs, Tetsuya is also opening the carousel sweepstakes again. Spend hard. Nowadays, Tetsuya's strength had once again increased by a large margin. Name, Tetsuya Chiba. Status, Merchant of the Land of Fire. Physical, Evil God's Immortal Body. Fire Transportation Ninjutsu Enhancement. Immortal Body. Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye. Pupil Arts, Susanoo. Everlasting God's Kingdom. Cloud Outer Mirror. Skills, Chakra Refining Method, Chakra Sealing Jutsu, Doppelganger Jutsu, Shadow Doppelganger Jutsu, Substitution, Transformation, Psionics, Bagua Seal, Reito Chakra Mode, Unjitsu Scatter. Fire Clan, Fire Dragon Bomb. Fire Clan How Fire Destroyer. Water Clan, Water Dragon Bomb. Thunder Clan, Thunderbolt Hot Sword. Rado Rakage Level. Earth Clan, Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth Clan, Yellow Spring Swamp. Shuriken Split Technique. Wind Clan, Vacuum Wave. Wind Transportation, Chopping Air Brake. Wind Transportation, Vacuum Big U. Holding, slightly, having gained the status of a merchant. Erha unlocked a new spinner that, the price of the draw was actually the same as the top level spins. And the curious Tetsu also drew a round of 10 in a row. The result is a lot of extra skills in business, as well as some props. For example, the way to explore mineral veins, the way to smelt steel, etc. Although it was a bit expensive, Tetsuya felt that it was still acceptable. After all, these things can make money. What makes money is good. And all these years over, he's gotten a good handle on his own growing strength. 2. The current him, evil god immortal body coupled with immortal body, was already undefeatable. Now he was still recovering fast. It's simply not too hard to get him killed, except for the sealing technique, the huge amount of chakra brought by the immortal body, plus the end card chakra he got from the raffle. He no longer knew just how huge his chakra was now. He should be close to catching up with Chikara. But more than these ninjutsu and chakra gains, he was much more fond of the Sharingan eyes he had acquired from Izuna. They say that the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind. And although he himself had acquired Izuna's kaleidoscope, but he had powers that Izuna and Uchiha had never even heard of. The power of the left eye is called the Everlasting Kingdom of God, which translated means the kingdom of God that exists eternally. It sounds, but knowing the effect, Tetsuya prefers to call him Iron Man Singles Arena. Simply put, as long as he could see the other, one would be able to activate the pupil technique to pull the opponent into a divine kingdom of one's own. Within the kingdom of God, one would constantly steal the opponent's chakra and physical energy. An absolute one-trick pony. This is much nastier than Obi-Head's God's Mighty Space. But well, God's Might has its benefits. Everything can be pulled into space. Whereas this everlasting divine kingdom of one's own is only capable of pulling in people, and must have a target before it can be activated. Of course the things people carry in their hands are able to be pulled in as well. Unlike Obi-Head, who can freely enter and exit Shin Megami Tensei space, and is able to vanish to avoid damage. It's also able to be used as a carry-on space. Ugh. How carefully I believe love you one. Not as good as Godwin. While the sub-Akami domestic part, one can keep stealing the opposite side's chakra and stamina. But one doesn't lack chakra at all. The immortal body plus a massive amount of chakra. Unless the opponent is a filth body with unlimited chakra. Who could spell chakra better than himself? And your future self will only get stronger. It doesn't feel like you'll be able to use this ability. There was another one though. The pupil of his right eye, the cloud outer mirror, was a bit more interesting. Anyone he's ever seen. All of the cloud outer mirrors are able to create an exact duplicate out of the body, which has all the abilities of the original and is manipulated by Tetsuya's mind. Of course, the amount of pupil power consumed varied depending on the strength of the copying object. At the moment, he doesn't see much of a problem in duplicating a shadow class powerhouse, like copying a Sarutobi Hinata or something. But if he was to replicate Peak Juma, with his current kaleidoscope pupil power, but can be able to point choke, I guess the copy cannot use a few jutsu themselves cannot top. However, the pupil power thing can be improved, and since he had revived Izuna himself, the second dog thoughtfully added pupil power as a reward inside the big spinning wheel. The 0.5 card of chakra that had been rounded up had also become 0.5 Zo's pupil power. Who is this 0.5 Sasuke? The future Sasuke, of course, but honestly, Tetsuya feels that Sasuke's pupil power during the kaleidoscope period really wasn't that much. I'm about to make myself blind without using a couple of Amaterasu, but it doesn't matter to Tetsuya. It's several 0.5s per draw anyway. Some more time has passed. Tetsuya eventually gave up on the idea of replicating the current model to open a branch. He's already found out. The path of the Chiba Hotel is difficult to replicate in other cities in the Land of Fire. After all, even the second largest city in the Land of Fire. Nor can you find so many nobles and rich people in the capital. If we continue to open branches on the scale of the Chiba Hotel in the capital, then I'm afraid the only way to end up is to lose money. In the end, he chose to retreat to the next best thing, continuing to open ramen stores in several larger cities as previously planned. However, for such things, he himself would not step in and leave it directly to his shadow doppelganger. At his current level, even the shadow doppelganger combat power was quite impressive. Time flies. The people of Kiba have almost forgotten that there was once such a person as Tetsuya Chiba in Kiba. The hand-typed family took Tetsuya's place in their memories, and those who still remembered Tetsuya were left with those few who had interacted with him more frequently in the past. For example, the hand-typed family, Sakuya Flagstaff. Even the Jiraiya trio had forgotten Tetsuya in the corners of their memories. After all, they've grown up, too. They're no longer ordinary ninja trainees. Instead, they begin to carry out missions as ninjas. More stories intervene in their lives. Past the mundane, the less important things gradually fell by the wayside for them. Chapter 35, Izuna can't understand the Rakugo people. The land of fire. In the middle of a pristine forest, the two figures were flashing and earning their way between the tall trees that were being used, and every now and then they collided together, either in a short fight or in a jutsu clash. The fight was hard, and what's interesting is that the jutsu used by these two stumps, the body jutsu that, even some of the subtle movements and habits are almost identical. A closer look reveals that these two people who were fighting were simply like they were carved out of the same mold, and those who didn't know thought that someone was bored in fighting their own doppelganger. It's time to end it. Uchiha Izuna leapt into the air, her hands forming seals rapidly, chakra surging. Naruto Dragon Flame release Song Jutsu. Phew! In a flash, ferocious flames erupted from Izuna's mouth. In the air also made 4 fire dragons rushing towards the other Izuna from 4 directions, up and down, left and right. The other person, Izuna, also made a quick seal and performed the exact same jutsu. The 8 fire dragons collided together all of a sudden. A shocking pillar of fire erupted in the middle of the forest. But looking from higher up in the sky, one is able to see that this entire forest had been shrouded by a boundary, and it was impossible to see what was happening in this forest from the outside. Click! Izuna dropped down from the tree with his long sword in hand, sheathing it and looking back at the broken battlefield. Then towards the river. A young man was sitting in a chair by a small river, and fishing rod in hand and fishing with grace. Yo, you're back. 5 minutes faster than last time this time. Congratulations. Congratulations. Izuna walked over to the campfire and picked up a skewer of examined fish and ate it. There's nothing to be happy about. According to my plan, I should have been able to settle the battle 15 minutes earlier than last time. Your pupil art cloud outer mirror has become stronger. Ha ha. There's that slight boost, right? What's more, you've become stronger, Izuna, and that's why the replica I copied, Izuna, has become even more powerful. TCH, being able to replicate all the abilities of the one you saw. How could there be such a perverted pupil technique in this world? Obviously your kaleidoscope came from my kaleidoscope, and both of my kaleidoscope abilities increased themselves. Izuna grumbled with some dissatisfaction, and he was well aware that Tetsuya, after resurrecting his own, gained all of his powers, including the Uchiha clan's pride and joy, the Sharingan, but those eyes of his are clearly his own. What made the awakened pupil art so much more powerful than his own? Ha ha, don't be mad. Tetsuya laughed dryly, and jerked his rod, and a big, fat fish was caught by him. And, he said as he took off the hook and dropped the fish into the barrel beside himself, as powerful as my pupils are, aren't they also from the Sharingan eyes of your Uchiha clan? That means that the awesome thing is still your Uchiha clan's eyes. As for why our pupils are different, that's easy to explain. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind, he said as he looked to Izuna. You're a proud Uchiha, and all that's on your mind is how to make yourself strong, and I'm nothing but a weak, pathetic businessman. Naturally, I wanted someone to protect me, so that's why I awakened such a pupil technique. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna suddenly felt that the grilled fish in her hands didn't smell good anymore. What kind of are you talking about? You Chiba Tetsuya are weak and pathetic? Then what am I, who you have always suppressed by half a move? Hey, I'm just saying that. Don't take it personally. Goo goo, goo. Just as the two of them were chatting under the grilled fish, a tolerant pigeon flew over and, landing on Tetsuya's shoulder, Tetsuya pulled a note from Shinobu Dove's call and read it. The smile on Tetsuya's face grew even wider when he saw what was on the note. What's the matter? Did those two idiot Cloud Shadow ninjas pass you any more interesting information? Ever since they took control of those two idiot ninjas from Cloud Shadow, every now and then, intelligence comes through, and the information that was passed along was largely irrelevant. Tetsuya is usually watched for fun. Well, those two idiots sent word that there's a Vortex orphan from the Vortex Kingdom who's moved on to Konoha, and the Cloud Shadows people have moved on to this Vortex bloodline, and intend to find an opportunity to infiltrate Konoha, steal this swirling orphan. This whirlpool orphan. Tetsuya in the intelligence without guessing knows that it must be Jioshinnai. Counting the time, I'm afraid that Maelstrom Mito is about to lose his grip. To make sure Nine-Tails stays in Konoha, that's why they were thinking of receiving Jioshinna to Kiba to become the next nine-tailed human pillar power. Humph. Those reckless people of Cloud Shadow, they just know how to rob. Back in the Warring States period, the land of thunder is a gathering place for a bunch of bandits. and now that a shinobi village has been established, it's created a bandit's den. Hey, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying, judging by the things they've done. Cloud Hidden Village really is a bandit den, said Tetsuya as he stood up and stretched. What? Are you planning on going back? Yes, a trip back to Kiba. Are you Chiba family and the Vortex clan familiar? Tetsuya said thoughtfully. I should still be familiar with it. After all, back in the day, our Chiba family was a vassal of the Chiba clan, and the Senju and the Maelstrom clan have been allies since the Warring States period. So, you, the last orphan of the Chiba family, are planning to go back and meet that orphan of the Maelstrom clan? And in the meantime protect the other from being robbed by the Cloud Hidden Village? Tetsuya cocked his head at Izuna, a little less than understanding that. How did Izuna brainstorm so many things when he had merely said that he planned to go back to Konoha? Could it be that this is the way geniuses see things? Does anything simple that gets into their heads get constantly analyzed and spiced up? What are you thinking? I just simply want to go back and watch the fun. Yunin robbed Jioxan Nai, and then Shu Weiman's stunning debut, tomato fried egg combination since then settled. How could one miss such a famous scene? Watching the fun? Izuna was a bit speechless for a moment, even though she had already spent a long time with Tetsuya. But how could he say it? He was still a little unable to understand Tetsuya's brain circuits. To be precise, this Tetsuya guy's brain wiring just wasn't like anyone he'd ever met before. After all, if it were anyone else with Tetsu's powerful strength, and how many people would choose to run into business as a businessman? And when you knew someone was coming to rob you, you didn't go to inform the others, and not to threaten Cloud Kukulander for profit, but simply want to go back to watching the fun. How do you make Izuna understand that? Chapter 36, Assassination. Kakuto's debut. Looking at Izuna's puzzled and speechless look, Tetsuya didn't explain much, just narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping a smile on his face. Izuna, it's been a long time since you were resurrected. Would you like to go back and see the current Uchiha clan? To see the Konoha that was built up by your brother and the Chibi family? Me? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna's eyes dimmed a bit. Let's just forget it. I'm still associated with the current Uchiha clan except for my name. The rest is no longer involved. As for Kiba, Izuna took a deep breath. The place that put my brother in so much pain that I'm afraid I won't be able to resist striking out and destroying him. Listening to Izuna's words, Tetsuya didn't say anything. The slightly narrowed eyes made it even more difficult to guess what he was thinking. As for Izuna's comment about destroying Konoha, he's really got that going for him. After being revived by Tetsuya, Izuna's body was restored to its peak condition. And it's still growing. A genius of the Uchiha clan itself, with an amazing ability to learned a great deal of powerful jutsu from Tetsuya. With a pair of kaleidoscopes, if you really fight now Kiba, there weren't really many people who could stop him. Bulldozing Kiba might be a bit of a brag, but causing serious damage is definitely not a problem. After all, when Uchiha was trying to destroy Kiba, it was Juma who toppled him out. Even though Izuna isn't an Uchiha, there isn't a second Juma in Konoha. I'd better stay here and help you with the floor. Although it's true that with the Chiba Grand Hotel's current popularity in the Land of Fire no one would dare to make trouble. But, to use the phrase you always say, fear not, fear not. Well, it's good that you're happy. By the way, Tetsuya, when can I resurrect my brother? Resurrecting the Uchiha. Tetsuya rubbed his chin. It's still early. Don't worry. Indeed, it's still early. After all, Uchiha Zebra is not dead yet. How to resurrect the undead themselves. Trust me, when the time comes, I will resurrect your brother. Well, I believe you. I'll go back and pack then. I should be back in a few days. Gana. Tetsuya waved and turned away. Izuna looked at Tetsuya's departing back and thought for a long time. Finally walked over to where he had been before and sat down. Picked up a fishing rod and started fishing. After severing her ties with the family, Izuna felt that life was quite good the way it was now. Of course, it would be nice if my brother was there too. Well, one has to help Tetsuya manage his business and resurrect his brother as soon as possible. Back at the Chiba Hotel, Tetsuya symbolically packed up some things in preparation for returning to Kiba. Other than that, he is now considered a wealthy businessman on his own side. After all, the Chiba Hotel's reputation was considered quite big in the Land of Fire. What's that saying? Rich people don't return home like a brocade-coated knight. After you, boss. Outside the door, the carriage driver who had been waiting for a long time made a gesture of invitation. Tetsuya stepped into the car and sat down in the middle of it. Hoofbeats rose, and two white horses pulled the cart slowly away from the Fire Country's capital city. Enjoyment. Now that you have money, you have to learn to enjoy it. Hey, although with his current strength, he'll be able to return to Konoha in no time if he runs by himself. But running by yourself is no more comfortable than riding in a car. Hey, this extravagant life is really degrading. sitting on top of the soft couch in the car, eating delicate pastries and drinking wine. Tetsuya was enjoying himself beautifully. Even in his last life he had never experienced this kind of life himself. Putting down the jug in his hand, Tetsuya's slightly squinted eyes snapped open. The black pupils instantly turned red. Funny, I've only been out for half a day and I can't stand it? He sensed a chakra filled with malice. Clearly someone was coming at him. It wasn't as if no one had ever thought ill of themselves over the years. It's just a shame that when he was inside the capital, Tetsuya befriended the dignitaries. Those nobles won't allow someone to do it to themselves on their turf. That's why there's a lot of bounty hunters who come sniffing around when they're out of the capital, trying to take a shot at Tetsuya's riches. It's just a shame. That these guys didn't even have a chance to rush to Tetsuya's face. The moment they show malice, Izuna will cut off their heads. This time Izuna didn't show up with Tetsuya. It's only half a day out of the capital and someone can't help themselves. Whoosh! A bitumen pierced through the carriage and came straight for Tetsuya's head. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the bittersweet flew out of the other side of the carriage and nailed itself on top of a large tree. The wagon driver let out a cry of alarm and his horse neighed, startled by the sudden attack. Boss! The coachman exclaimed, but the next moment he calmed down and a pair of scarlet pupils emerged within his eyes. In the next moment, the coachman directly leaped and jumped off the carriage, then scampered away. Apparently, the ninja who had come to attack Tetsuya apparently had little interest in a carriage driver either. Tetsuya stepped out of the middle of the wagon and jumped off with a slap on his horse's ass. The carriage gave chase in the direction in which the coachman had fled. Well, that'll do for now. I paid for the wagon, and if it's wrecked, it could be bad, said Tetsuya as he stretched. What? Aren't you going to come out yet? Whoosh! Before the words fell, several air-breaking sounds came. The 6 shuriken went straight for Tetsuya's throat like vipers. Seeing this, Tetsuya turned sideways, and the shuriken grazed Tetsuya's neck as it flew by. Didn't hurt a hair. Still not going to come out? You won't be able to take my head with this trick of yours. The intel was wrong. I thought the owner of the Chiba hotel was an ordinary guy. Was it the protection of the ninjas around him that avoided the bounty hunter's assassination? Now it seems as if you aren't that simple either. A figure appeared above the treetops, only to be seen wearing a black undershirt and, with a black mask, his head wrapped tightly, only a pair of green eyes showing outside. Visible stitches could be seen on both of his arms. It looked as if his hands were a bunch of pieces sewn together. On his forehead he wore a metal forehead protector, on top of which was engraved the symbol of the Takagumo village. However, the symbol of the Taki hidden village was crossed out, marking the identity of the person in front of him as a renegade shinobi. With such a conspicuous sign, Tetsuya recognized the other party at once. Oh, I thought someone was coming to take my life, but I didn't think it would be you, the famous bounty hunter, His Excellency Kakuto, the renegade shinobi of the Taki hidden village. Instead of being scared, Tetsuya Kakuto became excited to see him. Why? Because he appreciates the talent of angles, not appreciating his secret earth grudge technique of turning himself into a monster. Rather, he appreciates his talent for messing with money. What do you need most? It is money. It can be said that he, Tetsuya, and Kakuto are really getting along. Chapter 37, Angle, Damn Intelligence Peddlers. Pit me to death. Angle green eyes flashed in amazement. Oh, I didn't think you, a rich merchant from the land of fire, would know about me. Of course, after all, who doesn't know about the top bounty hunter Kakuto? Tetsuya looked at Kakuto, very calmly, and even began to make small talk. I heard that back then you took on the task of assassinating our Konoha's first Naruto. Is it true that the result was to throw a shuriken 800 miles away and run away? Hearing this, Kakuto immediately surged with anger. Are you kidding me? Do you know how far 800 miles is? Back then, I had a real fight with Chikara. Well, you have a point. If you can throw a shuriken at 800 miles open and hit. Other than that, with this strength, it is estimated that very few people can be your opponent in a head-on hard fight. Cut the crap. Give up your resistance and die. You'll suffer less. I'll also be able to take your head to the gold exchange for money sooner. As the words fell, Kakuto directly leapt down from the top of the tree and charged towards Tetsuya. A punch swung. His fist directly detached from his arm and came towards Tetsuya. The fist relied on a black silk thread connecting it to his arm. Is this earth grudge you? It looks so disgusting. He said that it was disgusting, but Tetsuya was curiously surveying Kakuto's secret technique. Tentacle fist. Unleash your fists. It then relied on the silken thread-like control of the earth grudge tentacles in order to achieve surprise and increase the distance of the attack. Kakuto's physical abilities were good, but unfortunately, all of his moves were seen through by Tetsuya. Dodging back with ease, Kakuto wasn't even able to touch Tetsuya's clothesline. Quite a clean body, and sure enough, The intel was wrong. Seeing that Tetsuya easily avoided his attack, Kakuto's eyes glazed over as he was ready to go back and cut out the heart of that intelligence peddler. After a few rounds of body art exchanges, Kakuto felt more and more that there was something familiar about Tetsuya's body art. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before, or had fought someone who also used this body art. It's the Uchiha clan's body art? How is this possible? Isn't this kid from a vassal clan of the Senju clan? There was some surprise in Kakuto's mind, but he was hesitant to confirm it. Yet Tetsuya spoke again. Mr. Kakuto, I don't think there's any need for us to make a big deal out of this. I actually admire you. What? Are you afraid to die? Planning to buy me off with money? I just honestly don't think we have to. Isn't Mr. Kakuto fond of money? I think we can make money together. Oh, that's funny. Kill you and all your money is mine. Your head is still able to be exchanged for a generous bounty. Cut the crap and suffer death. Seeing that physical techniques couldn't help Tetsuya, Kakuto switched his mindset and prepared to use numbers. After all, even if Tetsuya's physical skills were great, they wouldn't mean anything to him. He didn't feel any chakra fluctuations in Tetsuya's body. Rato, false darkness. The seal was completed. The earth grudju threads inside Kakuto surged, and a mask emerged. It looked like a mask growing on top of a large mass of black seaweed. Powerful thunderbolts were instantly ejected from the mouth of the thundercloud grudju mask. It swept towards Tetsuya from near to far. The speed is amazing. Alas, it looks like you'll have to be taught a lesson before you can honestly listen to me. Tetsuya sighed, but his tone was full of excitement. Since the end of the Shinobi War, he hadn't fought anyone else besides Azuna himself, and running into Kakuto really made his hands itch a bit. Chakra sealing jutsu. Undo. Tetsuya simply undid the chakra sealing jutsu he had put on himself. The next moment majestic chakra erupted, and Tetsuya's body seemed to bubble with blue light around him in that instant. That was a manifestation of the burst of chakra materializing. Chakra was liberated and an instantaneous jutsu avoided Kakuto's attack. What's with that chakra? The intel was wrong. Damn intel dealers. I will cut out your heart and chop off your head. Kakuto went numb. And just the moment Tetsuya freed his chakra, the pressure created by it was as if Kakuto had the illusion of being in a confrontation with Chibiusa. But the shock was more than enough to make him want to kill the guy who gave him the information. Is this Tetsuya Chiba guy an ordinary person? But the experience accumulated from years of fighting told him that there's no extra time to laze around on your own. Flying to make a seal. Suetun, water curtain barrier. Another mask surfaced, and the mask's mouth spat out a raging column of water. Tetsuya saw this and had a whim. Suetun, water dragon bomb. The seal was completed. The water churned, and a huge Shunde dragon rose up coiled around Tetsuya's body. Straight towards the water column released by Kakuto. Put. The water splashed in all directions, and the waves of water splashed out from the collision were able to cut down several large trees. What a strong water recluse! Tetsuya exclaimed in shock. Such a powerful Suetun. Kakuto felt that he was almost able to catch up with the famous water recluse master of the ninja world, the second generation Naruto Chikage. What? Why do you think a Naruto would be a famous water transport master in the Shinobi world, and not a water shadow? Just kidding. The water shadow himself wouldn't dare to say that he was a master of water evasion in front of the second generation Naruto. Kaze. Pressure damage. Seeing that the water recluse is ineffective, Kakuto quickly withdrew his two masks and switched to the wind recluse. You should know that relying on the earth grudju's secret technique, you have 5 hearts in your body. Each heart was able to provide one attribute of chakra, which allowed him to use 5 different attributes of the transportation technique. It can be said that Kakuto was a master of the 5 recluse ninjutsu who became famous earlier than the third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hizuru. Well, it's a coincidence that Tetsuya doesn't know much else, but he knows a lot of jutsu. After all, just how many ninjutsu scrolls had he drawn from card draws over the years? He couldn't remember it himself. Wind transportation vacuum ojama. Tetsuya took a deep breath and exhaled it instantly, and with the added power of chakra, it was incredibly powerful. Vacuum Dayu collided with pressure damage and exploded instantly, tearing up the ground and toppling trees. I don't believe it. Kakuto didn't realize that Tetsuya was actually proficient in 2 different attributes of ninjutsu at such a young age. But it's okay, after all, the wind and water vanish are pretty compatible. As a master of the 5 recluse ninjutsu techniques with 5 different attributes of the heart, how could he himself be no match for a young man? Naruto, head carving, fire transportation, fire dragon inferno bomb. The same fire escape was still incredibly powerful. Horns have clenched their teeth, and must not wimp out when it comes to this. Wind transportation, pressing harm. Rato, false darkness. Suetun, water curtain barrier. Fire escape. Ninjutsu with different attributes worked together and were unleashed in a continuous stream. The wind helps the fire to be powerful. The fire borrows the wind's power. The thunder follows the water's line. And the water helps the thunder's power. Kakuto was worthy of being a long-established ninja. And his skills were quite good. Chapter 38, The Third Force, Susanoo. Seeing Kakuto unleash his ninjutsu continuously, Tetsuya became even more excited. Following suit, he began to continuously unleash various jutsu against Kakuto. What ninja fighting amongst themselves is gaming and assassination? That's all stuff that little scum with no blue would do. People like them with Katenra play jutsu against jutsu. Naruto Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Suetun Suiri Atao Bomb no Jutsu. Duden Earth Dragon Bomb. Thunderclap. The Wind Runner. All kinds of ninjutsu were thrown out for no money. The Kakuto people were looking stupid. Damn. What the hell is this guy? Realizing that the only reason he was able to unleash his jutsu so well was because he had 5 hearts of his own. Plus the Earth Grudge secret technique was added. Chakra possession far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. How come this guy looks like he has more chakra than he does? If Tetsuya knew what was going through Kakuto's mind at the moment, I'm afraid he would die laughing. District Earth Grudge secret art. How can it compare to his own immortal human body plus years of card drawing accumulated chakra? I'm afraid that my current self, even if I were to compare chakra with Juma, I wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Looks like it's time to show some real skill. Horns know that if they don't pull out the stops, not to mention taking this Chiba Tetsuya's head back to exchange for money, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back myself. Compound Ninjutsu Kai Face Burst. Chakras surged wildly and 2 Earth Grudge masks emerged. The Wind Mask and the Fire Mask. In the next moment, gusts of wind churned and flames erupted. The storm wind fused with the blazing fire, turning into a terrifying blaze that swept towards Tetsuya. Feeling the terrifying temperature that greeted him, Tetsuya also got serious. Good timing. Worthy of the long-established S-ranked rebel ninja Kakuto. Both hands quickly responded. Chakra surging. Suetun Water Dragon Burst Bite. Roar. A loud hiss rang out, as if a giant dragon was roaring. The water churned and transformed into a water dragon that was even more gigantic than the previous water dragon Tao Bomb. The water dragon rolled up the angry waves and rushed towards the flames. Put. Snort. Water and fire met with a loud noise. At the same time, there's burning steam coming out of the forest. The plants and trees were all worn out by the searing steam. Even the ground was soaked. By this time Kakuto was in a cold sweat. With this level of water escape, was he really not fighting against the second generation Naruto? Shikuma? This is outrageous. At the same time the Angle was thinking fast. Next, one should run away. Otherwise then I'm afraid I'll have to hitch a ride here. The wind blew, swirling away the white vapor in front of him, and Kakuto saw Tetsuya once more. Only to see that Tetsuya was actually forming seals again. Seeing this, Angle also made a decision without much thought. Earth Grudge final shot. Kakuto raised his hands, and the Earth Grudge tentacles expanded rapidly, sprouting 3 masks in front of him. Wind, fire, and thunder, respectively. This was his strongest strike, a fusion of 3 different attributes of chakra attacks. Zooming in, then I'll give you some phase 2. Seeing this, Sojourner Tetsu also gave up his ceiling, and his black pupils turned the color of blood. The 3-hook jade in the blood-colored pupils rotated at high speed, eventually combining into a special pattern. The third power, Susanoo. A golden bust of Susanoo rose from the ground. The half-Suzo held a taijutsu in his hand and slashed straight down towards the Angle. It's Kakuto. You horse. He asterisk. Isn't your name Tetsuya Chiba? Where did you get your sharpening wheel eyes? Where did you get your Susanoo Noha? Don't think I don't know that. It's a ing Uchiha clan thing. Your last name is Chiba. Chiba is a vassal of the Chiba clan. You said someone in your ancestry was married to Chiba. You have the Senju bloodline in your body, so I can understand being able to use Kizuna. But what's with the sharpening wheel and Susanoo? Play it off. This time you're dead. Watching the huge golden blade slash towards him from the sky, Kakuto was deeply powerless. The slash ended with a gaping hole in the forest. Tetsuya put away his Susanoo and Sharingan towards where Kakuto was sitting before. There was nothing left of the place but huge knife marks. It was as if Tetsuya's slash had directly cleaved away the horn. However, Kakuto can fool people who don't know him, but he can't fool Tetsuya. With the Earth Grudge secret technique plus the 5 hearts, it wouldn't be that easy for him to die. After all, in the future after he joined the Dawn organization, Kakuto and Fiden 2 people are known as the Undead Duo. Alright, come out. Don't hide. You sure are good at hiding, but it can't be much of a masterpiece in front of these eyes of mine. Tetsuya stomped the ground with his foot. Now that I'm in a good mood, I intend to keep you alive, but don't force me to really kill and kill. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuto knew there was no point in hiding any longer. A large number of black lines began to emerge above the ground. And these were the black lines of Earth Grudju. The black lines come together and eventually become Kakuto. Kakuto covered his chest and gasped violently. What the hell do you want? Kakuto looked up at Tetsuya suspiciously, having already conceded the point. This guy is so weird. He's obviously called Chiba. However, he has the huge chakra of a vortex, the eyes of an Uchiha, and is also proficient in many attributes of jutsu. It was almost like a monster that had gathered the characteristics of several powerful forces in the shinobi world. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled when he scanned the angle. And 2 hearts. Well, it's pretty much what I expected. He left room for maneuver in that last cut. Otherwise, with an angle that's already drained almost all of its chakra, how could it really carry a slash from his own Susanoo? Kakuto, I admire you. Hang out with me, don't you like money? It just so happens that I like money too. What? Kakuto was a little less than understanding. The other party's brain circuits. It was clear that he had come to assassinate him. They had a fight just now. Now that he's won the fight, and hasn't asked for his secret art, didn't ask himself who was trying to kill him, though he didn't know that either. Gold exchange missions never announced the employer, and now actually said he admired himself? What's this about? Tetsuya continued. Kakuto, I know you've been running around all over the shinobi world killing people and doing missions. It's all about the money. But do you know what should be the fastest and most consistent way to make money? Do you do the same quests as the ninjas of the shinobi villages? Do you go to the underground gold exchange to get the bounty? No, none of that. It's business, especially with the nobility. You should know that I run a hotel that makes a lot of money in the capital city of the fire country. The daily income alone is astronomical. But you know what? The kind of money I earn would be too much for those dignitaries. It's only a meal. Kakuto's eyes widened as he listened to Tetsuya's words. Chapter 39, Kakuto, a certain drifting half-life. Between the trees 2 figures sat down on the roots of a large tree and Kakuto listens as Tetsuya gives him the big money-making speech. Listen to me and I'll tell you. Looking at the entire ninja world, who's the richest? The ninjas? Is it those shinobu villages? None of them. The ones who are really rich are the dignitaries, the great names of the country. Is the ninja village great? Admittedly those ninjas can fight, but when it counts, don't we still have to rely on the dame's appropriation? Listening to Tetsuya's words, Kakuto pondered, then nodded in recognition every now and then. So yeah, you can't get rich being a ninja, but you can get rich doing business, especially doing business with the nobles. Tetsuya continues to paint the angle. What with market monopolization, capital accumulation, money and power deals, captive production, financial control of markets, capital kidnapping shinobi. These things almost gave Hornadu an orgasm. The excited Kakuto immediately stood up and bowed towards Tetsuya in obeisance. A certain drifter has spent half his life running around for money, and thinks he's the person under the sky who knows how to make the most money. Today, when I saw you, I realized that I am only a frog in the bottom of the well, sitting in the well and watching the sky. Compared with you, it is like the light of a firefly seeing the moon in the sky. Listening to what you said, a certain admiration for Mr. is really like a torrent of continuous water. In the future, I would like to be the pawn of Mr. Horse, and only look to Mr. Horse. Hearing Kakuto's words, Tetsuya was happy. I didn't think that you, a black-faced stingy ghost, would actually be able to talk. That's right. Even if the other side can't talk, they've lived for so long and seen so many people, more or less by ear. Ugh. Kakuto, you're not making any sense when you say that. You and I share a common hobby or ideal. We are like-minded partners. How about you making money with me? Then the Kakuto is respectful. After beating this guy up for a while, and then pulling out something of interest to the other guy. It's a two-pronged approach, and there's no fear that the horns won't even buy their lives for themselves. Well, from now on we'll be friends and partners. No need to be too nervous. Tetsuya patted him on the shoulder. In the battle just now, 4 of your 5 hearts are missing. Go and replenish them first to restore your strength. When you're done you can go ahead and wait for me at the Chiba Hotel in the capital city of the fire country. And you can take this, said Tetsuya as he took out a key from inside his pocket. It's like a key? The horns were all a little excited. Could it be the key to the vault? This is the key to the gate of the Chiba Hotel, and likewise a token. You take this to the Chiba Hotel and the people who stay there won't give you a hard time. Hearing this, Kakuto suddenly recalled the previous information. Intelligence says that Tetsuya Chiba has a powerful ninja protecting him. After fighting Tetsuya a bit earlier, he'd thought the intel was wrong. There is no such thing as a ninja, powerful in his own right. Now it seems that the intel is fine, and only because of the previous protection of such a ninja. That's why no one was able to force Tetsuya's hand. So much so that the intelligence traffickers thought that Tetsuya was nothing more than an ordinary person under protection. Come to think of it, If you follow Tetsuya around, there are at least 2 masters sitting around counting Tetsuya. 2 S-class rebel ninja strength or above. That's an unusual base. Coupled with what Tetsuya had said to himself earlier, Angel's mind reeled. This Chiba Tetsuya is going to do something big. He's got money. 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 Wouldn't it be smooth sailing to follow them yourself? But even if that was the case, that didn't stop Kakuto from going back and ripping out the heart of that intelligence peddler. Good. Then I'll leave for now, and I'll look for you at the Chiba Hotel after I recover. Well said. Goodbye then. Waved goodbye to Kakuto. Kakuto disappeared into the woods in an instant. Ah, it's nice. Kakuto's strength would be considered an expert even in any era where hanging walls were rampant. Let alone now. What's more, the most promising thing about Kakuto is not his strength, but his ability to make money. Horns are fond of money, and a good money maker themselves. Plus show him a path by yourself. The corners of Tetsuya's mouth couldn't help but curl up at the thought. The Shinobi world is, for lack of a better word, a feudal society. Let Kakuto engage in a capital rise in such a world. Ha. Just as he was fantasizing, a wave of chakra came through. Tetsuya responded immediately. It looks like it should be a Konoha ninja coming over after noticing the commotion of the battle. TCH. I don't know if they've seen Susanoo or not, but it doesn't matter. There's still Izuna to bail out anyway. When he used Izuna's identity to save Kagemusha, he couldn't believe that Kakuma hadn't told Michio and the others that Izuna was still alive. Thinking that, Tetsuya quickly evacuated the scene. Here, let's let Izuna take the blame for now. Shortly after Tetsuya left, several Konoha ninja wearing animal masks appeared. This should be the place. It does look like someone had a fight here. The masked ninja in the lead couldn't help but be a little alarmed as he looked at the traces left by the battle in front of him. I'm afraid this level of destruction can't be left behind by ordinary people, and the golden giants they'd seen earlier. Survey the scene and don't leave any traces. Yes, the masked ninjas begin to survey the scene and investigate the clues left behind. Soon a piece of information was delivered to the desk of Kiba Naruto's office. Sarutobi Hinata, the 3rd generation Naruto. Read the information carefully, his brows gradually tightening. A golden giant. Could it be the Uchiha clan's Susanoo? Thoughtfully, Sarutobi took a sharp drag on his pipe end. For a while smoke billowed in the middle of Naruto's office. According to their teacher's teachings, the Uchiha clan had always been the ones they'd watched out for. Whether they were inside the village or out on a mission, there would be people watching the Uchiha clan. He knew all about the movements of the Uchiha inside the village, so it couldn't be a Konoha Uchiha. He remembered what his own teacher at the time, Chibiusa, had told him. The Uchiha clan's powerhouse, Uchiha Izuna, back from the dead, is somewhere in the Shinobi world right now, and the other side could come to Kiba at any time. And now, does that mean that Uchiha Izuna is back? What should I do then? Taking another sharp drag on his pipe, the smoke rose. Dang! There was a sudden loud bang and the door to Naruto's office was pushed open. A one-eyed man walked in. A one-eyed man whose face was grim and there was a distinctive cross scar on his chin. Monkey, something's happened outside the village. The Uchiha clan's people went out of the village without authorization and fought with ninjas from other villages. This action is undoubtedly treasonous to the village. We punish this evil Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Sarutobi's face changed. I've only just received the information from the dark sect. How did you know? There are roots people inside the dark sector? Good for you. Shimura Gunzo. You're very good. Chapter 40, Sarutobi, Eyeshadow. Suzu, you repent. Hinata. What are you hesitating for? For someone from the Uchiha to dare to go out of the village without authorization to fight with someone from another village is undoubtedly not taking the village into consideration. And not taking you, Naruto, into consideration. That's a serious thing to say. Suzu, I've arranged for the Uchiha clan's people to keep an eye on them from the dark side. And anyone they don't have goes out of the village without authorization. And the people out there aren't necessarily from the Uchiha. Seeing that his old friend was actually speaking up for the inherently evil Uchiha, Reunion's expression became a little darker. Hinata, what do you mean you don't have to? That's an inherently evil Uchiha. Hell, I don't know if they've gotten around your surveillance somehow. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. And the Uchiha are part of the village. Do you think of them as part of the village? Do they themselves recognize such a thing? In my opinion, this time, the battle happening outside is bound to be that the Uchiha clan is fighting the other villages under the name of Kiba, and when the time comes, they will invite the other villages to attack Kiba so that they can take advantage of the opportunity to rebel. We must take the first step to suppress and punish the Uchiha clan so that they don't have that chance. You passed. Gumiho. Monkey, have you forgotten what Sensei said? The Uchiha are an inherently evil clan. Gunzo, have you forgotten about Mirror? He died trying to save you. At the mention of the Uchiha realm, all Junzo could feel was a stabbing pain in his right eye. Hinata, if you don't suppress the Uchiha clan today, you'll regret it in the future. Enough Gunzo, I'm Naruto. Ping. With a loud thud, Duanzou slammed the door. Only Sarutobi Hinata was left sitting alone in the middle of Naruto's office. Sarutobi Hizuru, who was full of sadness, couldn't help but light up his pipe again and smoke it. Suppressing the Uchiha clan was the course set by their teacher, Chikara, and he wanted to do it. But the current situation is really too special. The Uchiha clan heart restless. Outside the village there was also a Uchiha Izuna who didn't know when she would return. Sensei told himself to get a grip and not push the Uchiha too hard. And his best friend, Gumiho, doesn't want to let go of any chance to suppress the Uchiha clan. Phew! Sarutobi Hinata slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and it seemed as if he had aged a lot when he was clearly still in his prime. Uchiha Izuna, why did you come back when you were a dead man? On this side of Naruto's office, Sarutobi Hinata's hair was turning white with worry. On the other hand, Tetsuya was leisurely returning to his own place in Kiba. He had long since disposed of his original old rags, and in the good old days of his business, he had then already gotten himself a single mansion in Kiba. Sais himself is now a rich businessman. Cannot condescend. Teacher, I heard you were back and we came to see you. There was a knock on the door and a familiar call. Coming. The moment the door opened, Tate froze as he looked at the still young Tetsuya in front of him. Teacher? Tate looked at Tetsuya in front of him with some confusion. Are you, like, a teacher's kid? I can't help but wonder. After all, the person in front of him was so much like the teacher he remembered. Practically identical, only yet still in his teens. But the teacher was clearly a year older than he was. Looking at Tetsuya, who was already looking like an older man in front of him, Tetsuya froze for a moment. Has so much time passed in the blink of an eye? That originally somewhat shy Tatiaki, who was learning how to make ramen by his side, has become a 46 or 70, soon to be 50-year-old man, and because of the immortal body of the evil god, he himself was like the scorpion that had transformed himself into a human puppet, forever fixed in his teens and 20s, always in his prime. Tetsuya said with a smile at the thought, "You're the hand-to-hand combat master, aren't you? I've heard my father talk about you. My name is Chiba Ryo. Elder brother, come in." Chiba Ryo? You're really a teacher's child. You look almost exactly like your teacher when he was young. The hand-typing also laughed out loud. He tapped the 11 or 12-year-old next to himself on the shoulder. Yael, quick, call senior uncle. Junior Yael stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes and respectfully called out senior uncle. Although Tetsu was only 1 year younger than Tetsuya, he has taught me a great deal. Even if Tetsuya and Teppo called themselves brothers and sisters, Teppo was still Tetsuya's disciple and naturally was a generation younger than Tetsuya, in the same generation as Tetsuya's child, and his own son. Yael naturally called out to his senior uncle when he met Liang. Tetsuya smiled and stroked Ichiraku's head. Well, don't stand out there, come on in. Then we're interrupting. Inviting the two in, Tetsuya poured tea to greet them. The hand hit his a million feelings. He also did not expect his teacher's children are so big. It's much bigger than even your own children. Come to think of it, if the teacher is doing so well in the national capital, he must have gotten married a long time ago. At that time, when Ichiraku was born, he said himself that the teacher was not married yet. Perhaps he had been married for a long time. Soon it was lunchtime, and Tetsuya himself cooked a couple of dishes to entertain Tate's father and son. The hand typed while lamenting that Ryo had received a true transmission from his teacher while inquiring about his teacher and his teacher's wife. Tetsuya had to just make it up as he went along that they were doing well in the nation's capital. But after all, he's getting older and doesn't like to go back and forth. That's why he let himself come to Konoha alone to see what's going on. Look at where he grew up. Handspring was also very cognizant of Tetsuya's words. After all, he himself was getting up there in age now. Also don't like to go out of town. The two of them talked a lot while they ate, mostly hand typing before. He lamented the fact that the years flew by and that without realizing it people grew old. Tetsuya was also quite emotional about this. After sending off the Tatewaki father and son, Tetsuya couldn't sit still any longer. He walked alone through the streets of Kiba. When he was in the capital, he was either fishing in the mountains outside the capital himself, or he was getting money. At that time, there wasn't much of a sense for time. But when he returned to Kiba again, he realized that so much time had passed. The streets of Konoha had been transformed, and what had been low-rise houses had been demolished and it became taller and bigger houses, and the streets became wider and neater. In fact, it seems now that the Konoha governed by Sarutobi Hizuru in his prime was quite good. Hey, Tetsuya. Hearing a familiar call, Tetsuya looked back and saw a ninja with a full head of white hair and a face of vicissitudes. Ugh, Tetsuya. How come you guys are still so young? Sakuya watched as he quickly stepped forward, eyeing Tetsuya curiously. Looking at the man in front of him, Tetsuya's mind was all mixed up. Ha ha. When the spirited flag would Sakuya now also become a face full of vicissitudes of the uncle Ah? As much as he wanted to laugh out loud and say, "Hey Sakuya, how did you guys get this old?" But he knew he couldn't say that and just smiled politely. "Hello this uncle. My name is Chiba Ryo. Do you know my father?" Chapter 41, News of the Second Shinobi War. This person in front of me is just too much like Tetsuya back then. If he hadn't felt a single bit of chakra on the man in front of him, I'm afraid he's going to think this is Tetsuya. After all, when Tetsuya had cultivated chakra, he had taught himself the art of bilocation. "You're that Tetsuya guy's son?" Tetsuya nodded. There was nothing unacceptable about being his own son. TCH, thanks to me treating him as a brother. He didn't even call me when he got married. I didn't realize the kids were so big. Looking at Sakuya that was both envious and a little offended. When we agreed to be bachelors together we didn't realize that kids were so big. It's really not credible. "Your name is Ryo, right?" "Yes, my name is Ryo Chiba Ryo. White hair, shinobi vest. Oh, you're Sakuya Hatajai, aren't you? My father told me that you were quite a ninja, but I didn't realize. You look much older huh?" Sakuya laughed out loud. "Ha ha, that's normal. After all, I'm a few years older than you Tetsuya guy. How's that Tetsuya guy doing? Haven't seen him in years." "It's okay, except I'm getting older and I don't like to walk around much anymore. That's why I'm the only one who came back to Kiba this time. That guy of his really is," Sakuya said rather emotionally. "When he was young, he traveled all over the land of fire with me to open a branch. I didn't realize that the current him actually doesn't even bother to go back to Konoha anymore. A businessman. My father, he's always socializing, eating and drinking these days. The body is long gone from when I was young. Unlike Sakuya-senpai you are still fit and healthy ah." "Ha ha, you kid. You're better at talking than that Tetsuya guy ah." Sakuya gave two big happy laughs. "But I'm not as fit as I used to be, so I'm going to retire after 2 more years of work. It's nice to go home and drink tea and do some flower arranging. Maybe then I'll even have time to go to the capital and have a drink with that Tetsuya kid." "That's a good sentiment. I'm sure my father he'll be pleased with Sakuya-senpai's visit." "Really? Then go back and tell him to wait for me." Sakuya-senpai. Just as the two of them were chatting, several young ninjas ran in Sakuya's direction. "It looks like these people should all be Nakanobu. Alright Ryo-chan, no more chit-chat. As you can see, it's time for me to go on my mission." Tetsuya couldn't help but look at this configuration of one upper ninja with a few middle ninjas with some curiosity. So many people. Is this Sakuya-senpai leading a team on a B-rank mission? Sakuya smiled rather smugly. "Wrong Tertullian boy. It's out of the A-class mission these recent years, the borders of the land of fire are getting pretty inharmonious. Well, as per the ninja code, I can't tell you much more than that. So goodbye." With that said, Sakuya Flagstaff waved his hand towards Tetsuya and, leaving with his squad in the direction of the village entrance. Tetsuya couldn't help but think as he looked at the departing crowd. Are the borders of the fire country beginning to destabilize? He carefully estimated some time. Oh, the 20 years of peace are almost over. That means, then, that the Second Great War of the Shinobi world is just about to begin, and the martial arts factions of the villages have already begun to raise their heads? Thinking that, Tetsuya started walking back. Seems like he came back early. Pepper was kidnapped after the Second Shinobi War. The Second Shinobi War is about to begin. Is there anything in this that I can plot? Tetsuya didn't show up much after a few days in Kiba. Aside from the hand-to-hand family and Sakuya, who was out on a quest, not too many people knew of his existence. For Tetsuya, there was nothing left of Kiba that he wanted to see. Tsukumo Hagi. To Tetsuya, he was nothing more than Sakuya's brother. One's relationship with him wasn't much better. Mitsunobu, they were nothing more than their former customers, and the crossover wasn't much deeper. Or rather, the only one among the 3 ninjas who was a little bit better with himself was Orochimaru. However, if Orochimaru were to see himself as he is now, I'm afraid it's not that he'll want to drag himself off to be sliced and studied. After all, Orochimaru was always after the true meaning of life. How will he feel when he sees a being like himself who will not age or die? It's almost time to go back. Kakuto should have been waiting for himself for days. After packing up his things, Tetsuya was ready to leave Kiba. "Sir, the carriage is ready." The coachman greeted them at the door, and a carriage pulled up to the street outside the house. Don't tell me, traveling in a carriage in Konoha these days is still quite prestigious. After all, the average person couldn't afford a carriage. and even hiring one was a hefty price tag. Usually only people from that kind of shinobi clan would ride in carriages. The carriage traveled above the streets, ushering in a number of onlookers. Teacher, look, a wagon, or a two-horse-drawn wagon. Is this from one of the shinobi clans within the village? A 10-year-old teenage ninja pulled his slightly pale-skinned sensei and pointed to the carriage that was slowly heading out of the village. Orochimaru said as he stroked Jomanoki's head. It doesn't look like it. The wagon doesn't have the insignia of any of the shinobi clans on it. It must be the carriage of some rich merchant. Speaking of rich merchants, Orochimaru was also reminded of a boss he knew. I remember that time when I was still learning ninjutsu from my teacher. After a hard day's training, the greatest pleasure is to go for a bowl of Boss Chiba's ramen. And that Chiba boss isn't like other businessmen. He likes to get creative. At that time experiencing the new flavors of ramen developed by Chiba's boss was one of his greatest pleasures as Orochimaru. As if his heart was in the right place, Tetsuya pulled open the curtains at the back of the carriage and looked out the window. And Orochimaru saw the familiar face revealed in the window of that carriage. At once, Orochimaru's pupils trembled. How is this possible? After all these years, how could the Chiba boss still look like a young man? Could it be that this wasn't the Chiba boss himself, but his descendant? Tetsuya on the carriage also saw Orochimaru and Jomanoki on the road at this time. Is that Orochimaru? It's grown up. It doesn't look quite as shady as it does in the anime though. Who is that teenage boy beside him? Look at them in this intimate manner. Could it be Orochimaru's disciple? Tsunade's brother Jomanoki? It looks like it should be. Orochimaru looked at Tetsuya, who returned the smile and nodded before pulling the curtains closed. It's him. It must be Boss Chiba. He recognized me. But why hasn't he aged after all these years? Teacher? What's wrong with you? Jomanoki's call brought Orochimaru back to his senses. Ha ha, it's nothing. The teacher merely saw an acquaintance. Turning back to Orochimaru, he smiled, but his eyes always fell on the far-off wagon. Chapter 42, I'm a businessman. It's no fun to fight. The Chiba Hotel, the capital city of the Fire Country. I'm back. Did you miss me? Returning to the tea house on the second floor of the hotel, Tetsuya greeted him with a big smile as he pushed open the door. Only Izuna, who was sitting behind the coffee table and was sipping tea, didn't even raise her head, while Kakuto, sitting on the side, was looking over the ledger. Hearing Tetsuya's voice, Kakuto stood up excitedly. Boss, you're back. Seeing Tetsuya, the hands holding the account book that couldn't stop trembling. Seeing this scene, Izuna couldn't help but roll her eyes and, for those who don't know, it's called Hinata Izuna. Where did you find such an oddball? He's an old money grubber. As soon as he came he had to look at the ledger, and if he hadn't had the key in his hand, those who didn't know would have thought he was here to pick a fight. When Kakuto arrived at the Chiba Hotel with the key, Izuna thought the guy was a thief, backhanded it and controlled it with a Sharingan. But after careful questioning, I realized that this guy was recruited by Tetsuya. With the key in his hand, Izuna asks him why he chose to come over at night, only to have the guy come in and say he's used to it. That's as far as he being Uchiha Izuna, not his brother Uchiha Zanzibar. Otherwise the horns would have been a pile of flying dust by now. Hey, Kakuto. I ran into him on my way back to Kiba. He wanted to take my head for a bounty at the Gold Institute, and I saw that he was quite talented, so I recruited him and let him follow me. Thanks for the appreciation, boss. Kakuto didn't feel ashamed at all, but instead felt very proud to be recognized by Tetsuya. After all, after reading the account book, he realized that making money can still be earned in this way. A table of food would be able to cover his money for a single mission. You could easily take a heart or two on a mission by yourself, but not here. Just sit back and collect your money. That's if Tetsuya knew what was going on in Kakuto's mind. That's all he would say to him. It's just too normal. Rich people live lives that ordinary people can't even imagine. Situations exist where one meal is enough money to keep someone alive for the rest of their life. Say, how come you're back so soon? Are you done with the fun you wanted to see? Tetsuya took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea as well. No, it's too early to go back. It's not yet time for the fun to happen. It's not time for Rocco to happen yet? Those people in the Cloud-Hidden Village cancelled their operation? They've only moved on this. They haven't officially done it yet. It looked like they should be continuing to gather information. After all, as of right now, Kiba was the strongest one among the 5 major shinobi villages. Making a move against Kiba's people will easily invite Kiba's retaliation. After the end of World War I, Kiba was the least damaged village, with all the other second-generation shadows gone. Just Kiba's is still there, relying on the surviving Chikara. Kiba claimed a number of benefits from the defeated village to offset the depletion caused by the war and stabilize the village. Nowadays, Kiba is the strongest of the 5 major ninja villages, with the greatest potential for war. In addition, Kiba occupies such a rich land as the Land of Fire. It is even more smooth development. However, this likewise attracted the jealousy and covetousness of other ninja villages. I didn't get nothing out of this trip to Kiba, though. I've got some pretty strong news. What news? Izuna cast a curious glance. After all, it had been so long since the resurrection that he himself was either helping Tetsuya with his business or moping around, living a salty life. As a proud Uchiha, as a powerful ninja, he was also finding this a bit boring. Tetsuya grinned. I'm afraid a new shinobi war is about to begin, and I have a feeling that in 3 years at the most, in 3 years' time, the shinobi world will surely stir up bloodshed once more. Both Izuna and Kakuto's expressions changed when they heard about the shinobi world war. Kakuto was serious. As someone who had witnessed the first shinobi war, he knew the brutality of the shinobi war. Izuna, on the other hand, is excited to fight, although he wasn't a battle fanatic like his brother. As an Uchiha, his bones were still filled with a desire for battle. He's lived through the chaos of the warring states, but in those days they fought in clans. Izuna was still very curious about this village-based shinobi war that was going on right now. He wanted to see how the wars of today differed from the wars of their time. The shinobi war? That's interesting. Do we need to participate in it? In what situation? Which side to stand on? Or do you mean to enter the war alone as a side camp against the 5 major shinobi villages? Tetsuya and Kakuto looked at Uchiha Izuna at the same time. The corners couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel that is this Uchiha-zan's brother? It's really that guy's real brother. A lunatic just like his brother Uchiha-zan. Instead, Tetsuya bellowed as he slammed the table. Tai, who the hell are you? How dare you take over Izuna? Tell me the truth. Seeing Tetsuya like this, Kakuto thought that Izuna had really been taken over by someone. Then we saw Izuna roll her eyes at Tetsuya, then give a middle finger and, these are the things I've learned from Tetsuya over the years. Phew, that scared me. I thought you, Uchiha Izuna, had been taken over. Just the 3 of us in the ninja war and then against the 5 major ninja villages? You think you're your brother Uchiha-zan and I'm Shikuma? Who am I kidding? I don't want to fight the entire shinobi world. Kakuto, who was on the sidelines, nodded his head in recognition. He didn't want to just follow Boss Chiba and then follow him to his death. So what do you mean? Izuna inquired curiously. This guy was just gushing about how the shinobi war was about to start. Don't you want to get your foot in the door in the middle of this war and make a name for yourself in the shinobi world? Tetsuya laughed. We're businessmen, and how pointless it is to fight and kill for what I want. Of course it relies on the war and then crashes hard. With that he extended his right hand. It was thumb rubbing back and forth over his index and middle fingers. Kakuto suddenly brightened up. Boss wise. What other business is there besides doing business with dignitaries to make more money faster and more money? That's a natural way to make war money. Hey, General, low key, waving his hand. He continued, the problem now is that, since we already know before anyone else that a war will break out in the near future, how should we utilize this information gap to make money? Kakuto said with a clap of his hands. Boss, I have a plan. Oh, you have a plan? Tell me. Kakuto said with great confidence. Stock up on food. When war breaks out, food is the fastest rising material. As long as we hoard enough food, as soon as war breaks out, then what we're hoarding isn't food. It's practically gold. Chapter 43, The Smell of Nitrous? Not the smell of money. Tetsuya nodded. Tunnels are indeed a good option. And we run a hotel. Even a massive hoarding of grain wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Tetsuya agreed with his idea, Kakuto had begun to calculate up how he should hoard the grain, and how many granaries he should build when he was finished. True to form. As long as you can get money, the motivation to work is absolutely top-notch. But I think there's another thing we can plot for a while besides hoarding grain. What is it? Kakuto looked at Tetsuya with some curiosity, and he too wondered, before the war came to, what else is there to make money on besides hoarding food? Izuna, how are you doing with what I asked you to do earlier? There's no need to ask. I'm Uchiha Izuna and this is what you want. Although Izuna's character is considered one of the better ones among the Uchiha, as Uchiha, that special pride is always engraved in their bones. With that he pulled out a couple of papers from inside a drawer of a sideboard. This is the deed to the largest blacksmith store in the capital. There are also the transfer papers for the blacksmith stores in several surrounding cities. And this is a contract for cooperation in the iron mines of the Fire Country. A contract is on the table. Kakuto, who was extremely keen on money, smelled the problem at once. Boss, does that mean you plan to hoard iron ore? Tetsuya grinned. That's right, I'm planning to stockpile iron ore. Ow. I mean, what are you asking me to acquire a blacksmith store for? I thought you were going to switch to selling farm equipment. Izuna came to his senses. though he thought a lot about Tetsuya's mission when he received it. But until then he didn't realize that there was an impending war in the shinobi world, so he didn't think in terms of stockpiling supplies. But now that I think about it more carefully, it turns out that he was planning to stockpile iron ore. The acquisition of the blacksmith store was merely a cover for hoarding iron ore for himself. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The horns alt sked. Once the major shinobi villages have the intention to start a war, then they're bound to increase the production of ninjutsu. Though it's true that those top-notch ninjutsu require some rare ores in addition to fine iron, but most of the ninjutsu used by ninja, such as senbon, bitterless, shuriken, and whatnot, require only fine iron. With the mass production of ninjutsu, then the iron ore needed by those ninjutsu villages will increase. The more dire the situation in the shinobi world became, then the higher the demand for iron ore would be. Thereby the value of the iron ore will grow. And in time, relying on the hoard of iron ore in hand, we were able to make a hard profit again. You're right. Even if there's a chance, we directly round the market flow of iron ore. Then how to sell these iron ore? At what price to buy? This is not all our say? Said Tetsuya with a big smile. Kakuto echoed the laugh. Ha ha, this is the capital monopoly you told me about before, boss, right? Exactly. Saying that, Tetsuya looked towards Kakuto and opened his mouth. Kakuto, I have a task for you. Boss, just ask. I'll do my best. Very good. Tetsuya took out a silver ticket, and the numbers on it made all 5 of Kakuto's hearts beat wildly at once. You've been walking around the shinobi world for so many years. You should have gotten hold of quite a few channels that. I need you to go and hoard as much iron ore as you can from other countries on the market. Receiving the silver ticket, Kakuto nodded solemnly. I see. Since we're going to play Monopoly, it's definitely not enough to have just one fire country. If you're going to play big. Even if we can't monopolize the iron ore on the market, that also involves hoarding the vast majority of the ore that circulates on the market. Tetsuya can already visualize the pre-war outbreak. How high will the price of iron ore on the market go when the major ninja villages start to go crazy building ninjutsu? As for whether or not his doing so would usher in retaliation from the major ninja villages, are you kidding me? Would he be afraid of something like that? Not to mention the fact that both myself and Izuna, or perhaps Kakuto's own strength was beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Secondly, his dealings with the daimyo of the fire country over the years had not been a waste of time. Well, that's the arrangement. Kakuto will collect the iron ore that flows openly from other countries outside of the fire country, and I'll contact the daimyo and ask him to prioritize the iron ore that comes out of the fire country's veins and provide it to us. Izuna, you'll be in charge of stocking up on food, said Tetsuya as he stood up. Gentlemen, if we wait until the shinobi war breaks out, then we will gain wealth like never before. Ready to get rich? I'm ready, Kakuto shouted excitedly, as if he had seen mountains of gold beckoning to him. Izuna, on the other hand, was thoughtful. When this job is done, will we be able to resurrect my brother? Time flew by, and Tetsuya took in almost all of the iron ore from the fire country in one big package, as planned, and Kakuto lived up to Tetsuya's expectations by sending a steady stream of sealing scrolls back from other countries. And in the midst of these sealing scrolls were mountains of iron ore and fine iron. At the same time, the Chiba Hotel was being expanded at one time, and in the name of that expansion, granaries were constructed. Large quantities of food were brought into the granary, not just the Chiba Hotel in the capital. Over the years, Tetsuya's Chiba ramen restaurants, Chiba fried chicken restaurants, and Chiba milk tea restaurants, which had opened in the midst of the major busy cities of the Land of Fire, had begun to stockpile food. Just wait until the Second Shinobi War. Over time, the development of countries has become more and more unbalanced among them. The major ninja villages have seen their internal conflicts intensify as the villages grow, and martial arts factions have begun to rise among the ninja villages. What should be done when the development of a village in a country is not able to meet the internal needs? The two options are either to develop internal productivity and increase production to meet demand, either wage foreign wars, through which external resources are plundered to meet internal needs. Apparently, for the ninjas of the Shinobu village, they had only one option, and that was to start a foreign war, through which they could reconcile the internal conflicts of the village. In the 34th year of the Konoha, friction between the great powers intensified. The smoke of war began to fill the shinobi world. 35 years of Kiba. A team of ninjas from Kiba and a team of ninjas from the Land of Earth friction and fight, in which Tetsuya's old friend, Sakuya Hagi, is killed. The death of Sakuya Hagi exacerbated the conflict between the shinobi villages. More ninja were sent to the borders of the fire country, including Orochimaru. The whole shinobi world knows about what's going on. A new round of the shinobi world war is about to break out. For a while the price of food in the shinobi world went crazy, directly doubling several times. At the same time, The major ninja villages have also begun an arms race, and have begun to vigorously produce ninjutsu to deal with the upcoming Shinobi War. And the price of iron has risen like crazy. Kakuto went crazy with joy when he heard the news. Chapter 44 Izuna, the innately evil Chikara. Boss. We're rich. Kakuto pushed open the door to the tea room and danced with excitement. In the middle of the tea room, Tetsuya and Izuna were calmly drinking tea. Kakuto, calm down. Learn to be calm. As long as the Shinobi world is not destroyed, we all need to learn to be calm about it. Understand? I see, boss. I was too excited. Kakuto took several deep breaths, which barely calmed his excitement. Sure enough, his choice to follow his boss in the first place was the best choice he had ever made in his life. This time alone, relying on the money earned from hoarding grain and iron ore. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn this much even if I complete all the tasks in the gold exchange. Come sit down and have some tea. Tetsuya poured Kakuto a cup of tea. Kakuto said after sitting down and taking a sip. Boss, we've been approached by several sets of people. They want us to sell them iron ore, and they're willing to pay 30% more. How many waves are there? Kakuto thought back carefully. Well, 4 waves of people, except for the Misty Hidden Village. The other 4 major Shinobi villages are here. Boss, do you need me to hold an auction so they can have a bidding war? I have to say, Kakuto's mind is just active whenever money screwing is involved. The ninja war is about to go full blown. This guy was actually thinking of pulling the 4 major ninja villages to make money from the auction. Tetsuya shook his head. No, you're going a little too far if you do that. It's easy to get into trouble that way. So we just sell it for the price they offered? That can't be. So, tell them another 0.5%. Understood. Kakuto nodded. Even if it was just another 0.5%, but just based on their current stock of. That's a lot of money too. By the way, remember to give these 4 about the same amount of goods. And don't sell to any one of them individually. And don't sell less to one particular family. Understand? I see. Responding, Kakuto left with gusto. Izuna asked as she opened her mouth. Why sell the goods to 4 almost? Wouldn't it be better to sell the goods to one of the families individually? Tetsuya laughed. This is called equilibrium. And with our present stock of iron ore. Plus, in terms of the prices now being offered, none of them can eat all the iron in our hands alone. In one. If someone could actually eat the stock we're holding on their own, just imagine, how many ninjutsu can be made from so much iron? I'm afraid that if so many ninjutsu were to be put into the war, it would have a considerable impact on the battlefield. One side is too dominant and that's not what I want to see. After all, only the longer they fight will we be able to earn more, won't we? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but be staggered by them. You're quite intimidating. Shinobi wars. Ninjas from various villages gave their blood and lives. And when it comes to you, it's your business. If this gets back to them, I'm afraid I'm not going to go out of my way to come over here and kill you. Ugh, that's just wrong. Did I start the Shinobi World War? Tetsuya said with a shrug as he spread his hands. No, it was they themselves who started the war. I want peace in the Shinobi world, too. That way I'll be able to do business. But they don't want to. They're the ones who want to go to war. I merely caught the war to make me a small fortune. After all, I'm a businessman. What businessman doesn't make money? Izuna didn't say anything as he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, and was silent for a long time before speaking. To put it in a way you might not want to hear, resurrecting the Uchiha? I can't do it for now. Hearing this, Izuna frowned. There is a limit to my ability to resurrect people, and I have a special order of resurrection that I can only resurrect people in a specific order. And who are the people you're able to resurrect now? Tetsuya grinned. And also an old acquaintance of yours, Chibiusa. The naturally evil Chikara. How could it be this guy? Izuna's fire flared at the name. This damnable white-haired. Even if you die, you can't forget that he engaged in a sneak attack backstabbing himself. This is a deadly feud. The real meaning of deadly feud. He can be killed by him. Why this guy? Can't you resurrect someone else first? Tetsuya spread his hands. I can't, and that's why I didn't resurrect the second one before. Even though I'd obviously saved up enough money to do so. Once I resurrect Chibiusa, then it's highly likely that he'll run straight back to Konoha to help it grow. Uchiha Izuna clenched her fists and stood up to pace back and forth. See if this works. When you resurrect him, and then the 2 of us will team up to kill this guy. Hearing that, Tetsuya could only say 6. There's no one else in this brainwave. First reviving the opponent and then killing them. I'm afraid this won't work. You were resurrected by me, and as long as I don't die, then you will not die. There was also the second half of Tetsuya's sentence that he didn't say, and that was that he, who possessed the immortal body of the evil god, theoretically, it won't die. Well, how about sealing him up? Well, Why don't we wait until after the Shinobi War? Okay. Izuna sighed. Seems like sealing wouldn't work too well. With the talents of that naturally evil Chibiusa, I'm afraid there is no seal that can seal him, as much as it pains me to admit it. But that guy's brain was that much more powerful than the average person. Give him enough time. Hell knows what kind of jutsu he'll come up with. After all, he was even able to develop a sinister move like the Flying Thunder God Slash. Tetsuya smiled. I could tell that Izuna didn't have a normal opinion of Kagemusha. What would happen if he knew that he had used his name to save Casey's life? After thinking about it, Tetsuya decided that it would be better not to tell the other party. The conflicts in the Shinobi world were getting worse, especially with the large amounts of iron ore in food that the ninja villages have directly increased their investment in the front line, with food and equipment. What are they waiting for if they don't increase their investment at this time? Waiting for someone else to step up first? But I'm afraid it's not in the minds of individuals. Not only did one of their villages purchase the grain and iron ore, but what they wouldn't have expected was that they bought it all from the same person. The wealth of the 4 major shinobi villages is flowing to the same person at the same time. The Kakuto who collects the money is dying of laughter. Boss, we're rich. We're really rich. All the money from the 4 shinobi villages came into our hands. I can't even dream of it. Kakuto took the sealing scroll and placed it on the coffee table. The whole thing smiling. The corners of his mouth were about to grin to the back of his head. Tetsuya smiled and opened the scroll to examine it. All that was sealed within it was money. Even he couldn't help but get a little excited at the sight of so much money. Putting down the scroll, he inquired warily. Good job. You didn't leave any loose ends for them to catch, did you? Don't worry, boss. They'll never find out that the person selling them something is actually the same person, said Kakuto with a bad smile. Chapter 45 Kakuto, boss, let's go and take down the rain country. Very well, Kakuto, I was right about you. Tetsuya nodded approvingly before pulling out a key and tossing it to Kakuto. Here's the key to the vault. Get it yourself if you need money later. Just keep a record of how much you take when you get there. Taking the key, Kakuto's entire body went dazed and froze for a long time. The vault, the key to the vault. He didn't expect Tetsuya to just hand over the key to the vault to himself. Does he trust his own so much? It's a feeling that's really great. Thanks for your trust, boss. Kakuto was so excited that he knelt down for Tetsuya. Hey, don't do that. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? We're partners, not masters and servants. Get up. Tetsuya rushed to help Kakuto up. Kakuto said gratefully, boss, the horns are all willing to die for the boss with their livers and brains. A man will die for a friend who understands him, and a woman for a woman who pleases her. Kakuto had thought Tetsuya's willingness to give himself a cut was good enough before. I didn't expect him to give himself the key to the vault straight away. For a man like him who loved money, this was really too much for him. Well, I don't want you dead. I want you alive. There's still time. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to make money in the future. The boss is right. I'm going to live well and make good money and more money. Kakuto's eyes lit up when he heard Tetsuya say there was still a chance to make money. Seeing Kakuto's state, Tetsuya was satisfied. The reason he dared to give Kakuto the key to the vault is simple. He's a money grubber. An extremely stingy money grubber. Making money was his greatest hobby, but spending it was not. And giving him the key to the vault of, the most he would do is live in it. But ask him to spend money and he really wouldn't do it. Kakuto, you've been running around for a while, so you should know what's going on out there, right? How far has the war between the nations gone now? Kakuto recalled carefully, then said, the war was scorched, and there was friction between all the parties. I have to say that Kiba, as the biggest winner of the First Shinobi World War, is really strong after all these years of development, and at the same time, the war is being waged on 3 fronts. However, several other major ninja villages are not weak either, and are now in a stalemate. I wonder which side will be the first to break the balance, said Kakuto, suddenly thought of something and laughed. Boss, I remembered a very interesting piece of information. What's the information that makes you laugh like that? Tetsuya was a little curious. Kakuto replied, just 2 days before I returned, on the front lines of battle, Konoha's first Naruto's own grandson, the first Naruto, Chibi Jomonoki, is dead, blown up by a detonating charm. Are you kidding me? Hatsumomo, Naruto's own grandson, a 12-year-old ninja genius, killed by a detonator. It looks like the Chitose family is really getting worse by the generation. Or maybe, it was a complete accident that there was a pillar and casemate back then. With that said, he shook his head with some emotion. How powerful Chibiusa is. He's also a young man who became a great hero. How is it that when it comes to his grandchildren, they actually get blown up by detonation charms? Can something like a detonator really kill someone? The rope tree is dead. Tetsuya thought back to that day when he left Kiba. The Orochimaru and the Jomonoki beside Orochimaru that he saw on the road couldn't help but shake his head. It really was fate. Life is truly fragile. But thankfully, one never dies. Not to mention detonation charms. Even mutual multiplication detonation charms couldn't blow themselves up. Hearing the word Chikan, Izuna, who had been sitting on the sidelines drinking tea, also raised her head. Chibiusa's grandson? Yes. It seems that Chibiusa has only one grandson and one granddaughter. The granddaughter is one of the disciples of the third Naruto, and is now on top of another battlefield. Humph. Deserved. Izuna grunted. Neither my brother nor I have left a bloodline legacy, and the naturally evil Chitos actually has a grandson. Jomonoki's death, for whatever reason, is bound to cause public outrage in Konoha. I'm afraid the Kiba side will attack even more fiercely. Indeed. Kakuto nodded. I've seen the Konoha send a large number of additional ninjas toward the front before I came back, and I've heard that the Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Naruto, has been retrieved and sent to the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, 3 of third Naruto's favorite disciples will complete their assembly at the front line. The dynamics of the war will also become more and more intense. Fight, fight, fight. And anyway, they'll fight anymore. The war couldn't have burned the capital anymore. Tetsuya took a sip of his tea before speaking. How's it going? On the side of the rain-hidden village, did you get in touch? Contacted. True to form. All just as the boss thought it would be. The head of the rain-hidden village, Hanzo Yamabushi, is willing to buy the blades we've built, and they're planning on stepping in as well. Normal. Hearing that the mountain pepper fish Hanzo was willing to buy their equipment, Tetsuya revealed a satisfied smile. He is an ambitious man who has always aspired to be the leader of the 6th largest shinobi village. Moreover, the 3 great powers of wind, fire and earth had used their rain country as a battlefield to fight, and the people of rain country had been displaced and killed. Not to mention him, Hanzo Yamashiro. But anyone who is a bloodthirsty person, as long as the leader of the rain-hidden village is a bloodthirsty person, will choose to put up a fight. Only, no matter how much he struggles, he can't change anything. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. Izuna nodded approvingly. From the geographic location that the rain ninja village is situated in, the land of rain is a natural battleground for the 3 great powers of wind, fire, and earth in times of war, and is also able to serve as a buffer zone for the 3 great powers in times of peace. It's going to change all that unless one person can stand up and overpower the 3 major powers, said Izuna with a probing look at Tetsuya. In his opinion, to power through the 3 countries, aside from his own brother, Uchiha Zebra, and Chibiusa, Tetsuya Chiba should be able to do the same. Tetsuya didn't care about Izuna's gaze, but took out a map and spread it out on the coffee table. But, then again, the truth is that if it's run properly, the position of the Rain Ninja Village, it's actually pretty quick to develop. One small country is connected to 3 large and 3 small countries, and is in close proximity to 6 countries. It's perfectly possible to open up stagecoach routes that could become transportation hubs connecting countries. What a trade center for countries to trade with each other. As long as we open up the trade routes, the Rainy Kingdom can fully rely on commerce to build a nation. You'll be able to make a lot of money just by collecting customs duties and commercial taxes. Kakuto also studied it closely, and it was really like this. Each of the 3 major countries has its own specialties and needs, and need only be a middleman. That isn't it a money-making business for nothing to buy the appropriate goods from various countries and then resell them to the countries that need them? Kakuto's eyes lit up at the thought. Boss, let's go take down the Rain Country. Chapter 46, Doggy. You're really good at this. Hearing Kakuto's words, Tetsuya couldn't help but cough twice. Do you realize what you're saying? Fighting the land of rain? Just the 3 of us? That's right. I'm sure that with the boss's strength, and with the aid of me and Izuna-san, getting rid of Yamabushi Hanzo, taking over the Rain Ninja Village, and ruling the Rain Country is definitely not a problem. Rule a country? Izuna thought about it carefully, and it didn't seem like it was out of the question. Back in the days of the Warring States period, when all the major shinobi clans fought each other, Izuna had thought about conquering a country by relying on the superb strength of their Uchiha clan. According to his judgment, relying on his brother's strength, and aided by his own, it should work. Only his own brother ended up being compelled by that abomination, Chibiusa. It's ridiculous to have the strength to conquer a country, yet you went and established some kind of shinobi village. But there was no point in talking about it now. He himself had died before the shinobi village was founded, and shortly after the founding of the shinobi village, his own brother died. Hey, you two, you can't be serious? Tetsuya couldn't help but slap his forehead as he watched the 2 react. Don't with me, you two. Things aren't that simple. There's still a war going on. The ninjas of the 3 great nations of wind, fire and earth gathered in the land of rain, which in turn had the rain-hidden village led by Hanzo. Even though Even if we were to fight the rain country, it's not now. You guys, even if we push across the border right now, kill Hanzo, and take over the rain hidden village, if we rule the rain country, what will the three great nations, wind, fire and earth, think of us? What will the other shinobi villages think? What will the daimyo think? Do you think they'd allow someone as unorthodox as us to exist? Hearing Tetsuya's words, Kakuto also sighed with some regret. Indeed, if we do this, we will undoubtedly be provoking the entire shinobi community. At that point we'll be public enemies of the shinobi world. Public enemy of the shinobi world. That's not a good title. We're businessmen, and the most important thing for businessmen is to make money, right? If we do what you guys say we're going to do, how are we going to make any money? Kakuto nodded again. If he became a public enemy of the shinobi world, he wouldn't be able to make any money. You can't take your head to the gold exchange for money. Seeing that the two had put away the idea of going across the rain country right now, Tetsuya could be considered relieved. Going to the land of rain now. Crazy. Uchiha's still alive. Now I guess he just found Nagato to deposit his chakra eyes. He'll probably have to lure Uchiha out if he goes to the rain country here. Uchiha Zebra was accompanied by an old inshot Black Jedi, a thing that, while it wasn't very capable of, but it's basically unkillable. And there was also a strong possibility that revealing their presence too early now would draw the attention of another old coin, Otanashi Ichijiki. This old man, one style, was always looking for a suitable target to take over his body. Maybe that old shutter will be attracted to himself. After all, now that he's in this body, I'm afraid it's one of the best in the shinobi world. Until he found his own ability to restrain Otanashi's dog-eared wedge, one didn't want to be targeted by this old thing. One style. After all, he was strong enough now, and didn't need a carry-on old grandpa to guide him to become stronger. Besides, having an Erha around is annoying enough. Oh my dear lord, are you thinking of me? A voice rang out and a virtual Erha appeared in front of Tetsuya. The expression on Tetsuya's face stiffened for a moment. Alright Kakuto, it's been hard for you to run around the shinobi world for a while. Take a couple days off. Have the back kitchen make you anything you want? I'm going back to lay down. With that said, Tetsuya left the tea room. Izuna and Kakuto were the only two left in the tea room. And Kakuto glanced at Izuna and Izuna looked to Kakuto, then pulled out a chessboard. Do you play Go? Kakuto glanced at the board. Slightly. Back in the middle of his room, Tetsuya's face fell. Dog system, are you a Yakuza eavesdropping on my mind? Erha gave a puzzled expression. Oh, my dear lord, what are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Then why did you run out just after I mentally cursed you? Master, how can you do this? I helped you become strong in the shinobi world. I can't believe you're mentally scolding me. Boing boing. Erha is sad. Erha cries. Erha commiserates. Okay, so explain why you suddenly ran out? Seeing that pretending to be aggrieved was useless, Erha immediately put away his acting skills and revealed a smile. What's that? Benji smells money. Master, it looks like you've gotten rich recently. Erha is here to congratulate you. Want to come to the lottery? Oh, come on. Erha is after the money. Tetsuya sat down on his butt and leaned back against the soft mattress. I say, Erha, we've both been together for about 10 or 20 years now. Inside the top tier prize pool, I've pretty much drawn all the good stuff. Not to mention the ninjutsu bit. I'm afraid that the jutsu I hold in my hands have already gathered the jutsu of every school in the shinobi world. So what else do you think I can draw? That 0.5 card of chakra, or that 0.5 sasori of pupil power. Erha saw this and rubbed his hands together very confidently. Oh, my dear lord, you're small. You're small. Open up a little. Take a longer view and don't let your eyes rest on this small shinobi world. I told you from the beginning. I have everything the shinobi world has, and I have everything the shinobi world doesn't. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow. Then all those years of just giving me jutsu and ninjutsu stuff. I thought that's all you had in your prize pool. Hey, don't be mad, master. I'm doing this for your own good. Look, your current collection of jutsu, and your understanding of jutsu. Sarutobi Hinata is not a jutsu professor. Compared to you, he's just an apprentice just starting out. Master, you're the jutsu professor. Okay, stop kissing ass. Let me ask you a question. Do you know the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan? Look at you. Didn't I tell you? There's just nothing in the shinobi world that you can't find with me. So I want to be immune to wedges. Or rather, do you have a method for targeting wedges? It's too easy. With a wave of Erha's dog paw, a large spinning disc glowing with metallic green light appeared in front of Tetsuya's eyes. My dear lord, you see, between your spending over the years you've reached a whole new level. So this dog has applied for a brand new card draw pool for you, which I'm calling the Platinum Carousel. The corner of Tetsuya's eye twitched twice as he looked at the large spinning disc in front of him. Hey dog, you're really good at this. I feel like all the good stuff is hidden in here. The platinum carousel. Then isn't there an emerald carousel? And a diamond carousel behind it? Chapter 47. A dog that recognizes money but not people is just too much of a dog. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a copy of the side effect-free intercolumnar cells. Congratulations on winning a weapon. Bowie God. Congratulations on getting a pair of Progen kaleidoscopes. Congratulations on acquiring a Gato demon statue. Congratulations on winning a three-tailed Isabu. Congratulations on receiving a copy of Senjutsu Chakra. Congratulations on receiving a copy of Senjutsu Chakra. Congratulations on obtaining a copy of the Forbidden Interdisciplinary Explosive Charm Scroll. Congratulations on receiving a copy of Senjutsu Chakra. Congratulations on receiving a copy of Senjutsu Chakra. The giant platinum carousel spun to a halt, and Tetsuya was rewarded with 10 brand new rewards. And, of course, he paid tons of money. Dog, you're a hole. You've given me 10 times the previous 3 levels of carousels, and the gold carousel at level 3 is only 100 times more expensive than the bronze carousel at level 1. This ING platinum carousel is 100 times more expensive than a gold carousel. Straight up. Even if I were rich, I couldn't afford to consume so much. It's true that Tetsuya is rich now, but he can't afford to consume so much. Looking at the reduced wealth, Tetsuya couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his heart twitching in pain. But it's good to know that this time we've made a lot of money on the back of making war money. You can't say that so early. Master, this new prize pool is full of goodies. Just tell me, which one of these things isn't worth the price? These things are put out there. That's a market without a price. If you want to pay for it, no one else has that chance. The dog said this with a look of honesty. He really wasn't wrong about that. After all, this platinum pool nemesis even had a foreign demon statue, and it smoked a tailed beast. By the way, this is the rhythm of planning to directly let Tetsuya draw cards into the Rokuto realm. Indeed, this draw is indeed a good one. Even the rewards used to make up the numbers are Senjutsu Chakra. Tetsuya asked while checking his side Su. No, what do you mean by this side effect-free columnar cell? It's literally the same as a normal intercolumnar cell, only without the side effects of normal intercolumnar cells. Side effects? You mean Juma's face tattoo? This counts. This side effect-free version of the gradual cells has no abnormal effects when used, and won't be devoured by the juggalo cells to turn them into trees. Nor will they become miserably white-skinned like the White Jedi. Nor will a pillar's face grow on you. Ow. So that's it. Tetsuya nodded, followed by him. But what's the use of giving me this thing? Not to mention the fact that I have an immortal body myself, and I still have the evil god's immortal body. I can't use my self-healing ability to use the pillar cells, and as for chakra, that's something I'm even less short of. Master, you don't need it, but you can give it to someone else. Master, you're not alone. In the future you'll need to have your own team when you unify the Shinobi world. Okay, Char. You don't say. It's really true. Tetsuya nodded. He did use quite a bit of it himself. He could save it for Izuna when the time came, or give the horns both to use. But then again, Kakuto is covered in earth grudge tentacles instead. Are the pillar cells still useful to him? It's something to think about and go back and try. Then tell me again what this progenitor kaleidoscope writers means? Simply put, it's reinforcement material. The dog very simply and clearly explained the function of this progenitor kaleidoscope writer's eye. The kaleidoscope sharing wheel requires the kaleidoscope sharing wheel of a blood relative in order to upgrade and evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope. And the kindred source kaleidoscope writer's eye can be seen as the kaleidoscope writer's eye of one of your non-existent blood brothers, which can fit perfectly with the user and help the user to advance to the eternal kaleidoscope. Ow, so that's really upgrade material. That's fine. Save it for Izuna. It saves us from having to buttonhole the Uchiha's eyeballs at the end of the day. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Ugh, brother's eyes, Juma's cells, Izuna can upgrade her chakra eyes. Theoretically it does work, but why don't you keep it for yourself, master? Tetsuya smiled. Very wisely. How many years did it take for Uchiha Zebra to upgrade a pair of reincarnation eyes after he faked his death by biting Juma back in the day, draining his own to death? Such a time-consuming thing. I will not do it. So, master, you're planning on letting Izuna upgrade her chakra eyes, and then when the time comes, going straight for his ready-made pair yourself? TCH, dog, how could you? Why didn't I see before that you turned out to be so selfish? Erha, black question mark face. No, what do you mean I'm so selfish? I've given something away. What's the point of taking it back? It's just the eye of reincarnation. When Otsutsuki comes to the Shinobi world in the future, don't you want as much as you can get yourself, and just hold them down and buttonhole them, said Tetsuya as he looked to Erha. Didn't you say that you have everything the Shinobi world has and everything the Shinobi world doesn't? Then why don't I just draw a pair of chakra eyes out when the time comes? Erha froze for a split second, thinking carefully. TSK, so reasonable, worthy of your master. In response, Erha is still happy, and Tetsuya wants to draw the eye of the wheel, so that means he's definitely going to be charging up a steady stream of money until the eye of reincarnation comes out. As long as there is money, then everything is fine. His Erha system only recognizes money and not people. By the way, dog, I have one more question. You may speak. Tetsuya had just spent a hard time with it, so it was natural for it to show its attitude. I drew the Gato Devil statue and the three-tailed Isabu. Does that leave the Shinobi world with one less three tails and one less Gato demon statue? No. Yo. The Gato magic statues and three-tailed Isofukina produced by Ben Erha are from elsewhere, not the original tailed beasts and Gato magic statues of this Shinobi realm. Oh, I see. I thought if this outer demon was like the one from Shinobi. If we don't have the Gato Devil statue to renew our lives, then I'm afraid the old spotter will have to karma early, and I'm afraid Sasuke will have to be born before Naruto. Not only that, but if the demonic statues of the outer paths were gone, wouldn't the five-spirit king be crippled as well? But it's also possible they won't even survive 3 battles. Dear Lord, are there any questions? If not, then this service is over. Erha looks like the bastard who plucks and hangs mercilessly, with a trouser-raising stance. Asterisk 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 off. Off. I don't have any more problems. Bye-bye Yulu. See you next time to charge money. Without the slightest hesitation, Erha disappeared directly in front of Tetsuya. What a dog that only recognizes money and not people. It's really too much of a dog. Chapter 48 Izuna's Eternal Kaleidoscope. The Land of Rain. The Rain-Hidden Village. Heavy rain enveloped the entire Shinobi village, and in the tallest building of the Rain-Hidden Village, the Hanzo Yamabushi, leading his cronies, was looking at a map of the rain country discussing the situation at hand. Chief, here's an update on the damage. A war broke out between the ninja forces of the fire country and the puppet forces of the wind country among the villages on the front line, and that village was destroyed by the ripples of the war. Our men only had time to pick up a handful of villagers for evacuation. Saying that this ninja couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with indignation and unwillingness. Why? When it is clear that there is a conflict between two great powers, why is it that it is their small country that suffers, that they are destined to be their battleground just because they are caught in the middle of these great powers? Another ninja stepped forward to report. Chieftain, we've contacted the buyer on the black market. They're willing to supply us with ninjutsu and equipment, and they've given us 10% of the goods up front, and the subsequent ones will keep coming. Several close ninjas kept reporting the latest information. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, sat in the main seat without saying a word, just listening in silence. Phew. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish with the mask, let out a long breath. This Shinobi world is cruel. We, the land of rain, sandwiched between 3 great nations, are bound to become their battleground, with the great nations putting the smaller nations in pain for their own benefit. However, from now on, I, Hanzo Yamashiro, will not be allowing this to happen. I will return all the pain inflicted on us by the great powers twice over. Pass on my order. All ninjas of the rainforest village prepare for war. When the equipment arrives, the ninjas will be ready to fight. We will then declare war on these great powers. Even if our rain-hidden village is destroyed, we will make these great powers feel our pain. Yes. Asterisk N. The group is furious. They have suffered too much for too long. If it were before, even if they had suffered, there would have been nowhere to vent their pain. But now it's different. The appearance of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, had opened their eyes to a possibility, a whole new possibility. The war continued, except that the 3 parties fighting in the Rainy Kingdom could never have imagined that there is about to be a 4th party about to enter the fray. The Land of Fire. On the outskirts of the national capital, Tetsuya is on vacation in the middle of a mountain forest. A huge blue Suzaku giant collided with a huge golden Suzaku giant. Just a single collision erupted with astonishing power, and a terrifying impact tore through the woods. The forest in front of him had already become a mess because of the battle between the two, thus showing the ferocity of the battle between these 2 Suzaku. In the next moment, the 2 Suzaku giants simultaneously drew their giant swords and slashed towards each other. Dang! The moment the giant swords collided, it seemed as if there was a loud noise, and then it seemed as if no sound appeared. Or perhaps the sound that erupted from this collision had exceeded the limits of what was acceptable to humans. Hey, Izuna, how are you feeling? Have your eyes changed at all? Susumu disappeared and Tetsuya Extreme jumped to Izuna's side. Izuna stood there, her aura becoming different from before. And, if the old Izuna was all cool as water and high as ice, then now he is like the Death Star filled with a murderous aura, especially his eyes. The original kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes had changed. The original kaleidoscope was black with a black round slip in the middle of the blood-red pupil, with 3 columnar branches connecting the edges of the pupil at the top and bottom. And now that his kaleidoscope writer's eye has changed, the original hollow circle in the center of the blood-colored pupil turned into 3 hollow hooks with their heads and tails connected. This if Uchiha was here then he would have exclaimed. These eternal kaleidoscopes of Izuna's were almost identical to his previous eternal kaleidoscopes. The resemblance was inevitable. After all, Uchiha Zebra and Uchiha Izuna are blood brothers, and Uchiha's eternal kaleidoscope was upgraded with Izuna's eyes, and the Progen kaleidoscope that Izuna uses is from Erha. This pair of kaleidoscopes, on the other hand, were theoretically the most perfect material to fit Izuna and upgrade into an eternal kaleidoscope. Or no, that whatever cell you injected me with, can it really make my eternal kaleidoscope evolve into the legendary Eye of Reincarnation? That's the eye of an immortal. Hey, what's a reincarnation eye? What's an immortal eye? I still have an immortal body. Tetsuya fumbled with his chin, scrutinizing Izuna's eyes. There really isn't any change? It's not exactly unchanged. Izuna reached up and covered her right eye. I can feel the pupil power of both my eyes increasing every moment of every day. This feeling wasn't the sense of recovery after having expended pupil power. It's more like the upper limit of my pupil power is increasing, albeit subtly. But the change is real. That's right. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction and patted Izuna on the shoulder. Maybe when the pupil power of these eyes of yours grows to a certain limit, it will cause a qualitative change. It's possible that we'll be able to evolve into reincarnation eyes by then. You're right. Maybe the eternal kaleidoscope can actually evolve into the Eye of Reincarnation. It just takes time. Just as the two of them, Tetsuya and Izuna, were studying the eternal kaleidoscope, the ground beneath their feet suddenly flipped. A yellow weasel burrowed out of the ground. Yo, a dozen 7. What brings you here hungry? The yellow weasel known as 1,007 shook his head. Boss, that tentacle monster asked me to deliver a message to you. Oh, a letter from Kakuto? Is that what happened over in the rain country? Said Tetsuya as he took the letter and then backhanded out a sealing scroll and tossed it to a dozen. A dozen 7s for your hard work, and here's your pay. Thanks boss. A dozen 7s hugged the scroll in delight, for no other reason. What was stored inside the sealing scroll was their yellow weasel clan's favorite food. Chicken. All kinds of chicken. Roasted chicken, grilled chicken, hand-torn chicken, mouth-watering chicken, white-cut chicken and so on. Tetsuya has never lost out on the Yellow Weasel clan, with whom he has made a contract. When he is rich, a great deal of food was delivered to the Yellow Weasel clan. The Yellow Weasel clan is also very disciplined, and when they receive something from Tetsuya, they have to do things for Tetsuya. But Tetsuya can't use the Yellow Weasel clan in combat right now. Solely, Master Huang let the juniors of the clan come over to help Jaya do some errands. The Yellow Weasel clan specializes in the arts of stealth, change, and illusion. Don't make it too easy for them to come and run an errand and deliver something or something. This was one of the reasons why Tetsuya and his group had not been discovered by the major ninja villages when they went on a buying and selling spree of grain and iron ore. Opening the envelope, Tetsuya wondered what was happening on the front lines. Izuna also came over and scanned it to get a general idea. There's something about this Yamabushi Hanzo. I can't believe he repelled an attack from the Earth Kingdom straight away. The Earth Shadow has announced that he's withdrawing his troops from the war. Chapter 49 Large and Small States. Above the battlefields of the Rain Country, Hanzo Yamashiro leads the Rain Ninja Village across the land. Mountain Pepperfish relied on his poisonous mist to directly repel the Iwakamura's army. Iwaki's best tactic is to explode soldiers, relying on the numerical advantage of, plus the number of military formations earthbound to sweep the battlefield. This kind of rely on the number of people to unleash the Sky of Jutsu fighting method makes the Iwatan village in the battlefield without any disadvantage. But ran into the Mountain Pepperfish Hanzo, such a battlefield big killer is to make the Iwatan 8 a big loss. Yamabushi Hanzo's poison mist just loves the way you guys are bunching up and gathering together to fight. A piece of poisonous fog can go over and cover all of you. The Iwakamura are not good at using or detoxifying poisons. If we continue to fight, there is nothing to be gained but casualties. In the end, Sansei Tsuchima Kijanaji made a decision and chose to withdraw his troops from the Rain Country. Remain at the border of the Land of Earth. The military morale of the Rain Hidden Village crowd, who had successfully repelled the tsunami, had been boosted, which made them even more convinced that the following Hanzo the Mountain Pepper is the right choice. And only Hanzo the Mountain Pepper can change all that. Having gained a great victory, the army of the Yuin village turned their spears around, killed the Sand Hidden Village in the Land of Wind and the Kiba village in the Land of Fire. These two battlefields didn't go so well, though, for the simple reason that Chio of the Sand Hidden Village is a master of using poison. He soon developed an antidote to the poisonous mist of the Mountain Pepperfish Hanzo. And on Konoha's side, the disciple of Sandame, the own granddaughter of Senjuga, princess of the fire country, Tsunade Haim, joins the fray, and Tsunade, skilled in the art of medicine, soon deciphers the toxin in the Yamabushi. Despite the setbacks and the fact that Hanzo Yamabushi's poisonous mist tactic didn't work as well against Iwaki, but the ninjas of the Rain Country, united under the leadership of Hanzo Yamabushi, are determined to descend upon them, the invaders of the great powers, and drive them out of their homeland. These people under the command of Hanzo Yamabusa likewise erupted with quite amazing fighting strength, and even when they encountered the elite of Kiba and Saints Hidden, they were still brave and unbeatable. Add to that the fact that the two, Saints Hidden and Konoha, are themselves attacking each other. For a while it actually appeared that the mountain pepperfish Hanzo 1-2 was still a slight advantage. Watching the intelligence coming back from these angles, Tetsuya gained a new understanding of how World War II was unfolding. Tetsuya's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised an eyebrow inquiring to Izuna, who was beside him. Izuna, do you think the way things are going? How will the situation in this war change? Hearing Tetsuya's question, Izuna thought hard. I think, even though it looks as if Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish from the Rain Country, has the advantage right now, as a small country living in the middle of the cracks being able to press two large countries to fight is truly remarkable. But the drawbacks of a small country are there, and I'm afraid that Hanzo Yamashiro's advantage won't last long. The Rain Country can't supply Yamashiro Hanzo and the others to fight for a long time. After all, their country is so but with limited capacity, and the reason they have the upper hand right now, it still accounted for the fact that the three families of Wind, Fire and Earth had already fought for a long time before, consuming a lot of manpower and material resources. As soon as the Sand Hidden Village and the Konoha Village slow down and come to an agreement, first, he, who was the one who had interfered, would be swept out of the game, and then the two great powers of Wind and Fire would decide the ultimate victor on top of the Rain Country's territory. After all, the war has gotten so far that it's in no one's interest to keep dragging it out. It is only right to decide the final winner as fast as possible. Izuna's analysis is quite on point. After all, during the Warring States period, his position among the Uchiha clan is that of Uchiha's wise man. Izuna is responsible for advising and formulating broad strategic guidelines and plans, and all Uchiha-zan needs to be responsible for is to lead the Uchiha clan with great strength, and then just bring the Uchiha clan to execute Izuna's tactical founder. You've analyzed it very well, but have you ever thought that? What about the fact that Konoha and Saints Hidden aren't going to join forces and work together? Kiba and Saints Hidden aren't going to work together? What makes you so sure? Izuna was a little confused. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish of the land of rain. As a spoiler, his existence is not in their interest either for Kiba or for Saints Hidden. Tetsuya explained. All these big countries have the problem that they never take small countries into account. Even if Yamabushi Hanzo and the others had first defeated the Toonami, and now had the advantage on the battlefield with both of their countries, they still wouldn't take Yamashiro Hanzo in their stride. In their opinion, Yamashiro Hanzo was nothing more than a vicious dog that followed the lion's ass to pick up food and eat it. And even though Yamashiro Hanzo seemed to be suppressing them on the surface right now, he didn't really care. It's like the Warring States period. Would you Uchiha clan and Senju clan care about a small ninja clan surviving between the big clans? The lesser Shinobi clan had only one option, and that was to become subordinate to the greater Shinobi clan. It's as if we, Chiba, became subordinate to Chiken during the Warring States period. By the same token, in their view, there is only one option for these small countries to, that is to become a vassal of these great powers of theirs. Izuna looked at Tetsuya and suddenly spoke. If you were in our time, I'm afraid that perhaps the Chiba clan will not become subservient to any of the packs. It makes no sense for you to say that. Tetsuya smiled and shook his head, then continued. Let's bring the conversation back to this side of the Shinobi War. Whether in the eyes of Kiba or in the hearts of the saints, the only thing they really cared about was each other. Both believe that the only real competition they have is each other. After all, the conflict between the Rain Hidden in them as well as the battle lines are in the Rain Country, and their battle lines with each other exist in multiple places. The damage the two sides have done to each other is simply too great to be. Until the war is over, talk of a handshake and temporary union is unlikely. It's just a Yuuzhan Vong. After defeating the other side, there's no need to worry too much about the goods that can be easily swept away by gathering strength. According to you, then, the final course of this war should be that the two sides, Sacred Hidden and Konoha, will decide the winner first, and then the eventual winner will dispose of the Rain Ninja Village, right? Yes, and it will be Kiba who wins in the end. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for Kiba to defeat Hanzo Yamashiro head-on. Tetsuya spoke as if what he said was bound to happen. Izuna wasn't entirely convinced by Tetsuya's statement. Although overall Kiba is stronger than Sand Hidden, from the very beginning of this Shinobi World War Kiba has been fighting on multiple fronts. Not only did they fight the land of wind and the land of earth on the frontal battlefield, but even the flanking land of thunder had a war with Kiba. After many battles up to now, a large portion of Kiba's living forces had been depleted. When it really comes down to it, it's still unknown who will be the final winner between Kiba and Sand Hidden. Actually, as he understands it, the first thing to do is to remove the mountain pepper fish Hanzo. This obstructionist guy is the most correct choice. After all, with the existence of the Rain Ninja, even if the two sides of the Sand Hidden and Kiba want to decide the winner, the interference of the Rainbearers wasn't all that pleasant. What? You don't believe me? Seeing that Izuna didn't fully believe what he said, Tetsuya laughed. Just wait, I'm sure news will come back before too long. Chapter 50, The Three Shinobi in War. Rain Country Battlefield. Kiba Resident. Another day of fighting came to an end. The Rain Ninja's offense was also gradually losing its power as reinforcements arrived from Kiba in other directions, but the Konoha side never cared much for the Rain Ninja, either. It was still the Sand Ninja's puppet troops that were really causing them trouble. These puppet masters hid behind their puppets and maneuvered them up to fight the Konoha ninja, even if it cost the ninjas of Konoha their lives. It's also hard to kill a puppeteer hiding in the back. Moreover, these puppet masters had all sorts of hidden weapons and organs as well as toxins on their bodies that could not be defended against. Tsunade, how's it going? Any results from the research? The curtains of the tent were lifted, and the white-haired boy, Zirai, walked into the tent. Inside the tent, a table filled with bottles and jars of. Tsunade was leading a group of medical ninjas who were working overtime to parse the toxin. Tsunade rubbed her brow, looking slightly tired. Let's just say there's been progress, but it's going to take time to completely break the toxins of old Mrs. Shio. This guy actually added the toxin of Hanzo Yamabushi to the toxins of their sandy hidden village. The toxin of that guy, Hanzo Yamabusa, has made the nature of the original Sand Ninja's toxin even more complex. You're okay. Seeing Tsunade's tired appearance, Jiraiya was a little worried, but thinking that Tsunade was now the one with a boyfriend, Jiraiya didn't overstep his bounds too much. I'm fine. I'm just suffering for the ninjas who got poisoned. It's going to take them a while longer to hold out. I'm sure we can all understand that the inhibitors you developed earlier are still effective. Although it was not able to completely detoxify the poison, it did succeed as delaying the onset of the poison. But waiting like that is extremely painful, said Tsunade as she couldn't help but clench her fists. How could that feeling of toxins constantly destroying cells and organs in the body be pleasant? Even if the inhibitors could temporarily inhibit the spread of the toxins, but it still doesn't reverse the damage caused by the toxin. It's even possible that, by the time one develops an antidote, those poison ninjas had long ago fallen disabled and sick from the erosion of the poison. Calm down, Tsunade. You've done a great job. It's not your problem. What's wrong is the war itself. Jiraiya comforted Tsunade as well as himself. If only there was no war. Why can't we all live in peace? With that said, he thought of the Son of Prophecy that the great Toad Immortal had once told himself about. If only he could find the Son of Prophecy. Since the great Toad Immortal has said so, then he only needs to land on the Son of Prophecy. It should be able to bring peace to the Shinobi world. But now that it's happened, let's hope we can put an end to this soon. It's in no one's interest to continue the war. It will soon be over. A raspy voice rang out as a man with a slightly pale complexion walked into the tent. Orochimaru. Tsunade's fists clenched tighter when she saw the visitor. Tsunade. When Orochimaru looked at Tsunade again, at this former partner of his, the guilt also filled his eyes. After all, Tsunade's brother, his favorite disciple, died while following himself on a mission. For a while the atmosphere in the tent became somewhat awkward. Jiraiya saw this. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, he immediately opened his mouth and asked, Orochimaru, what did you mean when you said the war would end soon? Is it possible that Sensei has found a way to be able to end this quickly? Seeing that Jiraiya had handed him a step, Orochimaru replied, yes and no. What do you mean? Sensei sent Tsukumo to infiltrate the Land of the Winds. The intention is to make a direct surprise attack on the Sand Hidden village to cut off the supplies of the frontline Sand Hidden people and force the other side to end this war. Tsukumo? Is it that Tsukumo? The one from the Hagi family? How many people did he bring with him to the Sand Hidden village? Orochimaru was silent for a moment before answering. 1. What? A man? Is the old man crazy? He's not asking Tsukumo to go on a mission. Isn't that sending him to his death? Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. No. I'll have to talk to the old man about how I can let Tsukumo travel to the Sandy Hidden village alone. A person traveling to the enemy line at a time like this, isn't that sending them to their deaths? It wasn't the teacher who asked for it, but Tsukumo himself. He asked for it himself? Why? Jiraiya was puzzled. Normally, on a mission like this, at least send out a ninja squad or two. Tsunade, who hadn't said anything on the sidelines, answered Jiraiya's question. Because of Sakuya-senpai. Sakuya-senpai? Is that the Sakuya-senpai that you used to be able to run into at the Chiba ramen shop? Hearing such a familiar name, Jiraiya also recalled such a person. Yes, Sakuya-senpai is Sakuya's older brother. He died at the hands of the Sand Hidden on the eve of the opening of the war. Tsunade said with a sigh, loosening her clenched fists. I think the reason why Sakumo went alone. He was afraid that he had no intention of coming back alive. This time he went on a mission to both cut off the supplies of the Sand Hidden. It's also for the sake of Sakuya-senpai's revenge. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The lunatics from the Rain Hidden village are here. Hearing the enemy attack, the three rushed out at the first opportunity, only to see the rain pouring down outside. The ninjas of the Rain Hidden village followed the rain curtain to kill the camp of Kiba. Tsunade, Orochimaru, let's go together. Yes, understood. Together, the three of them rushed towards the ninjas of the Rain Hidden village. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo, Subterranean Shadow Multi-Snake Hand, Painful Heavenly Kick. The three Zurayas cast their respective ninjutsu to attack towards the Rain Ninja. It was obvious that these ninjas who had come to attack the Konoha camp were no match for the three. However, these ninjas of the Yuin village, even though they knew they were no match for the trio, but still, without fear, he charged toward them, shouting as he did so, "You evil Kiba ninjas, get out of our country! Evil Kiba ninja, get off our land! Everyone, fight the evil invaders! For the Rain country! For the sake of Rain Hidden!" Looking at the Rain Ninja who were rushing towards them with loud shouts, Jiraiya was greatly shaken. Outside of the Sand Hidden village in the middle of a desert oasis in the Land of Wind, two ninja led the way out of the village. However, right in the middle of this desert with yellow sand flying all over the sky, a little bit of white color appeared particularly abrupt. What was that? I don't know, everyone be careful. Flagwood Sakumo in the middle of the desert locked onto his target and drew his short sword from his waist. A cold aura flashed above the blade. Kiba White Teeth is destined to become famous in the shinobi world today. Chapter 51, Izuna, how dare you call yourself a god even if it's just a mountain pepperfish? The curtain of rain above the sky disperses and, in a country where it is rare to see the sun, Jiraiya and the others saw the rising sun. After a night of fighting, it was over and the crowd of Kiba began to clean up the battlefield. Blood mixed with rain soaked the land. Jiraiya looked at the bodies being dragged away on the ground and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. What war really brings. To the side, Orochimaru gazed at the corpses and gave his answer. Death. Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked to Orochimaru, who was the coldest of all. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to emit such a sentiment like this. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that it wasn't the brutality of war that Orochimaru was lamenting. Rather, it is the fragility of life. A face that hadn't changed in over a decade appeared in Orochimaru's mind. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in his mind. In this world, does immortality exist? Does agelessness exist? There's no point in lamenting here. Tsunade turned towards the tent. What we should have done was to end this war sooner. Jiraiya nodded, recognizing Tsunade's statement. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, eventually walking towards the tent. Let me help you configure the antidote. Time flew by, and with the help of Orochimaru, it took Tsunade less than 3 days to develop an antidote to the toxin against the Sand Hidden village. Meanwhile, news has come in from Sakumo Flagwood's side, that he's cut off the supply line to the Sand Cane. It would take time for the other side to reorganize their supply lines, and he had killed the son and daughter-in-law of the Sand Hidden village's Chiyo elder. The name of Kiba Whitetooth is heard throughout the shinobi world, and he alone kills his way into a hostile village to cut off supply lines. A ninja like that is terrifying. With Tsunade's antidote, and with the supply lines to the saints cut off, Kiba launches a general attack on the Sand Hidden. The Sand Hidden side was all but defeated, and in the end, in an effort to save their strength, the Sandaime Kazekage surrenders to Kiba's Sandaime Naruto on behalf of the Sand Hidden village. This great battle of Kiba versus Sand Hidden ended with Kiba's victory. One by one, the ninjas of the Sand Hidden village withdrew their troops and exited the Land of Rain. In the capital city of the Fire Country, Tetsuya has milk tea in his left hand and fried chicken in his right. Taking a sip of milk tea and a bite of fried chicken, then with oily hands he picked up a piece and placed it on the board. Look at one of my god's hands. Hey, it's awesome. Izuna, who was sitting across from Tetsuya, couldn't help but sigh and rub his brow. What a god's one hand. You've sent yourself to the brink of extinction with another son, said Izuna as she dropped a stone in another inconspicuous spot. A direct pass on all of Tetsuya's pieces. You've lost, and this is the 6th time you've pitted yourself against a son of your own. If you can't, you play with your own shadow doppelganger. Ugh, don't. Wouldn't playing with your own shadow doppelganger be like fighting left and right? What's the point of that? Play with me again. No more games. No more games. It's no fun. I might as well go fishing if I play chess with you. Izuna clapped his hands together in unison and headed outside. He was going to go for a walk outside and fish or something. Boss! Suddenly a cloud of white mist appeared and a dozen sevens jumped out. Yo, 1 against 7. You're just in time. Come and play a game of chess with me. Fried chicken all you want. A dozen or so saw the fried chicken, still steaming, on a side table. The drool couldn't help but run down my face. But in the end, reason overcame desire. And the little paw wiped his mouth, took out a letter and said, "Forget chess. I'm here to deliver a message. There's new news from the tentacle freaks. Oh, there's more news from Kakuto. Let's see." Tetsuya put down his milk tea and picked up the letter. In passing, he took the plate of fried chicken off the table and handed it to a dozen sevens. Hearing brand new news back from Kakuto, Izuna, who had planned to go out fishing, also retreated to her room. Is it a letter from Kakuto? The latest information on the battle in the Rain Country? It should matter. Open it up. I'd like to know. Is the war going the way you predicted? Just watch. Tetsuya quickly opened the letterhead, which contained few, but the events recorded that were quite shocking as well. Everything went just as Tetsuya predicted. Nothing happened to the Rain Hidden Village. Instead, it was Kiba and the Sand Hidden Village who were the first to share the spoils, with Kiba ultimately winning. On top of the frontal battlefield, Kiba's Tsunadeheim cracked the toxin of the Sand Hidden Village's puppeteer, losing the suppression of the poison. The ninjas of the Sand Hidden Village on the front battlefield against the ninjas of the Konoha immediately fell into a disadvantage. The Kiba ninjas were in a position of power. Meanwhile in the rear, Kiba Shiratsugu alone goes deep behind enemy lines and interferes with the supplies of the Sand Hidden Village. The front and the rear have taken a beating, knowing that they had lost the capital to contest Kiba in this war. The Sand Hidden Village's third-generation Wind Shadow finally threw in the towel and withdrew from the fight. Look, isn't this going to turn out just like I said it would? Seeing the contents of the letter paper, Tetsuya gave a smug smile. Are you kidding me? How could it be different from what you predicted? He is a man who has read the script himself. Izuna, on the other hand, felt a little surprised that it was really all said by Tetsuya. It is indeed as you say. So the next war between Konoha and the Yujin village. I'm afraid this war won't last long. Well, pretty much. But Kiba just finished fighting the Sand Hidden Village. It will also take time to get in shape and gather staff. And that Hanzo the mountain pepperfish isn't weak. As long as the third Naruto Sarutobi doesn't take action himself, I'm afraid it's not that simple to defeat him. Oh, is this mountain pepperfish Hanzo that strong? I can't believe it took a disciple taught by the naturally evil Chikara to defeat it. Although Izuna hated Chibiusa very much, she still recognized Chibiusa's strength. After all, that guy killed himself with his own hands. But that was in the past. And now that he had opened the eternal kaleidoscope sharing real eyes, totally unafraid of the guy who was born evil. Not to mention, now he is aware of this innately evil Senju Sakuma also has the Flying Thunder God Chop this move. With defense he will never be the other side easily sneak attack succeed. It's okay, this guy is known as a shinobi demigod. By the way, your brother's best friend, Senjuga, is known as the god of ninjutsu by the ninja of the shinobi world. Senjutsu? The god of ninjas? Izuna mused for a moment. For that Chikuma guy to be able to obtain such a title he recognized. After all, that guy and his own brother fought neck and neck. It seemed to be a little stronger than his brother. But just a mountain pepper fish Hanzo. What makes him called a shinobi demigod? Thinking of this, Izuna couldn't help but raise the idea of going to try out the ingredients of the mountain pepper fish Hanzo. Seeing Izuna's reaction, Tetsuya understood what was going on in the other's mind. After all, Uchiha Izuna, he's an Uchiha too. Chapter 52, Three Little Kids. Looking at Izuna, who had a strong battle intent in her eyes, Tetsuya couldn't help but ask, why? Do you want to go try out the ingredients of the mountain pepper fish Hanzo? Well, I'd like to go and try this guy out for what makes him a shinobi demigod. Since you have such an idea, how about we go and try to? Maybe we'll even be able to see the duel between Konoha and the Rain Hidden. Truth be told, Tetsuya's heart was also stirred to get out and about. Always sitting here and watching the battle information passed back from Kakuto made him itchy. You know he's a man who fought in World War I. The blue lightning on top of the battlefield. The man who relied on elbows to elbow an unknown number of ninjas to death. What does it look like nowadays to just sit at home and watch World War II itself? Are you going too? Why don't I go? Izuna replied with a smile. I thought you said you were a businessman. And that things like fighting and killing. Isn't that what you're supposed to do as a businessman? Hey, fighting and killing really isn't my thing as a businessman. But I'm going to the theater. No one's saying businessmen aren't allowed to get along. You're a real slick businessman for a guy. Hey, that's natural. Businessmen, a good mouth is also very necessary. With that he casually flicked out a flame and burned the letter paper. a dozen or 7. What's up, boss? A dozen 7s, who were furiously gnawing on a big, greasy chicken leg while clutching it, looked up. The whole head is oily from eating. Please go ahead and walk over there and tell Kakuto that we intend to go over there. Where are you going, boss? The land of rain? Exactly. I understand, boss. A dozen 7s opened their mouths, stuffed the whole chicken leg in, and then yanked it. A whole chicken bone was drawn out. Dropping the bone and clapping his hands together, a dozen 7s exploded into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in a backflip. The land of rain. The rain hidden village. The war has created a huge number of refugees in the land of rain, which is being fought all over the country. This caused these refugees to flock together to the rain hidden village. Kakuto also blended into the rain hidden village as a refugee early on. At this moment, the streets and alleys of the busiest part of the Ewing village are already full of refugees. They hid in corners and under eaves from the rain. In a place like this, there's the occasional good Samaritan handing out food and subsistence supplies, and if you're far away from, there'll be nothing left by the time we get here. And just around the corner in a remote part of the rain-hidden village. Kid, what are you guys doing here again? When Kakuto, disguised as a refugee, returned from his intelligence gathering outside, he saw the 3 brats actually outside the door of his makeshift stronghold. These 3 brats, 2 boys and a girl, one with orange hair and a goofy grin on his face. A redhead with long hair covering her eyes and a little girl with blue hair. Kakuto ran into the 3 of them earlier when he had just lurked in not too long ago. He traded the food in his hand for some information, and then these 3 little kids come running over every once in a while. Uncle, we are. Before the orange-haired brat could finish his sentence, Kakuto then pulled out a few loaves of bread from inside his sleeves and handed them. Take the food in, hurry. We're not here for food. The orange-haired brat tried to explain, but just then a gurgling sound came from the stomach of the red-headed brat on the sidelines. Sorry, Yahiko, I couldn't hold back. All right, you 3 brats take the food and hurry up. Kakuto shoved the bread into their hands, then turned and walked into his makeshift stronghold. However, he had just walked into the stronghold intending to close the door when it suddenly started raining outside. Kakuto sighed as he watched the rain outside tend to get heavier and heavier. All right, all 3 of you brats, come on in. There's no other way. One can't just leave 3 little kids out in the rain, right? It's sad that the parents of these 3 brats died in the war, but at this time of year, the poor people of the rain-hidden village are everywhere. It was impossible to take care of all the refugees by himself, and Kakuto still felt it was better for him to put away that ridiculous pity. After all, he himself was a cold-blooded and ruthless killer before he followed his boss. Nowadays, I should be considered a businessman. Kakuto's makeshift stronghold was not large, with 1 room inside and 1 room outside. Inside the small living room, 3 little kids sat at a table eating bread and Kakuto sat looking out the window at the rain. He couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Was this Thai place really as good as the owner said it was? Able to grow into a business empire? Ever since he arrived in the rain country, and especially since he entered the rain-hidden village, there was only one thing he felt. That's just uncomfortable. All kinds of uncomfortable. It's always raining, the roads are wet and muddy, and whether it's a building or something else, that's both give a dark and damp feeling. Here's the connection between the 3 big countries and the 3 little ones. But the weather conditions here just don't look like they can facilitate transportation. But since the boss said this place works, there should be something special about it. Just as Angle was lamenting, a well-fed Yahiko walked up to Angle. Kakuto was also looking at him a little strangely. Kid, what are you trying to do? Uncle, thank you very much for giving us food. So in exchange I'll tell you the latest intel we got. Ha! Hearing this, Kakuto couldn't help but laugh. What kind of information can you get from a little kid? Darn it, don't underestimate me, Uncle. I'm the man who's going to become a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama in the future. As if to prove herself, Yahiko's small mouth then began to recount the information he and Nagato and the others had gathered. It was said to be information, but it was really nothing more than something that happened inside the rain-hidden village. These things mean nothing to Kakuto. As if noticing Kakuto's eyes full of concern, Yahiko crossed her arms somewhat angrily, and then the blasting began. He began to relate some of the news he had inquired about the battlefield. And, what with Kiba Hakuta going deep into the land of wind cutting off supplies to the Sand Hidden? What with Saints Hidden losing to Kiba on the head-to-head battlefield? And then there was what with Hanzo Yamashiro leading an attack on the Konoha quarters scattered throughout the rain country. Kakuto noticed that Yahiko's eyes looked extraordinarily adoring when he mentioned Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. And some longing. Hey, kiddo, do you admire that guy called Hanzo Yamashiro? Of course, Yahiko said with a nod. Hanzo-sama is the most powerful ninja in this world right now. He's a great hero of our rain country. And I'm sure Hanzo-sama will be able to drive all those bad guys out of the rain country. I'm going to be a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama in the future. That way I'll be able to protect everyone. Nagato and Minami, the most powerful ninja in the world? Upon hearing this title, Kakuto's mind drifted to nothing but a figure who always smiled, and there was also the golden giant that was like a god. Chapter 53, The Evil Adult Who Pierces a Child's Delusions of Grandeur. Kakuto smiled as he listened to Koyahiko's admiration and praise for Hanzo. Kids are kids and always think that what they've seen is the best. But Hanzo the mountain pepper fish is an okay guy. He is considered to be one of the stronger ones among the known powerhouses in the shinobi world today. Kid, why did you become a ninja? Horns don't even want to keep listening to a brat's bragging and adoration for his idol. He changed the subject. Do you realize that becoming a ninja is a very dangerous thing to do? And that you can die if you don't get it right? It's like the current war, where so many people die before and after the battlefield. And those are ninjas. I know, but I'm not afraid to die. Yahiko tilted her head, her tone very firm. And Nagato, who had been sitting quietly on the side, suddenly shuddered physically and, although he couldn't see his eyes with his long bangs covering them, Horn was able to see that he was excited. It wasn't all ninjas who died. There were civilians too. My mom and dad weren't ninjas, obviously. Why? Why did they even kill my mom and dad? Nagato's fine. I'll protect you. Seeing Nagato, who was trembling, Yahiko stepped forward and put his arm around Nagato's shoulders. Minami also came to Nagato's side and comforted him together. And me, I'll protect everyone too, Yahiko said as she looked to Kakuto. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of not being able to protect Yahiko and Minami. I'm going to become a ninja. I'm going to be the strongest ninja. Only then will I be able to protect everyone. It is only then that I can change this country, change this shinobi world, so that no one in this country, in this world, will suffer anymore. Looking at the ambitious Yahiko, Kakuto froze for a moment. He noticed that Yahiko's eyes seemed to sparkle inside them as he said those words. No, it was his whole body that glowed, and this light shone on the other two brats around him. Ha! The horns all smiled. It's obviously just a brat. What's with the big talk? Not to be a liar. I'll definitely become a ninja in the future. Kakuto shook his head. Ninjas don't always change everything you wish to change. Ugh! Yahiko's eyes widened. In his eyes ninjas just didn't matter what they couldn't do. In the shinobi world everyone is very envious of those who can become ninjas, so why would this older man say that? But aren't ninjas the most powerful people? Kakuto looked at the naive Yahiko and the other two brats. With these guys always running over to annoy him, he decided to teach these brats a little lesson and just burst their wonderful fantasies. Kids are kids, they don't know anything and they like to talk big. The world is not as simple as you see it. Little kids like you, even if Chan and I gave ninjas nothing would be done away with. The world is complicated, and a ninja, in the eyes of some, is nothing more than a sword. The blade is polished when it needs to be used, and discarded aside when not in use. Damn you uncle, what gives you the right to talk about ninjas like that? Hanzo-sama and the others are the heroes of the rain country, not something that will be cast aside as a sword. Yahiko retorted desperately, while Nagato was left wondering what he was thinking. Kakuto's bad taste came up, and he was going to teach these brats a good lesson. Tell him what a ninja is and what the real world is. Stifling the innocence of children. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Let me tell you something, kid, the so-called ninjas, in the eyes of rich and powerful people, it's also nothing more than some underlings who are able to get ninjas to run around for them for just a little bit of money. Kakuto begins to give the three little kids a long lecture about the truth of the world, poking at their beautiful fantasies of ninjutsu, while also telling them how cruel the world really is. The three men's expressions went from puzzled, to shocked, to numb. Minami, the only girl among the three, was on the verge of crying from Kakuto's words. After all, for them, little children who were still fantasizing about the future, suddenly being pulled inside the cruel world that the adults lived in. This feeling of shattered dreams and wishes is just brutal. So, even if you become a ninja, as long as you're not in the class of being powerful enough to change the rules or powerful enough to ignore the rules, then you guys can't do anything. You can't change anything. Only to be able to be inside the rules of the game set by others, with their heads bowed as oxen and horses, running around for so little pay for the task, and after finishing the job, a portion of the reward you receive for risking your lives to accomplish your mission will also be siphoned off by the village you belong to. Money, pay. Uncle's got nothing but money and payoffs in his eyes. Uncle is an evil adult. Humph. Minami held back her tears and turned around, her whole body seeming to swell up in anger. Looking at the angry little Nankakuto's mood was extraordinarily pleasant, and for some reason, he just found it particularly pleasurable to bully the three brats, especially angry at the little blue-haired girl. Humph, you evil uncle. Since you said being a normal ninja couldn't change anything, Then I'll become that most powerful ninja. Be that powerful ninja you talk about that can ignore and change the rules. Yahiko said gamely. He just wouldn't give in. He just wanted to be a ninja. Oh yeah? You want to be a really powerful ninja? The horns all smiled. Were you born into some ninja family? What do you mean by ninja family? Yahiko scratched his head in confusion. That is, have any powerful ninjas appeared in your family? Yahiko shook her head. And have you passed down any powerful jutsu in your family? Yahiko shook his head once again. Not to mention passing down anything because of this war that. He's all that's left of their family. Well, it's done. And in the midst of your future life path. Unless you obtain some kind of miraculous encounter, you won't be able to become that kind of absolute powerhouse in your lifetime. How? Oh, that's the truth. There are countless ninjas in the shinobi world, but looking back at the past, how many Chibiusas have appeared? How many Uzumaki? How many Hanzos? No inheritance, no bloodline, no strange encounters. Want to become stronger? Dream on. Dreams of everything. Yahiko was devastated to hear that. And after Yahiko had been honest, Nagato, who was on the side, opened his mouth at this time and asked, and what if, for example, I become powerful and rich? Can I change the world by becoming the kind of person who can make rules? As you say, uncle? Watching Nagato Kakuto come to life, it seemed like the red-headed brat was more interesting than the naive brat, and I can't tell you anything 100% like that. There's a saying I think is very true though, money isn't everything, but you can't do without it. Life is not as good as it should be, but if you've got the money, there's a lot of being able to smooth your path in life. Chapter 54, summing up one thing, that is, poverty. Seeing that this Nagato didn't seem to believe himself too much, Kakuto inquired, you don't believe me do you? Then I ask you, why do you think the Rainy Kingdom will become a battleground for those great powers? Before Nagato could answer, Yahiko beat him to it, because we, the Rain Country, are caught in the middle of all those great powers, and all those great powers are bad people that, unwilling to start a war in their own country, they came to ours. Kakuto ignored Yahiko and instead looked to Nagato and asked again, is that what you think? Isn't that why? Hearing Nagato's reply, Kakuto smiled. Yes and no. Let me ask you another question. Why do you think those great powers started a war with each other? What is their purpose in starting the war? It involves a knowledge blind spot for the three brats, and while they've been through a lot, appearing much more mature than their peers in order to survive an entire war-torn country, but they're still just kids after all. I can tell by looking at you guys that you're not sure, so let me tell you, Kakuto explained. The reason why these powers went to war, which is naturally aimed at the resources and wealth of other countries, and there may be additional reasons for this, such as the use of external conflicts to quell internal ones. War is used to root out dissenters, but after the fight and victory over the other side, surely they will still want something. The loser needs to give what they have to the winner, either land, or supplies, or whatever. But to put it bluntly, they fight for money at the end of the day. Money. Asterisk 3. By this time, all three of the brats had been caught up in what Kakuto had said. That's right, it's money. And that's why money is such an important part of this world. With money you are able to do a lot of things, Kakuto said as he looked out the window. Let's say if the Rain Ninja Village had money, then they could train tons of ninjas that. If the Rain Ninja Village had the money, then they could build shelters and get the refugees into them. Instead of hiding from the rain in the streets and alleys of the Rain Ninja Village, if the Rain Ninja Village had money, then everyone would be able to eat, without having to fight for so much as a morsel of food. If the Rain Ninja Village had money, they could have paid off those powerful ninjas to help them fight the war. If the Rain Ninja Village has money, Kakuto lists the possibilities, while picking out various problems with the Rain Ninja Village, and all of these problems have all come down to one point, and that's the fact that the Rain Hidden Village has no money and is poor as hell. But Yahiko, the big stubborn bastard, was still not convinced. But, uncle, even if you're rich, so what? As soon as I become a ninja, can't I rob you of your money? Ugh, kid, you've hit the nail on the head with your question. The horns all showed a bad smile. Do you realize that you've robbed a rich man? Especially what would happen to the kind of people with money and power? Yahiko couldn't help but gulp at the look of Kakuto's badass grin. What's going to happen? The next thing you know, that guy's gonna come up with a lot of money to put a bounty on you. Your village will come for you. You'll become a rebel. There'll be a lot of people coming after you, because your head can be exchanged for a lot of bounty. And even that man will issue a mission to all the major shinobi villages, naming them as the ones who want your head. At that time, all the major ninja villages will send out ninjas to hunt you down, and at that time, there will be no place for you in the entire shinobi world. Don't cut off my head for money, Yahiko screamed, then curled up in a corner, clutching her head. Ha ha, Kid, what are you afraid of? Now that your head's worth nothing, no one's going to come and chop your head off. Laughing out loud a few times, Kakuto continued to add, and why do you think you can't be a powerful person after becoming a rich and powerful person? Being strong and having money doesn't conflict with being rich, okay? Think about it. If you're not only powerful, but also very rich, so rich that you own all the stores in the land of rain, so rich that everyone who eats food and wears clothes has to buy them from you, and you're still very powerful, so powerful that Hanzo the mountain pepperfish is no match for you, so aren't you still able to do whatever you want? Listening to Kakuto's words, Nagato's heart fluttered, and Yahiko, who was on the sidelines, also felt that Kakuto had a bit of a point. So uncle, what should we do to become rich? What? You guys want to make money? Yahiko nodded. With money, will we be able to change this country? Or even change the world? Ha ha, you guys are quite good at daydreaming. Go to sleep. There's everything inside your dreams. Yahiko saw Kakuto laughing at himself and he was furious. Ah, damn bad uncle. We'll be rich and powerful in the future. And then change the rain country. Not really caring, he glanced out the window and the rain stopped. Okay kiddo, the rain has stopped. You can go now. Nagato stood up and tugged on Yahiko's sleeve. Thanks, uncle. We're off. Seeing this, Yahiko also gave an honest thank you. After all, although this uncle's mouth was a bit poisonous, but he gave them food and kept them here to shelter from the rain. He was actually a good person. Looking at the backs of the three brats leaving, Kakuto shook his head. Ha, kiddo, try your hardest to survive in this cruel shinobi world. If you guys do manage to survive, then maybe I can talk to the boss and let you follow him for money. With that he looked in the direction outside the rain ninja village. Say, when will the boss and the others arrive? He'd gotten a message from a dozen sevens before he got back that said the boss and Boss Azuna were coming over. In fact, he was a little confused as to what the boss and the others were doing running over here. Everything is wet here, and the war isn't over yet, and there are victims everywhere, and even if it's a business, obviously it's not a good time to do business either, right? However, none of these things mattered. He knew very well the strength of his own boss. Not to mention a small rain ninja village, even if he was told that the two of them had actually come over to join the war. Boss Azuna looks at that Yamabushi Hanzo with displeasure and intends to teach the opposite side a lesson or something. Wait, that can't really be true. Kakuto suddenly felt as if he had discovered the truth. What? You think this is outrageous? Nothing outrageous, although Boss Azuna usually seemed unassuming and he likes to play chess and fish when he's not doing anything, but he knows very well that Boss Azuna is an Uchiha, or that Shinobi Shura Uchiha's brother. The Uchiha are known to be eager to fight, especially eager to challenge the strong. Boss Azuna has nothing to do with the Chiba Hotel. One because he was well aware of the gap between himself and his boss, and the other because Boss Azuna felt that no one was worthy of his challenge. Chapter 55, Izuna's first look at the Eye of Reincarnation. Amazake Village. In the middle of Kakuto's temporary stronghold. Stupid brat. What's the point of talking about making money when you can't even do the math? Ah, badass uncle. I'm the one who's going to be the strongest shinobi. Why would I want to learn this? Yahiko looked at the dizzying pile of numbers in front of her and felt nothing but a headache. Oh, I'm not forcing you to learn. You can leave anytime you want. Kakuto sipped from his cup and stopped paying attention to Yahiko. Instead, he looked over to Nagato, who was studying intently, and nodded in satisfaction. Yahiko bristled and looked over at Nagato and Minami, who were studying intently. Eventually, I just sat down honestly and continued to learn. Ever since the day Kakuto revealed the harsh reality of the shinobi world to these three brats, Nagato then made the decision that he wanted to learn to make money, and that with enough money, enough strength, then he himself would be able to change the shinobi world. At Nagato's request, the three brats find Kakuto and say they want to learn how to make money from him, because they feel as if Kakuto knows a lot. Kakuto was also interested, so he started teaching them from the simplest counting. After all, if you can't even do the math in business, then what the hell kind of business is there to do and what kind of money is there to be made? For things like math, Nagato was able to learn patiently, but Yahiko couldn't. He himself is an active personality. Let him honestly sit there pinching and counting. This is simply to kill him. It's okay Yahiko, just leave this kind of thing to me and Minami from now on. You will remain in charge of becoming a powerful ninja so that you will be able to protect us. Nagato couldn't help but open his mouth to comfort Yahiko as he looked at the somewhat depressed Yahiko. Nagato. Yahiko was very touched, as expected of his good brother, but then he looked back at Kakuto, who had a wicked grin on his face, as if he'd decided he couldn't do it, and couldn't help but grunt lightly with a skittish grunt. Humph, isn't it just learning to do math? I'll be able to, don't worry Nagato, the three of us are one. so don't leave anyone behind. Yahiko. Looking at the serious Yahiko, Nagato nodded solemnly. Then Yahiko began the torturous study of arithmetic again. What a surprise. Kakuto. That you'd become a teacher in a place like this. Boss. At the sound of that familiar voice, Kakuto stood up and looked toward the door. Tetsuya and Izuna just walked into the house. They weren't even disguised as refugees. For the simple reason that most of the capable men of the Rain Ninja Village have gone out to war. These ninja who stayed behind in the Rain Ninja Village were really too different in strength compared to Tetsuya and the others. A simple illusion. And they just waltzed right in and there's nothing wrong with it for anyone. And Tetsu, who had walked into the house, looked curiously at the three children sitting at the table. How interesting. I didn't expect to actually be able to run into the three of them here. What's wrong? Do you know all three of them? Izuna cast a questioning glance. The three little ones sitting in the room also cast curious glances. Tetsuya smiled. No, I'm just a little surprised that I didn't expect to actually be able to run into just three kids here in Kakuto. Yahiko asked, standing up with some curiosity. This big brother, are you the boss of this bad uncle? Why do you look so much younger than uncle? Horns didn't even hold back his eyelids. This kid's mouth was poisonous. Tetsuya smiled. Yes, I'm this uncle's boss. But little brother, why are you calling this uncle bad uncle? Humph, he would have been a bad uncle. Yahiko cocked her mouth, looking a little less than pleased. Seeing Yahiko like this, Tetsuya was rather more interested in what was going on between them. You know, these three in front of you are the three key figures of the future Dawn organization. Nagato, Nanami and the future Tendo Chao. Chao Yuck. No, it's Pain Tendo. And Kakuto was in the original Destiny track, and he would have joined the Dawn organization, become Nan's wallet. Kakuto, who worked so hard to save up all his life, ended up dying without spending any of it. It's over. It was all taken by Manami to get the detonation charms and then blown up all at once. If this is known to that Kakuto, then it is estimated that all 5 hearts will be angry and have a heart attack. Kakuto is also coming around. Started telling Tetsuya about how he was mad at Yahiko, the brat. Izuna, on the other hand, had been staring at Nagato and he sensed a very familiar aura, or chakra, or pupil power in Nagato's body. Those scarlet bangs covering Nagato's eyes. Maybe other people didn't find it strange, but for Izuna, who had the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye, he saw right through what was hidden under there. It was a pair of lavender eyes with a special pattern of circles. Special eyes? Izuna didn't recognize the chakra eyes, but he could sense that they were special, and very close to myself. What's the deal with being close? Ha ha, Kakuto, you're so bad. Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Kakuto's account. Humph, I told you, this uncle is a bad uncle. Tetsuya looked Yahiko up and down in front of him as he looked curiously at this rare little son of the shinobi world. In the midst of this world, there have appeared 3 little sun-like people that, warming others in the dark world of shinobi. One is Yahiko, the little son of Nagato, the son of the Dawn organization, warming the people of the Land of Rain with his actions. But unfortunately, he ended up dying because of the old and dim-witted Hanzo and the old shuttered Gumiho, eventually became the Tendo within the 6 paths of pain. One was Mizukado, the little son of Konoha, warming those around him. In particular, he warmed Gyoshinna's heart and ended up becoming Kiba's 4th generation Naruto. It's just a shame that he was later killed by the plot. The last one is Naruto, who was discriminated against as a child and remains optimistic and cheerful, warming those around him like a little son. Hinata, Sasuke, I love you, and so on, were all warmed by Naruto's warmth. You want to be the most powerful ninja in the shinobi world, don't you? Yahiko nodded firmly. That's right, I want to become a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama. Tetsuya nodded. Then from among his pockets he took out a copy of something that had been stored in his hand for a long time. Good. Very spirited. These are for you. What is it? Yahiko curiously took what Tetsuya handed her. It was a couple of books, only on the covers of which were written the chakra refining method, the splitting technique, the substitution, shape-shifting. That's right, Tetsuya gave exactly the most basic method of refining chakra. There's also the basic 3-body technique. These things are the foundation of being a ninja. But it's not something that comes easily to the average person. Chapter 56 Izuna, those are my brother's eyes. Dead broad too. Are these really going to be given to us? Yahiko's eyes glazed over as she looked at the chakra refining method and the 3-body technique in her hands. Even though he's been clamoring to be the strongest shinobi ever, but in reality he doesn't even have a doorway to become a ninja. But now this big brother who had met them for the first time had given them the method of chakra refining in jutsu. Of course he didn't forget about his little friend, dividing the books he had in his hands. Even Nagato and Minami were a bit excited when they received the book from Yahiko. The moment Nagato took the books, Tetsuya carefully observed Nagato's state of being. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he smiled and said, "Of course, I never go back on my word." Izuna came to Tetsuya's side and said in a small voice that only the two could hear, "Did you notice? That kid called Nagato. There's something wrong with his eyes. I have noticed that. If nothing else, those eyes should be the product of your eyes after their final evolution. The reincarnation eyes. Reincarnation eye." Even Izuna, who had always been very calm, the expression still didn't hold back some changes when he heard the name, but it quickly returned to normal. "Are you sure?" "Sure. I can raise the dead. What's so bad about a pair of eyes that I can't be sure? This boy, is he one of our Uchiha?" In Izuna's perception, only their Uchiha clan Sharingan eye could evolve into a reincarnation eye. This child has the eye of reincarnation. Doesn't that mean this child is from their Uchiha clan? It's not right. Something doesn't seem right. The thing is, the kid's too young. According to my own personal experience, it would take years for these eyes of his own to evolve into reincarnation eyes. Not to mention, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. A pair of eternal kaleidoscopes were needed prior to. 2 pairs of kaleidoscope writers are required. How old is this kid? At his age, opening a 3-hook jade is a genius among geniuses. It was at a level where it would definitely be strictly protected and carefully cultivated by the Uchiha. Not to mention having to sacrifice a pair of kaleidoscopes to achieve the eternal kaleidoscope. Nay, the boy's eyes should not be his own. And he looks like this. I'd say he's more of a maelstrom one. Back in the day, when the warring nations were mixing, the Senju clan had then teamed up with the Maelstrom clan to fight their Uchiha, so he was extraordinarily impressed with the red hair. Not bad for you, Izuna. I feel the same way. After all, that's a reasonable explanation, isn't it? But Izuna quickly associated it with a lot more. It's been a long time since the Uchiha clan had an eternal kaleidoscope. He'd investigated before, and now the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The strongest seems to be the 3 hooks. Well, look around. The owner of the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye that was able to successfully evolve the eye of reincarnation, then it could only be that one person. His own brother, the Shinobi Shura who fused his eyes. Uchiha Zen. Izuna's heart beat faster at the thought. Brother's eyes. Those are brother's eyes. That's right. No wonder he felt inexplicably close to the boy. If his eyes were the eyes of his own brother, Uchiha Zebra, then yes. But why were his brother's eyes on this child? Thinking again, Izuna came up with an answer. Perhaps his own brother had finally completed the evolution of his chakra eyes when his lifespan was nearing. Only by that time he was no longer able to use those eyes. So he found this child, who perhaps had something special to offer these eyes. So he gave him his eyes before he died. Reasonable, very reasonable. It must be. Izuna spoke again. Tetsuya, these eyes, I'm afraid, are the eyes of my brother, Uchiha-san. Tetsuya's eyes widened the moment he heard that. Eyes full of disbelief. He looked at Uchiha Izuna. No way. Having read the script myself, so knowing whose eyes these are is how they came to be. Not you, Uchiha Izuna. A man who died for years and was brought back to life by himself. How do you know all this? Did you read the script too? Or did old man Rokuto give you the drama when you were in the Pure Land? Seeing Tetsuya's expression, Izuna thought that Suyuan didn't believe what he said, so he gave Suyuan a little account of the process of his reasoning. After hearing that, Tetsuya was dumbfounded. All I can say is that you, Uchiha Izuna, are truly worthy of being Uchiha's external brain, an existence capable of competing with the mind's eye thief, Kaima, in such a short period of time, relying on almost no clues to reason out the correct answer. He can only say admire. Really admire cannot be admired again. So, what are you going to do? Retrieve your brother's eyes? Tetsuya was a little curious as to what Izuna would do next, realizing that at this time of year, Uchiha is not dead yet. He's just sleeping. And he definitely sent the White Jedi to spy on Nagato and the others. I don't think it's attached to Nagato, though, after all, he had attached Senjutsu Chakra to the 3 books he had just handed to Yahiko and the others. If they've got White Jedi spores on them watching them, then the power of the Senjutsu Chakra will force them out and reveal their original form. If Izuna chooses to take the Eye of Reincarnation at this point in time, it's going to be a lot of fun. I want to take him as a disciple. What? Izuna's decision was a bit of a surprise. Really, he had expected him to take all Nagato's chakra eyes. After all, he was half of those eyes, if you really want to talk about it. After all, Uchiha Zebra had awakened the eternal kaleidoscope by fusing Izuna's kaleidoscope. So, even if Izuna wanted to take the chakra eye, Tetsuya was in favor of it. Besides, the chakra eye thing is like a light bulb. Plug and play. But then Izuna pops up and says she wants to take Nagato as a disciple? You're planning on stealing Jiraiya's job. Ward Hair? What's the situation? I said I'd like to take this kid named Nagato as a disciple. Boss, do you have a problem with that? Izuna looked at Tetsuya solemnly, and his address changed from Tetsuya's name to boss. This shows that Izuna is very determined. What can he say about himself when he's like this? It's up to you, but what are you going to do if they don't agree? No, he'll agree. Just as the three children were excitedly looking through the books in their hands, Izuna stepped forward and, crouching down, he spoke to Nagato. Your name is Nagato, right? Nagato was a little confused. He didn't understand what the big brother in front of him was trying to do. But he nodded anyway. Yes, big brother. What's your problem? Izuna glanced at the book of diversions he was holding. Do you want to learn ninjutsu? Want to become a ninja? Nagato nodded honestly. Well then, I'd like to take you on as my apprentice, so I can teach you and make you a good ninja. So will you become my disciple? Chapter 57, Sannin vs. Hanzo the Mountain Pepper Fish. Before Nagato could answer, Yahiko came forward and inquired with some excitement. Really? Are you a ninja too? This big brother, Kakuto, who had been cleaned up a few times by Izuna, said rather emotionally. That's for sure. Boss Izuna is definitely the first-rate powerhouse in the sky. Really? I want to hear you tell me, big brother. I'm not going to listen to the bad uncle. Stinky little kid. Love it or hate it. Izuna nodded and simply replied. I'm strong. Really? Yahiko was a little curious about just how strong Izuna was. So is big brother as strong as Hanzo-sama? Hearing Yahiko ask that, Tetsuya was happy. Tell you what, how about we let Izuna prove it to you with empty words? Prove it to us? Prove it how? The three little ones were a little curious as to how the other wanted to prove it. Let's have Izuna go spar with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, and see who's stronger. Ugh. Asterisk 3. The three little ones let out a gasp as the big brother in front of them wanted to fight Hanzo-sama. That's not very nice. Hanzo-sama is still at war, and Hanzo-sama is super powerful. If you're not careful, you can die. Big brother is a good man. We don't want to see you have an accident. Izuna waved her hand. Don't worry. I've got it all figured out. And, I originally came here this time for Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. Sure enough, I told you that Boss Izuna came all the way over here to. Definitely wouldn't be trying to visit a humid place like Rain Country. Kakuto had a look on his face like that. Well, let's get going before it's too late. And it just so happens that we've been poking around while we were here. The duel between Konoha and the Hidden Village is about to begin. So we'll just be able to go and watch to join in the fun. Tetsuya looked like he was watching the fun. So, Kakuto, you should be able to protect these three little ones above the battlefield, right? It's really a troublesome mission. But since it's a mission given by the boss, there's nothing wrong with me. Let's get going then, said Izuna as he walked towards the door. He looked back at Nagato. I will show you how strong I am. I'll be the one to teach the successor of my brother's eyes. I, Uchiha Izuna, will raise him to be a powerful ninja like his brother. The three Nagatos were still a bit confused, and were sparingly brought onto the battlefield by the three Tetsuyas. In the land of rain, above the battlefield between Kiba and Rain Ninja, ninjas from both sides fought together. A torrential downpour fell from the sky above, and the continuous rain washed away the corpses and blood on the ground. And in one part of the battlefield, the ninjas from both sides very silently avoided an area where that area is the area where the highest combatants of the two sides will duel. Three disciples of Konoha's third Naruto battle. Hanzo Yamashiro, the leader of the Rain Hidden Village. The battle has gone on for several rounds and the Tsunade trio relied on their numerical superiority to barely suppress the outnumbered Yamabushi Hanzo. However, even at this moment, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish still couldn't see the slightest bit of panic in his eyes. Crying Yosei, psionics. After a scythe had repelled the three Jiraiya, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish made a quick seal and it slammed down on top of the ground. In just an instant, a huge array disc surfaced above the ground. Boo! There was a muffled sound and a white mist. That's right, Jiraiya, who was breathing heavily, stared blankly when he saw the huge figure that appeared in the white mist. Dang! The white mist cleared. A giant mountain pepperfish so large that it was like a small mountain appeared before their eyes. Over here is the Yamabushi Hanzo's psychic beast, and with this psychic beast in tow, he, Hanzo Yamabushi, is only as strong as his full form. Standing atop the head of the mountain pepperfish, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish had his arms wrapped around him as he looked down at the three below. Whoosh! Suddenly, several bitternesses were flung out, and at the end of the bitternesses were actually bundled with explosive charms. The mountain pepperfish struck, and when it did, it was something like the starter bitters. Tsunade, Orochimaru, get out of the way! Jiraiya shouted, warning his teammates to steer clear. The three of them leapt forward and jumped away in different directions. The explosive charm bitterness hit precisely where the three of them had just landed. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion set off an impact, and several deep craters were blown out above the ground. Smoke rose in all directions, and the three of them dispersed in different parts of the smoke. And that's the effect Hanzo the mountain pepperfish wants. It's now. The fire escape initiating inferno formation. What? Tsunade felt as if something was crawling up her foot, and looked down to see. I can't believe it's attached to the upcoming bullying starter charm. Watch out for Tsunade. Jiraiya reacted at first. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. The long hair swung out, and Zirai's hair was thrown out of his face. The white hair stretched out like tentacles and curled right around Tsunade to protect her. Boom boom. At the very same time, the detonation charm spontaneously combusted then exploded. The explosion created flames that directly engulfed Ran. Ha! Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, sneered. How could a mere hair stop the flames of a detonation charm? However, when the flames dissipated, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were actually fine. Obviously that mountain pepper fish underestimated Zelaya's jutsu. Needle Jizo strengthened hair. How can it be ordinary hair? Nani? Stalking snake hand. Just as Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, was surprised, long lurking in the shadows. Waiting for the opportunity, Orochimaru struck. Several large white-scaled snakes all rushed forward. Straight away, Hanzo the mountain peppercorn entangled and bound. It's just now Jiraiya, Orochimaru bellowed. As a teammate, Jiraiya naturally understood. I know. Ninjutsu. Hairy needle chippin'. In a flash, Zirai's long white hair exploded and instantly shot out a mass of hair like a hedgehog spraying spikes. These hairs shot sharply at the bound Hanzo Yamakura like the senbon needles used by ninjas. Looking at the jutsu that came bursting out of the sky, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish didn't have much of a reaction. Just silently launched the jutsu. Water instant technique. Clatter. The moment the jutsu was unleashed, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, together with the mountain pepper fish under his feet, which was the size of a small mountain, it turned into flowing water and dissipated, and then instantly appeared to reappear in another location. What? Orochimaru was also a bit surprised to see this scene, and immediately retreated to join the two Tsunade Jiraiya, and as Jiraiya dispersed the needle Jizo ninjutsu, a wave of weakness hit him. It's okay Jiraiya. I'm okay, burns of this magnitude aren't a big deal. I'm just a bit depleted from the previous battle. After all, the three of them would be the mountain pepper fish. Hanzo forced to use the psychic also took a lot of effort. This guy is too strong. Even our combination jutsu can't help him. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. The three of them hadn't reached their peaks yet. Tsunade hasn't developed the art of Hyakuho, Jiraiya doesn't know Senjutsu yet, and Orochimaru hasn't started his various transformations yet. This time of year they're up against Hanzo, a mountain pepper fish in his prime. The fight was really very strenuous, and the three of them were close to reaching their limits. However, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish looks like he's able to keep fighting. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Masked Man Appears. My name is Faye. Does it end here? Jiraiya looked at the mountain pepper fish Hanzo and the huge mountain pepper fish Tonkinese beast in front of him unwillingly. The three of them were panting violently, and if the three of them couldn't defeat Hanzo the mountain pepper fish, so what to do about this war? It looks like the overall situation is already dominated by them. Kiba. However, it was at this time that Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, spoke up. I'm afraid this battle has been won by Kiba, so I'll let you all live. Hearing such mocking words, the rash Jiraiya yelled out unwillingly. Don't need your sympathy. We can still fight. Just let it go. Stop it Jiraiya. Though Tsunade was also surprised that Hanzo Yamashiro was planning on letting them go, but seeing that Jiraiya still wanted to fight, she hurriedly voiced out to stop Jiraiya. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, didn't pay any attention to Jiraiya and just continued. The three of you are very good, and have managed to persevere in this situation. And from now on, I, Hanzo Yamabushi, call you the Konoha Sannin, and from now on, you will call yourselves the title you have earned with your lives. Damn it! Jiraiya clenched his teeth. He wasn't happy about it. But this enemy in front of him was very powerful. Right at this moment, two figures fell from the sky above and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Hello? What a guy! At this moment, whether it's Sanjo Hanzo or Jiraiya, the three of them became incredibly nervous. This could have all been over. How come two people suddenly came out of nowhere? These two men wore black robes on a red background, and one wore a yellow swirling mask that, the mask only showed one eye at the swirl, and the other one was wearing a white mask that, above the mask were engraved circles of lines and three hooked jades, revealing a pair of eyes at the bottom two hooked jades. Ah woo, are you asking me what my name is? My name is Faye. Tetsuya's drama queen was possessed as he raised his hands and waved them as if he was at a fan meeting. As for this man behind me, his name should be familiar to you. He is the Uchihamadara. Uchihasu. That man is Uchiha Zanzu? How is that possible? He can't be Uchiha-zan. Uchiha Zebra was killed by my grandfather long ago in the Valley of the End. Tsunade's eyes were wide with disbelief written all over them. However, hearing Tsunade say that Uchiha Zebra was killed by her grandfather, Izuna, whose attention had been all on the mountain pepper fish Hanzo, suddenly turned back to Tsunade, those scarlet eternal kaleidoscope writing while eyes staring straight at Tsunade. In that instant, Tsunade actually felt the threat of death. That naked killing intent was almost as appalling as a knife. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Feeling Tsunade's hand trembling as she held herself up, Jiraiya hurriedly asked Tsunade what was going on. Jiraiya, that guy's eyes. That's Uchiha's eyes. As a disciple of the third Naruto, Sarutobi Hizuru, they naturally recognized that pair of eyes at once. The eternal kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, the eyes that were considered ominous by the Chikara line. Could it be? That guy really is Uchiha-zan. Uchiha-zan really isn't dead yet. Unlikely. There's definitely something wrong with that guy. Aiya. Uchiha-senpai. You're a great shinobi Shura. How can you get angry with the juniors? Let's get down to business. Tetsuya was also sensing Izuna's sudden outburst of murderous intent. I can only say that it's worthy of being an Uchiha. Brother control is awesome. And Tsunade's one sentence had evoked Izuna's murderous heart. But luckily Izuna had some sense and redirected her aim at Tetsuya's warning. Only this time, when he once again looked at Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, his eyes were even more stern. Yamabushi Hanzo, you're the one who calls yourself a shinobi demigod, aren't you? I came here today because I wanted to test you. On what grounds you dare to call yourself a demigod? Hanzo Yamabushi's temper was up, and he was all set to call it a day and end the fight. Where is the guy who dares to question himself? Humph, a rat who hides his head. Who doesn't even dare to reveal his true appearance? Who is in a position to question me? Humph, whether I'm qualified or not. You won't know if you try it yourself. Izuna made a quick seal. Naruto howling fire extinction. The terrifying fire escape was unleashed. And in a flash, all the rainwater in this surrounding area was directly vaporized. Terrifying flames turned into a sea of fire and swept towards Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. How is it possible? How is it possible that a fire escape of this level exists? Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, stared with wide eyes, but at this moment he was only able to activate his instantaneous technique again. Turning into a stream of water and carrying the mountain pepper fish, he managed to avoid the terrifying fire escape. The crowd present saw it. This is a move to extinguish the fire. The ground that was originally soaked by the heavy rain was directly baked dry and cracked. Seeing that Hanzo the mountain pepper fish had actually dodged his own jutsu, Izuna naturally couldn't just watch. He likewise activated his instantaneous technique to come directly to the mountain pepperfish's head. Drawing a ninjutsu sword from within his sleeve, he slashed towards Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. Hanzo the mountain pepperfish hurriedly swung his scythe and chains to fend them off, and the two engaged in a physical exchange. And originally still doubt this masked man in the end is not Uchiha-zan. Zio at times some believe that this person is Uchiha-zan. After all, this level of fire escape, even their teacher Sarutobi Hizuru I'm afraid cannot do it. Shocked though, Jiraiya inquired to his two companions. Tsunade, Orochimaru, what should we do next? This guy, whether he's in Uchihan or not, is not something we can easily deal with. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on the back of Uchiha Zebra, replied in its distinctive raspy voice. I think that maybe we can wait and let them snipe. Let's have a fishing expedition. Tsunade, however, shook her head and gave a suggestion that was the complete opposite of Orochimaru's. I think we should retreat now, while we have this chance. This battle is already ours to win. The rest of the rain ninjas have all but collapsed except for Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. We should take advantage of this chance to end the fight while Yamashiro Hanzo is stalled. And then there's the crucial point that, whether or not this masked man is an Uchiha or not, we all have to get the message back. Hey, I said you three. Tetsuya copied his hands and cocked his head at the trio. What are you plotting out loud here? Can't you see that Spot Senpai is having a tense fight with that Yamashiro guy? As spectators you guys be a little more respectful, okay? You guys, what the hell are you trying to do? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Geez, you're so rude. I don't call you this guy. I have a name. My name is Faye. Tetsuya squirmed as if that ADHD. The three Jiraiyas exchanged glances as they came to the conclusion that this funny-looking guy is definitely not easy. Chapter 59 Tetsuya, I suggest you leave sooner rather than later. What the hell are you trying to do? What is your ulterior motive for wearing masks? Jiraiya questioned loudly. Tetsuya glanced back in the direction of Izuna, who was fighting with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. I can tell that this Izuna guy is taking out all his anger completely on Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. Wielding a short sword, relying on physical techniques. He suppressed the mountain pepper fish Hanzo in agony. No ninjutsu, just physical jutsu. That's taking out his frustrations by using Hanzo Yamashiro as a sandbag. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, is also a master of physical skills. As the saying goes, the weirder the weapon, the faster. No, it's the weirder the weapon, the more dangerous the move. Uncommon weapons often give the appearance of being difficult to defend against. The weapon used by Hanzo Yamabushi is a scythe attached to a chain. This weapon can be used as a hard weapon when holding a scythe, or a soft weapon when holding a chain. The attack distance can be far or near. However, no matter how strange the weapon of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish was, and how dangerous the moves were, none of it was a problem in front of Azuna. The super dynamic vision that came with the Sharingan eyes was able to see through all of Hanzo the mountain pepperfish's small movements. Turning back to Tetsuya, he cocked his head. Aw, grin. Didn't I tell you guys what we were up to? Well, I remember telling you that. We're here for Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. Hearing this, Tsunade spoke up hastily. Since you're here for Hanzo the mountain pepperfish, may I ask if we can get out of here? Of course there's no problem. Hearing that Tetsuya had agreed to let them leave, Jiraiya was a little surprised, and Tsunade a little. Orochimaru, on the other hand, didn't think it was that simple. As expected, Tetsuya continued to speak as he thought. You guys can leave if you want to, just don't bother me with the theater. I would suggest that it would be better for you to withdraw your troops and leave the Rain countries sooner rather than later. It's about time for the war between the Konoha village and the Rain Hidden village to come to an end, if you know what I mean. Jiraiya was still a bit unconvinced. This is a matter between us, the Fire country and the Rain country. Who are you to decide? Hearing Jiraiya say that, Tetsuya couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't Jiraiya. Is that your line? Is that what you're supposed to say? Shouldn't you be happy to be able to stop the war? Isn't your ideal peace in the shinobi world? Gee, you ask me on what basis? As he spoke, the pupils of Tetsuya's eyes turned blood-colored, and within the blood-colored pupils, the three-hooked jades quickly rotated then transformed into a special pattern while a shocking chakra aura erupted all over his body. Just by the fact that I can leave the lives of everyone above this battlefield on this land forever. Do you think that's enough? The Sannin couldn't help but tremble at the sight of this monstrous chakra in front of them. It was as if along with the refined soul they were trembling unceasingly because of the fear they felt. The difference is just too great. They felt that there was an insurmountable gap between themselves and the masked man called Fei in front of them. It was a feeling that they had never felt even when they faced their teacher, Sarutobi Hizuru. But soon Tetsuya turned to collect his own chakra and returned to that witty tone. It's in everyone's best interest to leave now and end the war. Understand? Besides, all that my Madara-senpai wants is just to spar with Hanzo Yamashiro. It's not like he's going to kill the other guy. And when we're gone, who do you think Hanzo Yamashiro will take out the shame he received today on? When those words came out, Sannin also felt a bit of a tingle in his head. They don't have much stamina left now, and if the two mysterious masked men leave later, so wouldn't they be a target for Hanzo Yamashiro? They were struggling extraordinarily against Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, before. If we were to go up against the furious mountain pepper fish Hanzo again now, we understand. Thanks for the reminder. We'll go back and tell the higher-ups in Konoha of ending this war. That's right. It's in your best interest to end the war sooner rather than later. Understand? Tsunade? Tetsuya gave Tsunade a parting glance. You know Tsunade has a boyfriend now, and if Tetsuya remembers correctly, Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Hawk. No, Kato Break died right after their 3-ninja battle of the Yamabushi. The war was almost over by that time, but the unlucky lad, Kato Break, still died in an inconsequential clash. The death was extraordinarily tragic, and Tsunade suffered from a phobia of blood as a result. However, it was clear that Tsunade hadn't understood Tetsuya's hints. What he was thinking was that now Kiba had already taken advantage of the situation, and if he were to take the initiative to stop the war now, then Kiba would have taken advantage of even the last of the great justice, both for the next negotiations and for the future image of Kiba. It was excellent. I see. Then we'll take our leave. Go away, go away. Don't bother me with the theater. With a wave of his hand, Tetsuya turned away to continue watching the show. Seeing Tetsuya just turn away, a sudden impulse arose in Orochimaru's heart too. How about sneaking up on this guy and taking his eyes while we're at it? But soon he suppressed the thought that he was doing this. Doing so would undoubtedly be a death sentence. Not to mention the fact that he doesn't have much chakra left in his body right now. In one is that the other party's strength is incomparably powerful. Even if one's full strength state is not able to guarantee that one can kill the other party with a sneak attack. Let's go. Back to the compound first. Orochimaru reminded Tsunade and Jiraiya in a raspy voice that also a reminder. The three ninjas quickly left while informing the other Konoha ninjas to evacuate. Naruto howling fire extinction. Izuna had pretty much vented his anger, and he wasn't going to waste any more time on it. Defeat the so-called Shinobi demigod, Hanzo Yamashiro, sooner, then so that he could go back and take Nagato as his disciple. Seems like Nagato kinda likes spending time with the other two brats. Though, then take the other two together as disciples yourself. Thinking so much was only in the twinkling of an eye. The ferocious fire escape ninjutsu was instantly unleashed. Seeing this, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, also unleashed his own jutsu. Suetun Great Waterfall Technique. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, also unleashes a jutsu to counter Izuna's fire escape. The violent currents of water converged together into a huge water column that, straight towards the searing flames. The flames collided with the column of water, instantly releasing a large amount of water vapor that, the entire battlefield was enveloped in just a breath. These water vapors are scorching hot, and if an unprotected person comes in contact with them, it's instantly steamy. Gee whiz, what a scene! Tetsuya continuously performed his instantaneous technique and retreated out of the steam's range. Although he wasn't afraid of the vapors, he didn't like the idea of getting wet. Chapter 60, He'll teach you ninjutsu. I'll teach you how to make money. Naruto Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu. Water Transportation Water Chaos Wave. Another wave of ninjutsu sparring, and it was as if their chakra never ran out. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Is he really the legendary Uchiha spot? Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, is a bit drained at the moment. The previous fight with the three ninjas had consumed some chakra even though he was the one who had won the fight. But this guy right here is clearly not in the same league as those three, and it's well known that, under normal circumstances, the water transportation is able to suppress the fire transportation. After all, that second-generation Naruto of Kiba, in order to target the Uchiha clan, which specializes in Naruto, trained himself to be a master of the water recluse. But this monster with a mask was actually able to suppress his water escape with his fire escape. No, this is not the way to go. Well, ambush. Poison spray. Hanzo bellowed, and not far away, waiting for Hanzo's order, the mountain pepper fish, Inuyasha, opened his mouth wide and, in an instant, a large amount of purple poisonous mist was spewed out in the air. Seeing this, Izuna instantly dodged in an instant. Where to run? In a water instantaneous jutsu, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, arrived in front of Izuna, and threw out the chains in his hands. Instantly wrapped around Izuna's body. Choke on. The other hand gripped the scythe and slashed towards Izuna. Izuna sneered twice in the face of the mountain pepper fish Hanzo's attack. Susanoo. Click. A blue Sasori skeleton surfaced, directly breaking the chains of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Immediately after that, the Suzaku skeleton rapidly expanded and transformed into a half-sized Suzaku. A direct slash at Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. What is this? Hanzo Yamabushi's eyes widened, but as a ninja, he still activated his water instantaneous technique at the first opportunity, avoiding this slash from Izuna's Susanoo, dodging the attack. Hanzo the Sancho comes to the head of the Sancho Inuyasha. Is this the legendary power of the gods that resides in the Sharingan eyes of the Uchiha clan? Looking at the blue Suzaku in front of him, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish was under tremendous pressure. That blue giant just stood there and let the poisonous mist blowing from the mountain pepper fish Inuyasha's spit ripple. However, these poisonous mists couldn't do anything to the masked man standing in the middle of Susa. Is this all you have in you, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish? Nothing more than that. How dare you call yourself a shinobi demigod with that? Izuna opened her arms wide, her eyes scarlet. Let me show you what it means to have the true power of a god. The full form of Susanoo. Open. Rumble. The half Suzaku changed again, as if a giant had stood up and the ground shook. Full-bodied Susanoo appeared. A huge blue giant clad in armor with wings on its back, wearing a Tengu mask and wielding a huge taijutsu. The face is oppressive. The Konoha crowd that was evacuating saw that huge Susa. The older ones directly recalled a past fear, and the source of that fear was named Uchiha. That's pretty dominant. Blue Susanoo. Why is mine gold? It looks so tacky. Tetsuya, a bystander, muttered that it must be the work of that money-grubbing dog. He probably thought that gold was the color of gold, so he gave himself a whole gold Suzuki. Come on, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish, take this. If you're still alive after the next one, the title of Shinobi demigod will be recognized by me. The words fell. The huge full-bodied Susanoo slashed out directly towards Hanzo the mountain pepper fish and his psychic beast, Inuyasha the mountain pepper fish. With this slash, the mountain peaks were cut into plains, and the flat bottom became a canyon. This slash was destined to set off even more violent waves of shock in the already unsettled shinobi world. Well, Izuna isn't going to slash the mountain pepperfish to death this term, is she? It's not a good time to take over the rain country. The Susanoo dispersed, and Izuna arrived at Tetsuya's side in a few instantaneous movements. It's over. Let's go back. You're not going to just cut up Hanzo the mountain pepperfish, are you? No, I controlled the mighty ones, and that fellow had 2 tricks up his sleeve, and at the critical moment of using his psychic beast to take the attack for himself. So, it's good that you're not dead. It's not the right time for us to take over the rain country. I know. Let's go. It's time to find my disciples. TSK, look at you. People haven't even worshipped their masters yet, and you're talking about your disciple in one breath. Tetsuya smiled, but followed Izuna in the direction Kakuto and the others were heading, and not far from the battlefield, inside a safe corner. Kakuto, with his 3 little kids in tow, watched the trio battle Hanzo and Izuna battle Hanzo. At this moment the 3 little ones were already too excited to speak, especially the moment that blue giant appeared. Yahiko had completely become Izuna's little fanboy. There's no way around it. It's just too handsome, and what little boy could resist a giant that handsome? Not only handsome but also so powerful. Even if it was as strong as Hanzo assumed the role, it would only be a matter of one slash. We're back. Tetsuya smiled and removed his mask, and Izuna walked up to the trio with a white mask. Well, am I strong? Yahiko said excitedly. Big brother, you are awesome. What's with that blue giant? Is it a ninjutsu? May I not learn? Izuna was silent for a moment then shook her head. That one isn't a jutsu. It's an ability unique to our family. Ah, so that's how it is. Yahiko was a little disappointed, but he was excited. After all, even if he wasn't able to summon that blue giant, it would be awesome if he could learn jutsu. And Izuna looked at Nagato inquiringly. How about it, Nagato? Would you all like to worship me together and become my disciples? I can teach you any kind of jutsu you want to learn besides Susanoo. Nagato. Say yes. Yeah, Nagato. Promise. Yahiko prodded somewhat namely. Even Blue was helping. After all, she wanted to be a ninja too, and she wanted to protect Yahiko and Nagato. Nagato, however, spoke up. Izuna-chan, if I learn jutsu from you, will I be able to continue learning how to make money? At those words, Izuna froze for that brief moment, and then he looked over at Kakuto. Kakuto, on the other hand, inclined his head, not daring to meet Izuna's eyes. Sure, why not? Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh out loud. There was no way this was really funny. I didn't realize that the kid Nagato had spent a lot of time with Angle and liked making money. No, it shouldn't be like making money, but understanding that to change the rain country, to change the shinobi world, you can't rely on force alone. You have to have money and you have to know economics. Tell you what, Nagato, from now on the 3 of you will follow us while Izuna teaches you the practice of ninjutsu, and I teach you how to make money. Really? Chapter 61, the name of Uchiha Zebra reappears in the ninja world. Kiba F4's reaction. The battlefield of the Rain Ninja Village had a slight hiccup due to the intervention of 2 masked men, though, but that didn't affect the outcome of the war. Kiba had won on multiple battlefields, and the overall trend of the Shinobi World War had tipped in Kiba's favor. Meanwhile, with the outbreak of this battle, the name of Uchiha Zebra once again reappeared in the Shinobi world. It caused a huge stir. Kiba, Naruto building conference room. Kiba F4 all together, and sitting across from them were the 3 ninjas who had become famous in the midst of this Shinobi World War. In order to pass the information back, the 3 of them broke away from the main group and, the first to return to Kiba with the information. Above, that's all we encountered on the Rain Ninja battlefield. The atmosphere in the conference room at the moment was particularly depressing. Uchiha-chan Fei? Sarutobi recited those 2 names. The one behind him called Fei he didn't really care too much for. Although the same Zaraya and the others said that this person is very powerful and also has the kaleidoscope writer's wheel eyes, but without having personally seen and felt that sense of oppression, Sarutobi doesn't think this Fei is that strong, only that his 3 students are still too young, but not so with Uchiha. The name represents so much more. Shinobi Shura, the founding father of the Konoha village, and patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the strongest rebel shinobi since the founding of Konoha. Sarutobi felt the pressure ripple and wanted to take a drag on his cigarette. But realizing that he didn't have his stick handy, all he had to do was look to his old buddies. What do you guys think about it? Gumiho, Tsubaki, and Yen? Before Turner Koharo and Mito Mengyen could figure out how to speak, Shimara Tuzo snorted coldly. What are you still looking at? Uchiha Zebra is already dead. It was taken care of by the Hatsune Makoto-sama himself. Do you still dare to question Hatsune Makoto, Naruto-sama? It must be the naturally evil Uchiha clan that's behind this. On the surface, he goes out with the village to fight in the rain country, but in reality, He actually lets someone come out and disguise himself as an Yukihan. Hinata. The Uchiha clan's ambitions are already clear. They just want to disguise the illusion that Uchiha Zebra is still alive, and then find a chance to seek the Naruto position to rule Kiba. We must step in and punish the Uchiha clan. Shimura Tuzo spoke as if the truth of all things was what he said it was. There's no such thing as an Uchiha. It's all a conspiracy by the Uchiha clan. Their goal is the Naruto position. Sarutobi didn't respond to Shimura Tuzo first. He knew very well what kind of character his old friend was. Whether or not it was the Uchiha clan that did it, first put his hat in the ring. Obviously. In the past, among Sensei's disciples, Uchiha Mirror had the best relationship with him, but after Mirror's death, Duanzou started targeting the Uchiha clan like crazy. Although it was said that targeting the Uchiha was a strategic policy left behind by their teacher, but there's something a little too extreme about Gunzo. Tsubaki. Yen, what do you guys think? The old asshole Mito Mengyen opened his mouth. Hinata. I also think that Junzo has a point. Uchiha is dead. Turning to bed, Koharu nodded along. It couldn't be helped. After all, it wasn't like they'd seen it with their own eyes. They'd only heard about it from Mitsunobu, and just reading some of the intel that came back from the front lines. Seeing that none of these guys believed that they had seen Uchiha Zen, Jiraiya slammed his hands on the table and stood up eagerly. But old man, we really didn't lie. That guy really is Uchiha Zebra. He summoned a full-bodied Susanoo, and in one slash, he defeated Hanzo, a mountain pepper fish who had summoned a Tonkinese beast. It's true what we say. Everyone else on the battlefield saw it. That huge blue giant. Like a god. Alright, Jiraiya. I know all about it. The three of you have worked hard, so go down and rest for now. Kiba still needs you. Sarutobi eventually voiced out for the three to leave to rest first. Jiraiya tried to say something, but Tsunade held him down. Come on Jiraiya. Let's go get some rest. The old man and the others have their own decisions to make. Seeing Tsunade say that, Jiraiya could only stop there. Then, we'll leave now. Farewell teacher. Orochimaru got up and said goodbye, leaving with the two. As the doors to the conference room closed, Sarutobi was silent for a moment before finally sighing. Alas, there were some things I could not have said originally but it looks as if I shall not be allowed to tell you by this time. The three were a bit confused, wondering what Sarutobi was up to. Shimura Tuzu said bluntly, Monkey, if you have something to say, just say it. Is there anything else you can't tell us? The paddling duo nodded as well. They'd all known each other for a long time and thought of themselves as one and the same. There shouldn't be anything to hide from each other. Even the fact that the monkey would peek into the female bathhouse with his crystal ball if he was fine was something they all knew. Sarutobi said as he took a deep breath. In fact, when Sensei was still alive, he once approached me alone about something that I was asked by my teacher at the time not to tell anyone, including you guys. Hearing this, the paddling duo didn't react much. However, there was a flash of envy and jealousy as well as grumbling in the eyes of Junzo. Sure enough, in the teacher's heart she's favoring this monkey guy. Wasn't it just that he stood out a little late at the time? Where was he worse than the monkey? Although the thoughts in his heart were complicated, his face still showed nothing. Sarutobi didn't care for the flash of otherworldly emotion on his old friend's face, either. He continued, do you know how the teacher escaped back then? Turning to the bed, Haru replied in a matter-of-factly human manner. It wasn't our teacher who was so powerful that he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to severely injure the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and escaped? That's what Casey told them in the first place. At that time he wasn't going to tell the others about Uchiha Izuna's existence. But today, Sarutobi felt the need to tell them the truth. I'm afraid that what Jiraiya and the others said about Uchiha Spot could be true, and it's highly likely. Monkey, what nonsense are you talking about? Your disciple fought a war and lost his head. Have you lost your head too? Upon hearing this, Suzu immediately stood up and loudly questioned Sarutobi. However, Sarutobi Hinata still had a serious face. Reiji, hear me out. That's right. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Just listen to Hinata first. Yes, we're all old friends. There's nothing that can't be discussed slowly, right? The paddling duo immediately spoke up and acted as a mediator to calm everyone down. Sarutobi continued. At that time, Sensei called me to talk, and the conversation was about the truth of Sensei's escape from the battlefield. Chapter 62, Uchiha Bam, someone is impersonating me? Black Jedi. Find out who it is for me. Truth. Now Mizutoyami and Turner Koharu's expressions were a bit less calm as well. Although they did have a suspicion before that their teacher was able to come back alive from that life and death battlefield, that something might have happened that they didn't know about. After all, if their teacher was able to easily defeat the pursuers head-on and escape, then there's no need to let them go first and then stay behind to break the back yourself. Of course, it's also possible that their teacher used some sort of secret technique after letting them go that This secret technique was very powerful and uncontrollable, which was why they were allowed to leave first. And this was the explanation they had previously thought was the most reasonable. After all, Casey was in very bad health at the time. After his return, it was also very much in line with the look of having used a secret technique that had caused an aftermath. Monkey, are you saying that there was another reason why Sensei was able to come back alive back then? Sarutobi Hinata nodded his head to tell the truth that Kagemusha had asked him to hide in the first place. Back then, on top of the battlefield, Sensei stopped Cloud Shadow's pursuing force. Although these pursuing troops were all elite ninjas, the difference between them and Sensei was still too great to be Sensei's match at all. And it was at this time that Golden Horn and Silver Horn arrived. These two men were holding the 6 paths of bladed weapons. At one point, Sensei was pushed to the brink of extinction, and it was at this time that Uchiha Izuna, who was killed by Sensei himself back then, appeared. Uchiha Izuna saved Sensei and helped him kill the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. But after that, Uchiha Izuna disappeared with the captured Rokudo ninjutsu. After that, the entire conference room fell into silence. It was ultimately a disbelieving Souza who broke the silence as he stood up with a slap on the table. Impossible. It's simply impossible. How can someone who is already dead come back to life? Sarutobi Hinata said in a stern voice as he looked over at Souza, who couldn't believe this. What? It's just like what you said to Jiraiya and the others before. Are you questioning Kashima-sensei? Do you think Kashima-sensei was cheating on me in the first place? Or do you think I'm cheating you guys? You what? Answer me, Gunzo. Well, we didn't mean to question the teacher. To question you. That's right. Sit down. Souza. Humph. Shimuratuzo grunted and sat back in his chair. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hinata didn't say anything more, but continued with the previous topic and said, so what's happening now is that there have been resurrected Uchiha. It's also highly probable that the Yukihan that has appeared now is the real Yukihan. If that person is really Uchiha-zan, then I'm afraid this shinobi world will be unpeaceful. Depressing. The atmosphere in the middle of the conference room was extraordinarily depressing. Just at this time, Mito Mengyen suddenly spoke. If that guy who fought Hanzo Yamashiro was really Uchiha, and who was that masked man called Fei? When this question was posed, the crowd's minds were divided. Sarutobi Hinata, on the other hand, looked at Gumiho and opened his mouth to inquire. According to Jiraiya and the others, the masked man called Fei wears a mask with only one eye, which means he only has one sharpening wheel eye. Who do you think that person could be? Junzo? One eye was a Sharingan eye, and the words came out of his mouth causing some expression of embarrassment on the part of Junzo, and his bandage-covered right eye seemed to produce a stabbing pain. Meanwhile, in the graveyard of mountains, in a cave, a gray-haired, senile, and the old man, who appeared to be on the verge of dying, lay on top of a stone bed, with a catheter attached to his body to maintain his vital signs. Just then, a pure white creature and a half-white, half-black creature approached. If Tetsu were here, he'd recognize him right away. This old man is none other than the Uchiha-zan who reigned supreme back then, while the white one is the White Jedi, and the half-black, half-white one is the White Jedi who was possessed by the Black Jedi. The Black Jedi stepped forward to awaken the sleeping Uchiha. The aging Uchiha opened his eyes. What time is it? Jedi, did something happen when you woke me up? Is it the chakra eye? Or something happened to the carrier of the chakra eye? Or is it, you found the right pieces to start the plan? The Uchiha sat up as he looked up at the Black Jedi and White Jedi standing in front of him. He felt like he'd only been asleep for a short while. Why was this awakening? Though the Uchiha at the moment was already dying of old age, yet that aura of strength remained undiminished. Bansama. It is now the 39th year of the Shinobi village calendar, and the Second Shinobi World War is being fought in the outside world. Second Shinobi War yet? Hearing that a second Shinobi War had broken out in the Shinobi realm, Uchiha couldn't help but sneer. Oh, Juma, is this the peace you desire? It's really laughable. It is impossible for people to understand each other. After laughing, Uchiha asked again. So, what exactly happened when you woke me up? The Black Jedi said in a deep voice. Bansama. Someone's been acting in a high-profile manner in the shinobi world under your name. I'm afraid that by now the news that your shinobi Shura Uchiha-zan is still alive has spread throughout the shinobi world. Oh, someone actually dared to act under my name. Yes, that man appeared above the battlefield between the Amagane village and the Konoha, and summoned the full-bodied Susanoo and defeated Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. Full-bodied Susanoo? Uchiha was a bit surprised. Could it be that another genius has appeared in the Uchiha clan? But why is he working under my name? Could it be that he's upset with Kiba, too? Or is there some other dark secret? You tell me carefully what's going on. There are people doing business in the shinobi world under their own banner. This would have an effect on his own plans perhaps. I'm afraid But he was also very curious as to what kind of person would dare to impersonate himself. The Black Jedi gave a rundown of everything he knew. Some details he didn't know though. After all, he didn't dare get too close. Every time he tried to lean in a little closer, he got a particularly nervous feeling that it always felt as if someone was staring at them. It was reasonable to say that ordinary people couldn't discover themselves, unless that guy knew fairy magic, but every time he tried to get a little closer, the feeling of being watched was extra strong. Uchiha listened in silence. When he heard that the person who called himself Uchiha-zan had summoned a blue full-bodied Susanoo that was almost identical to him, Uchiha-zan also showed a puzzled expression. How is this possible? How can there be a Susanoo that looks exactly like me? Even if they are similar, it's unlikely. The Uchiha clan's Suzaku varies from person to person. Unless, suddenly Uchiha thought of something, and he ordered with a serious expression. Black Jedi, I order you to investigate that guy who claims to be me for me, do you understand? Get me all the intel on him. Chapter 63, Kakuto, all the stores you see on this street are owned by the bosses. The Shinobi War has come to a close. The big wars have stopped, but small, localized conflicts, and more than these small, localized conflicts. The news of Uchiha's resurrection was more than capable of sending shockwaves through the major ninja villages. Land of Thunder, Cloud Hidden Village. In the middle of the conference room, the third generation's Reikage had called a meeting of the top management of the Cloud Hidden Village to discuss the matter. Okay guys, I'm sure you've all received the news of Uchiha's reappearance in the Shinobi world, and the purpose of my calling you all to a meeting this time is to listen to your opinions. What should we do in the Cloud Hidden Village from now on? Feel free to say whatever you want to say. As you know, I don't like to beat around the bush. The still young Tutai spoke up after his contemplation. Reikage-sama, is it possible that this matter is a smokescreen put out by Kiba? How? Speak plainly. Reikage-sama, here's the thing. The intel says that the guy who claimed to be Uchiha Zebra wore a mask and no one ever saw his face. So whether or not this guy is Uchiha Zebra is still a question mark. It's not certain. I think it's possible that Kiba is pulling some kind of trick. It's possible that they found an Uchiha to disguise Uchiha-zan to terrorize the other shinobi villages while accomplishing some sort of goal of theirs. As soon as these words came out, there were immediately other high-ranking people who voiced different opinions. I think it's possible, but not very likely. You should know that ever since the second generation Naruto, that old fox Chibiusa, became Naruto, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Kiba has been very delicate. Unless it's something like the Shinobi War where the whole shinobi world is at stake. Otherwise the top brass of Kiba would not be able to command the Uchiha. This time, everyone in the shinobi world saw that at the very beginning of the Uchiha clan is completely alone and active on the battlefield outside of the main Konoha army. But if this person isn't someone else in disguise, could it really be the Uchiha? Isn't he already dead? How can someone who has been dead for a long time come back to life? During this period, the obscene earth transmutation had not yet been developed and perfected. Although the second generation Naruto, Chikuma, developed the jutsu, it wasn't perfect, and Sarutobi and the others felt that the living shouldn't disturb the dead. No one has ever touched the jutsu, so much so that the shinobi ninja of the shinobi world think that such a thing as the dead being able to come back to life is in the sky. In the middle of Reikage's office, the crowd argued. The people of the Cloud Hidden Village were all rather direct, even slightly irascible, and first they spoke a little too loudly. Then it slowly started to get loud. There's no way around it. This whole thing is just too weird. The long-dead shinobi Shura Uchiha has come back to life, and you're saying he's real. It's not logical, but if it's not true there are doubts on all sides. Enough. Suddenly, Thunder Shadow snapped, and the conference room instantly fell silent. The crowd that had come so close to starting elbowing each other sat back in their seats, puzzlement and disbelief written all over their faces as to what was going on. I called you here to ask you about the future of the Cloud Hidden Village. It's not for you guys to argue whether that Uchiha spot is a real Uchiha spot or not, but Reikage didn't mean to blame them. After all, the existence of the man Yuki Hazen, it was just too special in the entire shinobi world. Eventually it was the wise Todai who said after much deliberation, Reikage-sama, I think that regardless of whether or not that person is an Uchiha, regardless of whether that guy is a plot arranged by Kiba or not, the most important thing we should do right now is to boost the strength of our Cloud Hidden Village. Hearing these words from Todai, the crowd of Cloud Shadow's executives nodded in recognition. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as one's fists are strong enough, no matter what machinations the enemy may engage in, as long as it dares to come then it will be broken with one punch. You are indeed correct in saying that we, Cloud Shadow, have only just broken free from the quagmire of war. It should indeed be revitalized as soon as possible. No, Reikage-sama, it is not enough just to recover your vitality. Todai added. Whatever that man's identity is, It's an indisputable fact that he defeated Hanzo Yamashiro. In the face of such an enemy, it would be of little use for us to send out any more mid or lower tier fighters. What we should be doing is upgrading our cutting-edge combat power. And I propose, we should find a way to use the power of the tailed beasts for military purposes. Imagine if, at the time of the sub-opening of the Shinobi War, we were able to send the tailed beasts to participate in the war. What a scene that would have been. The power of the tailed beasts is recognized as powerful in the Shinobi world, and it's safe to say that as long as the tailed beasts go berserk, then a city can be destroyed effortlessly. If the power of the tailed beasts could be used for war, then they, Cloud Shadow, will have gained a very powerful helper. Using tailed beasts for military purposes, the third Raikage was lost in thought, and finally made the decision to look up at his partner, also his own nephew contemporary Thane, Yukorobi. Van, the village needs you to make some contribution. Can you? Brucey nodded. For the sake of the village, I will do my best, Raikage-sama. Hard work then. It wasn't just the cloud-hidden village. Similar people were happening all over the Shinobi world, either for self-preservation, or for some other purpose. Those ninja villages or organizations have begun to look for ways to increase their strength, either with tailed beasts, secret techniques, or whatever else they can do to increase their strength, in order to get enough capital to cope with the possible future greatness before it arrives. But compared to those busy Shinobi villages, the culprits of all this had returned to the capital of the Fire Country with their souvenirs of the trip. 3 children, on top of the luxurious carriage. The curtains of the windows were lifted and 3 little heads squeezed out. Wow! Is this the capital of the Fire Country? It's beautiful. Wide streets, neat houses, and it's not wet everywhere like the Rain Ninja Village. What's being sold inside those stores? I don't know. I've never seen it, but it looks so delicious. You guys, look over there. Over there. The 3 little kids who arrived in the capital city of the Fire Country for the first time saw this city that was many times more prosperous than the Rain Ninja Village with their eyes glowing, and they directly transformed into curious babies looking around, surveying everything around them that was unfamiliar and new, walking through the busy streets, smelling the aromas wafting out from inside those stores. Yahiko's stomach made a gurgling sound. This is truly the capital of the Fire Country. I'm already hungry just from smelling the aromas wafting out from inside those stores. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. When we get home, we'll have all the goodies we want. Tetsuya laughed out loud twice. Since these 3 little brats are willing to call themselves a teacher, then they should be a little nicer to them, too. It's just that he likes to eat, and that's no big deal to Tetsuya. Ugh, do you really want to eat anything? Yahiko's eyes lit up as if they were sparkling. Kakuto, who was on the sidelines, laughed. Kid, you don't know this, do you? Any store that sells food on this street, all for the boss. Ugh. 3. Chapter 64, The Possibility of Closing Nagato's Chakra Eyes. Chiba Manor, outside of Kiba. That's right. This so-called Chiba Manor was the same forest where Tetsuya and Izuna used to cut and fish. The place has been circled under the banknote ability of the. It became the private estate of Tetsuya Chiba, although he's still just a businessman now. But the circle of nobles in the Fire Country had already released their goodwill and wanted to accept Tetsuya as a noble of the Fire Country. The reason was simple. Tetsuya was pouring out fresh stuff that they just loved so much. All sorts of things to eat, drink and enjoy have become standard for the aristocracy. In the past, although they were rich, although they had power and influence, what they could eat and drink, what they could enjoy was nothing more than those things. But after Tetsuya came to the capital, it was all different. Plus Tetsuya knows how to deal with people and has a huge fortune. Although he was not yet a noble, he already had a place inside the circle of nobles. It's just a matter of seeding a forest that doesn't do much good. And it's not like Tetsuya isn't paying for it. On top of a flat clearing, Yahiko, Nagato Manami and the 3 of them stood side by side. The original clothes they were wearing had been replaced with those used for ninja practice. And Izuna stood in front of them. Now listen carefully, you 3, since you have become my disciples. I will train you according to the strict requirements of our Uchiha clan, so that you can grow up to be a good ninja. Except that the process may be very hard. Are you guys ready for this? Ready. 3. The 3 replied in unison. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long, desiring to be strong, to gain power, to be able to change that backward country, change this cruel shinobi world. And today, they will take their first steps in learning how to become a ninja. Very well, on the way back earlier, you have all successfully extracted your chakra. So the first thing you do when you become a ninja is test your own chakra properties. Everyone's chakra attributes are more or less different in some way. Knowing your chakra attributes is what makes it easier for you to learn the most suitable jutsu, said Izuna as she took out 3 test strips for testing chakra. These are test strips used specifically to test chakra. Hold this paper and inject it with your own chakra, and you'll be able to tell the attributes of your own chakra based on the paper's reaction. So take it and try it out. The three hadn't seen anything like this before, and with some excitement and curiosity, they took the test paper in Izuna's hand. Not far away, on the steps of the cabin, Tetsuya sat leaning back on a soft cushion, with a teapot and a fruit plate by his side. He watched with interest as Izuna taught his disciple. Izuna is a very serious person and will go all out when he decides to do something. The process of studying with someone like this might be a lot tougher. After all, they can be very demanding, but the rate of progress is absolutely unquestionable. But fortunately for Yahiko, all three of them could be said to be rare geniuses. Needless to say, Nagato, with his vortex bloodline and reincarnation eye enhancement, learns and understands things quickly, and Minami is also a genius, and in the future develops the unique paper escape. Of the three, only Yahiko was slightly less talented, but his own optimistic nature doesn't make him feel that Izuna's attitude is very harsh. The results of the test came out quickly. Nagato's chakra attributes can be described as rich, with all 5 attributes. Minami, on the other hand, had 3 attributes: wind, water, and earth, with the wind attribute being a bit more prevalent. Yahiko, on the other hand, has 3 attributes: water, wind, and fire, with water being the more dominant. Testing the chakra attributes of all but 3, Izuna already had a base arrangement for the trio's future. He began to teach the trio some of the basics of ninjutsu. Teaching begins with the classification and use of edged tools. After all, the 3 had only just refined chakra, and until chakra had accumulated to a certain level, teaching chakra control and utilization and whatnot is not very useful. After teaching over and instructing them on some of their respective deficiencies and problems, Izuna then told them to start practicing on their own. It's been hard work, Izuna-sensei. Come have a cup of tea. Looking at Izuna, who was walking towards the cabin, Tetsuya smiled and poured a cup of hot tea for Izuna. How are the 3 of them doing? Izuna said after taking a sip from her teacup. Yahiko and Minami are fine. Nagato's having health problems. Oh, how? Tetsuya knew that it must be a problem with the chakra eyes, but what exactly was going on? He was also not quite sure. Izuna replied, Nagato's chakra eyes are my brother's, and they belong to a foreign object. Nagato had no way to close these eyes, so much so, that he needed to consume a lot of chakra and life energy to feed these eyes. This caused Nagato's body to be extraordinarily weak. Being of the vortex bloodline, Nagato was supposed to have an exuberant life force and a huge amount of chakra, but now he's weaker than both Yahiko and Minami. I see. Nagato, the brat, just looks a lot weaker than the other 2. So, is there anything you can do to help Nagato close those eyes? Well, Tetsuya scratched his head back. Why don't you gouge out those chakra eyes of Nagato's and replace them with a normal pair of eyes up there, and then find a new carrier for these chakra eyes? Since they're your brother's eyes, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to put the chakra eyes on you, right? But that might interfere with the evolution of your own eyes. Maybe your eyes have left your body. Now, there's a chance that it will never evolve into a chakra eye again. After hearing Tetsuya, Izuna actually lowered her head and really thought about it. Hey, what are you thinking? Wouldn't really be planning to remove your eyes and replace those eyes with Nagato's. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to complete the evolution of your own eyes? Izuna replied blandly. No harm done. Those eyes evolved from the fusion of my brother's eyes and mine, and theoretically those eyes are mine as well. However, where should I go to find a pair of eyes that fit Nagato? Okay, I'm just saying, it's just a pair of reincarnation eyes, isn't it? Wouldn't it be fine to seal the power of the chakra eyes? It's like Sharingan. When you don't use that power, don't you and I have regular black eyes? Upon hearing that, Izuna thought it made sense. But can the power of the Eye of Reincarnation really be sealed away? Those are the eyes of the legendary Sixth Immortal, TSK. How come it's the eyes of 6 paths old den again? Didn't you just say it was your eyes? Tetsuya said as he spread his hands. Tell you what, I'll apply the sealing spell, and then you'll assist me with your own power. Closing a chakra eye that's fused to your eye shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 65. Feel the fear of being dominated by your homework. Above the hallway of the cabin, Nagato looked at his 2 teachers for a moment, a little nervous, because at the moment, his 2 teachers are staring straight at him. What could be more intimidating than having your own teacher staring at you? Usually this time of year, the student being stared at was afraid that he had already recalled all the mistakes he had made since he was a child. Izuna-sensei, Tetsuya-sensei, what are you doing? Looking at me like that? I'm a little scared. Nagato spoke timidly, genuinely scared. Tetsuya gently reassured Nagato when he saw how scared he was. Don't be afraid, Nagato. Actually, we have something we want to tell you. Speak, teacher. I'm listening. Where are your eyes, Nagato? They're special. They harbor a great power. But this power is beyond your control right now, and instead of enhancing your own strength, it will consume you. What about in the long run? It will most likely damage your body. That's why I talk to you. Ms. Izuna. We intend to temporarily seal the power inside your eyes, and then unseal them when you've grown up and have enough power to control these eyes. What do you think? This isn't Tetsu terrorizing Nagato. He truly felt that these chakra eyes were limiting Nagato's growth. As a swirler, Nagato also looked like he had a weak kidney before he was drained by the demon statue of Gato. And if you didn't know, you'd think he was drained by Minami, and Nagato was still weak as hell. The power inside my eyes that can be sealed away. Nagato felt a little dreamy, knowing that his eyes had a very strong power. But not only was he unable to use the power inside his eyes now, even these eyes were consuming his body. Sure, why wouldn't I be able to? You know, the sealing technique in this world is a very magical thing. Something like the tailed beasts were able to be sealed into a baby's body. It was just a pair of chakra eyes. So why not? Okay, I trust you two teachers. Please also seal the power of my eyes. What do I need to do to cooperate? Very well, just do the next thing and leave the rest to us. With that he glanced at Izuna. Izuna understood and stepped forward. Nagato, hold out your hand. Nagato sniffed and extended his right hand, which Izuna took hold of. Get ready to start. Tetsuya. Understood. Tetsuya nodded and began to prepare the sealing spell. The ceremony began, and Izuna channeled her chakra into Nagato's body. And it was at this moment that Izuna realized just how weak Nagato's body really was. Let's just say, if Nagato wasn't a whirlpool, as a young boy, he'd already been drained of his chakra eyes a long time ago, and as the other owner of these chakra eyes, Izuna's chakra quickly reacted to the chakra eye. He instantly nodded at Tetsuya, signaling that he could begin. Tetsuya saw this and began to cast a sealing spell. Don't worry Nagato, it'll be over soon. Very soon. A special character fell on Nagato's forehead. Nagato felt the power inside his eyes slowly being collected. It feels like a man who's carrying a heavy burden that, the load on both ends of the stretcher was taken away bit by bit in general. In the midst of this cozy feeling, Nagato fell into a deep sleep. Done. Tetsuya clapped his hands together, and a special mark appeared above Nagato's forehead. This was a sealing technique that Tetsuya had improved by combining the chakra sealing technique he had drawn out and the Bagua seal. He didn't just eat and drink his way through all those years. There are so many jutsu and sealing techniques out there, and while learning them on your own, studying and researching the connections and peculiarities is his greatest pleasure. Tetsuya-sensei, Izuna-sensei, what's going on with him? Nagato-sensei, Nagato, is he okay? Looking at Nagato lying in the hallway, Yahiko and Minami came over worriedly. It's all right, he's just a little tired and fell asleep. And now this weather, this sunshine, it's quite all right to let him sleep here on the porch. With that said, he looked over at Yahiko and Minami, suddenly giving a kind smile. What? Are you two done with your training? Yahiko said, patting her chest. Of course I'm done. Not only did I complete the training task that Izuna-sensei gave me, I also added 2 extra sets of training for myself. Yeah, so you're awesome. Of course, I'm the best. I'm the one who's going to become a powerful ninja like Izuna-sensei in the future. Watching Tetsuya smile and compliment Yahiko, who was still there, gloating, Minami suddenly had a premonition in her heart that this Yahiko guy was going to have bad luck. Good. Now that you're done with your jutsu training, go do this, said Tetsuya as he pulled out 2 exercise books from among his wide-sleeve robes and shoved them into Yahiko and Minami's hands. I knew it was really like this. Looking at the exercises in the exercise book, Minami shook her head. These things were okay for her, but for this Yahiko guy, it was like the sky was falling. Yahiko's entire face stiffened. No, brat. Are you still laughing? Still smug? Tetsuya smiled a calculated smile. Jia, young brat, feel the fear of being dominated by homework. Don't dawdle here, hurry up and do your homework. If you don't finish it you won't get any food. Yahiko had a flash of inspiration and suddenly took 2 steps back and sat on his butt. Oops, Tetsuya-sensei. I just trained too hard and hurt myself. Can you not do your homework? Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a small smile. What do you think? How about this? I've heard that electric shocks can help a tired person relax their body. Why don't you try it? Seeing the lightning dancing above Tetsuya's right hand, Yahiko immediately rose from the ground. Teacher, don't do it. Don't ever do it. I'm better already. I'm going to do my homework. He turned around, pulled Minami with him and ran, afraid that he'd be too late. Tetsuya lands a jab to the head. Yahiko, why are you dragging me along with you? Of course, am I. Yahiko, someone who would leave my companions behind? Minami said somewhat breathlessly. But you were the only one the teacher had to beat up from the beginning. Minami, you can't be unrighteous. Looking at the two running away, Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. Remember, there's no food until the homework is done. Instructing them both, Tetsuya sat back down on his mat. What a funny little kid. Looking at Yahiko, who had run away, Tetsuya discerned that what should I do with Uchiha to deal with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish? Whether it's Yahiko or Nagato or Minami, they're all people with ideals. Although he had persuaded the other to follow them to the land of fire earlier, but when they finish their studies they definitely want to go back to the land of rain, because that's where they were born, and their ideals and aspirations are to change the land of rain. But as soon as they return to the rain country, it's only a matter of time before they'll be confronted by Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. TSK, why don't we just get him? Chapter 66 Expecting Your Growth. Future 5 Spirit King. Just as he was about to just get Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, Tetsuya shook his head again and vetoed that thought in his mind. It's not good to be full of fighting and killing. I'm a businessman, and good businessmen don't kill people on their own. Tetsuya picked up the fruit in the middle of the fruit plate and took a bite. And, if it's killed outright, then there's a little too much trouble to follow. If the people of the other shinobi villages saw that Hanzo Yamashiro was dead, they would definitely have some other ideas. And then the situation in the rain country would only get worse. Why don't we kill the man and replace him with someone pretending to be Hanzo Yamashiro and secretly manipulating the rain ninja village? This idea is actually what Tetsuya thought would be the most reliable way to find someone to transfer Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Or just take control of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, and then secretly manipulate everything in the rain ninja village. By the time Yahiko and the others had finished their studies and returned to the rain ninja village, secretly maneuvering Yamabushi Hanzo to reuse Yahiko and the others, then helping them build prestige in the rain ninja village, and when the time is right, directly abdicating to hand over the position of head of the rain hidden village to Yahiko and the others. Ugh, that's a great idea. I'm practically a genius. Izuna was a bit speechless as she sat watching Tetsuya talk to himself. Not much of a reaction though, nothing old. Over the years Izuna could often see Tetsuya sitting alone muttering something. What's the matter, genius? What good thing did you think of that you're so happy about? With the word genius, Izuna even purposely raised her voice. Tetsuya didn't care, but laughed smugly. Hey, I found a nice path for Yahiko and the three of them for the future. Oh, the future of the three of them? Upon hearing this, Izuna was also interested. Tetsuya gave Izuna a rundown of his plan. Izuna, as the manipulator of the entire Uchiha clan in the first place, felt that the idea was very feasible after listening to it. There were still a lot of details that needed to be optimized a bit, though, and the two sat down to discuss them. The two were talking more and more, and even started planning the future of the rain country. The sun was slanting and the warmth was turning into an orange sunset. Nagato slowly woke up from his deep sleep. What time is it? How long have I been asleep? You're quite a sleeper. You've been sleeping all day. Tetsuya, who was sitting on the sidelines drinking tea and flipping through a scroll of ninjutsu, answered Nagato's query. I've been sleeping all day, and I haven't finished the training I was given by Izuna-sensei. Alright, there's no point in caring about such things. You're well rid of your physical burden of. A little extra rest will do you good down the road. Putting down the scroll, Tetsuya looked over at Nagato. After completing the seal, Nagato's eyes finally changed from chakra eyes back to normal eyes. A pair of black eyes looked extraordinarily sharp and dominant. Those eyes had a feeling that didn't belong to Nagato's stage. The feeling of looking out of the corner of his eye. So much so that it appeared that even teenage Nagato looked a little stronger. Reach out and I'll check to see how well you've recovered. Oh, Nagato held out his right hand honestly, and Tetsuya clasped Nagato's wrist and chakra was released to check his condition. After a brief inspection, he had to let out a sigh of relief that, not bad for the bloodline of the Maelstrom clan. Nagato, who had originally been squeezed by the reincarnation eye for a deficit, was now filled with exuberant vitality. However, this is not the best state of Nagato. This is only one day. The next slowly conditioning should be able to become stronger. The recovery is good, but it needs to be tempered slowly. Turn around and I'll have the chef from the restaurant. Let's make you some more nourishing dishes. Thank you, sensei. Hey, thanks for nothing. Nagato inquired with some curiosity as he noticed the jutsu scroll in Tetsuya's hand. Is sensei studying jutsu? Tetsuya replied with a smile. That's right. I wasn't born with an enviable talent like Izuna-sensei, so I found time to study and research more on my own. Curious, Nagato looked twice more at the jutsu his sensei was studying. He realized he only knew the words on it. but putting them together he couldn't quite understand what they all meant. But even so, he found it interesting that was the fact that the jutsu on top of this one scroll actually used multiple types of chakra. Sensei, why does the jutsu on top of this scroll use both wind chakra? It's going to be used to have fire attribute chakra again. Seeing Nagato's interest, Tetsuya gave a smug smile. This is something I've worked out on my own. The name hasn't occurred to me yet. Ninjutsu effects are still very interesting, allowing a jutsu to have the effects of other attribute chakra attached to it. Like, for example, using a kaze ninjutsu to attack a place. Normally, the wind attack is nothing more than a spinning cutting impact or squeezing to hurt the enemy, but if it is accompanied by a fire attribute chakra, it will be able to make the wind jutsu come with the effect of flames. Awesome! Although Nagato didn't understand the principle of it, he instinctively thought it was awesome. Right, come on, I'll show you. You watch. Tetsuya landed not far from a large tree in a single bound. Watch out for Nagato. Naruto Inferno Fire Bomb Jutsu. With a flick of his hand, a ball of flame came out of his hand, and the blow Tetsuya intentionally missed a little. The flames landed on top of the ground and instantly exploded, spreading backward. The explosion creating a pretty good impact while the flames bloomed continuously, causing a burning effect. Immediately after that, Tetsuya had something to push out with a palm. Wind transportation gale palm. The gale was compressed in the palm of his hand, and as Tetsuya slapped his palm out, it kicked up a gale and there were actually flames in the gale. Boom! This palm managed to hit the tree, and the thick trunk instantly snapped and fell down. Flames ignited above the fallen trees, constantly scorching them. See Nagato, this is the effect of that jutsu I've been working on. Attaching another new effect to a jutsu increases the variation of the jutsu and makes your enemy unable to figure out your jutsu. That's awesome, Tetsuya-sensei. Is it okay if I want to learn this? Just by looking at how excited Nagato was, he was able to tell how much he liked this jutsu. It's actually quite normal. After all, when Nagato grows up, before he's drained by the demonic statue of Gato, he's a 5-spirit king. This jutsu was researched in this way. Following the skills of young Nagato, the king of the 5 spirits, he was really looking forward to Nagato being on top of the battlefield in the shinobi world in the future. Scene of chasing someone in a falling thunderbolt now. Of course you can. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you once I've researched the full version of the jutsu. Grow up well, tart. I look forward to the day you become the king of the 5 spirits. Chapter 67, Black Jedi. Where is everyone? Where's my Nagato? Where's Nagato? Shinobi, outside of the Rain Ninja Village, an aloe tree burrowed out of the ground. Damn it, why is this happening? Why is it gone? Why is that? At this moment this old enclosed who had been plotting for 1,000 years was rarely angry. He looked at the white Jedi that followed him in front of him and couldn't help but crack up. What's the matter with you guys? You can't even keep an eye on a guy. Punks. You're a bunch of losers. It was no wonder that Kuro was by no means angry. For Nagato was gone. So big a living man was gone. That's not the most important thing. Nagato is nothing more than a vehicle. A pawn. What really matters is the chakra eyes on Nagato. That was the key to saving his mother in the future. He'd been busy in the shinobi world for years. It's so hard to get a pair of chakra eyes. The vast majority of the white Jedi kept their heads down in the face of his black Jedi's rage. Only one shape and the other white Jedi grumbled with some displeasure. It couldn't be helped. Black Jedi. It was just too complicated. There was a war going on everywhere. We have to spread out to keep an eye on all sides of the battlefield. And we're completely overwhelmed. Besides, didn't you set that brat up yourself? Really? This is your primary responsibility. How dare you talk back? You asshole. Black Jedi was numb with anger. So what? It's happened. And instead of getting mad here, it would be better to find a way to find Nagato quickly. Easy for you to say. The shinobi world is so big. Where are we going to find a brat? Another white Jedi spoke up. I've seen those 3 brats in regular contact with a calamity before. Maybe those 3 brats were taken by that calamity. Calamity? I know where he lives. With the white Jedi leading the way, the black Jedi found the makeshift stronghold where Kakuto was hiding in the first place. Come in and take a look. Relying on years of experience snooping around the shady corners of the shinobi world, Black Jedi immediately recognized that this should be a stronghold, not some place where the victims lived. Damn it, that guy isn't any kind of disaster victim. It's a spy from another ninja village mixed in with the Rain Ninja. I'm also really impressed that the village has been infiltrated like this. Hanzo Yamabushi. I can't believe they were able to beat back the other shinobi villages. Could it be that Nagato was taken by someone from another shinobi village and someone found the Eye of Reincarnation? The Black Jedi thought to order the White Jedi behind him. Go on. You guys find a way to poke around the other shinobi villages to find out who actually took Nagato. Understood. These shinobi's best jobbers, the White Jedi, have dived underground to begin their mission. Prepare to go to other shinobi villages to gather information. But I'm afraid the Black Jedi could never have imagined that it wasn't a shinobi village that took Nagato away at all. He avoided the right answer from the start. At the request of the Black Jedi, the White Jedi began to gather information on the major shinobi villages through various methods. That's not a problem if you don't check it out. The Black Jedi received information from the White Jedi in different directions. All of these ninja villages were actually secretly researching and preparing for something. Just from the information alone, this is a possibility that whichever village has taken Nagato captive. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are all these villages crazy? Or have they not fought enough and planned to build up their strength for another fight? Black Jedi couldn't help but curse after finishing organizing the information. Keep investigating. Find out for me what the hell they're doing. While the Black Jedi was busy investigating just who in these shinobi villages had taken Nagato. At the moment, Nagato is spending each day in fulfillment. At Chiba Manor, the 3 Nagato's cultivation was on track. Every morning when I get up, I start with basic ninjutsu practice, and after that practice is over, Tetsu would also give them lectures, teaching math and economics. After lunch, the practice continued, and in the evening I began to work on my homework. Dinner was followed by chakra practice and finally an early bedtime. Life is full and stable, and the 3 grow up fast under the tutelage of Tetsuya and Izuna. Chiba Manor. A masked ninja who just didn't look much like a Fire Nation man arrived outside the manor. Izuna, who was teaching the 3 in their training, saw the ninja, and he recognized wasn't this guy one of the 2 idiot ninjas he had controlled with his Sharingan eyes back then? Those 2 dumbass ninjas have sent Tetsuya a lot of useless intel over the years. It's usually used by Tetsuya for fun. Interestingly, they were originally under the command of a female spy, but the female spy was eventually removed due to old age. But they stayed. My lord, I have something to report. Don't they usually send letters by enduring pigeon? Circumstances are unique. And this time, okay, I'm not interested in that. Just go in. The guy's in there. Thank you, my lord. The idiot ninja gave a thank you and then headed in the direction where the log cabin villa was. Hahoo, good morning, Tetsuya, who had been woken up by the 4 Izuna who had gotten up to practice early in the morning and then slept through the night, finally climbed out of bed and came out into the hallway with a glass of milk in his hand. My lord, that idiot ninja saw Tetsuya appear and immediately kneeled on one knee and bowed. Ugh, you're that undercover ninja from the cloud-hidden village. Why did you come over to me today? Don't you usually use a ninja pigeon to pass on information? It is so, my lord. There is an important piece of information that needs to be delivered that cannot be articulated on letterhead. Really? It looks like there's a big move in the cloud-hidden village, said Tetsuya as he took out and sat down on his butt directly in the hallway. Okay, get up and sit next to me and take your time. What's going on? Yes, thank you, my lord. The idiot ninja herds took a seat on a side porch and began to report back the information. The origin of the specific incident goes back to the battlefield of the Rainy Kingdom. The time when Uchiha Zanzibar came out of nowhere. The resurrected Uchiha spot from the dead has greatly stimulated the nerves of the major shinobi villages in the shinobi world. The cloud-hidden village is no exception. In order to be able to have the power to fight against Uchiha Zebra, the people of the Cloud Shadow village begin to develop the power of the tailed beasts within the human pillars. The idea is good, but the ending is not so good. If the tailed beasts don't cooperate, how can human pillar power grasp the power of the tailed beasts so easily? The result was that the 8-tailed ox ghost went berserk on several occasions, wreaking havoc on the Cloud Shadow village, and in order to subdue the 8 tails again paid a terrible price. A lot of ninja died. In order to be able to control the 8 tails perfectly, the cloud-hidden village desperately needed a better way to. But after a long time of research nothing was too good. At this time a big smart thought of the descendant of the Vortex clan that the previous information had said that a descendant of the Vortex living in Konoha, Maelstrom Jusina, perhaps tying this Vortex descendant back in. Studying their special chakra of the Vortex clan could find a way to control the tailed beasts perfectly. Chapter 68 Call me Mamba. You out. And since Yorubi and I spend a lot of time in the interior of the Fire Country, was ordered to lead the team on this mission. After listening to the idiot ninja's report, Tetsuya was a bit surprised. You and another dumbass ninja are in charge of leading the team? Are you too strong enough? Looting Whirlpool Yoshina is an invasion of Konoha village. As far as he could remember, this dumbass ninja called Yoruka and another dumbass ninja called Yorubi weren't very strong. After all, they didn't even have the ability to fight back in the first place. Seeing that, Tetsuya seemed a bit surprised that they would also be involved in the mission and still leading it. Yoruka explained at once. My lord, in fact, Yorubi and I are both special shinobi. We're just not good at fighting. Oh, so that's how it is. The special upper shinobi, who spends a lot of time in the land of fire. So that it would make a lot more sense to have you two lead that. With that said, Tetsuya had a flash of inspiration, and he thought of something fun. I assume you guys have a lot of people out on this mission. Let's see if there's any chance I can blend in. My lord, would you like to participate in this mission? Yes, it's quite interesting, isn't it? He's also a little curious. With just 2 special shinobi leading the way. Brace yourself, for the Cloud Hidden Village will send out 2 more upper ninjas plus a couple of middle ninjas in the lineup is how to tie Joxan out. You know Joxan now was living in Mito's mansion at that time. That's the wife of the first Naruto. Would there be no one in the house to protect her? Also, how did they get into Konoha? And where did the junction and perception classes go? Where are the Hyuga and Uchiha? One with white eyes and one with Sharingan eyes. The village was invaded and didn't even know it. What's this for? Or is it that these guys have some special skill that fooled the boundary and perception classes, and then dodged white eyes and Sharingan? If they were going to be really that good, then how did they get second-guessed by teenage Suikoden? So he wanted to go and see how they kidnapped Joxan, and then how it was taken out by Mizukage. Yes, my lord, the people who came to the mission this time are. Yoruka began to report on the staffing of the mission, and once he heard Tetsuya, that's when he realized that. It turns out that there are still people from the Cloud Hidden Village within Konoha. No wonder they could sneak in. And together they found a breakthrough from the inside. Their specific plan was to infiltrate Kiba first, then split up and go wait in a few places where Maelstrom Geoshinna is most likely to appear. As long as one party has one, they don't need to notify the others and can simply withdraw. And everyone else's priority changed to staying alive after one side won. When are you going to move? My lord, tomorrow all of us will assemble at the capital of the Fire Country. We'll move to Kiba together then. Okay, I get it. In that case, let's get going now. Tetsuya was excited. He was already somewhat looking forward to this trip to Kiba. After explaining to Azuna, Tetsuya returned to the Konoha capital with Yoruka. My lord, I feel I should warn you that if you wish to join this mission, you still need to change your look. Back at Yoruka's landing spot, Yoruka looked Tetsuya up and down for a moment, a somewhat cautious reminder. How? The people coming this time include the elite of the Cloud Hidden Village, who are all native to the Land of Thunder. Oh, I see. And watch. Tetsuya immediately understood and directly made a seal with both hands, shaking his body to change his appearance. What had been a fair complexion became tanned, and his head scurried up and became much taller. The original black hair was gone, too, and had become a shiny, bald head that, it looks like a briny egg from the back. 2 eyebrows darker than the color of his skin, gleaming eyes, and a confident grin that, revealing incisors so white they glowed. Hey, man, what can I say? Mamba out. Seeing Tetsuya's changed appearance, Yoruka froze for a moment as well. No, how does this look more like a Rhino Kuni than yourself? It's bad. I become a member of the Land of Fire. Well, is there something wrong with the way I look? There's nothing wrong with it. My lord, have you been to the Land of Thunder? No, but I've seen quite a few Cloud Hidden Village ninjas on the battlefield back in the day. Tetsuya kept a jailbird smile on his face, but while saying that he had gone to war, Yoruka felt a slight chill down her back. By the way, just to be on the safe side, don't call me lord from now on. And what should I call you? My lord? Call me Mamba. The time flew by and it was time to gather. In the middle of a forest outside the capital, a group of Cloud Hidden Village ninjas arrived. Tetsuya scanned the room. There were 9 of them, not counting himself. A rough estimation of the strength showed that there were 2 upper ninjas and 5 middle ninjas in addition to the 2 special upper ninjas, Yoruka and Yorubi. Just about every third person was divided into 3 groups, 2 shinobi with 2 Nakanabu each, and the 1 remaining Nakanabu was carried by Yoruka and also by Ruby. But because of his own addition, it was now 10. Yoruka looked at the assembled group of ninjas. Good, now that we're all here, let's get ready to go. Wait, what's with the extra person? One of the 2 shinobi suddenly spoke up and looked at Tetsuya. Explained by Ruby. This is Mamba, a temporary addition to our team. Temporarily joining? It can't be a spy from another village. What do you mean by that? You Ruby, I should be the one to ask you what this means. Did you defect to Kiba a long time ago? Arranging for such a spy to join the mission just to try and sabotage our plans? You. Okay by Ruby, leave it to me. Tetsuya looked over at the shinobi. He knows this guy. Yesterday, Yoruka had mentioned this guy inside his staffing report to himself, and this guy had a problem with them before when he was in the Cloud Hidden Village. I didn't expect him to jump out and screw up at this point. Do you still want an explanation, Kiba's spy? Oh, me, Kiba's spy? Tetsuya sneered twice before the Rado chakra mode kicked in for a second and Raikai possessed him. Eat my black mamba elbow, man. Flash forward. The speed of a crowd did not react. Tetsuya slammed an elbow straight into his opponent's heart. Super fast coupled with great power. There's also the Rikai enhancement. This strike directly killed a brittle ninja in seconds. You, out. Who has questions now? Tetsuya looked to the others, his Rikai blooming with a harmful aura. The moment they saw Lei Kai, not a single person dared to say another word. Are you kidding me? This is Rado Chakra mode. That's their third generation Raikage's mastery. Only ninjas in Raikage's direct line have access to it. Chapter 69. It's no fun to catch people. Let's steal the Book of Seals. Yaruka and Yorubi, on the other hand, were a bit confused. So this lord was this strong? They're still thinking that by the time they've entered Konoha. What about needing to put yourself out to protect this lord who was watching? As it turned out, he was so strong. Who was actually protecting Hua? Besides, isn't this lord from the land of fire? Why does he know the jutsu invented by Lord Raikage? Is this lord really from the land of thunder? A spy who lurked in the land of fire before them? But no matter what, they just needed to stay close to this lord. Well, originally he was in charge of bringing in the men with me, and when the next move was made, I don't want to hear any discord, understand? Understood. N. The ninjas responded in unison. A move that eliminated a shinobi in 1 second. The strength of this Mamba-sama in front of us cannot be underestimated. Although he had not heard of such a powerful man before, it was possible that he had come out to do infiltration work at a very early age. After all, he knows the Rado Chakra mode. That's bound to be Raikage-sama's direct lineage. What else is there to say? Powerful. Full-blooded Raikage. People like that talk. What's wrong is also right. All the ensuing operations went smoothly, and no one dared to make any more trouble. The 9 split up into 3 groups to sneak into Konoha one after another. Tetsuya, on the other hand, was the first to infiltrate Kiba's vanguard. Looking at the gaping hole in the boundary in front of him, Tetsuya scrutinized it with his arms wrapped around his chest. Man, this is a dog hole, isn't it? You want to go in there? With such a small gap, it's no wonder it was missed by Kiba. My lord, let's get inside. We've only got 10 minutes, and when those 10 minutes are up, then a Kiba patrol unit will come and patrol. I know, let's go over there, Tetsuya said, and would activate his jutsu to shrink his body a bit, and managed to pass through the boundary. The others followed close behind. Follow me, Tetsuya, with the 2 of them in tow, then began to go deeper into Kiba, where he had lived for so many years. I know exactly where to go and how I should go. It was late in the evening, and there weren't many people on the outskirts of the village, so the infiltration went very smoothly. As planned, they hypothesized that the 3 most likely places for Maelstrom Goxin to appear are the practice grounds, the ninja school, and Maelstrom Goxin's home. Tetsuya's squad, on the other hand, was aiming for the cultivation grounds. Konoha's ninjutsu practice grounds are huge. This was a place provided for civilian ninja inside the village to practice their jutsu. As for those ninja of the ninja clan, they had their own specialized places to practice. Although it is said that Maelstrom Joshina lives in the mansion of Naruto Hatsune Makoto with Maelstrom Mito, but the Hatsune Makoto Naruto residents didn't have a place to practice ninjutsu, and after all, Chibiusa wouldn't be able to use such a thing. Therefore, Goxin came to the ninjutsu training ground for training on weekdays to practice ninjutsu. I see. I can kind of see why it was so easy. Having successfully arrived at the lurking site outside the practice grounds, Tetsuya finally understood why they were able to sneak in without any problems. The war has just ended, and the Konoha is fighting multiple wars at the same time. It was a win, but the price paid was heavy. A large number of ninja were sacrificed on the battlefield, and Kiba was already very weak during this period. It looks like the interior of Konoha is emptier than we thought. Yes, my lord, don't look as if Kiba is the biggest winner of this shinobi war. But Lord Todai has calculated that Konoha actually suffered the greatest loss of any shinobi village. That's why we dared to come up with this kidnapping plan. In that case, don't you dare play a big game with me, and if it works out, Lord Raikage will surely reward you greatly. Tetsuya flashed a jailhouse smile, a mouthful of white teeth shining exceptionally brightly. The 2 Nakanabu glanced at each other, and at the thought of Tetsuya's amazing strength, coupled with the current emptiness of Kiba, he couldn't help but nod. We are at your lordship's disposal, and we will never go west if your lordship tells us to go east. Very good. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction. According to the information I have received, in Kiba, there is a sealing scroll left behind by the 2nd generation Naruto, Chikuma, and on top of that sealing scroll a large number of forbidden arts created by the 2nd generation Naruto have been retained. If we can steal it and bring it back to the village, it will definitely be a great achievement. Hearing this, the 2 Nakanabu were also on fire, but they slapped their faces and calmed themselves down. But my lord, what about our mission? Yeah, well, our first priority is to kidnap that Vortex descendant. Ugh, look at you guys, you think we're waiting around for the, Will the queen of that vortex show up? Tetsuya asked, pointing to the sky. It's late in the evening. Would you be training at this hour? The two men shook their heads. Well, then, if we don't, we're just wasting our time by continuing to stay here for nothing. It would be better to steal the sealing scroll. Wouldn't that be a great achievement? Listening to Tetsuya's words, the two of them thought carefully and felt that Tetsuya had a point. At this point in time, it's basically time to go home and eat, so there's no point in continuing to squat here. So leave the job of capturing the descendants of the maelstrom to the others, and we'll go steal the Book of Seals. This is called risk sharing. Even if the other side fails to kidnap the vortex descendant, if we manage to steal the Book of Seals, wouldn't that also make up for the loss from the failed mission? My lord is right. At your lordship's command. Okay, follow me. Tetsuya led the way straight to the Naruto building. It was a path he was all too familiar with. Back in the days when the second generation Naruto, Kagemusha, still, I've been going to deliver to him myself on a regular basis. The closer the trio got to the Naruto building, the more open guards they came across gradually increased. Be careful and watch out for hidden ninjas with patrols. With a reminder, the trio quickly hid. Only two Konoha ninjas in green upper ninja mega were seen walking above the street. After confirming that they had gone far away, the three of them then continued on their way. Although the ones following Tetsuya's actions were two chunin, they had obviously undergone special training. Extremely good at his hiding his form and scouting counter-surveillance. Konoha's secret ninja subterfuge is already at a very high level. However, their two Nakanobu were able to find the hidden dark ninja while avoiding each other's sight. I have to say that even Tetsuya is inferior to them in this regard. Making their way forward, the trio managed to enter the Naruto building. It was late in the evening, and not many people were still in the Naruto building at this hour. Tetsuya gestured towards them, signaling to move separately. The Naruto building was huge, and to find the sealing scrolls, it was best to act separately. After the separation, Tetsuya shifted directly into Zetsubu, strutting through the Naruto building. Chapter 70, The Book of Seals. Where is it? It can't be not in the Naruto building. You let that Sarutobi Hinata guy hide inside his house, right? That's not right. Don't they usually hide in the Naruto building? Did I read all those novels blindly? Tetsuya, who has changed into Jiraiya, searches for the Book of Seals in the middle of the Naruto building. However, looked in several places and didn't see it. Jiraiya-sama, when did you come back? Just pushed open a door. A ninja who was sorting through the stowed documents then saw Jiraiya standing in the doorway. Ah ha ha. Tetsuya laughed a couple times, following Zirai's lead. Just got back a little while ago from the old man's place, and he wanted me to find something. You need to find something. Perhaps I will be able to tell you. It's like this. I've been working on a new jutsu lately, but I'm struggling to come up with ideas. The old man told me to look at the Book of Seals, but I forgot where it was. Ah, the Book of Seals. I know where it is. Please follow me. With this ninja leading the way, Tetsuya arrived outside a plain-looking room. This is the place. Then I'll take my leave. There are some things I'm not comfortable looking at. The ninja leading the way bowed slightly towards Tetsuya before turning away. In here? It doesn't look like anything special here. Curious, Tetsuya opened his Sharingan eyes, which was a shock. Good lord. The inside of a flat room is filled with chakra fluctuations. It's all kinds of special boundaries and sealing techniques. This if you don't follow the specific rules for unlocking these knots and sealing spells, I'm afraid it will directly trigger the seals and boundaries in here. But Tetsu doesn't have anything else to offer. He just lives a long time. When he's not doing anything, he likes to study and research various sealing techniques in jutsu. After all, among those rewards he drew first in the first place. The most common ones used were the Bagua seal and the chakra sealing technique produced by Doggy, which made him very interested in that aspect. Pushing open the door to the room, Tetsuya stepped inside and began his research. Tetsuya moved quickly and managed to get to the sealing scroll before the sun had set. So this is the Book of Seals of Kiba. Let me see what's written in it. Unfolding the Book of Seals. The first jutsu recorded on it was the multiple shadow diversion technique. This is a very classic technique. Naruto relied on this jutsu along with a handful of spiral pills to clear his entire Naruto copy. He learned it in just a couple of sweeps. After all, Tetsuya himself already knew the art of shadow divergence. He had studied the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers when he had nothing to do but study ninjutsu. It's not just the multiple shadow split technique. He also knows Spiral Maru. Basically, aside from those forbidden and secret arts, Tetsu knew more or less all the other jutsu as well. Well, there's not much difference between that and the art I deduced for myself. A little more subtle control over chakra though. Next, the second forbidden art, the art of obscene earth transmutation. Tetsuya skimmed over this one after taking a look at it. A trashy jutsu that doesn't do much. He himself was able to revive a person in the true sense of the word. and Izuna had been revived by himself, so what did he need this jutsu for? Besides, even if one wanted it, one would want the version that Orochimaru perfected after this original version of filth transmutation. TSK or forget it. The third jutsu, the 8 gates of transportation. The jutsu instantly caught Tetsuya's eye. After all, I think that when I just obtained the evil god immortal body when I was thinking about the 8-door recluse. After all, I'm afraid that people who have seen Naruto have had the idea of adding the 8-door recluse to the immortal body. Good stuff. That's a good one. Gotta write that down. He had no intention of taking the Book of Seals straight away. After all, he also wanted to wait for the future Prince Naruto to come to steal the book when looking at the funnet. Now take away the future Naruto how to do. After a few quick hits of the 8 gates of evil, Tetsuya continued to look over the next forbidden art. The fourth technique. The technique of mutual multiplication of detonation charms. It's a good technique. Deidara would love it. It's just that it's not for general use. It has to be the body of filth to come. The explosion was just too big, and it went off so fast. Once turned on, it triggers a chain of explosions until the enemy and yourself are blown to ashes. What kind of person are you? How dare you impersonate me to steal the Book of Seals? Just as Tetsuya was watching in fascination, a sudden bellow rang out. Jiraiya himself actually appeared in the doorway. Gee whiz, what a coincidence. Tetsuya rolled up the Book of Seals with a wicked grin. I didn't expect to actually run into the honored one. What a pity. I haven't found the Flying Thunder God yet. I don't care what you are. Now put down the Book of Seals right now and fold your hands. I'll get you clemency. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the habit of tying my hands. As the words fell, Tetsuya leapt straight up and crashed through the window to escape the scene. Don't try to run. Jiraiya was about to chase him out with a shout. Before leaving he said to the ninja who had led the way before, "You go inform everyone that there is an enemy invasion and he has stolen the Book of Seals." Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Soon the ninjas of Kiba village were in action. It can't be helped. After all, scurrying around above the village roofs, the two who erupted into dazzling flames every now and then were moving too much. Fire transportation, de yen bomb. Jiraiya, who was chasing Tetsuya, jumped on top of a pole in front of him. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of ferocious flames, which lit up the village and swept towards Tetsuya. Nice fire escape, but the flames are a little small. With that said, Tetsuya made a quick seal with one hand, and before Jiraiya's fire escape arrived, again, a mouthful of flame was spat out. Naruto Haron Fire Jutsu. In an instant, the flames transformed into a huge fire dragon the fire dragon opened its big mouth and directly swallowed Jiraiya's big inflammation bomb in one bite. The fire dragon that swallowed the big inflammation bomb directly exploded. The terrifying impact echoed above the streets. And it was a good thing there weren't many people in the direction Tetsuya had fled. What a powerful fire escape. Seeing Tetsuya unleash the howling dragon fire technique, Jiraiya's heart was startled. He realized at once that the enemy this time was not a simple one. I'm afraid, but thinking about it, this person had dared to come to Kiba's Naruto building to steal the Book of Seals, so how could he be a simple character? Who the hell are you and why have you come to steal from our Konoha? Aiya, didn't your teacher teach you? Don't push your luck with your enemies. As he spoke, Tetsuya finished another number of people nodding their seals. Fire transportation, fire dragon bomb. Another fire dragon danced out and charged straight towards Jiraiya. Fire transportation, fire dragon inferno bomb. Seeing this, Jiraiya also hurriedly cast a jutsu. The two fire dragons collided with each other, and a shocking explosion took place. This time almost the entire Konoha heard the explosion, and more people came this way. What are you looking around for? Jiraiya was still searching for Tetsuya's figure when his voice rang out behind Jiraiya. Nani? Ninjutsu Upanishad. 1000-year kill. Tetsuya went straight for the secret jutsu millennium kill, heading straight for Jiraiya's back door. Stalking snake hand. Just when Jiraiya was dangerously close to losing his posterior, several white snakes opened their mouths and bit towards Tetsuya. Chapter 71, Tetsuya vs. Sannin. Orochimaru appeared behind Tetsuya at some point. His hands transformed into several large white snakes that devoured and bit towards Tetsuya. Tetsuya dodged to avoid it. However, the white serpent's body twisted and, with one bite, he grabbed the Book of Seals that Tetsuya was carrying on his back. Got it. Orochimaru yanked hard, directly ripping the Book of Seals back. Seeing the Book of Seals fall into Orochimaru's hands, Tetsuya couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. As expected of Orochimaru, the one with the highest IQ of the three ninja, was it for the Book of Seals in my hand to begin with? Oh, to be able to fight a fool like Jiraiya for several rounds with a solid lead. I don't think I'll be able to win with my sneak attack, so just taking back what belongs to our Konoha will be enough. Orochimaru laughed twice in his distinctive voice. then summoned a big snake as thick as an arm, directly swallowed the book of seals into its belly and disappeared into the ground. Yeah, but don't you think I'd do something rather crazy without the book of seals in my hands? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. You don't look much like that, even though you're using the face of that idiot, Jiraiya. But I know for sure you're not some kind of crazy person. Hey Orochimaru, what do you mean? Why are you calling me an idiot in the face of an enemy? And is it possible that I'm some kind of crazy person? Shut up, dumbass Jiraiya. Tsunade had also arrived at the battlefield by now, and the three ninjas had once again assembled. The last time the three ninjas assembled to face off against the mountain pepper fish Hanzo to make a name for themselves in the shinobi world, but this time the three of them are assembling to face an unidentified enemy. In addition to Tsunade, a large number of Konoha ninjas have arrived that. However, after seeing that all three ninjas were present, they knew that this enemy that had invaded the village was not a simple one, so they simply surrounded the scene and, keeping his distance, not daring to come forward easily. Stalling for time? Interesting, then let me meet the three of you, Kiba. As he spoke, his hands formed a seal. Naruto triple fire dragon inferno bomb. Who dash? Fiery flames churned in the air, and in an instant, three terrifying fire dragons flew out, charging straight at the three ninjas. Orochimaru and Tsunade quickly ducked out of the way while Jiraiya finished his seal. Fire escape. Great flame bomb. Boo. The fire exploded and orange-red flames lit up the entire street. Stalking snake hand. Orochimaru took advantage of the fact that Jiraiya was attracted. Several more large snakes rushed towards Tetsuya. Oh, the old ways won't work on me. Rato, thunder snake. With a flick of his right hand, Golden Thunder transformed into a giant snake and rushed out. The Berserk Thunder instantly shattered Orochimaru's snake and charged towards him. Scary dash. The Golden Thunder snake rushed to Orochimaru's face and bit down with its mouth open. Nani? Orochimaru had. How come he hadn't seen this kind of jutsu before? Hastily launching his instantaneous technique, he avoided the attack. Painful heavenly kick. A female voice sounded as Tsunade dropped from above and kicked towards Tetsuya. Boom! This kick fell and instantly the house collapsed. Tsunade stood amidst the rubble searching for Tetsuya's form as the kick fell. Tsunade then realized something was wrong. What he had kicked was no enemy, but a piece of wood. Eat my elbow. As soon as Tsunade turned around, a figure rushed up like the wind and it was a direct elbow to her face. Tsunade hastily raised her hand to block, however she had underestimated the power of the blow. Dang! With a muffled thud, Tsunade's body crashed through the wall and rolled twice above the street before coming to a stop. Tsunade! Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed forward to help Tsunade up. Look out! Tsunade bellowed, and Jiraiya looked up to see a dragon of fire rushing by. Naruto, how long fire jutsu? Ninjutsu, needle jizo. Seeing the terrifying fire dragon, and seeing the fallen Tsunade, Jiraiya hugged Tsunade, then unleashed the needle jizo. Long white hair instantly derived from the, wrapped around the two. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately unleashed his jutsu. Ninjutsu, 10,000 serpent rose formation. The next moment, from Orochimaru's mouth a large number of long snakes. The snakes rushed towards Tetsuya like crazy. Earth transportation, yellow spring swamp. Ninjutsu was unleashed, and all of Tetsuya's circle around him turned into a swamp. The swarming snakes were all swallowed up by the swamp. Are you okay, Jiraiya? Tsunade looked at the burned Jiraiya and instantly activated her palm senjutsu to heal him. I'm okay, it's just a measly burn. Char. Jiraiya said he was fine, but his entire body couldn't help but tremble from the pain. It seems that you guys are somewhat looking down on me. Fighting until now, and the psychic beasts aren't even willing to use them? In that case, I'll take my leave. Tetsu is also a little tired of playing half a day. The psychic beasts are not even called out to have some fun. As the words fell, Tetsuya turned directly away. Don't even think about leaving. Jiraiya saw this and bellowed. Immediately, he cast the psychic art. Boom! A giant toad appeared beside Zirai, with dark red skin that, there was a coat over his body, a huge pipe in his mouth, and a long knife at his waist. Jiraiya, who is the enemy this time? It's that guy who's trying to escape. Please Bunta, stop him. Jiraiya leapt to Buntai's back. Understood. Bunta sprang out with a long leap, though he looked a little too big and clumsy for his own good, but the speed was surprisingly amazing, and in one leap, it surpassed those who chased out the Kiba ninjas before it did. Knock! Bunta blocked Tetsuya's path with Jiraiya in tow. Bunta saw to be a person just like Jiraiya. Is this the guy? It's actually disguised as you. Bunta, let's stop him and use that move. Understood. The two of them, Jiraiya and Bunta, worked in tandem as their chakra exploded. Naruto, toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya spewed ferocious flames from his mouth, while Bunta spat out sticky, flammable toad oil. The flames ignited the toadstool oil and instantly swept towards Tetsuya as a huge fireball. Tetsuya stepped back hastily. Swayton water formation wall. Facing the flames caused by the toad oil, Tetsuya didn't choose to fight it hard. A water formation wall was released for defense. After all, once it was tainted with toadstool oil, then the flames could not be extinguished so easily. Psychic Jutsu. Come out Orochi. Orochimaru didn't choose to summon the man-snake. After all, the man-snake guy is extremely tyrannical. Summoning it requires a living sacrifice. And this is not a battlefield. So it wouldn't be good if the snake couldn't think of devouring the Kiba village name. Psionics was unleashed, and a great serpent was summoned. Orochimaru commanded the greenish-gray serpent to charge straight towards Tetsuya. Opening his bloody mouth, he took a bite down towards Tetsuya, and a fishy rotting smell hit his face. Ouch! 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 Your long worm mouth stinks. As he spoke, his hands were already connected. The art of channeling. Come out Yellow Fairy. Chapter 72. A psychic beast that feeds on the three Holy Lands psychic beasts. The huge python stretched its neck and opened its bloody mouth to bite down towards Tetsuya. The enormity of that bloody mouth made everyone think that Tetsuya had nowhere to run. However, in the nick of time, a plush giant sharp claw directly grabbed the python's vitals. Instantly flipped it to the ground. The Kiba crowd looked up, and they saw a plush, giant creature. Yellow fur, sharp paws, and a long, slender tail. The tip of the tail also has a tuft of white hair. What is that thing? A tailed beast. The sight of the giant yellow fluffy creature scared the Kiba crowd a little bit. After all, it was the 9 tails that had left such a deep impression on them. Also huge and immense, equally fluffy and all yellow, and with such a long tail. It's hard not to be reminded of the 9 tails who came back with Uchiha-zan to destroy Kiba back then. No, it shouldn't be a tailed beast, but some sort of psychic beast. Yo, it's been a long time since I've seen a long bug this big. It looks like it should be a long worm from the Dragon Earth Cave. You can't raise such a large longworm anywhere else. Little Eva, you finally called me out to fight. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. But then again, how did you go up against the guy from the Dragon Earth Cave? These standing on top of the yellow and white heads laughed. Nothing, just was coming to Kiba to borrow a little something. And then they didn't really want to. Just fight. Not far away. Standing on the head of Toad Bunta, Jiraiya was shocked to see the yellow and white holding the giant snake in one hand. How could there be a psychic beast of such a large size? And that psychic beast's body was so rich in natural energy. Bunta, do you know that guy? Instead, when Toad Bunta opened his mouth, Jiraiya realized that the big guy's voice had become shaky. That guy is the Yellow Weasel clan of the Yellow Skin Grave. The Yellow Skin Grave? What kind of place is that? Is it a sacred place for psychic beasts like Myriadwood Mountain? Yes, Toad Bunta replied. But this place in the Yellow Weasel clan I've heard about from the elders of Miyuki Mountain. It is said that a long time ago, when we psychic beasts were still active in the shinobi world, there exists a place called the Yellow Skin Grave, where the Yellow Weasel clan is very powerful. The bottom line is that there just isn't anything they won't eat. Snakes or toads, even worms fall into the Yellow Weasel's food, and many psychic beasts have been buried in the Yellow Weasel clan's mouths, which is why their territory is known as the Graveyard. Only later they disappeared from the shinobi world. I didn't expect to see a living Yellow Weasel today, and they actually made a pact with the shinobi. Jiraiya, who the hell is that guy impersonating you? Why was he able to psychicize a Yellow Weasel? This question asked Jiraiya is also confused. This strange psychic beast so scary? It actually fed on the psychic beasts of the 3 great Holy Lands. Although he knew that the 3 great Holy Lands seemed to exist in a relationship of mutual restraint. But what's with the sudden appearance of a pass-through 3? When he looked up, he saw that the Yellow Weasel had already torn through the scales of the giant serpent. A claw sent it back to the Dragon Earth Cave. Orochimaru, aren't you going to call out the 10,000 snakes for a little fun? Tetsuya smiled as he looked down at Orochimaru, who had long since ducked out of the way. Orochimaru looked at the psychic beast in front of him only to feel a cold sweat running down his back, trying to figure out what's going on. It looks like we'll have to defeat that psychic beast and catch that one to find out. Fumita, let's go. Yes. Bunta drew the saber at his waist. Toad Flame Blade. Toad Bunta spits toad oil out of his mouth and stains his sword. And then again, he spits flames out of his mouth. Ignite the blade. The large sword burning with flames stabbed towards Huangbai with a single slash. A flaming sword? Don't be so funny. The yellow and white paw reached out and took a smoker's pot out of nowhere. A straight upward teasing chop bounced off Bunta's flaming blade. Then he took the pot of tobacco in his mouth and blew out a sharp breath. In a flash, a roiling starburst blew out of the pipe, which burst into flames instantly as it fell. Man is too fast to avoid. Jiraiya bellowed, and Toad Bunta hastily jumped back to avoid the attack. Oh, Toad of Myriad Wood Mountain. You're a bit more powerful than that Dragon Earth Cave longworm just now, but that's about it. Yellow and white revealed a very human expression. Don't get too cocky. This is Kiba. Slugs, let's go. Yes, Tsunade-sama. A huge white slug appeared and a direct jet of viscous acid swept towards Huang Bai. Huang Bai's figure was agile, directly avoiding the attack, and this acid directly corroded a building behind Huang Bai. Slugs from the wet bone forest. Nice guys coming together all at once. Seeing the slugs appear, the yellow and white also rubbed their paws together with some excitement. It had been some years since it had crossed paths with these prey. Yellow and white of the yellow-skinned grave. I didn't think you guys would actually show up in the shinobi world again. Hey, if you guys are able to be active in the shinobi world, why can't I? Saying that, Huang Bai once again picked up the tobacco pot. There's no point in talking more. Feel the flames of your yellow and white grandfather. Who dash? Another breath was blown out, instantly flying out into the sky with starbursts of fire. The flames bursting into flames in the next breath. Look out everyone! With the experience of the last time, Jiraiya hastily reminded the crowd, but the Konoha ninjas on the periphery have long since run away. The battle now was no longer at a level they could access. Don't touch a fight that's not on the same level. If you go hard into a fight that doesn't belong to your level, unless you have a hang-up, you're dead in the water. It's not long since the second Shinobi War ended. Most of the ninjas of the Kiba village had come back alive from the battlefield with great difficulty, and they had an extraordinarily deep understanding of this truth. We need to pull him outside the village. Fighting inside the village is just too much damage, but how are we going to pull him out? Just at this moment, a figure as athletic as a spirit monkey appeared. He was holding a huge stick. A moment to beat. Go, ape devil. Oh, the giant rod in his hand instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a long pole that stabbed at Huang Bai's body. What is it? Before he could react, Huang Bai was toppled out along with Tetsuya. This stick extends directly beyond Kiba village. Great! It's the teacher. The person who came was no other than the third generation Naruto. Sarutobi Hinata. Old man, you're finally here. Now the battlefield has finally shifted outside the village. Retracting the giant rod, with a bang, it turned into the psychic beast ape demon. Be careful Hinata. That big guy's a yellow weasel from the yellow-skinned grave clan. Very powerful and specializes in many strange arts. After seeing his enemy clearly, the ape demon only felt a bit of fear afterward. Luckily, the other party had no defense just now. I understand, but next, please join me in protecting the village. No problem. Outside of Kiba, Tetsuya patted his clothes on his back, a smile on his face. Geez, you finally came out monkey. I thought you weren't even going to come out. Who the hell are you? Why did you come to destroy Kiba? Destroying Kiba? Well, I didn't. It was your 3 students who were clinging to me, and it was only when they presently struck that I returned the favor. From the beginning, I just wanted to come and borrow a little something, said Tetsuya with a wave of his hand, dispersing the transformation spell from his body, except that he used the cover of smoke too. Putting a black robe on himself, he once again put on the yellow, one-eyed, swirling mask. A scarlet Sharingan eye emerged. Sarutobi Hinata's eyes widened a few points when he saw Tetsuya's appearance. Sharingan, Chapter 73, Sarutobi Nichiju. I know, the masked man is Uchiha Mirror. The moment the yellow vortex mask coupled with a single Sharingan eye appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the identity of this mysterious person who stole the Book of Seals was already very obvious. He was Fei, the masked man who had appeared on top of the battlefield with the man who claimed to be Uchiha. Hello? This opened his arms and shouted hello, then twisted his body in a ghostly manner. How about that? Didn't think it would be me? Surprised or not? Fei, Jiraiya, with the help of Bunta, also brought Tsunade and Orochimaru outside the village as well. What exactly are you trying to do? What is the purpose of stealing the Book of Seals from our Konoha? For what? For fun, of course, and to give you Kiba village a warning. By the way, withdraw the troops that are still in the Rain Country as early as possible, or you'll regret it, said Tetsuya as he glanced at Tsunade in a different way. He'd warned them before to get the Konoha people out of the Rain Country as soon as possible, but there was always a part of Kiba that didn't evacuate, and Kato Break was among them. Doing the math, this Tsunade's first boyfriend is nearing his deathbed. As to why they were repeatedly reminded to withdraw their troops, it wasn't that he was overwhelmed with love wishing to save more people. It's just that he wants to see if he and Tsunade will fix things if Kato breaks back alive. Would Jiraiya still like Tsunade if she became a human wife? Or maybe, will it become more like it? Human wife Tsunade. TBH? Seems like a plus ha. Sharingan, you're from the Uchiha clan too, aren't you? Sarutobi Hinata looked at Tetsuya and inquired. You Uchiha clan is also part of the village. Why are you doing this? Do you realize that you will subject your clan to criticism within the village? Oh, monkey, are you planning to morally kidnap me? Tetsuya put away his comical and playful tone. And that one Sharingan I glowed dangerously red. You've changed as a guy. You've been Naruto for a long time. From a ninja to a politician? It's still disgusting. The Sarutobi now, compared to the Sarutobi you saw at the noodle shop back then. Or maybe the Sarutobi Hizuru from when he first became Naruto felt completely different. He used to think that Sarutobi was a pretty good guy. But well, now he's giving off an uncomfortable vibe. Is this the change that power brings? To make a zealous man exalted. It becomes displeasing. I didn't mean it like that. I was just reminding you that, after all, you have Sharingan, too. You are also an Uchiha, aren't you? Sarutobi furrowed his brow. And just a moment ago, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He called himself a monkey, which means this guy used to know him. And the people who call themselves monkeys are more or less on okay terms. He also said that he's changed, that he's been Naruto for a long time, and that he's gone from being a ninja to being a politician. Then it was highly likely that this person knew himself before he became Naruto. Also, one eye of the Sharingan. Uchiha. Does it say? Mirror. Is that you? Uchiha mirror. What? The three ninja on Bunta's head looked at Sarutobi Hinata together, and they found it a bit unbelievable. This mysterious Fae is actually a Uchiha mirror of the same generation as the old man? But, isn't Uchiha mirror dead? The Uchiha mirror wasn't able to come back during the battle back then. Tetsuya's body also lurched when he heard that. No, what's with this Sarutobi Hinata? Thinking he's Uchiha mirror? What part of yourself looks like an Uchiha mirror? No, it seems like this vest can be used by itself. Wait, think about it. Uchiha mirror, Shimura Tuzo, and Sarutobi Hizuru. I know. In just a few moments, Tetsuya had already come up with a script. Sorry Obi head. I'll take your script. And just as Tetsuya was thinking, Sarutobi Hinata looked at Tetsuya who was standing there without a reaction and instantly felt that he must have guessed correctly. And only if he had guessed correctly would the other party be reacting this way. Just as he was about to say something, Tetsuya took a deep breath and replied, Uchiha mirror is dead. Dead on the battlefield. You guys picked it. Tetsuya practically yelled that last sentence. With that said he raised his finger and pointed at Sarutobi. There's no such thing as an Uchiha mirror anymore. My name is Faye. My name is Faye. Do you hear me? With that he quickly made a seal with both hands. Rado, chaotic thunder jutsu. In an instant, wild thunder fell from the sky above. Look out everyone. Jiraiya immediately launched his jutsu to cover the crowd. Old man. After the jutsu is activated, Jiraiya realized that his teacher, Sarutobi Hinata, actually had no intention of defending himself. Thunder was wild. Explosions were everywhere. And smoke was everywhere. But soon the raging thunder subsided. Well Jiraiya, he's gone. Old man. What the hell is going on? The three ninjas looked at Sarutobi Hinata's complicated expression and were all a little curious as to what was going on. Come on let's go back. Let's go back. Sarutobi suddenly felt so tired. It started with Sensei telling himself that Uchiha Izuna, who was killed by Sensei himself, had come back to life. Although one trusts one's teacher very much and takes what one says to heart. But, well, how can such a thing as resurrecting the dead be possible? Although one of the forbidden arts left behind by Sensei was able to do it. But it's not really a resurrection. Is it? Then there's the fact that his own disciple ran into a resurrected Uchiha zebra on the battlefield of the Rain Country. For this matter although with the teacher's previous experience, their own disciples are also said to have a board. I also believe in the resurrection of the dead for a few moments, but after all, I have not seen it with my own eyes. But not today. He himself actually saw the Uchiha mirror, who had long ago been sacrificed on top of the battlefield. Although he was wearing a mask and his aura had changed a bit, but combining all the clues, there's no mistaking that the masked man is Uchiha mirror. Dead people coming back to life, one after another, and they're all Uchiha. I'm afraid there's big trouble behind all this. Under the command of Sarutobi Hinata, all the ninjas of Konoha returned to the village. The repairs were begun to the village walls and the streets damaged by the fighting, and patrols of the village were stepped up. Sarutobi Hinata, on the other hand, gathered a few of his old buddies and opened an emergency meeting. And in the corner where no one cares, one of the three teams from the Cloud-Hidden Village managed to kidnap Maelstrom Jyoshina and take her out of Konoha Village. Ha ha, it's really great. I didn't expect everything to go so well. That's right. I didn't expect to run into someone invading Konoha with all this commotion. I'm afraid all of Kiba's men have gone to deal with the invaders. Originally, we did it covertly. This time even less people will notice that Kiba Village is missing a brat. All three were very happy and felt like it was their lucky day. Chapter 74, Flirting Under the Moon. Evidence that it's Uchiha mirror? The three of them moved quickly and withdrew towards the distance with Yoshina in tow. They're not stupid enough to think that just because Kiba has suffered an invasion by someone else, let your guard down by drawing Kiba's men away. They weren't going to let up until they managed to leave the land of fire with Yoshina, but still feeling a little excited because of how well the mission went. Didn't notice Yoshina's little gesture. Jasuna followed the trio honestly, but behind his back, he was throwing his special long red hair on the ground, leaving clues in the hope that someone would find his trail. But at the same time, it's a little sad because you're just an outsider. After all, I'm afraid that no one would risk their lives to save an outsider. The night was already deep, and the dark clouds above the sky covered the moon, making the forest road look extraordinarily dim. Even seasoned ninjas have to be careful going forward. Suddenly a residual shadow crossed the sky and a cloud-cloaked shinobi disappeared. What's going on? The other two turned around and saw only their fallen companion on the ground and nothing else. The next moment, another man fell to the ground. The upper ninja leading the group was also aware that someone was doing a sneak attack from the shadows. They've just been careless, overexcited because they've managed to get their hands on it. No reaction to a sneak attack. At once, the upper ninja leading the group tensed up and quickly took a few jumps to hide in the trees. Careful and alert, he looked around, but he didn't notice the figure coming from behind. Mizukato struck cleanly, slamming a blow above the back of the man's head. With one strike, the entire person instantly lost consciousness and fell from above the treetops, successfully taking care of all the enemies. Mizumon also jumped down from the tree, and at this moment the dark clouds above the sky parted, revealing the moon. The moonlight shone above the forest road, and Mizukato's form appeared in front of Jusena. You're not hurt. I'm here to save you. Joxinai, who had been forced to run wildly all night by the three cloud-hidden village ninjas, tiredly raised her head to look ahead, and it was only then that she noticed that those ninjas from the other villages had already disappeared. A teenager he recognized stood in front of him. Seeing that Mizukato had come to her rescue, Jasuna gave a surprised smile, but after relaxing, a wave of exhaustion hit him, and he fell forward as a whole. First you get kidnapped, then you run all the way out here in the middle of the night, both mentally and physically. She was exhausted. Mizumon rushed forward to support Jasuna. It's all right already. I'll take you back to the village. With that he picked him up. Wait. Jasuna was about to say something, but Mizukato was rushing out of the woods with her in a vertical leap. Under the moonlight, Jusina scrutinized the handsome beauty of the teenager in front of her. Not bad for you, Mizukato. Flirting under the moon. Tetsuya, who had finished acting with Sarutobi and the others, rushed towards the side at the first opportunity. It was better to come early than late, just in time to see this scene of Mizumon flirting with his girl under the moon. It's pretty good. It all makes sense. The only thing that doesn't make a lot of sense is that these two Nakanabu and one Ashinobi are a bit watered down. With that said, he came to the three ninjas who were paralyzed on the ground, and took a closer look at kicked them twice with his foot. Not killed, just knocked out? Not bad for you, Mizuto. A little sunshine. Really, unfortunately, it's not good to be too kind to your enemies. Tetsuya took out 3 bittersweet from inside his pocket and casually threw them away, directly pierced through the hearts of the 3 men. In order to better implement their next plans, the only people who will make it back alive from this mission will be those 2 idiots, Yaruka and Yurubi. After decimating Mizukato for him, Tetsuya turned away and headed to the rendezvous point first, waiting for the other cloud-hidden village ninja who were able to return alive. Kiba's Naruto building. In the middle of the conference room, the Kiba F4 gathered once again. Meanwhile the 3 Kiba shinobi were present. Duanzou came up with a line. Hinata, the village was attacked just as the war was ending. This is a dereliction of your duty as Naruto. Let's just say that Tuzo is still the same Tuzo. And for pulling Sarutobi Hazura's leg, the matter of getting to the top on your own never gave up. Come on Junzo, cut the crap. Something like an enemy attack on a village is something no one expects. It was Mito Mengyan who came out and rounded things off. It's getting late. The village has just been attacked and we have to repair it tomorrow. Just tell me what's going on with Hinata. Sarutobi Hinata looked at the crowd present and spoke. Guys, I figured out who that guy was who attacked the village. Who is it? That man is Mirror. Uchiha Mirror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When he heard Sarutobi Hazura say that the mysterious person who attacked the village was Uchiha Mirror, Shimura Suzu stood up straight away, slamming the table and yelling. Uchiha Mirror is dead. He is dead. How can a dead man come back to life? Are you questioning the old man? Gumiho. Sarutobi Hinata also disliked it back without a trace of hesitation. Suza, Hinata, both of you calm down and talk things out. That's right, there's something to talk about. What's not to talk about? Though the paddling duo were also a bit surprised, and they didn't really believe in such things as the dead coming back to life. but they were more interested in figuring out what was going on than yelling like Souza. Hinata, just to be clear, why are you so sure that that person is Uchiha Mirror? Any reason for that? As he sat back down, Juzo stared at Sarutobi with what was left of his one eye. He wanted to see what Sarutobi Hinata could say. Actually, I've been suspecting that the masked man called Faye was a mirror since the last time Jiraiya and the others came back. Sarutobi Hinata gave his reasons for judging his opponent to be a mirror. First of all, Mirror's body is out in the open and not being recovered. They weren't able to determine if he was actually dead or not. Then there was the fact that the masked man seemed to be familiar with his moves and called himself a monkey. The only ones who would call themselves monkeys would be the group of people who had followed Naruto the second eye back when they were together. There was also the fact that the man was an Uchiha, or an Uchiha who was very familiar with the village. And not many people outside of Konoha knew that the Book of Seals existed. And as soon as that person arrives, he goes straight to the Naruto building in search of the Book of Seals, as well as Sarutobi Hinata spoke his thoughts one by one. The paddling duo nodded their heads in unison, feeling that there was some truth to it. The key thing, when I unmasked the masked man, shouting out the name of Uchiha Kyo, he reacts very strongly and desperately denies that he is Uchiha Kyo, and that just makes me even more convinced that the person hiding behind the mask is the mirror, Sarutobi Hinata said looking over at the Sannin. That last point, Jiraiya and the others can also testify that they saw it at the time. The three Jiraiyas nodded, proving that what their teacher said was true. The reaction of the masked man at that time was indeed great. At the same time Jiraiya opened his mouth to add, now that I think about it, that masked man must know the village very well. He withdrew in the direction of the lesser number of people in the village, and he was deliberately avoiding some of the more crowded areas during the battle. Apparently, that person had some affection for the village as well. Orochimaru then went on to add, that man is strong, and it's not very nice to say it, but when that man fought with us, never laying down a killing blow, it was more like pointing out the unproductive juniors. Chapter 75, Increasingly Outrageous Reasoning. No matter what you guys say, I still don't believe that guy's gonna be a mirror. And that's it. Root has a lot of things to do, so I'll leave you to it. With that said, Gumiho simply got up and left. Gumiho, alright, let him go. Mito Menyen was going to try to persuade Souza. However, Sarutobi Hinata was the one who directly called out to Mito Menyen, Day Chopper, it's okay, Reunion needs to calm down. Let's get on with the meeting, Sarutobi said as he tapped the table. Now that it's basically confirmed that the masked man called Faye is mirror, so now all we have to do is figure out why they were resurrected and what their purpose was after they were resurrected, and why they came to Kiba to steal the Book of Seals. Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke. Teacher, I have a guess. What guess? Perhaps Mirror-senpai is coming for the Filthy Earth Transmutation. Filthy Earth Transmutation? The one developed by Lord Naruto of the second generation. A spell that can resurrect the dead. As the current Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata had naturally read the Book of Seals. He knew that there was such a forbidden art on top of that sealed book. That's right, I surmise that after his death, Elder Mirror, resurrected by someone or some force. But the other party's resurrection technique might have some kind of flaw, or limitation. And so, in order to perfect their jutsu, they wanted to steal the Book of Seals and study the filth transmutation on it to perfect their jutsu. That's when Jiraiya raised his own question. But, judging from what just happened, the resurrected Mirror-senpai doesn't look like there are any flaws. No, maybe there's a flaw, only he hides it, Tsunade said thoughtfully. From the very beginning he used a transformation technique to take on the form of Jiraiya, even after his identity was revealed later on. And after disarming his transformation, he put a mask on himself. If the other guy was wearing a mask to hide his identity, then there was no point in continuing to wear the mask the moment the old man dismantled it. But he continued to wear the mask, nonetheless. Then this also means that the other party is wearing the mask not only to hide their identity, but also to hide their flaws. Hearing Phil say that, Orochimaru nodded approvingly. Teacher, do you remember when Ninomiya-sama told you that there was something unusual about the resurrected Izuna-senpai? Being asked this by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hinata also recalled it carefully. Yes, my teacher told me at first. The resurrected Uchiha Izuna seems to have gained immortality, and having her chest pierced through didn't have any effect. Speaking of which, the crowd realized that I'm afraid it really was just like Orochimaru said. The method of resurrecting Uchiha and the others was flawed. That's why they put on the masks. And the reason why Uchiha came to steal the Book of Seals. It is the hope of obtaining the Book of Seals of filth transmutation to perfect the art of resurrection. The more you think about it that way the more it makes sense. Orochimaru continued. Sensei, then in that case, I'm afraid there's a man behind all of this. He's resurrecting powerful ninjas who have died, and I'm afraid he's doing so with a secret we don't know about. Well, in that case, things seem a little serious. It was thought to be a common attack, but when the clues were linked together, seems like there's an even bigger conspiracy involved. Let's just say that the results of their reasoning are getting more and more outrageous. And just as the Kiba crowd was stumped by this huge conspiracy, the real mastermind behind this has returned to the Fire Country capital, having successfully obliterated all the Cloud Hidden Village ninjas who participated in this mission. Only Yoruka and Yorubi were left behind. My lord, then how should we return to the Cloud Hidden Village to deliver this time? After disposing of the body, Yoruka opened her mouth to inquire. The two of them survived, unless they defected from the Cloud Hidden Village right now, and have been renegade ninja ever since. Otherwise, he would eventually have to go back to the Cloud Hidden Village to turn in his quest, even if the quest failed. I've got this one figured out, so you guys take these and go back and turn in. Tetsuya pulled out a couple scrolls and handed them to the two. Here are some of Kiba's jutsu. You will then say that this was stolen by the two of you in the midst of the chaos, and I think it should be able to get you some credit as well. The two held the scroll in their hands in delight. Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me yet. I do have a task for you. At your service, my lord, Tetsuya said as he hooked both of their shoulders left and right. As for me, I want the two of you to do well when you return to the Cloud Hidden Village, and try to make it to the top of the hierarchy. Become my eyes and ears in the Cloud Hidden Village. Do you understand? And you guys need something in the Cloud Hidden Village. I'll go through the motions to provide you with some help. As long as you can climb as high as you can, mix as well as you can, and help me as much as you can in the future. No problem. Promise to get the job done. Very well, I trust you, said Tetsuya as he let go of the two and patted them on the shoulder. You two should go back to the Cloud Hidden Village sometime. And by the way, the jutsu on the top of the scroll, you can learn too if you're interested. Thank you, my lord. Arranging the two, Tetsuya left their stronghold, Chiba Manor, on the outskirts of the capital city of the Fire Country. The sun was rising, and there were still dewdrops on the branches and leaves of the flowers and trees in the middle of the manor, and the sound of throwing shuriken could already be heard above the open field. Nagato 10 rings, Minami 10 rings, Yahiko 10 rings. Izuna walked past one of the stakes, confirming whether or not the shuriken on top of the target had hit. It turned out to be pretty good and met Izuna's requirements. Very good. It looks like all of your cultivation during this time has not been in vain, and you have made great progress. Yeah, I told you I was a genius. Yahiko crossed her arms, overjoyed at her accomplishment. Oh, is that so? Then genius child Yahiko, I have here a 3-year study that. Do you want to do a mock exam paper on 5 years of business to see how it goes? Hearing this familiar, mischievous voice from behind him, Yahiko couldn't help but tremble, a chill rising from his backbone and going straight to the sky. Ja. Also Lao Lao. Sensei. Tetsuya sensei. Welcome back teacher. The three men turned back to the entrance of the manor. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. He walked slowly from outside the manor with his hands behind his back. Haven't seen you in a few days. Have you missed me? The three of them very silently lowered their heads and did not answer the question. Apparently, they'd all had a good time in Tetsuya's absence for a few days. After all, no little kid likes to be tortured by math problems. In this ninja world where force was revered, they all preferred practicing ninjutsu to doing questions. Geez, you guys are really sad. Thanks to me bringing you some good food. Since no one wants me, I'll eat by myself, said Tetsuya as he pulled out an assortment of snacks from behind him. The three little kids saw the food and their eyes immediately glowed, and they immediately surrounded them. Of course I missed you Tetsuya-sensei. We thought about you every day you were gone. Tetsuya-sensei is the best. Ha ha, since you all miss me so much, you can have all this food. Receiving the food, the three of them immediately unwrapped and divided it. Just when the three were at their happiest. Eat, 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 and when you're done it's time for me to check your homework. You haven't fallen behind on your homework these days, have you? A. Chapter 76 Arrangement. My disciples must have one forbidden technique each. That's it. That should be about it. At Chiba Manor, Tetsuya sat in the middle of his room in the cabin, finishing composing 2 scrolls. These 2 scrolls were none other than Tetsuya's multiple shadow diversion technique and 8 gates of transportation technique, which he had memorized from the Book of Seals, though it is true that these forbidden arts themselves are able to be obtained by extracting them from Erha. But according to the character of that dog of Erha's, I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite a lot of money to be able to smoke it. After all, there's only been one other forbidden art that I've drawn, up until now. That's the intermultiplication starter charm. But it's such a shame that it was discovered before we even got to the Flying Thunder God page, said Tetsuya, putting down his quill and picking up the 2 scrolls to double-check them to make sure there was nothing wrong with them. What are you writing? Izuna passed by the window and saw a scroll and pen and ink on Tetsuya's desk. Hey, I went to Kiba yesterday and memorized 2 of Kiba's forbidden jutsu. By the way, would you like to see it together and study it? Kiba's forbidden arts? Let's see. Hearing that Tetsuya stole the forbidden arts from Kiba, Izuna was also curious and went straight over the window into the house, picking up the scroll of the multiple shadow diversion technique and studying it. TSK, the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers? Who researched this technique? How can it be so evil? After a brief glance, Izuna opened her mouth with a sentence about how this jutsu was so evil. If it wasn't for the fact that Izuna kept her Sharingan eyes on, he would have wondered if this Izuna beside him was Casey pretending to be him. How is this jutsu evil? Isn't it just a larger number of shadow doppelgangers? No, it's not that simple. Izuna explained. Shadow splitting isn't like regular splitting. While the doppelganger created by the art of bilocation is only an illusion used to confuse the opponent, the art of shadow doppelganger is able to create a physical doppelganger that inherits the memories and thoughts of the main body's power. The most crucial point is that after these entity doppelgangers have dissipated, it will bring the memories of the period of his existences back into the caster's mind. Normally a handful of a few shadow doppelgangers are okay. Trained ninjas are okay. The memories brought back by these alters can be analyzed and processed. However, this jutsu creates hundreds or thousands of shadow doppelgangers at once. Not to mention the consumption of this jutsu and whether or not the average person has that much chakra. Let's just say that once the spell is lifted, how could the average person possibly withstand the sea of memories that swarmed over them? Unless it's some ninja family with a special secret technique for this. Or maybe it's one of those idiots with extraordinarily large nerves, said Izuna and glanced at Tetsuya beside himself. Of course, it shouldn't be much of a problem for a monster like you whose appearance hasn't changed the slightest bit in decades. After all, you've lived long enough to be experienced enough. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Who invented this evil jutsu? So evil that no wonder the Book of Seals was listed as a forbidden art at the meeting. Oh, this one was invented by your old acquaintance, Chikara. Poof, the naturally evil Chibiusa. It wouldn't be surprising if it was him. After all, he was able to invent such a martial arts style as the Flying Thunder God / that doesn't speak of martial virtues. Apparently, Izuna was still holding a grudge against Kakuma for killing him with the Flying Raijin / With that said, Izuna picked up the 8 Gates of Evil again and studied it. No, is this jutsu suicide? After looking at the 8 Gates of Evil, Izuna's head was filled with questions and, how come the 2 jutsu Tetsuya brought back are so evil? Multiple shadow doppelgangers were fine, and it wasn't impossible to use them if you had a special physique. But this 8 Doors of Evil is completely running towards suicide. Opening the 8 gates of the body does increase combat power, but as the number of openings increases, the more damage it will do to the body. Knowing that with all 8 gates open, the user's combat power will take a qualitative leap. But when that was over, then the user would also die as a result. After all, the last of the 8 gates was the Gate of Death. Never mind if you're killing yourself, just tell me if this jutsu is awesome. Izuna looked to Tetsuya, who remembered that this jutsu was dangerous and had great side effects. But it didn't have any effect on Tetsuya at all. He was immortal and had a strong self-recovery ability. That's a pretty impressive jutsu if it's you. No, this jutsu was practically made for you. No wonder you brought it out. Hey, it's okay. Is this also a jutsu developed by that naturally evil Chibiusa? This one doesn't seem to be, but this one is. Tetsuya took out another scroll from among his sleeves. Izuna unfolded it, and on the first line it was written in large letters. The art of mutual multiplication of explosive charms. TCH, true to form. The naturally evil Chikara. This spell is much less intended to keep the caster alive. Hey, I'm going to teach this jutsu to Minami. Are you crazy? Izuna looked at Tetsuya with wide eyes. You want to get my disciple killed? I absolutely won't allow it. What words? Shanan is also my disciple. Do you think I will return my disciple? So what do you mean? What do I mean? Well, of course it's for Minami to learn this powerful forbidden technique. You should have noticed Minami's talent as well. That special recluse technique. Hearing that, Izuna calmed down a bit. You mean, the paper recluse? That's right. A starter's charm is also a type of paper. There's not much difference between manipulating paper and manipulating a detonation charm, I don't think. And then add in the art of multiplying detonation charms. Looking at Tetsuya's smile, Izuna's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. He had already thought of future battles when Minami rushed at the enemy with a paper split in one hand. Then the mutual multiplication explosive charm technique is activated. And all of the paper that makes up the paper doppelganger turns into explosive charms, which then explode under the effect of the jutsu. Good lord, that future Minami won't be the explosion maniac of Shinobi civilization. Looking at Izuna's face that couldn't help but shiver, Tetsuya asked with a smile, "How about it? Doesn't this jutsu fit Minami well? What about the other two? The three of them are one and the same. You can't just give Minami the... Let's not arrange a jutsu for Yahiko and Nagato." Tetsuya rubbed his chin in thought. "My idea was to give the multiple shadow doppelgangers to Nagato, who is descended from the Vortex clan, with a huge natural chakra and the chakra eyes. There shouldn't be any problems using this jutsu. You know, the original timeline's Nagato was able to maneuver the Pain Six Paths into battle at the same time. It should be able to withstand the massive amount of memories that come with the disarming of multiple shadow doppelgangers. As for Yahiko, at the mention of Yahiko, Tetsuya looked to the scroll of the 8 gates. Yahiko is the least talented of the three. However, he has the passion and drive that the other two don't have, and this 8 doors of transportation is indeed suitable for him. But the side effects of this thing. Chapter 77, Too Stupid returns to Cloud Hidden Village. How about this? With that said, Tetsuya took out a handful of bitter blades and directly cut off part of the scroll. The 8 gates of recluse recorded on top of the scroll were directly missing, and the last dead gate was gone. I'll give him the first 7 gates first. Having those 7 gates should be enough. 2. How about giving him the last gate when I find a solution to the death gate? With that he added, if I can't, I'll find a way to resurrect him. It'll cost me a bit of money at most. For a moment Izuna didn't know what to say. After all, Tetsuya had put it this far. Yes, but it's too early to give them a secret art of this caliber. Let's wait for them to grow some more. Well, you have a point. The current Nagato and the others are still 2 weaklings, just getting into the practice of ninjutsu. Something like forbidden arts was still too far away for them. Meanwhile, in the Land of Thunder, Cloud Hidden Village, Yaruka and Yorubi finally returned to their village. No sooner had the two stepped through the gates of the Cloud Hidden Village than other ninjas surrounded them. Yaruka, Yorubi, how come you two are the only ones back? Where are the others? What about the Vortex descendants? The mission failed, but we brought back something else. Failed the mission? It's okay. It's good to be back. It's Kiba, after all. Let's go. I'll take you to Reikage. Good. Thunder Shadow Building. The physically seen Reikage sat at the back of his desk, though there were no official papers on his desk. All the official papers were on a nearby table, and an assistant was handling them. Reikage-sama. The door to Reikage's office opened and the ninja led Yorubi and Yaruka into the office. Yorubi and Yaruka, who went on a mission to Kiba, have returned. Only 2 of them came back though. Reikage-sama. Asterisk 2. The 2 men bowed to the Reikage, and although they were hanging out with Tetsuya, as Raikuni, they also had a heartfelt respect for this Reikage. You're back. Hard at work. I'm a million times sorry Reikage-sama. We failed in our mission. Had managed to kidnap the Whirlpool descendants, but they were rescued back by the Konoha. But we brought back something else while Kiba was in civil unrest. Those men died trying to cover us. The 2 of them have a word for each other. Without giving Reikage a chance to ask questions, he directly set the tone for this event. The mission failed, but they got the rest of their stuff back. The other ninjas were sacrificed to cover them, said the 2 men, one of whom landed a scroll. The 3rd generation Reikage took the scrolls and unfolded them one by one. Inside one scroll was the shadow splitting technique with a shuriken. The other one is the earth transportation Yellow Spring Swamp. What can I say about these 2 jutsu? They're pretty rare. They're pretty Kiba-esque. One is the jutsu of Sarutobi Hinata, the 3rd Naruto, and the other is the jutsu of Jiraiya, one of the 3 Konoha ninjas. There was no need to doubt that it must have been stolen by them from Kiba. But how to put it? These 2 jutsu didn't go well with their Cloud Hidden Village ninja. They preferred to go straight up recklessly than this kind of ninjutsu. But after all, it was an A-rank jutsu, and even if it was put into their Cloud Hidden Village, it was still quite precious. I know. You guys worked hard on this mission. Sandame Reikage AI put away the scroll. Though the mission to kidnap the descendants of the Maelstrom failed, you are not to blame for that. The mission itself has a high risk of failure, and you'll be lucky to come back alive. Not only that, but you guys brought back Kiba's ninjutsu scrolls, so that's a feather in your cap. We in the Cloud Hidden Village have always been clear about rewards and punishments. We punish those who have done something, and we reward those who have done something. Consider this mission completed for you, and remember to collect your pay when the time comes. A side note from Tutai warned. Reikage-sama. The 2 of them are now exposed. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to continue with the previous mission. Well, it does make sense. Sandame Reikage AI nodded deeply. You 2 have been lurking in the Land of Fire for many years, haven't you? Yes Reikage-sama. I can't say anything else, but the 2 of us know quite a bit about the Fire Country. Good. Very good. The 3rd generation Reikage grinned and decided with a slap on the table. Starting today, a special ops ninja team will be formed to target the Land of Fire. This ninja squad will be managed by the two of you. How many you want? You decide. And from what you recruit you decide. I have only one request. From now on, I'll leave the tasks concerning the Land of Fire to you. You two have to get it done for me. Do you hear me? I understand. And I will never fail, Lord Rakage. Asterisk 2. The two men's tone was firm as never before. Are you kidding me? Don't look at the fact that Rakage asked them to manage just a ninja squad. But Rakage's later words are the point. Decide how many people you want. Recruit them from wherever you want. As long as the mission is accomplished, nothing else matters. Even if you haven't been around the workplace. I am afraid that just by hearing these few words, I can realize how great these rights really are. Very well, you guys go ahead and get down there and remember to get paid for your mission. Understood. Thanks, Rakage. Then the two of us will retire for now. The two men once again respectfully bowed towards the thunder shadow before leaving. When the two had left, Rakage looked to one side of the dirt floor and opened his mouth. To die. Do you think there's something wrong with the two of them? Just because successive generations of Rakage were pretty reckless doesn't mean they didn't have brains. On the contrary, those who can become the shadow of a village are more or less mindful. Rakage-sama, I think the two of them should be fine. Todai replied. I've checked the records. Yoruka and Yorubi have been lurking in the Land of Fire for years. Over the years, he had been sending information back from the Land of Fire one after another, and the information was all true and valid. They also found merchants selling food and iron ore, before the Second Shinobi War began, provided us with war material. You know, at that time, Konoha itself was short of these war supplies. I find it unlikely that Kiba put it out on purpose to confuse us. Listening to Totai's words, Rakage nodded. Then Todai continued. More than that, Lord Rakage, word has come back from other intelligence sources that it says that Konoha was attacked by a powerful enemy not long ago, and that fighting broke out with the Sannin within the village of Konoha. In the end, it was the third Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata, who personally stepped in to repel the powerful enemy. Todai incidentally told Rakage along with the information he had already planned to tell him. Side by side, it confirms that there is nothing wrong with the identities of both Yoruka and Yorubi. Well, since there's no problem, let's rehire them. After all, the war's just over. We're also short of men in the cloud-hidden village. Understood, Rakage-sama. However, the two men who had left Reicho's office returned to their home and, the first time he channeled a messenger from the Yellow Weasel clan, he passed on the information about the cloud-hidden village to Tetsuya. Chapter 78 Kakuto, Ninja? I'm not a ninja anymore. I'm a businessman now. Tetsuya steals the Book of Seals, and after Kiba's great battle against the Sannin, the mysterious masked man Fei has been recognized by the Konoha hierarchy as the guard of the former second-generation Naruto Kagemusha, which means that Fei has been identified as the Uchiha Mirror. Given the complexity of the matter, Konoha decided to withdraw all ninjas in the Rain Country, end the war once and for all. Yet tragic things happen. Tsunade's boyfriend, Kato Break, who had mastered the art of spiritualization, died on the battlefield in a gruesome and chilling death. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia after witnessing the death of Kato Break. The Second Shinobi World War also came to a complete end here, except that it ended somewhat hastily. This also sowed the seeds for the Third Shinobi War. Kiba, in the middle of a secret research institute somewhere in the roots, Orochimaru studied what he had copied from the Book of Seals. Every now and then, he stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips from overexcitement. Sparasi, this stuff is just fantastic. Is this the art of filth transmutation? A spell that can bring back the dead is really great. In his excitement, he put down the scroll he had been transcribing and picked up another scroll to write over and over again with a puzzled mumble. However, there are still areas of this jutsu that need to be perfected. Naruto-sama, the second eye, with your wisdom, you shouldn't have left a copy of the broken jutsu behind. So why haven't you perfected this jutsu? He could probably guess what was going on. Though, needless to say, it must have been that benevolent Hatsune Makoto Naruto-sama who stopped the research of this jutsu. After all, this jutsu not only disturbs the dead, but also requires the sacrifice of the living. With that person's character, he would never allow such a jutsu to exist. But it doesn't matter. I'll perfect this jutsu for you, Naruto-sama, the second eye. When the time comes, I will let you witness this art that I have perfected. The thought that he could later use the jutsu he had perfected to resurrect the second-generation Naruto, who had invented the jutsu, made Orochimaru feel incredibly excited. Just as Orochimaru continued to work on improving the filthy earth transmutation, a Negi ninja knocked on the door and walked into the middle of the institute. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jusaku has an invitation. I know, tell him I'll be right there. Orochimaru continued his research without looking back. Orochimaru-sama, Lord Junzo has an invitation for you to come at once. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'll be there. Orochimaru-sama. Junzo. Negi Ninja's words had not finished. A big snake appeared behind him at an unknown time. It directly wrapped around it and then swallowed it in one bite. Long-winded. These Negi Ninjas really don't know the slightest thing about proportion. Orochimaru grunted as he quickly made his final calculations. A small white snake was summoned to swallow the scroll into its belly. The ninja of Negi only recognize him. The head of Negi, Junzo, and no one else. Such an organization is still a bunch of crazies. Gathering his things, Orochimaru left his institute and went in search of Junzo, and in the middle of another underground institute. Reunion was gazing with his one eye at the pile of green bottles and jars in front of him. Elder Tuzo, what do you want to see me about? Orochimaru's raspy, grim voice rang out, and Suza slowly turned around. Orochimaru, I've gotten together all those things you asked for earlier. When do you plan to open the pillar cell experiment? Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes skimmed over Junzo to the containers behind him. In the midst of that one green container there was a baby immersed. As expected of you, Elder Tuzo, you actually did it. With so many babies, it's not easy to get. Orochimaru licked his lips with a wicked grin and looked over at Reunion with some curiosity in his gaze. Poof. I am the root of Konoha, the darkness of the shinobi world. Some sacrifices are necessary. Everything is for Kiba. Duanzou perked up. All that Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Ban, Uchiha. Anyway, those dead guys came back to life one by one. Sarutobi Hizuru, he alone can't guard Kiba. In the end it's up to me to guard Kiba. I will destroy those inherently evil Uchiha and protect Konoha from those guys. Not to be outdone. Elder Tuzo, you're great. Orochimaru couldn't help but applaud Tuzo's statement. Do a good job, Orochimaru. And when the monkeys step down, the next generation of Naruto, with Monkey and I backing you up, I think you're entitled to a seat. When he heard this, a strange look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. The years fly by. In the land of rain, Kakuto once again found the external head of the Rain Ninja village, and with the banknote power of the man introduced Kakuto to Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. In the middle of the office with the gas mask, Kakuto meets Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish who claims to be the demigod of the shinobi world. However, at this moment, the mountain pepper fish Hanzo looks as if it is much weaker than the Hanzo who was spirited on top of the battlefield before. And it seems that there is a lack of vigor and spirit in his eyes. Kakuto was happy. He could see why that was. Presumably on top of the battlefield. After he'd defeated the Sannin, the most spirited time ran into Boss Izuna, and all of his vigor was cut away under Boss Izuna's slash. It's you, Kakuto, the renegade ninja of the Taki Ninja village. Kakuto didn't change his appearance on this visit, because he knew that something like shapeshifting, it's not effective in front of a master. It's just counterproductive and makes people think you have ulterior motives. Oh, Hanzo Sama is joking. I'm not much of a shinobi anymore. I'm just a businessman. You, merchant? Hanzo cast a questioning glance. Kakuto nodded and smiled. That's right. After all I've done for the Takaru Ninja village, I ended up being abandoned by the Takaru Ninja village. It made me think of one thing. I've worked my ass off all my life for nothing more than a fortune. And when the ninja that, putting your head back in your pants and doing missions is just about money, I'll just stop being a ninja, become a merchant, and focus on money. This shinobi world war. I've had a great time working with your Rain Ninja village, haven't I? You got much needed supplies to win the war and I got the money. Then what is the purpose of your visit? Hanzo-sama, don't be so hard on yourself. What purpose could I possibly have? It's not like I'm a ninja right now or represent a certain power. I'm here to talk about cooperation. Cooperation? Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, frowned. What do you want to collaborate on? I have a big plan to get rich here, and as long as the Rain Ninja village is willing to cooperate with us, we'll be able to make a lot of money together. Chapter 79, like to be greedy? Then let him be greedy enough, until he's ruined. Chiba Manor. Tetsuya stood in front of the three Nagato men and spoke solemnly. You have been studying under me for a long time, too. There's also a basic understanding of what it takes to do business. The three nodded, and for a while, they do have a much different understanding of the way of doing business, and they also understand that there is a lot of truth in it that they didn't understand before exists. Ninjutsu-wise, your Izuna-sensei tests you every once in a while. I think it's about time I put your learning to the test. With that, he took out a bunch of bills from within his sleeve and divided them into three. I've got a startup capital for you guys, and I'll give you the next 7 days. Within these 7 days, you can take this money and go to the capital city to do business. Only after these 7 days, you will be qualified if you can earn back 1/3 of the principal in profit. Remember, profit means the income after the principal is removed. Do you understand? The three responded in unison. Understood, teacher. Asterisk 3. They were still very confident about this, thinking that after following Tetsuya for so long, let's not talk about earning back several times the profit, but earning back 1/3 of the profit shouldn't be that difficult. Well, the exams have begun, so I hope you guys hurry up. Handed over the principal to the three of them, touched their three heads and, signaling that they could begin, the three of them excitedly ran towards the outside of the Chiba manor. As you run along, you discuss exactly what kind of business you should be doing a little bit to make money. Looking at the backs of the three departing, Tetsuya smiled and took a sip from his teacup. Laugh. Laugh. It'll be nice when you can still laugh after you've seen the harshness of reality. You just let them out? Not worried about what danger they might be in. Izuna watched Tetsuya just let the three leave and couldn't help but inquire with some concern. What are you afraid of? This is the land of fire. They're going to the capital of the land of fire. What danger can there be? Said Tetsuya as he put down his teacup and added. Besides, there are merchants from our Chiba Chamber of Commerce all over the streets of the fire country's capital city. If anything happens to them, they'll never escape me. How should I put it? So true. You're afraid that you haven't already tied up the merchants of the entire fire country's capital city to your own ship. He knew something about this Chiba Chamber of Commerce of Tetsuya's, and when he first heard of it, thought it was the same existence as a ninja village, except that a ninja village is made up of ninjas, while a chamber of commerce is made up of merchants. But on closer inspection he realized that it didn't seem that simple. This chamber is much more lenient than the Shinobi village, but once mobilized, then the outbreak of human and financial resources is very impressive. On a more important note, the potential of the chamber is huge. A Shinobi village is just a village, no matter how you develop it. At best, it's just a little bigger, a little more numerous, and a little more ninja. But once the Chamber of Commerce grows, it is possible to monopolize the economic development of a country. Alas, words cannot be said. How is it that I have tied those merchants to my ship? I'm just being kind. I can't see them going out every morning and coming home every night just to make ends meet. So let them join my Chamber of Commerce. Look at the businessmen who joined the Chamber of Commerce and followed me around. Which one isn't making a fortune? They couldn't be happier to have someone who can take them and make them money. Come on, what are you playing at? Fooling everyone else. Fooling me even. He. How can this be called cheating? They are actually getting benefits. As the two chatted idly, a cloud of white smoke exploded and a yellow weasel jumped out. Oh, a dozen 7. It's you. New news from Kakuto? A dozen nodded and pulled out an envelope. Boss, here's a letter from the tentacle monster. Good. Get yourself to the kitchen. It's full of your favorite foods. Tetsuya took the envelope and gestured that a dozen 7 could go to the kitchen there themselves if they wanted to eat anything. Without being polite to Tetsuya, the 1-2 punch ran straight to the kitchen. The envelope was opened and the slightly damp letterhead removed. Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh after reading the contents of the letter paper. Ha, Yamabushi Hanzo, he agrees. Izuna, our plan can begin. Oh yeah? Hearing that, a glint flashed inside Izuna's eyes as well. The two of them have been thinking about the Rain Ninja Village, for no other reason, even for the sake of his good apprentice. Hanzo the mountain pepperfish would be doomed to escape the two of them. Yes, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish has agreed to do business with us, but this guy is also greedy enough. He actually wants to take the lion's share, to take 70% of the proceeds, and the funds for the preliminary construction actually need to come from us. It's really a stingy ghost. Ha! Hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna couldn't help but sneer. If he likes to be greedy, let him be, and in the end, anyway, his money everything he owns will be political property for Yahiko and the others. Tetsuya had a flash of inspiration, and he couldn't help but smile badly as he thought of an interesting idea. Hey, you have a point. I've come up with a brilliant idea. Seeing Tetsuya's bad smile, Izuna felt a little numb. What evil plan have you come up with again? Alas, how can you say that? A plan is a plan. Where's the evil in that? Tetsuya said, shaking his head. My idea is that we can corrupt Hanzo the Yamashiro with monetary wealth. Doesn't he want money? Let's just give him a little bit more. We'll get his greed up, so he'll covet it big time. Better yet, he should have been allowed to embezzle the money that was originally used to develop the Rain Ninja Village along with it. Let him indulge in the days of paper and gold and only know how to enjoy himself. Not just that. We also want the people of the Rain Ninja Village to know that their leader only knows how to enjoy himself on a daily basis and doesn't care about anyone else. And when the time comes, Yahiko and the others will be fighting against corruption and greed. There will surely be many people following them then. After hearing Tetsuya's words, Izuna felt a chill run down her spine. You're a wicked fellow, with a belly full of bad. It's almost catching up to that naturally evil guy, Chibiusa. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. Just tell me what I think of this idea. Izuna thought carefully. I think that's a pretty good idea you have. And if it goes according to the original plan, using the Sharingan Eye to control Hanzo Yamashiro to give up his position to Nagato and the others, in turn, has the meaning of Hanzo Yamashiro, the guy who stepped aside to give up his position. He'll still exist in the Rain Ninja Village, and his influence will still be felt. Yahiko and the others are not good at practicing their talents and ideas. It would be better to let Yamashiro lose his reputation, and let Yahiko and the others be the heroes who saved the Rain Ninja Village. That makes it a lot easier for them to do whatever they want. That's right, that's what I thought. Chapter 80, Giving a Hat to Hanzo, the Mountain Pepper Fish. Giving money to Hanzo the Mountain Pepper Fish? Why? Received a message from Tetsuya. Kakuto, who had spent a few days returning from the Rain Ninja Village, had just sat down when he heard Tetsuya say that he was going to send money to that Yamashiro Hanzo guy, and stood up in a hurry. On what grounds? Who the hell is he? Hanzo Yamashiro? Why should a loser who's lost his essence by a slash from Boss Izuna send him money? It's obviously a win-win partnership, but that guy wants to take 70% of the proceeds. To take 70% without doing anything? Wouldn't we become beggars on our knees? Looking at Kakuto's excitement, Tetsuya chuckled. Ugh, you're really right. Rain Ninja Village is someone else's territory. It's people who control the land of rain, and when we go to do business in their territory, we're still just begging for food on our knees. For that matter, how many people want to kneel and don't have the means to do so? No, boss, you didn't used to be like this. Kakuto was a bit unable to comprehend that for a moment. He seriously doubted that the Chiba boss in front of him had been dropped. You've got to branch out. You plus Boss Izuna. 2 pairs of Sharpies. 2 Suzanena Hua. Such a hard bone. Why give him Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo kneeling that guy, not to mention you too. As long as he doesn't conjure up a mountain pepper fish, it's not as if I didn't have the possibility of killing him. Looking at Kakuto's anxious appearance, Izuna couldn't help but shake his head. Come on, almost. Is it fun to tease him so much? Ha ha. Well Kakuto, I'm just messing with you. While it's true that I'm going to give money to Hanzo Yamashiro, I have a purpose. Purpose? Hearing Tetsuya say it was a joke, Kakuto calmed down considerably. He resumed his seat and picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip of tea to press his nerves before asking, Boss, what's your plan? Can you finish your sentence at once? Well, here's the thing. Tetsuya told Morkadu about his plan to corrupt Hanzo the mountain pepperfish with money. It's not just money that corrupts. There's a lot of other setups to go along with it that. Anyway, that's how those great folk of the Land of Fire play themselves to greet Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. He didn't believe that this martial artist, who had lost his essence by Izuna's cut, could stand up to that trick those nobles were playing. Wait until Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, decays and falls. When that happens, we'll let Yahiko and Nagato and the others take over the banner of justice and stomp Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, into the mud with one hard kick. Let them step on the head of Hanzo Yamashiro and become the heroes of the Rain Country to take over the Rain Ninja Village to take over the Rain Country. By the time Yahiko and Nagato and the others take charge of the Rain Ninja Village and control the force of the Rain Country, and we control the commerce of the Rain Country, we control the financial power of this country. Won't all the money and wealth we've invested in this country come back to us in the end? After hearing Tetsuya's explanation, Kakuto trembled with excitement. Brilliant, brilliant, that's a fantastic plan. No less, boss. I can't believe that I was able to come up with this kind of scheme to take control of the economy and thus the country. Sparasi, this is really great. Okay Kakuto, wake up. Now we haven't even started the plan yet. What are you lamenting for? You'll lament when the plan succeeds, and then I'll make you the Minister of Finance of the Rain Country. Upon hearing the name of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kakuto stood straight up. Boss, if you have any orders, just say so. Horns are willing to serve the boss to the death. I'll do whatever I have to do to get to the top of the mountain or the bottom of the sea. Can he not be excited? That's the finance minister of a country that, being in charge of a country's finances, even though the Rain Country is a small country, that's still more powerful than some Takinabu village. And he's sure that with the boss's power, the land of rain is just a starting point for the future is unlimited. Okay, let's get down to business. You've already touched Hanzo the mountain pepper fish. Next you need to continue to reach out to him and give money appropriately. More and more. You have to be smart about the money you give. You can't just give it. You have to find an excuse to give it. Give directly to appear that you have an agenda. You give it slowly. Make excuses to send money. Find the kind you give him that he won't resist and won't refuse the opportunity to send him money, while slowly introducing me to him as well. Understand? Boss, you want to see Hanzo the mountain pepper fish? Tetsuya smiled and nodded. That's only natural. After all, if I don't meet Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, in person. How can he, a martial artist from a poor countryside, know what true luxury is, what it means to truly live and enjoy, said Tetsuya, the smile on his face growing wider and wider. Only Azuna and Kakuto felt an extremely dangerous chill inside his slightly narrowed eyes. Kakuto understands that his contact with Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn, giving him money is nothing more than padding. The moment Hanzo Yamashiro touches Boss Chiba, that's the beginning of his true descent into the abyss. By the way, you take this sealing scroll. Tetsuya took out a sealing scroll and handed it to Kakuto. There's a present in here for him from me, and at the right opportunity for you to find a. Give this to him before introducing me. What's inside this scroll? Kakuto was a little curious as to what Tetsuya was going to give as a gift to Hanzo. The mountain peppercorn. You can open it and see. With Tetsuya's permission, Kakuto opened the sealing scroll, and threw out the scroll. There are only two things. One is a solid gold statue. The look is that of Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, standing majestically on the back of his psychic beast, the mountain pepper fish, and the other was a bucket hat. This, Kakuto saw the two items, especially the bucket hat when couldn't help but stare. There's nothing wrong with a solid gold statue. It's worth some money, indeed, but it was nothing to Kakuto, who was used to seeing money. What really surprised him was the bucket hat, a diamond-shaped purple bucket hat with pure white drapery on either side of the hat. The front corner of the hat was also pure white, with the word rain written in the white corner. It was clearly a rain shadow bucket hat of the same style as the 5 shadows of the 5 major ninja villages. You know the 5 ninja villages bucket hats? That was when the ninja village system first appeared. It existed when the god of ninjas, Chikuma, first convened the 5 shadows to set the tone of the shinobi world. Behind them, even as several more shinobi villages, large and small, appeared, but most of these ninja villages didn't have the title of shadow, much less such a bucket hat. There can be many shinobi villages, but the 5 shadows are only those 5 shinobi shadows. Well, that's a surprise he should be happy with. Tetsuya laughed. Hasn't he always wanted the small countries to be respected by the big ones? Wish you could have the same status as the 5 shadows? I'll give him a shadow bucket hat. It's a custom-made one, which I had specially commissioned. And pick the purple color that symbolizes the toxin in his mountain pepperfish. Hanzo. Chapter 81, Creating Demand if there is no demand. Promoting trends if there are no trends. Kakuto couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the rain shadow bucket hat. As a small ninja village techie, ninja village out of him could know too well what those small ninja village leaders wanted the most. It was nothing more than catching up with the footsteps of his predecessors and becoming in existence on par with the 5 shadows. Not to mention the fact that Yamashiro Hanzo was in the middle of the Second Shinobi World War, having driven the forces of several shinobi villages out of their territories, and also going head-to-head with the most powerful Konoha. Although in terms of the overall situation, it was their Yunin village that had lost, but he, Hanzo Yamabushi, had defeated 3 of Naruto's disciples all by himself. If it hadn't ended up being cut over by Boss Azuna, I'm afraid he's got his tail in the air by this time. And what did he, Hanzo Yamakura, need most right now? Naturally, it's the recognition of others. The owner delivers a rain-shadowed bucket hat at this time of day. This was tantamount to recognizing him, Hanzo Yamabusa, for his performance in this war, and feeling that he was able to match that 5 shadows. Such a recognition, for him, undoubtedly a ray of light in an already clouded life. I know, boss. I'll give this to Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn, at the right time. Then introduce him to the bosses. Hard work. It should. Kakuto left in a hurry. He left in a hurry, just as he came in a hurry. After all, he really hoped that he would soon become the Minister of Finance of the Rain Country. Watching Kakuto leave, Tetsuya stretched. And I wonder how business is going for my lovely disciples. The Chiba Hotel, the capital city of the Fire Country. Nagato, Minami and Yahiko were sitting around. How are your earnings these days? Yahiko inquired with some anxiety. There's no way around it. Tetsuya's given a 7th-day time limit that's coming up. Apparently he didn't make much money though. Nagato spread his hands. I barely made my money back. I did the math before I came back. I didn't make any money. If we can sell the goods squeezed in our hands, we should be able to make a profit of 1.5%, 10.5%. That's not enough for yourself. I was counting on you to back me up. Yahiko cried out. How much did you make? Seeing Yahiko's crying expression, Nagato asked rhetorically. I lost a lot of principal. Yahiko took out the money he had under his belt. Only 80% of the principal was left, and he had lost 20%. Minami, how much did you make? The two looked to their last hope. I'm okay. I just happened to finish the assignment my teacher gave me, said Minami. Took out 2 piles of bills, one for the principal and one for the money earned. Yahiko saw hope at once. Minami, Can you tell us how you did it? My teacher said that good businessmen need to learn to make unlimited profits with limited costs. I couldn't make enough profit. Then I chose to squeeze the costs. Saying that, Minami raised her hands, and from her sleeves flew out a large number of 1,000 paper cranes, paper butterflies that, origami artwork such as paper roses. The shapes are varied and colorful. I went to the bookstore on my first visit to the capital and bought a bunch of the cheapest colored paper I could find. Goes at wholesale prices, so the cost is extraordinarily low. And all of these pieces were made by me using jutsu, so the production was extraordinarily efficient. In this way, for an extremely low price, the extreme efficiency produced a beautiful batch of origami artwork to sell to older sisters who love origami. Nagato and Yahiko's eyes widened at the sight. Can it still be like that? Good. That's awesome. I want to learn paper escape too. Minami, can you teach me? Minami shook her head. Learning the paper escape isn't that easy. Even if I teach you now, it's too late. Not to mention that there are only 2 days left in the teacher's time limit. Yahiko lowered her head in some frustration. Could it be that I can only fail this test? Don't feel bad, Yahiko. There's still time, we'll figure it out. Yahiko, what are you selling that you lost so much money? I sell flowers, and on my way to the capital before, I passed by a flower grower's house, and she was selling flowers on her way to town. So how much could she sell? So I just go to my grandmother's place every day to stock up and haul it to the capital to sell, said Yahiko with a sigh. But flowers are just a little bit of wear and tear on the road, and I think it's not easy for Granny, so the purchase price is a bit. Yahiko hadn't finished speaking, and both Master Nagato and Minami had understood what Yahiko meant. Nagato couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Yahiko, you really aren't fit to be a businessman. Hearing his best friend's comment, Yahiko kept his head down and didn't say anything. But it's not completely out of the question when it comes down to it. Really? Nagato, you still have a way? Yahiko looked up at Nagato in surprise. Nagato nodded. That's right, but then we need to work together as a team, understand? Understood. No problem. Okay, so next we do this. The three little heads came together and began to conspire. Time flew by, and soon the 7 days that Tetsuya had set were over. Tetsuya got up and went back from Chiba Manor to the Chiba Hotel. In the middle of the tea room, the three Nagato men stood respectfully. You three look like you're all in a pretty good mood. By the looks of it, have you all completed my test here? Yahiko said excitedly. Yes, sensei. All three of us have fulfilled your request. And here is our principal. And here's the profit we made. With that, Yahiko placed piles and piles of bills on the coffee table. Looking at the money on the table, Tetsuya looked at the three again. Apparently all three of them have all their money here, turned in together. It just means that they ended up completing the mission together. Very well, you have successfully completed the test I arranged, which is very good. Hearing Tetsuya say that, Yahiko's excitement was overflowing, but immediately afterward the words changed. But, as far as I can tell, inside the back half of the, Yahiko, you seem to be losing money on your flower business. Right, and Nagato, you have someone who is merely just about making back their money, and Minami is the only one who's making a profit. So how did you guys finish the test on the last day? Shouldn't you explain that to me? Upon hearing this, the smile on Yahiko's face stiffened, and he turned his head to look at Nagato. Nagato stepped forward. Teacher, let me say this. Here's the thing. The short answer is, the three of them, Nagato and Minami and Yahiko, combined their respective funds and resources. Nagato told Yahiko and Minami to get some publicity and just say that sweets symbolize sweet memories of the past. Flowers symbolize the beautiful love of the present, while the art of origami symbolizes the infinite possibilities of the future. A wave of publicity was also created in the capital city. Then Nagato consolidated the three of them into one small business, selling Yahiko's flowers in a package along with her own sweets and Minami's origami. A handful of past, present, future bundled goods. It was an instant hit with the young couples of the capital. Their goods are in short supply, and the profit from this can be imagined. Good. You guys did a great job. Tetsuya was very pleased with their performance this time. Especially you, Nagato. You did a great job. Successfully put into practice what I have taught you. Learn to capitalize on windfalls and trends. And if there are no windfalls or trends then trumpet and manufacture it yourself. You did well this time. You all did well. I declare all three of you have passed the test. Yeah. Asterisk 3. Chapter 82. Youth Brother Yahiko? A business empire in the making. Looking at the excited trio, Tetsuya smiled. I say, you three, don't get too happy yet. Hearing Tetsuya say that, the three of them calmed down. Were there any more shifts and things? The three of them looked at Tetsuya a bit nervously, only to see that Tetsuya was still keeping his smile on his face. Then he was heard to say, the real delight is yet to come. given that all three of you have passed the test. So I've decided to give you prizes to celebrate your passing the test. The three who were still nervous as hell froze for a moment, then jumped up and down with excitement. Yeah, and bonus. Great. I thought it wasn't going through because the three of us worked together. How come? Doing business? It's only by working together that we can make the business bigger and bigger. Tetsuya took out 3 scrolls from within his sleeves. Okay, it's reward time. Come get your prizes. The three of them looked excitedly at the scroll in Tetsuya's hand, all wondering what it was. Recorded above these 3 scrolls are 3 very powerful forbidden arts, and after you learn them, you can't use it easily until it's necessary. Remember? Remember. Asterisk 3. The 3 Nagatos received their respective scrolls and excitedly opened and read them. Teacher, why does this scroll of mine seem to be missing a section? Anxious, Yahiko unfolded the entire scroll, and he realized that his copy was actually missing a section. Hearing this, both Nagato and Minami fully unrolled their respective scrolls. They found their reels intact. There wasn't a part missing like Yahiko's scroll. This jutsu of yours is rather special. It's divided into several realms. The last step is just too dangerous for you to grasp right now, so I'm cutting it out. But don't worry, when you grow up in the future, I will give you this last part. Tetsuya instructed as he patted Yahiko's shoulder in a serious tone. And, this jutsu of yours doesn't affect his power at all even if the last part is missing. If you were able to learn all of this, the power would never lose to Nagato and Minami's jutsu. Really? Yahiko's eyes were glowing. Just a crippled jutsu was so powerful. So what would it look like if it was a full art? Alright, put the scrolls away. I'll take you guys back to Chiba Manor. You guys cultivate yourselves, said Tetsuya as he narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Your Azuna-sensei has missed you guys a lot during your absence these past few days. Seeing Tetsuya's evil grin, the three of them suddenly got a chill down their spines. They had been busy in the capital for 7 days in order to fulfill Tetsuya's test, and within those 7 days, they fell behind in their cultivation tasks. If this goes back to Chiba Manor, it'll be doubled to make up for it. Why are you scared? Seeing the timidity sprouting in the eyes of the three, Tetsuya reassured them. Actually, you don't have to go back. I'll just go back and tell your teacher Azuna. Let's just say the three of you have experienced the joys of doing business and don't plan on becoming a ninja. You'd rather follow me and concentrate on being a businessman than a ninja. I'm sure you Azuna-sensei should be able to understand you. How? Yahiko stepped forward and shouted excitedly. I'm the man who's going to become the strongest shinobi and surpass Azuna-sensei. I'm definitely not going to be afraid. Isn't it just doubling the training? Even if Azuna-sensei doesn't ask for it, I'll still do it. For this is my way of endurance. Burn my youth. This. Yahiko's voice gave Tetsuya a confused shout. What the heck? Doesn't the youth virus spread by contact? Rather, it's spread by ninjutsu? How is it that Yahiko, who just got the 8 gates of evil, is also starting to yell about his youth? Tetsuya-sensei, let's go back. I'll show Azuna-sensei how hot-blooded I am. Tetsuya felt a bit of a headache as he looked at the hot-headed Yahiko. Yahiko was afraid he's going to be another youthful brother. On the contrary, Nagato and Minami were infected by Yahiko's fervor and became exuberant as well. Come on, let's just go back then and let your Azuna-sensei have a headache. Time passed, order was restored to the shinobi world, and the wounds caused by the shinobi world war were gradually repaired. The Chiba Chamber of Commerce, under Tetsuya's management, gradually, it began to spread from the capital city of the Fire Country towards the entire Fire Country. Meanwhile, under Kakuto's operation, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish liberalized the trade routes. The merchants of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce began to travel through the Rainy Kingdom, sell Fire Country goods to different countries. At first big countries like the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth wondered if there might be something wrong here, but they soon realized that these merchants from the Land of Fire had nothing to do with Konoha. Instead, it came from an organization called the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Upon investigation, the organization was made up entirely of businessmen. The Shinobi War consumed a great deal of human and material resources, and since the supplies brought by these merchants could help them recover quickly, the countries also liberalized their channels of trade. Not only that, but the arrival of these merchants brought work to the ninjas of the Shinobi village. Running a business in the Shinobi world is a very dangerous thing to do. This was a good thing for the ninjas, though, as escorting caravans in and out was a very cost-effective task. The presence of these merchants brought both houses and tasks. The village had been restored and developed, and the major several ninja villages were naturally very friendly to these merchants. Some of the swimmers are picking up on this, too. Wanted to follow the Thousand Leaf Chamber of Commerce's runway to get a piece of the action, but when they did, they realized that things didn't seem so simple. If you want to cross from the Rainy Kingdom, you'll have to pay tolls and duties. And the revenue gained by idle traveling merchants from a single crossing shrinks by a large percentage after road tolls and tariffs. And it's not all that safe along the way. It costs you money to hire bodyguards. If the ones hired were ninjas, then it would cost more money, which was simply not something they could afford as idle traveling merchants. But the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is different. Once you've paid the initiation fee and become a member of the chamber, compliance with Chamber of Commerce regulations, then the Chamber of Commerce can reimburse you a good portion of the money spent on hiring ninja escorts. Whereas, the merchants of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce only have to pay a very small portion of the tolls in the Rainy Kingdom. Because the commercial road in the Rain Country was repaired by the Chiba Chamber of Commerce in cooperation with the Rain Ninja Village, and the Chiba Chamber of Commerce was still the big head, the merchants of the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce have gained great profits over this trade route, with very little effort. This made many people red-eyed, and they eventually chose to join the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce, which was growing in strength at a time when the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce were no longer limited to just one country, but began to move towards the entire Shinobi world. Chiba Manor. Tetsuya smiled in satisfaction as he watched the Yellow Weasel Clan correspondents bring back news from all over the Shinobi world. It's fantastic. My plans for a business empire are finally taking shape. But that's just the beginning. A foundation. Chapter 83. Where's the little Caspian? The three of you are leaving the school. Izuna also took the information and looked at it twice before inquiring. Tetsuya, the more you get, the bigger you get. You're not afraid that if you keep doing this, those Shinobi villages will get red in the eyes, and finally forcefully take over all this you've made? Ha ha, you don't get it here, do you, Izuna? Tetsuya gave a smug smile. I'm just going to do it bigger and bigger. The more the Chiba Chamber of Commerce grows and the more those Shinobu villages won't dare to touch me. After all, we are all smart people, and smart people know where the importance of the Chamber of Commerce lies. There are those who wish to take control of my chamber. Then naturally there are those who do not wish their opponents to be in control. If one of them dares to take it by force, so isn't that just forcing us into the arms of someone else? Izuna nodded, thinking that was the point. It would have been nice for everyone to be at peace with each other. If this drives the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to the rival side and won't do business with you, that wouldn't be fun. Besides, I'd kind of like it if someone would reveal their ambitions and take a shot at my chamber, said Tetsuya as he rubbed his hands together and gave a wicked grin. In that case, I'll just have to go and talk to their leader all night long myself. I believe that by having a cordial, friendly and deep conversation with the other person, the other side will surely be able to understand the meaning of the phrase peace and prosperity. Cordial and friendly, deep conversation? Even Izuna had some control over her expression. I'm afraid what you're calling deep communication is your Susa dagger going deep into his body, the kind that stabs right through. Ugh, don't worry about the details, just say if it's an in-depth exchange. Izuna didn't want to talk. He felt that sometimes it was really impossible to communicate with this Tetsuya guy. But Tetsuya clearly wasn't going to end the chat there. How is Nagato and the others doing with their training? If it's chatting about those three excellent disciples, Izuna felt that he could still continue to communicate with Tetsuya for a while. They're all very good, quite well qualified. Nagato has mastered the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, as well as the compound jutsu you taught him. Minami's developed his paper vanish very well. I'm able to do a lot of things now, and I've mastered the art of the mutual multiplication explosive charm almost as well. As for Yahiko, speaking of Yahiko, Izuna paused. What happened to Yahiko? Yahiko, he's fine. The 8 gates of transportation have been able to open the 5th gate. With that said, he looked at Tetsuya with some irritation. It's why you taught Yahiko so many Suetun ninjutsu. What with the hard eddy water blade, the water rush wave, the water formation wall, the water even bouncing. If it weren't for the fact that his orange hair stood out, I'm going to wonder if the one standing in front of me is the naturally evil Chibiusa. Except for that sinister and evil flying thunder god chopper. He's pretty much learned all the jutsu that Chibiusa commonly uses. Don't you think it's funny? Tetsuya laughed. Wait until the day when Chibiusa is resurrected and sees your disciples using all of his jutsu. How will he look when that time comes? Hearing that, Izuna's original not-so-good mood became beautiful when she thought about it carefully. Then he turned and headed for the door. What are you doing? That Yahiko kid's water escape isn't quite up to par in some places. I'll go give him some pointers. Trying to get him over that naturally evil guy. Chibiusa. Tetsuya was speechless for a moment. Time passes like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye another couple of weeks go by. In the middle of Chiba Manor, Nagato and Minami and Yahiko were standing side by side, and standing across from the three of them were none other than Tetsuya and Izuna. Tetsuya looked at the three and spoke. You three have been studying under us for a very long time. Both the way of business and the way of patience have taken a few real lessons from us. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice is up to the individual. While following our studies is certainly robust, the results are limited. It's time to let you go out into the world. Didn't you want to go back to the rain country before? Now that the wars died down, too, and you have learned something, so go back. Go back to where you came from. Sensei. Asterisk 3. The three of them looked at Tetsuya and Izuna with extraordinarily emotional feelings, unable to hold back the tears in their eyes. Izuna spoke up. The strength of the three of you, not to say how top-notch you are, should have no problem defending yourselves, but the shinobi world has hidden tigers and dragons, so you should be careful. Tetsuya continued to add. And one more thing you should keep in mind. The forbidden arts I've given you should not be used lightly until it's absolutely necessary. Of course it's best to run away if you can't beat them. You're still young. There's still room for you to grow. Later on, when you're at your peak and he's senile, he'll just ride the face output. Asterisk 3. The moment these words came out, the original somewhat sad atmosphere of separation was swept away. Ha ha. I'm just talking to liven things up. Still, the meaning in that statement is quite important, so it's good that you understand it. Tetsuya snorted, then squared his shoulders. Well, you may leave, and from the moment you set foot outside the gates of Chiba Manor, no matter what kind of trouble you get into, don't mention either of our names, okay? After all, our two names are somewhat special in the shinobi world, but Chiba Manor will always be your home, and you can come back whenever you want. Also, if you need anything, you can go to the Chiba Chamber of Commerce for help. Well, that's all I have to say, so off you go. Izuna nodded back and said no more. The much grown-up trio looked at the two unchanged teachers in front of them and, solemnly, he performed a master and disciple salute. Many thanks to the benefactor for teaching me. My disciple will always remember my teacher's kindness. All right, get up. Lifted the three men to their feet and said their final goodbyes. The three of them left Chiba Manor with all their skills and headed straight for the land of rain. Looking at the backs of the three departing, Tetsuya lamented. The manor is going to get a lot colder from now on, he said and laughed again. But I'm afraid the shinobi world is going to be lively in the future. The three Nagatos nowadays aren't as naive as they were when they were brought out by Jiraiya. They learn more than simply the ways of business and ninjutsu from this place, but also Tetsuya's shrewdness and Izuna's strength. In this way, even if they were separated from Tetsuya and Izuna, it would be enough for them to gain a foothold in the shinobi world. The activity of teaching apprentices is over. So what's next for you? Izuna looked to Tetsuya and inquired, knowing that Tetsuya wasn't one to be idle. I'm sure we'll be looking for another opportunity to screw up next. I'm going to make a trip to the Rain Ninja Village. Tetsuya gave that familiar bad smile. It's time for that guy Hanzo the mountain peppercorn to experience what it means to be in heaven on earth. What's the ultimate in enjoyment now? Chapter 84 Rain Shadow Mountain Pepperfish Hanzo? Land of Rain. Rain Ninja Village. In the middle of a building, Hanzo Yamashiro looked out the window at the village. Ever since working with whatever chamber of commerce Kakuto represents, the Rain Ninja Village, were also getting ahead. The village, which had been in a state of disrepair, was also renovated with high buildings and new houses, and the streets were crowded with people. The faces of the people inside the village, both ninja and civilians, were filled with hope. That's what he'd love to see, to be able to witness this. It was his honor as the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, but he still felt as if something was missing. With that in mind, Hanzo Yamashiro left the bed and went back to his office. Sitting on top of luxurious leather seats covered with a full tiger skin blanket, a table made of precious fragrant sandalwood. Overhead was a crystal chandelier, and behind them, above the display cases, were a variety of rare ornaments. It's perennially rainy in the Rain Ninja Village, and it looks incredibly wet outside. The office was indeed very dry, with several dehumidifiers in operation to keep the expensive items in the office dry. Nothing more, just money. For what I've earned in a year. It was more than all the money they had accumulated since the establishment of the Rain Ninja Village until now combined. What am I missing? Hanzo Yamashiro picked up a glass made of carved crystal and poured himself a glass of red wine, took off his gas mask and took a sip when no one was around. Duck. There was a knock on the office door, and Hanzo Yamashiro put down his crystal glass and put on his mask. Enter. A ninja from the Rain Ninja Village walked in. Hanzo-sama. Kakuto seeks an audience. Kakuto? Oh, count the time. It's dividend day again, isn't it? Hanzo probably guessed what Kakuto was coming for and nodded. Let him come over. Understood. Soon Kakuto was ushered into the middle of Hanzo's office in Yamashiro. Aiya, Hanzo-sama. I've missed seeing you. I see you're looking better too. Seeing Kakuto, Hanzo also smiled in a rare moment. And not thanks to Mr. Kakuto. You and the Chamber of Commerce behind you have brought huge benefits to our Rain Ninja village and allowed us to grow. As the saying goes, it's good to have money, and after having enough, this chief of mine is also doing much better, and his color is naturally better. With that he made a gesture of invitation. Come sit down Mr. Kakuto, just in time to have a drink with me. The average person doesn't have the credentials to drink with Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. After all, Hanzo Yamabushi has a poison sac transplanted into his body, which makes him highly toxic with every breath he takes in and out. Had to wear a special gas mask to be able to communicate properly with others. But the horns are alright. Kakuto, who relied on the Earth Grudge's secret technique to transform his body, wasn't that afraid of poison. Ordinary toxins didn't have much effect on him, and even if it was a special toxin, the big deal is a new heart. This advantage also makes Kakuto one of the few people who can drink and communicate with Hanzo Yamashiro. Good. It just so happens that I have some wine cravings. Kakuto doesn't play nice with Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn. Sitting down, he took the glass of wine handed to him by Hanzo Yamashiro. The two of them don't talk about money. After all, they've worked together for such a long time. The tacit understanding that should be there is still there. On this fine wine the two chatted idly, and Kakuto put his sights and sounds of running a business. Hanzo says what he ran into as a chieftain. The two had a pretty good chat. Seeing that the time was almost right, Kakuto took out a sealing scroll. Chief Hanzo, I've come here to give you this month's share of the profits. The dividends are inside this scroll, so go through it and count the number. No, we've worked together for so long. I've watched the changes you've brought to the Rain Ninja village, points and all. I trust you. Well, then, thanks to Hanzo's chief's trust, I'll drink to you, said Kakuto as he picked up his glass and took a drink. Good. Here, I'll fill it up for Mr. Kakuto. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, also poured a cup full for Kakuto himself. Kakuto continued. Chief Hanzo, in fact, we have a magnificent merchant in the Chamber of Commerce who admires you very much. I think you are a rare invisible ninja hero, with the power of a village against several major ninja villages. Such vigor has never been seen before. He asked me to bring you a couple of gifts, and I hope you'll smile. Oh, someone in your chamber appreciates me. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, was also a bit surprised. He also asked you to bring me a present. That's right, Hanzo sama-sama. Please look. Kakuto took out the sealing scroll and opened it in front of Hanzo the mountain pepper. There were two additional items on the table. A solid gold statue of a mountain pepper, and the other was the rain-shadowed bucket hat that had been ready for a long time. When he saw that rain-shadow bucket hat, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish couldn't take his eyes off of it anymore. This is a rain-shadow bucket hat? That's right. That magnificent merchant felt that you, Hanzo-sama, were powerfully fighting several shinobi villages, already qualified to be on par with their so-called 5 shadows. That's why he specially commissioned a customized bucket hat like this. I hope you'll like it. I like it. Of course I like it. I like it so much. This magnificent merchant of your Chamber of Commerce, he really understands me. He really is a confidant I have never met. Sanja Hanzo reached out his hands and picked up the Rain Shadow bucket hat with some excitement. Kakuto said with a smile. Then let's still ask Rain Shadow to put on the bucket hat to see if it fits. Hearing Kakuto call himself Rain Shadow, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish felt extraordinarily relieved. Raising the Rain Shadow bucket hat he put it on his head. It fits. It really fits. But there's a little something missing. Still a little something missing? Kakuto also froze for a moment. No way. This guy wanted something else? So greedy? That's right. There's a little something missing, but I had it ready before. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, stood up and walked over to a carved mahogany cabinet and he opened the door of the cabinet, which is so large a cabinet this actually hangs only one piece of clothing. Horns could see what kind of clothing it was. It was the Rain Shadow robe that matched the Rain Shadow bucket hat. A white robe with a purple raindrop pattern on the lower part and edges of and written on the back in large letters, Hatsune Miikage. Good lord. So this old boy had prepared this for himself long ago. Seeing this rune Rain Shadow robe corner cannot help but in the heart of the emotion. It's really the same as what Boss Chiba guessed. Ha! Hanzo Yamabushi put on his Rain Shadow robe, squared his Rain Shadow bucket hat, and turned around to inquire. How about it, Mr. Kakuto? Does this one fit me? Kakuto clapped and applauded. It's so fitting, worthy of Rain Shadow-sama. That's what you should be wearing. Become the Rain Shadow of the Rain Ninja Village and the 6th shadow of the Shinobi world. Ha ha, Mr. Kakuto said it well. Thank that magnificent merchant for me later. Let him come to our Rain Ninja Village as a guest sometime, and I'll treat him well. Chapter 85, Invitations. After getting the Rain Shadow bucket hat, having lost his sharpness by Azuna's slash, Yamabushi Banzai had regained his confidence, and his intention was to find a time to officially announce himself as the Hatsune Miikage. As soon as this decision came out, the whole village of Rain Hidden Village was abuzz. Nothing else. In the middle of this second Shinobi War, Yamabushi Hanzo's prestige in the Rain Hidden Village had reached its zenith, and his announcement that he was going to become the Rain Shadow at this time was naturally supported by the entire village. As for the attitude of those large villages, what the hell? In the eyes of the populace, they, Hanzo-sama, are just invincible. Of course there are people in a village who are blindly fanatical, and naturally there are those who are sober. They knew that if the chieftain did this, he would inevitably be targeted by the 5 major ninja villages, and then they, the Rain Hidden Village, would be in trouble. But this small number of sober people pales into insignificance in the face of the frenzied public opinion of a small group of people, without enough power simply cannot fight the big picture. Chiba Manor. By the creek, Tetsuya and Izuna are fishing. A dozen 7 brought a piece of information, as usual, but beyond that information, and a beautifully framed invitation. Oh, there's actually something new this time? Tetsuya looked at the invitation in the hands of a dozen 7 with some surprise. Yes boss, this one is a letter from Tentacle Monster and this one is an invitation from Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. An invitation from Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish? Interesting, is this an invitation for me? Tetsuya took Kakuto's letter and Hanzo's invitation. While Tetsuya studied the envelope and invitation, Izuna handed his fish trap to a dozen 7s. A dozen 7 eyes glazed over at the sight of a basket full of fish. Opening the envelope, Tetsuya read it. In the letter, Kakuto briefly explains what happened in the country of Ikimoku no Yu. One of the more crucial points is that under Kakuto's operation, the management of the Rain Hidden Village has begun to thrive on extravagance. At the same time, he gave Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn, what Tetsuya had given him. The bucket had also becomes a key point in triggering the ambitions of Hanzo Yamashiro, who intends to assume the position of Rain Shadow. Interesting. Rain Shadow Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo? Casually handing the letterhead to an interested Izuna, Tetsuya opened the invitation. Mr. Chiba is as good as his word. Although I have never met Mr. Chiba, I have known him for a long time, and he is my confidant. There are very few people in the shinobi world who know what I think and want, and you are one of them. Although I'm not talented, I have a great ambition, and I've been trying to improve my governance, and I've been raising my troops in the fields. In the period of war, the army was prepared to drive out foreign troubles, stabilize the country, and keep the peace on one side. Now that the country is stabilized and the people are rich, a certain person intends to ascend to the position of Rain Shadow to intimidate the curiosity of the 8 parties. I sincerely invite Mr. Chiba to come to the ceremony and witness the glorious moment of my life. After reading the contents of the invitation, Tetsuya couldn't help but be staggered. Why does Hanzo the mountain pepperfish talk in a literal way? Not like a martial artist at all. It looks like it should have been ghostwritten by someone else. Izuna glanced at the invitation. Normal. He's at least the leader of a shinobi village. There must be a few educated staff around. But the level of this invitation. Guess that Hillbilly's handler was only a half-wit. Ha ha, so you're quite knowledgeable in this area. Izuna? It's okay. Back in the days of the warring states, there is a part of the formal fighting between the ninja clans that involves laying down a letter of war. Our Uchiha clan's war letters are usually written by me. As for my brother, he just needs to fight with all his might. Well, awesome. Not bad for an external brain of an Uchiha. Instead of picking up on Tetsuya's comment, Izuna said as he put away his fishing rod, then it's time to move on to the rain country next, isn't it? That's right. How about it? Come along. I'm not interested. Izuna shook her head. When I do go to the rain country, I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself enough to strike and give that guy another stab. Okay, so what are you going to do? Stay here alone? Well, it's nice to be alone, just so I can study those 3 volumes of forbidden arts. Ever since Izuna realized that Tetsu wouldn't die until he did, he also became interested in the 3 volumes of forbidden arts that were killing people. Tetsuya thought it over. The image of Izuna opening the 8 gates and using her multiple shadow doppelgangers to summon an army of Suzaku rushing up to blow someone up with the mutual multiplication explosive charm technique came to mind. The body shuddered and shivered. Good guy. Too violent. The picture is too beautiful without eyes. Come on. You're happy. The land of rain. The 3 Nagatos have been back in the once poor and destitute country for some time now. But ever since the Chiba Chamber of Commerce entered into a partnership with the Rain Hidden Village, the land of rain has changed a bit. It also took some time for them to get used to and understand the current rain country. The 3 of them plopped down a house as their residence with the startup money Tetsuya gave them. Standing on the upper floor, the 3 of them looked down on what was now the rainy hidden village, though it was still wet everywhere and, but it was a lot more active than the rain-hidden village they had seen before. Worthy of a teacher, the arrival of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. What a great change to this village in this country. Minami couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. And Nagato nodded. Yes. And what Mr. Kakuto said in the first place was right. All the problems of the former Rain Country came down to being too poor. And now that there's money, everyone in Rain Country is slowly getting better. Yahiko, on the other hand, looked a little excited. Doesn't that say even more that what Tetsuya-sensei is teaching us is useful and true? As long as we use all the skills that Tetsuya-sensei taught us, we'll be able to develop the Rain Country for the better and make a good life for everyone. Besides, the Rain Country is just a starting point, and as long as the Rain Country gets it right, we will also be able to slowly influence the entire Shinobi world, and then the era of peace in the Shinobi world will come by our own hand. Ah, Nagato, Minami, isn't this what we've been waiting for? Now, the road to the ideal age has appeared before us. Yes, that's right, the road to the ideal age has appeared before us. Infected by Yahiko, Nagato began to get excited as well. And, looking at the excited duo, Minami broke into a smile. Yahiko shouted as she held out her right hand. Come on, let's work together. The three men's hands were folded together. Go 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 go. Asterisk 3. The three were determined to change this Shinobi world with the skills they had learned. And the trio's movements were picked up by a white creature. Aiya, the person Black Jedi is looking for has finally appeared. I have to hurry up and bring this news back. With the news of these three people, that Black Jedi guy shouldn't be so grumpy anymore. The white Jedi slowly blended into the ground and left the rain-hidden village. Chapter 86, Kiba F4 and the Kiba Ninja Clan. Hanzo Yamabushi is going to stand on his own feet and become a rain shadow. News of the intention to stand alongside the shadows of the 5 major shinobi villages quickly spread throughout the shinobi world. All the major shinobi villages have gotten the message. Even the small ninja villages that weren't very powerful knew about it. In response, there was envy, jealousy, and ridicule from the smaller ninja villages. They felt that the Yugon village had merely mixed up a few battles in the midst of the Second Shinobi World War. What qualifications are there to stand alongside the 5 major ninja villages? Of course, the attitude of the lesser ninja villages didn't matter. What really mattered was the 5 major ninja villages. Kiba held a high-level meeting for this purpose. In the middle of the conference room, Sarutobi Hinata was sitting in the main seat, and beside him was the elders. Then came the heads of the major shinobi clans. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all gotten the message. Hanzo Yamabushi of the Rain-Hidden Village is going to establish himself as the Rain Shadow, intending to become the 6th largest ninja village. What do you all think about this? Before the crowd could open their mouths, Shimura Tuzo let out a cold snort. What else is there to see? How dare a tiny little rain ninja call himself the 6th largest ninja village? What class does he have to dare to stand alongside our Kiba? It looks like the lesson we taught them before wasn't hard enough. Ryza should teach a lesson to a guy who gets carried away. Gather your men. Isn't he having some kind of inauguration? We'll just go and show him a good time. Sarutobi Hinata didn't say anything. He just glanced aside at Mito Mengyan. Mito Mengyan immediately understood and opened his mouth. Don't be so murderous. There's no need to move around and fight. Souza. Besides, our village is still in a recuperative stage. Not fit to go to war again. Besides, our Konoha has always been harmonious and friendly. Actively provoking war. It's detrimental to our Kiba's image. Turning to bed, Kasumi concurred. Yeah, it's still recuperating. And finances are still tight. And if we go to war again, that's even more stressful. You can't prepare enough war material without enough money. The crowd also discussed the question of whether or not to go to war. Within Kiba, there were those who were in favor of war and those who were in favor of peace. But in the end, it was the ones who were in favor of peace that were in the majority. After all, the war had only just ended, and the major shinobi clans had sacrificed a lot of people, and not many people were willing to go to war again. Okay, everyone be quiet. Sarutobi tapped on the table. The crowd fell silent, and they knew that this third generation Naruto-sama should have a decision in his mind. Well, I understand what you're all thinking. The general idea is that there needs to be a counter to the arrogance of the Rain-Hidden Village. But it is not quite feasible to start a major war again. Not wanting to and not being able to fight. The crowd nodded, thinking that Sarutobi was right. Have to come up with a way to both show that they are. It's not like you can start a war and cause another sacrifice. Tell you what, I'm sure we're not the only ones in the Rain Country who don't like the movements of the other shinobi villages. The Sand-Hidden Village and the Earth-Hidden Village in particular will surely react as well. We'll just send them letters and we'll all join together to boycott the Yuzenville. So as to show Hanzo the mountain pepper fish that even if he calls himself a shadow and claims to be the 6th great shinobi village, he's nothing in our eyes. Everyone was feeling satisfied. However, Suzu snorted coldly. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, "You're really too weak, Hinata." Still, he didn't open his mouth on this occasion, and there were quite a few people present now that the chiefs of the ninja clans had come, and more or less had to save face for Hinata. The Naruto, if it had been just a couple of them old buddies there, he would have been slamming the table and then yell out, "Hinata, you're too soft, you'll regret it later," then turning away in style to Sarutobi's yell of, "Enough is enough, I'm the Naruto," and slam the conference room door on the way out. This would set off his Sarutobi's incompetence and his own determination for the sake of the village. A similar meeting took place at the same time in the 5 major ninja villages. However, the most important thing was the ninja villages of the 3 great nations neighboring the rain country: fire, earth, and wind. After all, they bordered the rain country. And as for the cloud and mist hidden villages, one is separated from the Yugon village by several countries, and the other is even more isolated overseas. They didn't have much of a reaction to the rain country's approach to the. After all, there was no direct conflict of interest, and as for reputation, that sort of thing wasn't useful just because you called yourself the 6th largest shinobi village. The name of their 5 major ninja villages had been earned through the trials and tribulations of the ninja world for so many years. Okay, now let's move on to another issue. Sarutobi Hinata also sort of set the tone for this whole thing of the Rain Ninja Village calling itself the 6th largest ninja village, starting to get ready to discuss other issues. After all, so many shinobi clan chiefs had been called here for this meeting. It's bound to be more than just a discussion of a small rain-hidden village. With regard to the development of the village, I wish to discuss with the matriarchs this great war, although we won the war, has cost us quite heavily. The attrition of war, the replenishment of war material, and the pensions for the families of the fallen ninjas need a lot of money, and the village does seem to be in a bit of a financial crunch these days. That's why I wish to discuss this with the family heads. His words were fairly euphemistic, but his meaning was quite blunt. That is, he, Sarutobi Hizuru, hoped that these clans would contribute some funds to the village. However, it was a meeting that didn't go down too pleasantly with everyone talking. Sarutobi Hizuru thinks that since your great clans enjoy the protection of the village, eating all kinds of welfare benefits from the village, then now that the village is in distress you should contribute to help. After all, over the years, this major ninja clan has done all sorts of business, relying on Konoha's reputation to. The amount of money made, a little bit from each family is nothing at all, right? At least help the village get through this first. But the great families did not see it in the same way. They felt that, in time of war, it was the people from their various great clans who charged to the forefront, the absolute main force of the war, and sacrificed the most people. They've sacrificed so many of their clan members for the village. Why should they ask for money from them now? What's the deal with that? How can you even eat it? In the end, after still being persuaded by Sarutobi's painstakingly, the big families contributed some token money. After the heads of the clans had left, only the Kiba F4 remained in the conference room. These abominable fellows, who are obviously enjoying the benefits of the village, and yet you are not willing to share the village's worries. How hateful. Shimura Tuso grunted coldly, especially that inherently evil Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan, to claim to be the #1 shinobi clan in Konoha, and to end up paying out just that little amount of money. It's abominable. Well, there's no use talking about it anymore. The priority right now, it's how to make up the deficit. Although Mino Mengyan was also unhappy with the attitudes of these great ninja clans, but the first order of business is how to get enough money to solve the village's immediate needs. Sarutobi Hinata took out his pipe and lit it, taking a sharp drag before saying, "Why don't a couple of us offer a little more?" Turning to sleep, Haru shook his head. "No, this amount is too big, and a few of our clans can't get that much money. Alas, I think of someone." Suddenly Mito Mengyan seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Sarutobi and said, "The Chiba Chamber of Commerce, which has recently gained notoriety in the shinobi world. It was created by that Chiba kid who went out from inside the village, right?" Chapter 87, The Gap Between Naruto and Naruto. At the mention of the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce, a strange gleam flashed in the eyes of several people. After all, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has been making a name for itself in the shinobi world lately, so to speak. After all, they do business in a pretty wide range of areas, and they make really good money. Sarutobi Hinata remembered the young man who had opened a noodle shop in Konoha back in the day. His ramen is really well crafted and has gotten rave reviews from his teachers. He had talked to Tetsuya in the beginning, and at that time he had told himself that, to make the name of Chiba famous in the shinobi world in his own way. Now it seems that he really did. And with the expanding influence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, the name of Chiba also literally spread throughout the shinobi world. Mito Mengyan opened his mouth and proposed. The Chiba Chamber of Commerce's voice is all over the shinobi world. so I'm sure that Chiba family must be very rich. He is, after all, the Hanako who went out from the village. So perhaps you could go and ask for some money from him in return for what he has given to the village. Hearing Mito Munyen's proposal, Shimura Guanzo snorted coldly. Humph. Since that what's his name Chiba used to be part of the village, then he is always part of the village. In my opinion, that Chiba Chamber of Commerce should be owned by the village. It was a threat to let him, a civilian, take control of such a large Chamber of Commerce organization. Hinata, let the old man go on his way. I'll have a nice chat with that Chiba family. I am sure that under my enlightenment, he will obediently hand over the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to Kiba. Regarding such an existence as the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, as the darkness of the ninja world, Shimura Guanzo naturally knew about it. Even he had a rough idea of how much the Chiba Chamber of Commerce was earning each day. And to be honest, he was also very greedy for the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce. If not for the fact that he never had the chance, he would have wanted to secretly control this Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce. As long as he controls the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and has a big financial backing, Orochimaru's experiments would be able to go on smoothly, and then the Naruto position would be his own. Wouldn't it? You crossed the line, Junzo. Sarutobi Hinata's cold cry yanked Ryunzo back from his fantasy. Put away your little mind. He knew all too well what his old buddy was thinking. Definitely has a crooked mind about the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. But he, Sarutobi Hizuru, would never allow Suzu to do that. Though after so many years as Naruto, his mind and thoughts had changed a bit. But some things haven't changed. My teacher once said, the Chiba family had given their all for Kiba, and a good shinobi clan was now left with only Tetsuya Chiba's branch. Such a family that had given everything for the village. He wouldn't allow Junzo to mess around with it. Besides, Sensei had said that he should take care of the Chiba family, but he hadn't been able to do anything about it, even now. But at least you can't let your old buddy wreak havoc on the other side. Although Tetsuya Chiba was once a part of Kiba, but they, the Chiba family, had given enough for Kiba, a shinobi clan that had fought for Kiba to the end, and now he was the only one left. We can't ask too much of such a family, said Sarutobi as he took a drag on his cigarette. However, it is true that the village is in some difficulty today, so let me go talk to him and Tetsuya is a sensible man. I'm sure he'll understand. Turning to bed, Koharu spoke up at that moment and warned, if that's the case, then Hinata I suggest you get a move on. According to the intel, the Chiba Chamber of Commerce has a partnership with Hanzo Yamashiro. Hanzo Yamabushi has invited the head of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to go to the Rain Ninja village for his inauguration as Rain Shadow. And it's no surprise that he should be moving soon. This Chiba Tetsuya, how dare he cooperate with the Hidden village? This is a betrayal of the village. What's the point of chatting with Hinata? It's only right to directly make a move to control Tetsuya Chiba and make him hand over the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Enough Gunzo. He's just a civilian, not a ninja of the village. It's his freedom to talk to whoever he wants to do business with. Humph. Hinata, you're just too weak. An organization like the Chiba Chamber of Commerce should be in the hands of the village. Sooner or later something will go terribly wrong if you let him work with the Hidden village. Enough Gunzo. I'm Naruto. You'll regret this Hinata. Shimura slapped the door and slammed it. Looking at the departing Gunzo, Sarutobi kept smoking a cigarette. The smoke filled the conference room. Makes it hard to see his eyes. The next day, at the Chiba Hotel, Tetsuya, who was about to leave for the Rain Hidden village, received a message from Kiba. Sarutobi Hinata invited me back to Konoha? Something you want to talk to me about? Tetsuya looked at the letter that had reached him through the channels of the Chamber of Commerce. It was also full of questions for a while. No. What is this? Is there something big happening in Kiba during this period? And it seems like it's been a long time since I've had any contact with Kiba. He wanted to ask Izuna what he thought. After all, he had a good head on his shoulders and might be able to see some of what's wrong. But Izuna wasn't there. He was still inside the Chiba Manor studying forbidden arts. It doesn't matter. Let's just soldier on. There's no way that Sarutobi Hinata guy. Screw yourself with a ghoul sealing the end of the meeting if you've got a brain fart. Tetsuya was just about to call for a carriage to take him back to Kiba first. When he walked up to the door he stopped in his tracks. Isn't it a little inappropriate for me to go back in this condition? Thinking about it, he unleashed his shapeshifting spell and, shaking himself into the image of a rich, greasy middle-aged man with a big belly. Well, that would fit the identity of Tetsuya Chiba. It was an exceptionally smooth trip back to Konoha. No assassinations, no attacks, there were no accidents. The carriage arrived at Kiba without incident. Kiba's main entrance, Sarutobi Hinata, in his Naruto robes, wearing a Naruto bucket hat, he personally stood at the Konoha gate to greet him. Mito Menyen inquired with some confusion. Hinata, isn't this a bit much? You being the shadow of a village, Is it necessary to greet each other in person? On the side, Turner Koharu also nodded his head to express his lack of understanding. Even if you, Sarutobi, want to act pro-people even so, why do you need them to come along as well? Sarutobi responded with a smile as he held his pipe. Oh, that's what you guys don't understand. Nowadays, you know about the influence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce in the Shinobi world, but what you don't know is, Tetsuya Chiba himself was close to the princes and lords of the capital city, and he had blended into the circle of those noble lords. Although on the surface, he's just a civilian and a businessman, but if you guys really see him that way then you're wrong. He can become a nobleman of the fire country anytime he wants to. Still in daimyo extraordinarily close to the nobility. As soon as those words came out, both Mito Mengyan and Turner Koharu reacted. Don't look at him Sarutobi Hinata, as Naruto seems to be very powerful. That's also limited to within Kiba village. Naruto has reached his generation of Sarutobi Hizuru, and it's not the same as it used to be. For a change, whether it's the first or second generation, they can disregard the daimyo and nobles of the fire country. But not him, Sarutobi Hizuru. That's the gap. Chapter 88 Devotion, Payment, Return, Will of Fire. The middle-aged Tetsuya got down from the carriage, and when he saw Sarutobi Hinata and the others he immediately revealed a kind smile. Ha ha, Naruto-sama. It's been a long time. Oops. I didn't expect Naruto-sama to personally bring someone to greet me at the village entrance, so I'm really touched. Tetsuya smiled and stepped forward, shaking Sarutobi's hand warmly. Greetings were exchanged with the others as well. Sarutobi Hinata responded with a similar smile. Ha ha, Shuda. Back then, I could tell that you, Tetsuya, would be able to accomplish something great, and now, the name of your Chiba Chamber of Commerce is known to everyone in the Shinobi world. Your success, and the great joy of everyone in the village. After all, you're from the village too. Hearing Sarutobi Hizuru come up and start to get close, Tetsuya had already roughly guessed his opponent's purpose. 80% of them are here to ask for money. Ha ha, what Naruto-sama said. That what? Let's just stop standing out here for a while and get in the car. We'll talk in the car and go into the village first. Tetsuya invites Sarutobi and the others to join him in his carriage. At first the others thought it wouldn't be crowded with 5 or 6 people in one wagon, waiting to get into the carriage before realizing that, good lord, is the inside of this wagon so much bigger than it looks on the outside? And this upholstery, this carving, this carpet, and this is studded with gems? Is that a night pearl on top? Mounted on top of the wagon. Is it for illumination? They say that Tetsuya Chiba is rich, but he's not so rich as this. Once in the car, Sarutobi Hinata started to get close to Tetsuya and talk about his feelings, and shushing Tetsuya and asking him if he needed any help outside. Are there any commissions or anything like that over at the Chamber of Commerce? Tetsuya replied with a measured, lustful refusal that kept dangling Sarutobi. He wanted to see what this guy was trying to do. Until the carriage stopped in front of the Naruto building and the group arrived in the middle of the conference room. After entering the conference room, Sarutobi Hinata also changed the topic and started complaining to Tetsuya. Said how the village is struggling financially right now. Then it was back to talking to Tetsuya about giving, dedication, rewards, and the will of fire. Saying that Tetsuya started out on the back of a grant from Hatsune Mikoto Naruto-sama back in the day too. Now that Kiba is in trouble and in need of help, Tetsu is able to give a little to the village. Dedicating a little of his funds. Give back to the village a bit of power so that you can inherit the village's will of fire. In the future, all direct descendants of his Chiba family will be able to join Konoha's ninja school without any conditions, learn the jutsu of Konoha and be taught the will of fire. Hearing Tetsuya almost didn't make him laugh. It's worthy of you, Sarutobi. Not only do you want to pay for it yourself, and wanting their children and offspring to come back to Konoha, and talking about being educated in the will of fire. Just kidding. Isn't it just trying to brainwash their offspring with that whole will of fire thing? I've never seen such a wanting and wanting at the same time, and talking in such a grandiose manner. Still, Tetsuya said with a smile. Ha ha, Naruto-sama is right. I couldn't have gotten to where I am today without the help of Hatsune Mikoto-sama. The smile on Sarutobi's face faltered, but it was quickly hidden. He heard the implied meaning in Tetsuya's words. Tetsuya Chiba felt that his success was indeed thanks to the help of Naruto Hatsune back then, but only admitted that it was with the help of Naruto Hatsune, and the others, especially since it doesn't have much to do with Kiba. Now that Kiba wants to take money from himself and try to hold him hostage, he's not going to be ungrateful for old time's sake, but it's not that easy to get paid. Now that all the words have been said, everyone understands each other. Sarutobi Hinata also smiled and said directly, ha ha, Hatsumomo-sama established the village in the hope that the descendants would be carefree, live in safety from outside threats. But the village is in a bit of a bind. Look, Tetsuya, can you help the village? Of course, you don't do this favor for nothing, and you can mention any requests you have. Well, if Naruto-sama says so, I'm not some unkind man. I can invest a sum of money in Kibas. As far as terms go, Tetsuya thought for a moment, and he thought of Sakuya Flagwood's brother. Sakuya Flagwood. This future would be the suicide death of the sword saint of the ninja, Kiba Shiratori. As Naruto-sama knows, I've been running a business in the shinobi world for years. There are times when I run into some danger. How about this? I want a few ninjas from Kiba to protect me. Naruto-sama, do you think it's okay? Sarutobi Hinata had expected Tetsuya Chiba to make some kind of tough request. I didn't realize how hard it would be to just ask a few Konoha ninjas to protect him. Hey, what's so hard about this? I'm going to select a few elite ninja from among my dark personal guards to protect you. Tetsuya shook his head. No, Naruto-sama's shadowy pro-guard is better off. They have important duties on their hands that are inconvenient to mobilize, and I actually had someone in mind before I returned to Kiba. Oh, I wonder who you have your eye on. Tetsuya? I hope that the one who, in the midst of the shinobi wars, Kiba Shiratsugu, who alone killed the back of the Sakura village, was able to come and be my bodyguard, Kiba White Teeth. As soon as that name came out, the three Sarutobi Hinata exchanged glances. You know, the second shinobi world war Kiba Shiratsugu became famous in one battle when his lone army went deep behind enemy lines. Flagwood Sakuma's reputation in Konoha is directly on par with Sarutobi Hizuru's three disciples of Konoha's three. Even, there was an intention to overpower the Sannin. After all, many people felt that the Konoha Shiratsugu went in alone, disturbed the rear of the San Hidden, and came back alive. And the three Kiba ninjas fronted up against the Yamabushi Hanzo and still lost. And I'm afraid they would have died and the war would still be fought if Kiba hadn't already won in the grand scheme of things. This has led many to think that the future fourth Naruto, perhaps it would be between the Konoha Sannin and the Konoha Shiratsuki, with the highest calling being the Konoha Shiratsuki. Actually, as far as Sarutobi is concerned, he was more hopeful that the fourth Naruto would appear among his disciples, and he was now more optimistic about Orochimaru, who after all had been the best since he was a child. However, Orochimaru has been getting closer and closer to Junzo. Lately, this couldn't help but make Sarutobi a little worried. As a Naruto, one's image must be bright and magnificent, and this if he gets too close to Junzo, it wouldn't be good to be tainted with darkness, and it would definitely affect Orochimaru's ability to come in and compete for the position of fourth Naruto. If Orochimaru can't compete, Jiraiya can't be counted on even more. As for Tsunade, forget it, I'm afraid that today's Tsunade doesn't have the heart for it. The deaths of Jomanoki and Kato Break had hit Tsunade too hard. Chapter 89. Of course, now that he, Sarutobi Hinata, was able to sit in the Naruto position for some more time, if necessary, he could have had Junzo suppress Kiba Shirata's reputation himself, create more favorable campaign opportunities for your own disciples. But in the end, his kindness again made him reluctant to take action against the village. Having sat in this position of Naruto for so long, Sarutobi also felt like he was starting to get screwed up. Nowadays, there is a man who says to himself that he can give him a sum of money, helping him with Kiba's financial woes, and also transferring this Kiba Shiratsuki who's screwing him up a bit. Is there such a thing as a good thing in the world? No matter how much prestige he, Kiba Shirata, had within the village, as soon as he left Kiba, then in time and by his own manipulation, everything he had in Kiba would fade away. Well, although he was happy in his heart, he still had a difficult expression on his face. Tetsuya, you know that Tsukumo is the village's hero. He was alone in the middle of the ninja war, penetrating deep into the great rear of the Wind Country and disrupting the logistical supply lines of the San Hidden village. Looking at Sarutobi Hinata's reaction, Tetsuya mentally cursed what a ing black heart he had. You just want more money, that's all. How come you guys stopped talking about how he was the village's great hero when Tsukumo Flagi died later on? But he smiled anyway. I get it all. I can raise the money. What do you want me to say? Sarutobi laughed out loud. Since the advent of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, we in Kiba have been able to see a lot more merchandise. The villagers' lives have become colorful. Thanks to you, Tetsuya, for contributing so much to Konoha and the Land of Fire. Your well-being is naturally very important, and I think your offer is very good. Having a strong person like Tsukumo protect you would be very appropriate. Naruto-sama has a point. So let's work together. Have fun working together. The two men shook hands and both smiled with satisfaction. Tetsuya, I'm sure you're tired and hungry from your journey back from the capital. I have prepared a reception feast for you. The dishes should all be ready by now, so let's take our seats. Good. Then I'll have a nice drink with Naruto-sama today? Ha ha, a drink, a drink. The few people left with big smiles, obviously very satisfied with this final result. A banquet was served, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Sarutobi Hinata was even laughing after getting the grant given by Tetsuya. But Tsukumo's out on a mission. He's not in Konoha for a while. Sarutobi Hinata also had to assure Tetsuya that when Sakuya Flagstaff's mission was over and he returned to Konoha, he must have sent him to Tetsuya the first time. Tetsuya wasn't afraid of Sarutobi backtracking and taking his money and not doing anything with it. Then he doesn't need to be the third-generation Naruto, waiting to meet his teacher. After the banquet, Tetsuya took his leave. After all, he was still in a hurry to go to the Rain Ninja village to witness the inauguration of Hanzo Yamashiro. Wood leaves, root base, as Gumiho sat on top of his seat, which was a 1-to-1 replica of Naruto's throne. Listening to the report from the Negi ninja below. You mean, in the end, Tetsuya Chiba gave Sarutobi a sum of money, and then have Flagstaff Tsukumo protect him? Yes, worthy of you, monkey. Not only did you take a fortune, and took care of a tricky Tsukumo Flagstaff by the way. After listening to the report, Shimura Tuzo couldn't help but sneer. Has that Chiba Tetsuya left the village? Has left, and judging by the direction in which he left, he should not intend to return to the capital. Instead, I intend to travel directly to the rain country, the land of rain. With his head bowed and a dangerous glint in his one discreet one eye, Juzo, I wonder what kind of machinations he's been up to. Time passed, and the Rain Ninja village had recently started to become more and more lively. The date of the Rain Shadow inauguration of Hanzo Yamashiro is coming up. It goes without saying that the people of the Land of Rain look forward to this day. Many people who like to watch the fun also arrived at the Rain Ninja village from all directions. Other than that, relying on that alone, the Rain Ninja village, even the economy of the Rain country has grown quite a bit. After all, these people have to eat when they come, right? You have to spend money to eat, right? After that, do you have to find a place to stay before the store opens? You have to spend money to stay at the store, even after all the excitement. After seeing the ceremony to go back with more or less specialties to go, which in turn cost money, right? The newly constructed Rain Shadow building, financed by the Rain Hidden Village, with Kakuto leading the presidency. Hanzo Yamabushi sat in the middle of the brand new Rain Shadow's office listening to his men's reports. I can't help but nod my head in agreement. Well, as expected of Mr. Kakuto, he really is a business genius. The trick of handing out invitations to the other shinobi villages was a brilliant one, and whether they came or not, the publicity for this inauguration was in place. A lot of people from other countries who came together came to the Rainy Kingdom, which in turn led to economic growth. The hotels inside the village are full. Many of the villagers' bed and breakfasts were filled with people who came to the ceremony, and many of them could not find a place to stay in the village and had to stay inside nearby towns. Nowadays, the mountain peppercorn Hanzo is red hot and can't stop smiling on his face. There's no way around it. Life has been too good. The village is rich and enjoying itself, as if everything is going in the right direction. The Rain Country and the Rain Hidden Village are flourishing. Ha ha, Lord Rainshadow is joking. I'm not considered a genius. Our boss Chiba is the real genius, and I'm only halfway there, learning the ropes by his side. Really? By the way, where has boss Chiba gotten to, and when will he be in our village? Let me know before you arrive so I can meet you personally. After Kakuto's constant bragging, and the previous maneuver of giving Rainshadow a bucket hat, it makes Hanzo Yamabusa convinced that he, Tetsuya Chiba, is the confidant that he, Hanzo Yamabusa, has never met, and an important partner for himself. It's only fair to treat your confidant and your partner with the attitude you should show. It should be soon. I got a message from our boss this morning. He should be able to arrive at the Rain Hidden Village near evening. Oh yeah? I'll have to get ready for that then. Hanzo Yamabushi stood up and straightened his Rain Shadow bucket hat and shadow robe on his head. Come on man. Lord Rainshadow, what is your order? A ninja from the Rain Hidden Village walked into the middle of the office. Although Hanzo Yamabushi had not yet been formally inaugurated as a Rain Shadow, all the ninja in the village had long been ordered to change their names. Is the villa I asked you to prepare earlier ready? Lord Rainshadow, it was already made ready a long time ago. Chapter 90, the teacher must have a serious illness for doing this. That's Lord Rainshadow, and Lord Rainshadow's personal guard. More than that, you see there are other higher-ups inside the village. Good lord, what's with all these big shots coming out? They're headed for the village entrance. The village entrance? Hey, I saw the honor guard going to the village entrance earlier. Is this to greet someone? I don't know. Could it be a shadow from another village coming? No. You see, there were quite a few merchants there as well. They're merchants from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Could it be a big shot from the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce coming? I don't know. Come on, let's go check it out. Go go go. Seeing that the time was almost up, Hanzo Yamabushi himself, with the top brass of the Rain Hidden Village, came to greet Tetsuya on a top scale. This caused a number of people who liked to join in the fun to follow along. For a while the entrance to the Rain Hidden Village was filled with people. On top of the wide main road outside the Rainy Hidden Village, smoke and dust suddenly rose up and it's like something's coming from far away. Soon, a fleet of luxurious horse-drawn carriages appeared in front of the eyes of. The carriage at the head was pulled by 6 steeds, and many people who watched it exclaimed. The carriages behind the head carriage were also mostly pulled by 4 horses, and the entire fleet was so luxurious that it was astonishing. The motorcade is here. Salute fireworks, all of them. At the word of command, the salutes were fired and the fireworks burst into bloom. The honor guard lined up in 2 rows and greeted them, and the drummers of the band began to play vigorously. For a while the entire village entrance was buzzing with activity. Hanzo Yamabushi once again straightened his shadow robe and bucket hat and prepared to meet his confidant. Soon the carriage stopped, and a rich middle-aged man walked out from among the carriages. Seeing that middle-aged man, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish also showed a smile, and Tetsuya's acting skills exploded. And the expression was extremely rich, with 3 parts surprise, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts incontinence on his face. It's like an old man in middle age meeting his idol. Tetsuya quickly stepped down from the carriage and walked towards Hanzo the mountain pepperfish accompanied by 2 boys. Ha ha! Hanzo, the mountain pepperfish, also let out a hearty laugh to meet him. Boss Chiba, we finally meet. Lord Rainshadow, long time no see. I've heard that Lord Rainshadow fought against the 5 major ninja villages on the battlefield and repelled the 3 ninja of Kiba, so he is a true hero of the ninja world. I'm a great admirer of Lord Rainshadow. Today I finally met Lord Rainshadow himself. It really is a triple blessing. Alas, Boss Chiba is joking. It's hard to find a confidant in life, and nowadays, in this ninja world, and how many people understand me? Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. You, Boss Chiba, are my hard-to-find confidant. Ha ha, thanks to Lord Rainshadow for looking up to me, Tetsuya said as he reached out and pointed to the rear of the convoy. I have brought a congratulatory gift to Lord Rainshadow, knowing that he will be formally inaugurated the day after tomorrow. Some worthless trinkets. I hope Lord Rainshadow doesn't mind. Hanzo Yamabushi looked over at the dozen or so wagons. Nice one. You can tell by the wagon wheels pressed against the ground that there must be some good stuff in there. And it's still a dozen wagons, so what do you call it worthless? Not bad for your confidant. It's a generous offer. What words? What words? How could I dislike it? You're my hard-to-find confidant. Come on, follow me into the village. Now that we're here, let's stay a few more days. I'll show you a good taste of our rain-hidden village. The 2 joked and laughed as they entered the rain-hidden village surrounded by a large group of people. There are so many people over there. What are they doing? The 2 of them, Yahiko and Nagato, who had come out to make purchases, were attracted by the lively commotion not far away. The 2 men looked in the direction of where the crowd was. It seems like Lord Rainshadow has come out to greet some big shot. Yeah, let's go check it out. Yahiko came to his senses, and instantly dragged Nagato along to join in the fun. Nagato, who was holding a bunch of stuff, couldn't argue with Yahiko and had to follow. Excuse me, what's going on here? And who is that person with Rainshadow-sama? Oh, don't you know about this little brother? That guy is the big boss of the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce. Tetsuya Chiba. Ugh, Tetsuya Chiba. That's not the old. Yahiko was just about to say isn't that the teacher when Nagato yanked him before the words could come out. Nagato warned in a low voice. Yahiko, don't forget. Sensei said that he wouldn't let us reveal our identities outside. Ow. Yahiko nodded her head back and forth, smiling at the man from earlier. Alas. So that's the big boss of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. But I heard he's not very young and handsome? How come this Chiba boss is so old? The passerby explained with a smile. Ha ha, I see. The one you're talking about, little brother, is Boss Chiba's son, Chiba Ryo, right? I've heard that Chiba moved behind the scenes a long time ago and is in semi-retirement. The business of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce was given to Chiba Ryo. The very young and handsome one you saw is probably Chiba Ryo. Oh, so it is. The 2 of them nodded with an expression that said so. But it's all an act. After all, as Tetsuya Chiba's disciple. But they know the truth of it all. There is no such thing as Chiba Ryo. Chiba Tetsuya and Chiba Ryo are one and the same person. And Tetsuya, who was surrounded by the crowd, also felt something at this time. Looking in the direction where Nagato and Yahiko were, sure enough, he saw the conspicuous splash of red and orange in the middle of the crowd. Having been with the 3 for a long time, he was all too familiar with the chakra in all 3 of them, and with the passage of time, his immortal art cultivation had become more and more refined. The perception of chakra was also extraordinarily sharp. He nodded and smiled in the direction of the two. The two saw the familiar smile and realized what was going on. Can't be wrong. It should be the teacher. But why did the teacher become like this? Well, the teacher must have had his big sickness when he did that. Makes sense. The two men muttered something in whispers, then turned to leave. They were used to it. After all, when they lived in Chiba Manor before, Tetsuya just doesn't like to play by the rules. So much so that now, seeing that Tetsuya had turned into a middle-aged greasy uncle and arrived at the rain-hidden village, and just assume he has some outrageous idea. Forget it, let's go back. Minami is still waiting for us. Go. Watching the two leave just like that, Tetsuya couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. TSK, two rebellious disciples. Don't they even come to say hello to their master? How much of a wave to signal? It's not like you need to clap your hands and weep at the same time. What's wrong, boss Chiba? As a ninja, Hanzo Yamashiro noticed Tetsuya's eyes cast in a certain direction, but he looked over and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Ha ha, it's nothing. Just now I thought I saw a familiar face, but after taking a closer look I don't think so. I should be the one to misidentify. Chapter 91, Isolating the Yuin? Wrong. It's Kiba that's isolated. In the rain-hidden village, a high platform was erected above the empty square in front of the Rain Shadow building, as if to coincide with this important day. Finally the rain-hidden village that was shrouded in clouds cleared up in a rare moment. The sky above was cloudless, and the sun just hung in the air alone shining on the earth. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. Not only were the people of the rain-hidden village waiting for the inauguration ceremony to follow, but surprisingly, the Awashin village and the sand-hidden village and the cloud-hidden village actually sent representatives. Konoha had intended to unite with several other major ninja villages to isolate and ostracize the Yuin village. But what one didn't expect was that the Awashin village and the sand-hidden village didn't care about Kiba's attitude at all. Instead, he chose to come to the ceremony for Hanzo Yamashiro. The reason is also very simple. Compared to the land of fire, which is rich in goods and land, the lands of the land of earth and the land of wind are going to be barren. And with the emergence of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, relying on the Rainy Kingdom as an important transportation hub, the products of other countries were transported and sold to the land of wind and the land of earth, so that these two countries also used the goods of other countries. And, due to the special mode of operation of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, the foreign specialties sold to the two countries weren't too expensive, and the specialties from their countries were able to be entrusted to the Chamber of Commerce to be repulled back to the Rainy Kingdom for sale. This has been a great boon to both their countries. Instead of following Kiba in suppressing and ostracizing the rain-hidden village, it would be better to continue to do business with the U-hidden village and the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. After all, making money is not shabby, especially in the land of the wind, poor as it is. What with the title of the 5 great Shinobi villages, the glory of the, it's all farts. As for the cloud-hidden village, it was purely because they heard that the sand-hidden village and the Iwakuni village were here. They also sent a representative to join in the fun. And then there's the fact that they've heard that a big shot from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce will show up. Reikage also hoped that the Chiba Chamber of Commerce would be able to open up the Thunder Country's trade routes as well. The misty hidden village at the end, they didn't send anyone. After all, they're just too far away. The scene of this hilarity would not have much to do with them if they were alone overseas. Directly below the high platform is the VIP table. The sand-hidden village. The representatives of the Awashin village as well as the cloud-hidden village were sitting above them. And next to them was Tetsuya Chiba, the representative of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Representing the Sandy Hidden Village was none other than the Sandy Hidden Village's top patriarch, Chio Brahma. The Iwakamura also sends out the son of the third Earth Shadow, Anoki, a young 20-year-old ninja named Yellow Earth. The Cloud Shadow Village was represented by the Cloud Shadow Village's wise man, 2D. Chio and Tetsu knew each other. Tetsuya had personally traveled to the Sand Hidden Village and met Chio when he was pioneering the Sand Hidden Village's trade route. Ha ha. Good to say, do business, and gas and gas and gas. President Chiba is refreshing. Ha ha, then my old self will thank President Chiba on behalf of Wind Shadow. Alas, Elder Chio is polite. What thanks for something mutually beneficial. Chio's old face was wrinkling into a chrysanthemum as he smiled. Having negotiated another big deal, the money earned from this deal will be able to help turn around the village a bit more. Although Huang Tu was a young man, he had an honest and simple character and looked a bit wooden. Anoki had sent him out with the intention of sharpening him up a bit, so that he'd change his lack of talkativeness. But it's clear that it's not something that's going to change that simply. He wouldn't say a word more unless he was actively coming up to talk to him. Chairman Chiba, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Cloud Hidden Village Tutai. Tetsuya and Chio finished talking business, and Tutai took the initiative to come up and talk. Aiya, so it's the Tutai brothers from the Cloud Hidden Village. I've heard a lot about them. I've long heard that the Tudai brothers have the reputation of being the wise men of the cloud-hidden village, and I didn't think that Lord Rakage would actually send you out as his representative. Hearing Tetsuya Dao praise himself as the cloud-hidden village's wise man, Tutai was also a bit pleased. After all, 1,000 times through the horse's ass does not wear it, who are happy to hear a few good words. Ha ha, Chairman Chiba is joking. I'm just giving Lord Rakage 2 ideas. Not much of a think tank. Rather, Chairman Chiba is well informed. Even a nobody like me has heard of it. Ha ha, Brother Tudai is being modest. A man as good as you. And how could it be a nobody? Alas, Chairman Chiba, I am truly a nobody, Tutai said with a wave of his hand, hastily digressing from the topic. Chairman Chiba, actually, this time our Lord Rakage sent me here. One is to attend Rainshadow's inauguration. And the other purpose then is that I was hoping I could talk to you. Oh, Lord Thunder Shadow wants to talk to me? Could it be that Thunder Shadow-sama is also interested in doing business? Yes, and our Lord Rakage is quite interested in doing business. Our Rakage-sama even said that he especially admires people like you, Chairman Chiba, who have taken their business to the entire Shinobi world. He wanted me to have a good chat with you to see if Chairman Chiba has any chance of doing some business with the Thunder Country, and with us, the Cloud-Hidden Village, in the future. Tetsuya was a bit surprised. Didn't they say that the people of the Cloud-Hidden Village were a bunch of bandits? How can you think of doing business when you can just go and rob whatever you want? Wait a minute, it's like a misunderstanding. It seems like the ones they like to rob in the Cloud Shadow Village are the members of the Shinobi clan who have the blood succession limit. Ha! The two made small talk, and Tutai began to introduce Tetsuya to the specialties of their Thunder Country. Like what kind of spirits? Beef. But due to their special geography in the Land of Thunder, only a portion of it bordered the entire Shinobi continent, so most of the goods they were only able to produce and sell themselves. If the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is willing to send a caravan into the Land of Thunder, their Rhino Kuni products should be very popular in the Shinobi world. Tetsuya was also thinking hard. The 2 idiot ninjas he'd planted in the Cloud-Hidden Village hadn't come back with any news, which meant that Rakage didn't have anything special in mind for his Chiba Chamber of Commerce, and probably really just wanted to do business with himself. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with doing business with the Cloud-Hidden Village. There's still a lot of interest to be taken here. No problem. Since Lord Rakage has graciously invited me, when I'm done, I will certainly lead a visit to the Land of Thunder myself, and I hope that Rakage-sama won't mind when the time comes. Ha ha, absolutely not. When this is over, I'll immediately go back and tell Lord Rakage the good news, and I'm sure our Lord Rakage will sweep in to welcome him. With a few salutes going off and fireworks bursting, the band began to play. That's the end of the chit-chat, and the inauguration has officially begun. Going through the motions briefly, Hanzo the Mountain Peppercorn, in front of the whole of, standing on top of that high platform, receiving the rain shadow bucket had offered by the hands of a respected old man from the rain-hidden village, Hanzo Yamabushi excitedly puts it on, officially declaring himself the rain shadow of the rain-hidden village. At that moment he felt like he'd reached the pinnacle of his life. Even though he had started wearing this bucket hat before this, wearing it on this occasion felt completely different from wearing it on a normal day. It was simply too good to be true. Chapter 92. Doesn't he know that that is my confidant? My beloved family friend and brother in arms? The inauguration ended successfully, and from then on, the rain-hidden village no longer had a chief, only the Rain Shadow. Congratulations! Congratulations to Lord Rain Shadow for getting what he wanted. Tetsuya walks into the middle of Rain Shadow's office to say goodbye to Hanzo Yamashiro. Ha ha, Boss Chiba is here. Come sit down. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, warmly invited Tetsuya to sit down. Although my inauguration is over, but Boss Chiba, you must stay in our hidden village for 2 more days, so I can entertain you as well. Lord Rainshadow kindly invited me. How could I refuse? Tetsuya said with a smile. However, I have some goodies for Lord Rainshadow that Lord Rainshadow has yet to see. Oh, haven't I seen everything Boss Chiba has prepared for me? Rare thing on that wagon. Alas, that was just a meet and greet gift. Something I prepared with great care for Lord Rainshadow, and it arrived today. I'll have it sent inside the villa I'm staying at first, so if Lord Rainshadow is free, why don't you come with me to take a look? Yamabushi Hanzo's curiosity was piqued as well, and he glanced at the official document on the table that, the decision was finally made. Come on, let's go check it out. Office? There's no hurry. After a lifetime of fighting, what's wrong with being a rain shadow and enjoying yourself? Seeing that the mountain pepper fish Hanzo had agreed to his invitation, Tetsuya revealed a satisfied smile. Well, the Yamabushi Hanzo corruption grand plan has officially begun. Let this demigod of the shinobi world enjoy himself before he retires from the stage of history. Meanwhile, after witnessing Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, become a rain shadow, Yahiko and Nagato were both inspired as well, and they decided to form an organization to earn funds while doing business, while helping those in need in the rain-hidden village. Nagato, Minami, Yahiko said as she looked at the two excitedly in the middle of the trio's small home. I've figured out that the name of our organization will be Dawn, meaning light after darkness, the dawn before the dawn. The goal of the organization is to help those in need and change the shinobi world. Dawn, good name. Nagato was deeply identified with the name. The three came together and extended their right hands, palms folded. Well, I declare that the Dawn organization is officially established today. The three raised their hands and cheered in unison. The gears of destiny begin to turn from this moment. Is it already this late? It's true that good times are always short. It's so comforting to realize that the days can still be lived this way. With a face full of comfort, he walked out from the villa he had arranged for Tetsuya. Today he had seen a lot. One can only say that a merchant from the richest land of fire is worthy of enjoyment. Lord Rainshadow. A ninja saw Hanzo Yamashiro come out and he immediately greeted him. What's wrong? Lord Rainshadow. A messenger from Kiba village is here. A messenger from Kiba? Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, frowned at once. What do these guys mean? They didn't show up before the inauguration started, but now at this time? Is it a complete lack of regard for me? What had been a good mood had turned sour and, still, he decided to meet this emissary from Kiba. Where is that Kiba emissary? Never mind, just tell him to meet me in my office. With a wave of his hand, Hanzo Yamabushi headed straight towards the Rainshadow building. In the middle of the Rainshadow's office, Hanzo Yamashiro sat in the middle of his office. A masked and ninjas without any shinobi village markings on them were brought in. The ninja who had led the way retreated sagely, leaving only two people in the middle of the office. Oh, a ninja of Kiba? I take it you're a ninja of Negi, of Junzo. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, has had some contact with Kiba's Duanzou. Naturally, he instantly recognized that the ninja in front of him was not a messenger from Konoha at all, but someone from the roots. A messenger from him, Shimura Tuzo. Rainshadow, understand. I am an emissary of Lord Junzo, who has a proposition to make. His lordship wishes to work with you. Cooperation? What cooperation? The dark ninja spoke up. We, Lord Junzo, wish to work with you to kill Tetsuya Chiba and divide up the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, narrowed his eyes slightly, an inexplicable smile on his face. Carefully, the Negi ninja thought that Yamabushi Hanzo had his heart in the right place, so he began to tell about Junzo's plan. The general plan was that Hanzo would first strike and secretly kill Tetsuya Chiba, and then control all the news from the other daimyo, while he, Duanzou, took the opportunity to send his men to infiltrate the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, and then take over everything. When he took over everything, they would be able to divide all the wealth of the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce. Ha! After listening to the more unforgiving person's narration, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish laughed. In the next moment, the killing machine appeared. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish suddenly activated his water instantaneous body technique and appeared directly behind the Negi ninja. In the instant before he could react, the hand rose and fell. The head of this more intolerant person then fell to the ground and blood began to gush. Humph! Damn you Shimura Tuzo! How dare you plot against Tetsuya Chiba? Don't you know he's my confidant? That's my confidant, my partner. How dare you? Do you think I'm afraid of you, Kiba? Hanzo the mountain pepper fish was full of chills, and it seemed to him that the Shimura Tuzo is just a gutter rat. How can he be compared to his confidant, Chiba Tetsuya? Somebody, wash the floor. A group of ninjas immediately rushed into the middle of the office. These ninjas were extra sensitive to the smell of blood, and the moment this Negi ninja died, they were already waiting outside the door. Wipe up the blood. The rugs pulled out and thrown away. The abominations that, dying and polluting my carpet. Chop his body up and feed it to the dogs, said he as if he had thought of something else. Put his head away for me, and I'll take it to my confidant tomorrow. He was targeted by the old dog, Junzo, and had to be warned. After ordering this, Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn, sat back in his seat and, I couldn't help but grunt once again at the thought of that guy. Junzo, do you really think he hasn't thought about taking the Chiba Chamber of Commerce for himself? He'd thought about it, of course, but he knew he couldn't do it. Not to mention the fact that a powerful ninja like Kakuto, who had been famous for a long time, was one of Chiba Tetsuya's men, and that, as far as he knew, there was a powerful, beside Chiba Tetsuya, a ninja who has never been exposed in the shinobi world. That ninja had deflected countless dark sentries for him, Tetsuya Chiba, over the years. You know, his head, Tetsuya Chiba, is hanging on the bounty list of the Gold Exchange Institute. After all these years of hanging around, no one has ever managed to bring his head for money. You can imagine how hard it is to kill him. Even if he's in the middle of his own rain-hidden village right now, and he really wants to start a fight, I'm afraid the rain-hidden village will be devastated like never before, and it's not cost-effective. Besides, one would have been able to make a constant stream of wealth by working with him. Why take the risk? Chapter 93, A Silent Shadow Class Powerhouse? Boss Chiba. Early in the morning, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish knocked on the door of Tetsuya's villa. Rain Shadow-sama. Aiya, how come you're free to come over to me so early today? Have you had breakfast? Join us if you haven't? Tetsuya opens the front door and invites Hanzo, the mountain pepper, into the house. At the same time, he noticed that Hanzo Yamashiro was carrying a wooden box in his hand. The box gave off a very heavy, strange odor, like too much perfume, so over-scented that it kind of stank. What is it that takes so much perfume to mask the original odor? I've already eaten. Hasn't Boss Chiba had breakfast yet? Then I suggest we stop eating it for a while. I'm afraid you'll throw up later. Oh, why? Is it because of what's inside Lord Rainshadow's chest? Tetsuya had already guessed roughly what would be inside this chest. 80% of it is some part of the human race. The two sat down in the middle of the villa's hall, and Hanzo Yamashiro placed the box on the table. Hanzo the mountain pepper fish opened the door. Boss Chiba, you're being watched. Tetsuya laughed softly twice, waving his hand carelessly. Alas, Lord Rainshadow, look at you. Of course I know I'm being watched. Ever since I started my business, I've come across many people I don't get along with. They've tried to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. And I also know that in the underground world, there's a place called the Gold Exchange. My head is on the top of the bounty list at the Gold Exchange. Ha ha. I'm the one who underestimated Boss Chiba. I didn't realize that Boss Chiba even knew about things like the bounty on him and still looked at it so openly. It can't be helped. I don't want it to be like this, but life forces you to get used to it. I'll just have to look away. It's good to look on the bright side. But Chiba boss, there's something a little different about this one. The guy who's onto you this time is no good. Saying that, Hanzo the mountain pepper fish opened the box. Boss Chiba, you better be a little prepared. Soon the case was opened, and a human head just lay there. Even the face of this head wore a mask. Seeing the mask, Tetsuya guessed the identity of the head's owner, a Negi ninja. This one's a ninja from Kiba, a special division of Kiba. To be exact, this department specializes in doing unseemly work for their Naruto, and this time it's one of the meanest, dirtiest, a sewer rat who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Shimura Tuzo. Shimura Tuzo? Tetsuya laughed in his heart. It was really him guy. Oops, I thought he was supposed to do it when he was back in Kiba. I didn't expect that guy to wait until he had come to the rain-hidden village to attend the inauguration ceremony of Hanzo Yamashiro before sending someone over. Besides, this guy wasn't here to kill himself. He glanced darkly at Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, and, not surprisingly, Junzo's original purpose would have been to hopefully be in cahoots with Hanzo the mountain pepper fish and kill himself by Hanzo's hand. As if in the original course of destiny, he got rid of the primordial version of the Dawn organization as much as he did with the help of Hanzo Yama *******, under the pretext of cooperation. Hanzo Yamabushi didn't mention that Suza wanted to work with him, though. Is this a concern about influencing his cooperation with him? Boss Chiba, don't underestimate this Shimura Tuzo fellow. This guy is ruthless, will stop at nothing to get what he wants, and hides inside the dark corners of. It's as disgusting as a rat inside a gutter, and you don't know when and how he's going to gross you out a little bit. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Rainshadow. But Lord Rainshadow, if you kill one of Shimura Tuzo's men just like that, will he hold a grudge against you for it? Will this bring you trouble? Ha ha. You don't have to worry about that, Boss Chiba. Shimura Gonzo might be a bit tricky for ordinary people. After all, his root organization is indefensible, but in my eyes, he's nothing, said Hanzo the mountain pepper fish rather smugly. I'm Hanzo Yamabushi, a shinobi demigod, and the rain shadow of the rain-hidden village. He, Shimura Gonzo, can't do anything about me. Lord Rainshadow is mighty. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, said with a smile. Now that you're being watched by that Shimura Tunzo guy, he won't give up on you for a while. It's not safe out there, so why don't you just stay at our rain-hidden village in peace during this time? Boss Chiba, with me around, I'll make sure no one touches a hair on your head. Good. Then I'll stay in the rain-hidden village for a while longer and bother Lord Rainshadow. Ugh, don't bother, said Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, rubbing his hands together. So, Boss Chiba, yesterday's project? Tetsuya instantly understood, and immediately laughed. Ha ha. Lord Rainshadow, even if a good thing is good, you'll get tired of playing with it too much, won't you? I've got a much more interesting one for Lord Rainshadow today. Yeah, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish looked a little excited. It was more interesting than yesterday's. So what could it be? So when do we? Ha ha, right now, please? Tetsuya stood up and made a gesture of invitation. Walking, Hanzo the mountain pepperfish couldn't wait to get up and head outside. As for the head on the table, no one cared. And when it came to mind, just have someone take it out again and throw it away. Wood leaves, roots. A Negi ninja walked into the hall at a fast pace and, respectfully, he reported towards Shimura Guanzo above the main seat. Lord Reizo, the man we sent to the rain-hidden village is dead. Dead? That Yamabushi Hanzo guy did it? Yes, killed directly after meeting Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. No news or intelligence has been passed on. After saying that, this ninja lowered his head and stopped talking. Reunion was also deep in thought. Humph, is this stinky mountain pepperfish planning to shelter that Chiba Tetsuya guy? I'd like to see how long he can stay in the rain-hidden village, and if he's capable, he'll hide in the rain-hidden village for the rest of his life and not come out. Tetsuya is hiding out in the middle of an Amazake village, and Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn, refuses to cooperate. There wasn't really anything he could do for a while, but as long as he left the rain-hidden village, then he had plenty of opportunities. How is the investigation about the identity of that mysterious strong man beside Tetsuya Chiba going? Back to Lord Juzu. We've only investigated a few clues so far. According to the information from the Underground Gold Exchange, bounty hunter Kakuto had purchased information about Tetsuya Chiba and planned to assassinate him. But after a battle with Tetsuya Chiba's guards, Kakuto gave up being a bounty hunter, started running businesses in various countries as the finance of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Tetsuya Chiba's guards were able to defeat Kakuto and take in his opponent, and by initial estimation, the opponent is at least Shadow class. Shadow level guards? Shimura Tuzo covered his bandage-covered eyes. There are only so many known Shadow class powerhouses in the Shinobi world. Who would be the one who would be willing to follow this guy around in silence as a guard? Chapter 94, The Hiroshima Organization Times Marvelous House Hiroshima Square Root. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Tetsuya had already lived in the Rain Ninja village for a month. Over the course of the month, Tetsuya took Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, on all sorts of food, drink and fun. A variety of playstyles are unheard of in Yamashiro Hanzo. During this time, under Tetsuya's deliberate maneuvering, Hanzo the mountain pepperfishes became more and more extravagant. Gradually, he became obsessed with enjoying it all. Oh, it worked out well. Tetsuya retreated from the dimly lit ambiguous room with a satisfied smile on his face. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, was left alone to enjoy life inside. Little man, I can't take you anymore. For this day, I've been studying with the nobles of the Fire Country for a long time. If I can't defeat you, that only means that those nobles in the Fire Country aren't leading a very good life either. As the saying goes, you have to paralyze yourself before you can paralyze others. In order to be able to successfully corrupt Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, Tetsuya, before he came to the Land of Rain, specialized in reaching out to the noble circles of the Land of Fire and learning about their lives. In hindsight, it all made sense and was not a wasted effort. Mr. Chiba, where is Lord Rainshadow? Just as Tetsuya mused that it was almost time for him to pull out, a ninja from the rain-hidden village walked towards Tetsuya. The man had a large, ebony birthmark over his right eye and on the right side of his forehead. Despite the respectful smile on his face, he was able to see some of the arrogance of being a ninja in his eyes. Apparently, he didn't think too highly of Tetsuya as a businessman. However, due to the fact that Hanzo Yamashiro and Tetsuya were on extremely good terms, he only had to be putting on a respectful smile when he met Tetsuya. Tetsuya knows this guy. Yamashiro Kanda, the right-hand man of Yamashiro Hanzo. He had been the one who had been handling various matters for Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, all this time, and Tetsuya had met him a few times. So it's Mr. Kanda. Rainshadow-sama is enjoying himself. What can I do for you? Tetsuya replied with a slight narrowing of his eyes and a smile. Enjoying life? Mountain pepper fish Gota frowned at that moment. I have something very important that I need to ask Lord Rainshadow, so please make way for Mr. Chiba. Alas, Mr. Kanda, that's just not true. What is more important than Rainshadow-sama enjoying life? Bastard, I could tell that you guys were pulling for Rainshadow-sama to fall. You're trying to plague our rain-hidden village. What words, what words? Lord Rainshadow has been fighting for half his life. What's wrong with enjoying himself? Tetsuya smiled. It's just that I didn't realize that the tiny hidden village actually had someone like you. Shouldn't you? This guy, in the original plot, be a minor villain who would do anything to achieve his goal and even threaten civilians? I can't believe you're so loyal, but it's okay, I'll take your loyalty. What do you mean? What do I mean? You'll understand if you look me in the eye. As a ninja, Kanda instinctively refrained from looking into Tetsuya's eyes. but it was all too late. He saw Tetsuya's black eyes turn the color of scarlet, and within the scarlet pupils of the three hooked jade patterns began to spin rapidly, eventually turning into a special kaleidoscope. The next moment, the same pattern appeared in his eyes, then quickly disappeared again. The control effect of Kaleidoscope Sharingan had been activated. It just so happens that I was wondering who was going to help me urge Hanzo the mountain pepperfish to continue enjoying his life when I was gone. And in a hurry you came to my door all by yourself. Tetsuya stepped forward and patted Yamabushi Kanda's shoulder in satisfaction. From now on, you'll do your best to urge Lord Rainshadow to enjoy life for me. Understand? Yes. Everything is at Lord Chiba's disposal. Hey, that's right. I promise. When the day comes, even if it's not the rain-hidden village, you'll still be able to take a good seat. Arrangements were made, and Yamabushi Kanda, Tetsuya, began to plan his withdrawal, but before evacuating the rain-hidden village, he planned to check on his three good disciples. I don't know what's gotten into these three guys, knowing that they're right there in the Amazake village. It's been so long, and there's no excuse to come and see yourself as a teacher. Tetsuya found a deserted corner and changed back to his original form, straight to the base of the Dawn organization, which he had inquired about earlier. It's just that the current Dawn organization is a bit different from the original primordial Dawn organization. A small two-story building stood above a street in the rain-hidden village. His first floor is a general grocery store selling a variety of daily necessities and snacks. The whole store is still run by someone from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. And above the second floor of the grocery store stood a sign. Above the sign, the words Manzaya are written neatly on the top of the sign. And following those three words was a huge, somewhat abstract-looking word Dawn. Looking at the sign, Tetsuya's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. I heard from someone at the Chiba Chamber of Commerce earlier that Yahiko and the others had opened a Manzaya. Helping others while running a business was an idea he still thought was pretty good. But now when he saw this marvelous house sign in person, he was a little tense. Marvelous House of Dawn? This is Naruto, not Gensokyo. Don't you guys just mess around for me. Tetsuya's mind was roaring. He didn't know what kind of wind his three disciples had drawn. Wait a minute. I don't think they were at Chiba Manor. Sneak peeked at the comics I pulled out of the dog. I guess. I smoked a bunch of useless stuff out of my own cup noodle line back in the day. Inside, there were all sorts of comic books, among them Silver Soul. These comic books and novels he'd left inside the study of Chiba Manor. When there's nothing else to do, I go and read comics to pass the time. Did these three guys have time to run off and peek at manga under the double whammy of Azuna's harsh training and their own math homework? With doubt, Tetsuya headed towards the Manzaya on the second floor. As soon as the door was pushed open, the bell on the door gave a crisp ring. Welcome to Hiyu Manzaya. How can I help you? Hearing the bells, Nagato, who was writing something on his desk, immediately looked up. It's just a rectangular coffee table with couches on either side of it. At the far end, opposite the door against the wall, was a desk and a chair. Yahiko, who was lying sideways on the couch in a daze, also tilted his head in the direction of the doorway. Seeing these two guys, Tetsuya couldn't help but harden his fists. Well, you're really good disciples of mine. Why don't you find an excuse to come and see your teacher when you've got nothing to do here? You had to wait for me to come to you in person, right? Tetsuya-sensei. Asterisk 2. Chapter 95, Bad. Our teacher won't be a big villain. Seeing Tetsuya suddenly appear, the two immediately stood up. Tetsuya, on the contrary, sat down on the sofa very calmly. The two habitually came to stand side by side in front of Tetsuya. Come on, this is your place, not Chiba Manor. Feel free to sit down without you, Azuna-sensei. Speaking of which, why are you two the only ones here? Where's Minami? Waving his hand to signal the duo to make themselves at home, while inquiring about Minami's whereabouts. Wouldn't the trio not separate easily on a normal day? Nagato and Yahiko also reacted. Yeah, they're no longer in Chiba Manor. For a moment, he also relaxed and sat down on the couch across from Tetsuya. Yahiko replied. Nan went out to help a neighbor's aunt with the kids. He said that the two of us going over there together would just bring the kids into mischief, so he wouldn't let the two of us go, said Yahiko with a somewhat disgruntled pat on Nagato's shoulder. How can we call that trick-or-treating? I was taking the kids through a game. Okay. Nagato felt a little embarrassed and rubbed the tip of his nose. Ha, it's actually okay. It's just that you, Yahiko, take yourself a little too seriously when you play games. Looking at the reactions of the two men, Tetsuya could probably imagine a look of Yahiko fooling around with a small child. And then the scene of the chicken and dog mess up. Burst out laughing. Ha, Yahiko, now that we've left Chiba Manor, it's about time you learned to grow up a little. Yahiko was a bit helpless, he said with a sigh. Tetsuya-sensei, the world out there is a little different than I thought it would be. With this sigh from him, The atmosphere inside the living room became heavy for a few moments. Watching Yahiko sigh, the smile on Tetsuya's face was a little less teasing and a little more pleased. But that's the way the world is. Yahiko, the world is real. It can't be the way you imagined it would be. But your teacher is relieved that you realize the difference between the real world and what you imagined. That's a sign you're starting to grow up. Tetsuya-sensei, it's a good thing that the realized world is not the same as the imagined world. He smiled reassuringly. Precisely because the real world is different from what is imagined. It's all of us who can rely on our own hands to make the world the way we imagine it to be, isn't it? Realizing the world of our imagination through our own hands. No. At times like these the word imagine is not quite appropriate. It should be called realizing the world in our ideals. Hearing Tetsuya say that, Yahiko was revitalized as well. Teacher is right. I'll rely on my own hands. Of turning the world into our ideal world. Good. Very spirited. I'm relieved to see you all in such good spirits. With that said, Tetsuya took out a sealing scroll and placed it on the coffee table. And with a press of his 5 fingers, instantly 3 small canisters appeared on the coffee table, looking somewhat like the kind of small beverages that were sampled inside the supermarket. We may not see each other for a long time to come. This is the gift I've left for you. 1 for each of you 3. And Minami will keep his share if he's not here. Go ahead and drink your share. What is it? Yahiko picked up a cup with some curiosity and clutched it in her hand, making the cup look a bit miniature. Energy drinks. An energy drink? Can drinking it replenish energy and restore chakra? Yes. Drink up. Would I hurt you if I was your teacher? Makes sense. Yahiko didn't think much of it, and opened the lid and took a direct sip. Nagato didn't hesitate either, picking up a cup and opening the lid to take a small taste first. Well, there's a little bit of sweetness and a woodsy scent that feels okay. After confirming that it wasn't hard to drink, Nagato also drank it in one go. Of course it smells like wood. After all, that stuff was concocted by Tetsuya with drawn-out side-effect-free Jugen cells and honey water. For the sake of the safety of his 3 foolish disciples, Tetsuya could be said to have taken great pains. It took a good deal of money to pump out a third of the side-effect-free pillar cells. Well, there's one more for you guys to remember to leave for Minami. I'll leave first. With that, Tetsuya got up and intended to leave. Having spent enough time in the rain-hidden village, Tetsuya felt like he was getting moldy. When Nagato and the others take over the rain-hidden village later, high and low enough for Nagato to make 2 kamikazes into the sky to dispel all the dark clouds. As for the rain tiger's art of self-containment, what do we need that for? There are plenty of sensory boundaries out there. Just borrow 2 sets from Kiba yourself when the time comes. Goodbye, teacher. Take care, teacher. Goodbye. And good luck. I'm looking out for you. The rain-hidden village will become better and better because of your efforts. Enjoy this last moment of relaxation. When Hanzo Yamabushi starts to become more and more greedy and corrupt, and the rain-hidden village starts to go down the drain, your good times will be over. Then again, by the time Hanzo the mountain peppercorn starts getting greedy and corrupt, then the business of one's chamber of commerce will certainly suffer. Well, it's time to open up new trade routes. It's time to put the previously planned Kawanakuni and Kusunokuni trade routes on the agenda. But on second thought, it seems like there's some trouble with the Kusunokuni's trade routes. I'm afraid. In the Third Shinobi World War in a few years, Kusunokuni was one of the main battlegrounds, and I'm afraid it would be a bit of a problem if the merchant road opened here. Alas. Actually, no. Maybe we can take advantage of the Third Shinobi World War and find a chance to take down Kusunokuni. Tetsuya had a flash of insight and came up with a great idea but the idea needs to be analyzed carefully by someone who can analyze the feasibility. What's wrong with the teacher? Yahiko looked at the departing Tetsuya with a puzzled expression. I only saw Tetsuya laughing up at the sky every now and then, and denying himself every now and then, muttering something on his lips, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. At first glance one might even think he was talking crazy. Nagato said with a shrug as he put away the rest of his energy drink. Who knows? It's not like it's the first time he's done this. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? How can you get used to that? It's just a little too scary. Tetsuya-sensei should have a problem here, right? Said Yahiko pointing to his head. Nagato shook his head. Do you think that if Tetsuya-sensei is really what you think he is, would he still be able to break into such a huge family business? That should just be a special way of thinking for the teacher, said Nagato, cupping his chin. His expression became serious. It used to be that when a teacher showed these symptoms it was a sign that he was on to something big. I'm afraid he's planning something again. Yahiko couldn't help but shiver as a cold chill ran down her back. Look at you. It makes our teacher look like a supervillain in some comic book story. All day long he's thinking of counting this and that, and then he'll let out a weird laugh afterward. Make some weird moves. Before the words were out of his mouth, Yahiko suddenly felt as if their teacher was really quite villainous. Chapter 96. I've decided that I want to be a daimyo. I'm back. Oh lonely Uchiha, did you miss me? Tetsuya yelled as he kicked in the door of the log cabin villa in the middle of the Chiba estate. However, the only thing that responded to him was a cold blank stare, and Kakuto, who was holding back his laughter. Pohaha, boss, what are you doing? I really couldn't hold back. The horns were laughing out loud. It couldn't be helped that, in Kakuto's opinion, someone of Tetsuya's stature made such a childish move. It's just too funny. Tetsuya ignored Izuna's blank stare that was about to catch up with the Hyuga family, walking straight over to the two men and sitting down. He pushed away the board on the table that the two men were halfway through, then popped open a map. I've come up with a rather interesting plan, so come on you two and help me out with it. Looking at the disrupted chess game, even the condescending and aloof Uchiha couldn't help but be a little angry with his veins throbbing. Your plan better be really interesting, or even if I can't beat you, I'm going to have to cut my teeth with you, too. Don't worry, this plan is definitely interesting, Tetsuya said, pointing to Kusuno-kuni on the map. I'm going to take Kusuno-kuni and become a daimyo myself. As soon as those words came out, the expression on Izuna's face instantly changed from anger to a face full of questions, and Kakuto's straight-up black question mark face. Boss, you're not mistaken, taking down Kusuno-kuni, right now, the three of us? Well, with the three of us, taking down Kusuno-kuni shouldn't be much of a problem, but if we do, I'm afraid the next thing we'll have to face is a siege from the entire shinobi community. So, boss, you're planning to make an enemy of the entire shinobi world? What words? What words? When did I ever say I was going to make an enemy of the entire shinobi world? I'm a businessman. How can I do business if I make an enemy of the entire shinobi world? Tetsuya continued with a tap on the table. And can you hear me out? Okay, go ahead. You go ahead. Kakuto scowled, signaling Tetsuya to continue. Only then did Tetsuya point to Kusuno-kuni. I intend to open a trade route in Kusuno-kuni. The trade routes in the reigning kingdom are going to be slowly reduced with the level of corruption of Hanzo Yamashiro's trade routes. Or, perhaps, the commercial routes of the rain country have to match the level of corruption of the Yamabushi Hanzo to reduce the amount of commerce. In short, we're going to reduce the flow of money on this business route of the Rain Ninja Village, looking for a chance to stink up the reputation of Hanzo the Mountain Pepperfish and create an opportunity for Yahiko and the others. But the previous business must not be abandoned, and it will be necessary to open up new business paths. That's why Kusuno-kuni's trade routes are so crucial. Not only that, but we're going to sign a contract with the daimyo of Kusuno-kuni. Help them with development. The two listened to Tetsuya's plan with somewhat confused expressions. Looking at Kakuto's puzzled look, Tetsuya opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong, Kakuto? Is there something you didn't understand? Boss, I don't quite get it. There's nothing wrong with opening up a trade lane. But why are we helping the Kusakuni kingdom grow? And why would we sign something like a betting agreement with the daimyo of the Kusuno-kuni? Tetsuya replied. The reason is simple. I have a feeling the Third Shinobi War will break out in a couple years at most. And this Third Shinobi War is a continuation of the Second Shinobi War. Although it looked like Kiba had won a great victory in the last war, the other shinobi villages were not convinced at all. It could be said that all the major ninja villages were holding their breath, only needing a trigger to be able to instantly detonate. Hearing this from Tetsuya, Kakuto nodded approvingly. Long before that, he was all over the shinobi world running businesses, so he knew a lot of inside information. It's true that all the major shinobi villages are riveted to the development of the war effort. All are obviously preparing for a brand new big war, and even if they don't intend to initiate a war, they are all building up their strength to avoid the fire of war from reaching them. Think again, you guys. If another shinobi war breaks out, the battlefield will open up somewhere. Tetsuya circled the rain-hidden village on the map again. The land of rain. In the last Great War, several major shinobi villages suffered losses in the land of rain. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, is holding down the country and is a threat to everyone. Even if those great shinobi villages concentrated all their forces to defeat Hanzo Yamashiro, but great losses were bound to be inflicted. And if they had not been able to finish the fight in the shortest possible time, then it's highly likely that Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, will fall to the other villages, and that's an outcome that no one would want to see, no matter who they are. So I don't think it's very likely that a major war will break out here. Then the only two places left that might fall into battle are Kawanakuni and Kusuno-kuni. War brings destruction causing loss, and by signing a parley with the daimyo of the Kusuno-kuni, then the contents of the agreement will come into effect, and then we can make the daimyo of the Kusuno-kuni surrender his position as daimyo. But what if the daimyo of the Kusuno-kuni don't recognize the agreement? And this time, without waiting for Tetsuya to speak, Izuna answered Kakuto's question. What the daimyo of the Kusuno-kuni thinks is of no consequence whatsoever. This agreement was never written for him to read from the beginning. Not for the daimyo of Kusuno-kuni? Exactly. Izuna looked to Tetsuya and continued. This agreement was written for the rest of the shinobi world, especially the daimyo of those great powers. With this agreement in place, Tetsuya's control of Kusunokuni will not be questioned by the daimyo of those great nations. Even if the daimyo of a small country isn't held in high regard by those big countries, it's not as if they can just switch. With this agreement, then it raises Tetsuya to take over Kusunokuni, become legitimized as a daimyo of the Kusunokuni. In this way, even if the daimyo of the other countries felt a little offended, that would only feel like a result of the Kusunokuni daimyo's own greed. On the contrary, without this agreement, even if someone directly controlled the daimyo to pass on the throne to himself with an illusion, then it wouldn't be recognized by the daimyo of the other countries. And at that point, those guys will then put out a crusade against the rebels and send out troops to carve up this country you've taken over. That's right. As expected of Izuna, the analysis is spot on. Tetsuya gave Izuna a thumbs up. All I seek is a sense of legality. And while this shinobi world is about who has the bigger fist, but there are times when the rules that should be taught are still in place. So, learned. This time for real. Okay, now what do you guys think of this plan of mine? Let's all speak freely. It would be best to help me counsel on how to make this plan a little more concrete. In response to this idea of Tetsuya's, Kakuto and Izuna each offered up a little idea that the trio finalized their specific approach after some discussion. The plan passed, and the three men were instantly on the move, busying themselves with the parts for which they were responsible. Chapter 97, Tsukumo Hataki, the doorman. A white-haired ninja stood at the entrance of the Chiba Hotel. It's like the doorman at a hotel. This isn't your average janitor, though. This is the Kiba Shiratori, Sakuma, who made a great achievement in the Second Shinobi World War, and made a great achievement by going deep into the back of the sand-hidden army. But then again, the current flagwood Tsukumo is a bit depressed. Having just returned to Konoha from a mission of his own 2 months ago, their Naruto-sama then found him personally, telling him that Tetsuya Chiba, who came out of the village that year, contributed a large sum of money to the development of the village, and in exchange, he was expected to protect Tetsuya Chiba for a while. Then he was sent to the Chiba Hotel in the capital city of the Fire Country, but the result was that he stayed at the Chiba Hotel for over a month. Frozen never saw Tetsuya Chiba once. When will this day ever end? Flagstaff Tsukumo sighed somewhat helplessly as the month or so of. He was staying inside a hotel near the Chiba Hotel, which interestingly enough was also the property of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you say you're staying at the Chiba Hotel? Some guy who spends his days calculating this and that is busy running merchants all over the shinobi world. Forgetting about the whole Tsukumo Flagstaff thing, he didn't say hello to the people at the Chiba Hotel. And with the price of the Chiba Hotel, Tsukuma Flagstaff couldn't really afford to stay there for a few days, although he is quite rich. However, the accommodations at the Chiba Grand Hotel were all according to the standards of those nobles, and the spending was naturally a bit exaggerated. Or, I'd better go back to Kiba. After staying for over a month and doing nothing, Tsukumo feels like he's been screwed. Stood as a doorman for the hotel for over a month. It wasn't the first time he'd entertained the idea of backing out, but he soon discarded it again. No, the village gave me a mission to protect Tetsuya Chiba, and if I don't fulfill it, it'll reflect badly on the village. Firming his heart for a moment, Tsukumo Flagstaff finally chose to continue standing guard for the Chiba Hotel. Since we can't find you, Tetsuya Chiba, in person, let's do a little vigilante work. A carriage slowly came from the front. Tsukumo looked at the carriage in front of him with some curiosity. The heart murmured, is this another nobleman coming here for dinner? A carriage pulled by 6 horses. What a big row. Just as he was thinking, a somewhat familiar young man came down from atop the carriage. The figure of the man in front of him instantly overlapped with that of a ramen seller in Konoha back then. You are, Boss Chiba? Just got out of business from Sand Hidden. Tetsuya, who was rushing back to the capital in a carriage, then saw Tsukumo Hagi standing at the gate as a security guard. White hair, green vest, Kiba forehead protector on his head, and a sword on his back. And you are? Tsukumo Flagstaff. Tetsuya recognized who was working as a security guard here and tapped his head. In his heart, he said that he was not good. How could he forget him? Sorry, too busy with business. Forgot about you. And, come, don't stand outside the door. Come inside with me and talk. Seeing that Flagwood Tsukuma wanted to say something, Tetsuya hurriedly opened his mouth to invite him in to talk. Okay. Tsukumo didn't hesitate, either. After all, it's true that this hotel entrance isn't too nice a place to talk. Leading Sakuya Flagstaff to a seat in the tea room, Tetsuya poured Sakuya a cup of hot tea. It's really been a long time. Sakuma, I remember the last time we met. You're still following Sakuya around. You had a cold face at that time. It's as if nothing in the world can get your attention. Not at all the way it is now. Now you're becoming more and more like your brother. Looking at Tsukumo in front of him, Tetsuya couldn't help but smile. He did have a 7% resemblance to Sakuya. Not bad for a blood brother. And Sakuya Flagei, who received the hot tea, froze in his tracks. He couldn't help but look Tetsuya Chiba up and down in front of him. How could it be? How could someone go decades without a single change in appearance? Your boss Chiba. The same boss Chiba who opened a ramen store in Kiba back in the day. It's not some Chiba Ryo. How is this possible? How can someone not grow old? Nothing's impossible. The Shinobi world is full of secrets. And even though you're Kiba Shiraga, to be able to go deep into the big backwaters of the sandy hidden village by yourself and then come back alive. But you can't possibly know everything, can you? You're right. The Shinobi world does have many secrets. And not everything is beyond my ability to see through. Though he was still curious as to how Tetsuya did it. As a shinobi, when dealing with one's employer, don't press for what the employer doesn't want to say unless it is relevant to one's mission. Back in Kiba, your brother and I were on pretty good terms, but it's just a shame that it's so surprising that he's gone. In person, Tetsuya had thought about getting Sakuya to leave Konoha and follow him. But sadly, Sakuya is also one of the more axial people who has always considered himself a part of the Konoha. And by then the war had reached the brink of breaking out. And even if one were to issue a mission, it was too late to designate him to protect himself. Not to mention, at the time of Sakuya's death, the war hadn't even officially started yet. He died in a border conflict. It was so unexpected, and who could have imagined it? If he was still alive when the war broke out, Tetsuya had the means to keep him alive. At the mention of Sakuya Hagi, Tsukumo's eyes dimmed for a few moments. He waited a moment before uttering a word. My brother, he died for Kiba. He's a hero. Yeah, your brother's a hero of Kiba. And so are you. With a sigh of emotion, Tetsuya smiled. Well, without further ado, you were sent by Naruto-sama to protect me. Do you know my basic information? Before I met you, I thought I knew something about it. But now, Tsukumo didn't say anything more halfway through his words. The meaning was clear. The original profile had Tetsuya Chiba as a middle-aged man with a big belly. But now Tetsuya is a young man's man. Even the likeness of the target is wrong in the profile. Then I'm afraid the rest of the information is up for grabs. Okay, so let me briefly tell you about my situation. I'm busy right now with the new merchant trail. I've only just finished running the Kawanakuni side of the trade route, and I'll be going to Kusunokuni for the next while, so I might talk about some other business at that time. So it's going to be busier than busy, and it's going to be out and about, probably not in the fire country for a long time, said he inquired. By the way, do you have anyone else at home? Need to let them know. Tsukumo shook his head. No, my son Kakashi is the only one left in my family. He has graduated from ninja school this year and has a very solid lead teacher. Again, as a shinobi, Kakashi will understand me. Alas, Kakashi, already graduated from ninja school. Seeing Tetsuya's surprised expression, Tsukumo Flagstaff was a little proud. Yes, my son is very good. Tetsuya, on the other hand, pondered another question. That would mean that Kakashi had graduated early from ninjutsu school. So how did he get placed in Suikoden's class with Bando and Rin? Chapter 98, Bandits? The killing machine is coming. Tsukumo Flagstaff, after holding out for over a month, finally meets Tetsuya without any problems. Started his career as a bodyguard. Preparations were made the day after the two met, with the intention of departing for Kusunokuni. At the same time, a piece of information was quickly conveyed from the capital to Konoha. Kiba, route underground base. A new message has come back. Lord Juzu, Chiba Tetsuya's next destination after returning from Kawanakuni is Kusunokuni, leaving tomorrow. The only people who accompanied them were a carriage driver and Tsukumo Hagi, who was on escort duty. Reunion raised his head, his eyes sharply confirming. Sure there's only three? That hidden shadow class guard isn't there? Yes, Lord Gumiho. Former bounty hunter Kakuto went ahead to Kusunokuni to make preparations. That's why Tetsuya Chiba is traveling light this time, with only 3 people. And we've already confirmed that the coachman is just a regular guy. There isn't any chakra, and it's not a samurai. It looks like he believes in the strength of Kiba Shiratsugu. Hearing this, Reunion sneered. Keep investigating. Find out for me if someone is secretly escorting them. If not, said Suzu as a murderous streak surged in his eyes. Kusunokuni is his burial place. Understood. The Negi ninja quickly retreated after answering. Shimuratuzu reached out and gripped the armrests of the chair with one hand, lashing out, and the chair squeaked. Tetsuya Chiba, I'll take everything you've got. It's kind of your contribution for the sake of the village, said he, gripping the chair harder and harder. It was as if what was being pressed and choked at the moment was not the armrests of the chair, but Tetsuya Chiba's neck. Tetsuya Chiba's carriage from the capital of the fire country. It traveled straight in the direction where Kusuno-kuni was. The ride was incredibly peaceful and even seemed a little boring. Tsukumo, why don't you stop standing outside and come in and sit down? Tetsuya lifted the curtains of the cart and greeted Tsukumo Hagi, who was sitting next to the driver. However, Tsukumo didn't look back, staring around warily. No, boss Chiba. It's the middle of a mission and I have to keep you safe. Being out there gives you the best view and allows you to spot danger the fastest. Tetsuya couldn't help but lean against the window and prop his chin on his hand when he heard that. Ugh. See what you're still saying. If you want the best view, shouldn't that be to the roof of the car? There it's possible to have a full view of the surrounding area without any dead ends. As a traditional ninja, Tsukumo couldn't understand Tetsuya's brain circuits for a moment. Well, lighten up Tsukumo. Everyone's so busy these days. No one will come to assassinate me. After all, everyone is busy. Tetsuya waved his hand and took out an apple from inside a side case and nibbled on it. He's not really making this up. Everyone's pretty busy these days. They were all busy preparing for the Third Shinobi World War. Who would care about a businessman like himself? Unless it's, watch out, there's someone up ahead. Not really. Tetsuya's eyes widened and the apple in his hand fell to the ground. Did it really speak for itself? Phew dash. The driver slowed the carriage to a halt with a tug on the reins. Above the road ahead, a large tree fell across the road, blocking the way ahead. A group of black-clothed masked men saw the carriage and surrounded it straight away. Roots? No, it doesn't look like much. Tetsuya frowned at the sight of these people all of a sudden. These people all smelled like gangsters, and didn't look much like well-trained, organized and disciplined Negi ninjas. It looks like we've run into bandits. Boss Chiba, don't worry, I'm here. It's just a few bandits. I'll protect you. Just after Tsukumo Flagstaff's words, he saw another large group of black-clothed men with long knives coming around. Tsukumo, are you sure this is a couple? There's a little more of them, but that's alright. These are ordinary bandits. Nonetheless, some means can be handled, said Flagwood Tsukumo, who had already drawn his own long sword. The one on the carriage is the Chiba Chamber of Commerce's Chiba Big Boss. A bandit leader stepped out and shouted in the direction of the carriage. If so, I'd like to ask Big Boss Chiba to come out and answer me. We are also merely seeking wealth. However, it wasn't Tetsuya who responded to him, but rather the long sword of Tsukumo Hagi. Originally, Tsukumo was still pondering who he should take out first. I didn't expect the other guy to just pop up on his own. Capturing the thief. Tsukumo went straight for the head of the thief with great speed. Bastard! How dare you make the first move? Stop him! The bandit leader immediately shouted, and a group of minions rushed up. However, the next moment they realized just how terrifying Kiba Shiratsuki really was. Flagwood Tsukumo's swordsmanship was superb, and he was definitely the top swordsmanship powerhouse in the ninja world. Maybe things like swordsmanship don't count for much in this shinobi world filled with all sorts of fancy ninjutsu, but it was definitely quite effective in killing such ordinary mountain bandits and robbers. Boss, that guy's a ninja. It's horrible. He's so terrible with his knife. He's a butcher. No, boss, I don't want to die yet. Blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew about. As a ninja known in the shinobi world, Flagwood Tsukumo couldn't have killed these ordinary bandits more easily. Damn it, why didn't that guy tell me that Tetsuya Chiba had such a strong guard around him? The bandit leader knew he was being punked. The point is solid. Retreat. If this goes on, the family money that he has managed to accumulate will be killed cleanly. How can he be the boss without his little brother? Immediately, he greeted his minions and ran away. Someone deliberately revealed Boss Chiba's trail. Tsukumo, who had almost killed the bandit leader, heard what he had just said. They came here because someone told them about Tetsuya Chiba's whereabouts. Don't try to run. Realizing that it wasn't simple, Tsukumo Flagstaff immediately chased after him. Gotta catch this guy and ask what exactly is trying to jeopardize Tetsuya. Though he knew that leaving his employer's side as an escort was a very dangerous thing to do. But Tsukumo felt that with his strength, taking down a bandit leader who wasn't even a ninja, it shouldn't take much effort. A bunch of people running, one person chasing. Tetsuya sat in the carriage and found the scene particularly comical. Tsukumo is fast, but outrageous. That bandit leader was actually faster than Tsukumo. Looking away, how come this bandit leader is actually a ninja as well? But it wasn't a big deal that there were ninjas among the bandits. After all, there were so many ninja villages. More or less, there will be some renegade ninjas, or ninja practices flowing out. Besides, before the establishment of the shinobi village, the existence of ninjas was itself quite decentralized and random. Just after Satoru Flagi disappeared from Tetsuya's sight after the bandit, a wave of murderous intent hit him. Oh, tuning the tiger out? In a flash, the sky full of bitterness came towards the carriages like rain. Chapter 99. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Boo. Bitterness fell from the sky, and there was even bitterness wrapped around the detonation talisman among them. With an explosion, the luxurious carriages directly turned into debris flying in all directions, and the steeds that had lost their wagon restraints were frightened and fled in all directions. A group of people wearing masks. The ninja without any shinobi village markings on his body leaned towards the smoke created by the explosion. They are the men of Duanzou, the roots of Konoha. He used the bandits to lure away Tsukumo. Then they, the elite, came over and surrounded Tetsuya Chiba, which was Negi's real plan. Go see if Tetsuya Chiba is dead. A leader-looking man gave an order to the Negi ninja at his side. The Negi ninja quickly made his way towards the explosion, creating smoke. Dang! Whoosh! With a muffled sound, a silhouette was seen flying out of the smoke and falling heavily to the ground. The person who flew out was the same person who walked into the smoke just now. The Negi ninja who went to check on the life and death of Tetsuya Chiba. And at the moment he's a corpse. His spine is broken. It looks like it was broken by a kick. A group of Negi ninjas tensed up, and the next moment the smoke was instantly dispersed by the sudden gust of wind. A young man in brocade clothing appeared in front of a group of Negi ninja. Hey, you guys, what should I pay for breaking my wagon? He actually didn't die? Get me together and kill this guy. For a moment, all of the Negi's ninjas struck out together. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. Fire transportation, de yen bomb. Dirt, Durin gun. Water transportation. For a while, all sorts of recluse techniques covered towards Tetsuya. The scene was quite spectacular. But in the next moment, blue lightning erupted from Tetsuya's entire body, and his figure instantly disappeared. That's Rato Chakra mode. Captain Negi instantly recognized the jutsu, the Rato Chakra pattern of the cloud-hidden village of the Land of Thunder. This thing is so famous that, and since their roots intelligence agency was one of the best in the shinobi world, this kind of distinctive jutsu could not escape the eyes of the roots ninja. Yo, quite knowledgeable. Then I'll treat you to some duck necks? Tetsuya's teasing laugh rang out, followed by, have a duck neck. All the root squad leaders saw was a bolt of blue lightning rushing toward him, and the next moment he then felt as if he were flying. And then, there's no more then. At the moment of being hit by Tetsuya's stuck neck, it would have announced his death. The death of the squad leader didn't cause any panic among the other Negi ninjas. Instead, they analyzed the intelligence. The information was wrong. Tetsuya Chiba is not an ordinary person. Rato Chakra mode. He knows this jutsu, most likely someone from the cloud-hidden village. Mission change, new mission. Make sure you pass this important information back. Ethereal Tiger, you leave with the information. We'll cover you. Be sure to bring the information back to Lord Reizo. The Negi ninja codenamed Ethereal Tiger didn't hesitate, and decisively chose to withdraw. The others stayed behind to block Tetsuya. Run? You think you can outrun my blue lightning? Thunderbolt hot knife. Tetsuya unleashed his jutsu again and charged straight towards the fleeing Negi ninja. Cover Ethereal Tiger. Dirt, Durin gun. Fire escape. Great flame bomb. The wind vanishes. The great breakthrough. A few Negi ninjas directly blocked Tetsuya's body without fearing the threat of death. Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, you die. A move of Thunder Lai Hot Sword went down, directly killing a Negi ninja who was in his way. The others quickly spread out to release their human jutsu again to block Tetsuya. Yet their blocking is a mantis trying to overrate a tree. Tetsuya shows no mercy and goes straight for a little elbow. The kind that gives him elbow cracks in the brain. Damn it, our attacks won't work on him. We have to find a way to break the Raikai on him. Let me do it. A Negi ninja stepped forward and raised his hands, and a large number of black bugs flew out. Parasite? A ninja from the Oil Woman clan? Secret art insect Jade. With a wave of his hand, the Negi ninja of the Oil Woman clan. A large number of black bugs gathered into a ball and rushed towards Tetsuya. These parasitic worms will gnaw away the chakra from the target's body, thus breaking through the opponent's defenses. But, sadly, for Tetsuya, it's still that much worse. Naruto how long fire jutsu. Chakra rioted, and all of a sudden, the air around them became hot and dry. Howl. Flames erupted and transformed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared and directly opened its mouth to eat the bug jade, and those bugs instantly turned into ashes. Since you guys are so eager to seek death, then I'll send you to meet the 6 Paths Old Den first. Tetsuya clapped his hands together and his chakra mobilized again. The electrons in the air around them became furious. Rato Kirin. Rumble. Roar. The dull sound of thunder was like the low roar of a giant beast. The raging lightning condensed into a giant beast swooping down from the clouds, delivering a shocking blow. Boo! The thunder is like the wrath of God. It comes down suddenly. It engulfed all the Negi ninjas that blocked Tetsuya's path. They didn't even have time to let out a single wail, but like chickens with their throats. Or perhaps they wailed and shrieked, and yet the sound was like the wings of a fly. It seemed so insignificant in the face of Thor's fury. Hearing the commotion behind him, the fleeing ethereal tiger's soul was in a state of panic. Cold sweat had dampened his back, but he didn't even dare to turn his head back. But the more that feeling of death became impossible to shake off. Swish dash! A bolt of blue lightning instantly overtook him, blocking his path of escape. Where are you planning to go in such a hurry? Aren't you going to say goodbye to your teammates again? Never mind. I'd better send you to meet your teammates. Tetsuya smiled and unleashed his jutsu. Thunder abuse level. A hand slash slammed down, directly ending the Negi ninja. As for whether or not to keep someone alive for questioning or whatever, Tetsu wasn't interested in that either. After all, there wasn't much he wanted to know. These guys must have been sent by that old dog. Junzo. What's the point of asking? Even if it's not, then there's no problem with this pot being placed directly on Junzo. After all, he's the first generation pot shadow, so if he doesn't take the blame, who will? It's a shame, trying to kill me. Unless you cannon fodder can turn on the heat too. I'm a kryptonite player. After all, Tetsuya smiled as he piled up the bodies of the guys, then backhanded the driver from where the wagon had exploded and pulled him out of the ground. Okay, we're safe. Feeling okay. It's okay, just a little stuffy, but I'm used to it. The cart driver patted himself on the dirt and gave a goofy smile. It's not the first time such an assassination has been carried out. Each time, Tetsuya would open up a subterranean space with his earthbending, and place the chevalier in it to wait for the end of the battle. Boss Chiba, are you alright? Realizing that he had been caught in a diversionary tactic, Tsukumo Flagwood hurried back. I'm afraid something will happen to Tetsu. Tetsuya smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm strong. Chapter 100, the fire escape can't kill anyone, and it's hard to burn a corpse. Tsukumo didn't care about Tetsuya's remark. Instead, his gaze fell on the ninjas that Tetsuya had taken out. These are the roots of Kiba. Why would ninjas from the root division come to assassinate you? Hey, what else could it be for? Nothing more than money. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow and looked at Tsukumo Flagi with interest. That's nothing. I'm more curious about the fact that it turns out you know the roots. I know. Nominally Naruto's direct training facility organized by the dark side, but it's actually the darkest root of Kiba, specializing in unseemly things. When my brother was sacrificed, the roots approached me, hoping to absorb me into the roots, but it was stopped in time by Naruto-sama. And what happened after that? Suza isn't one to give up easily. Later, Flagstaff Tsukumo's eyes became odd for a few moments. Later on, Junzo asked me to travel to the Sand Hidden village to cut off the Sand Hidden supplies and disrupt their rear. Ha! Didn't you initiate this? This, how shall I put it, is kind of my initiative. But there were some unique circumstances. Tetsuya and the coachman both came to their senses and sat right down on the ground. How is it special? Tell us carefully. Expand on it. The causes and consequences. At this time Tetsuya felt some pity that all the melons and fruits inside the wagon had been blown away. Otherwise, you can be a real foodie yourself. When Tsukumo saw that Tetsuya was so curious, he didn't hide it and told what happened at that time. At that time I was taken by the roots to the base of the roots. Duanzou started to go on and on describing my brother's death to me. Started to play up the hate and darkness. That I was the one who carried the hate and darkness of my past. You should join the roots and contribute to Kiba with your own darkness. My brother's sacrifice did hit me hard at the time, and I was almost talked out of it. But just then Naruto-sama showed up, and he found out that I'd been taken to Negima. Immediately, he rushed over and stopped Duanzou from sucking me into the root. Later, as Junzo and Naruto-sama enter a room, I stood outside the door and heard them break into a heated argument. By the time they came out again, Gunther told me that since I couldn't join the roots, then go to the front lines and do your duty for Konoha by killing the man who killed my brother. He offered to let me go to the back of the Saints, and at the time I was so overcome with hate, it was a straight up yes. Naruto-sama even persuaded me, but by then I couldn't listen to anything anymore. Wonderful. Tetsuya clapped his hands together. It did seem like something that Suzu and Saratobi could do. One sings the red face and the other the white face. Bluffing. At the end of the day, when things are done, you still have to make people remember Saratobi as a good person. By the way, who is the current head of your Flagstaff family? After my brother's sacrifice, the position of head of the family fell to me. Why? Tetsuya nodded, then laughed. Nothing, just a little curious. If you had sacrificed yourself at that time in the great backwater of the Saints, it's just a matter of who will take care of the estate of your house of Flagstaff. You know, Kiba is quite short of money. I also donated a lot of money to get a guard like you, so you have to protect me. Me. Tsukumo Flagstaff wasn't a cutie pie either. Tetsuya's words have gotten to this point. There's no way he doesn't know what Tetsuya is talking about. I'm afraid, none of them expected you to be so fierce. Or maybe they didn't expect sand hidden to be so good that they let you come back alive. You even used this battle to become a great hero of Kiba. That's awesome. That said, can you answer a question for me? What's the problem? Have you ever had thoughts about the position of Naruto? The Naruto position. Of course Suddenly Flagstaff Tsukumo stopped talking, and he lowered his head with a somewhat less than favorable expression. Alright, don't think too much. Let's continue on our way. Seeing Sakuya Flagstaff's reaction, Tetsuya knew it was time to point out that there were times when leaving room for him to fester on his own is best, and it's a little bad if the words come too slowly. With the wagons gone, it's not going to be very easy to make the rest of the journey. We're not far from the next town though, so let's buy some horses in town then, said Tetsuya as he turned to look at the corpses of the Negi ninja that he had gathered together. I'm a kind-hearted person, and I used to be a part of Kiba anyways. Send you into the ground. Naruto, howling fire extinction, earthen evasion, Yellow Springs swamp. The gathered corpses were burned to ashes by Tetsuya's mouthful of fire. The ashes were then engulfed by the earth-transmitting Yellow Springs swamp and sank into the ground. Wood leaves, roots. Juzu was getting a little impatient waiting. It had been 3 days. Why hadn't anyone come back yet? Does that mean it failed? That Tsukumo Flagi is so powerful? To find out what's going on, he also made it a point to send another squad forward to scout for news. Finally, just as he was about to send another squad out, someone finally came back. Lord Guzu. It's a big deal. The people sent to assassinate Tetsuya Chiba are dead. What? It's all dead. How is this possible? They were all elite ninjas of our Negi. Lord Juzu, I am not lying. The ninja who were sent out are all dead, burned to wreckage by the fire escape and sunk into the ground. The subordinates also brought back only part of their remains. With that said, this Negi ninja took out a sealing scroll and directly unrolled it, and some incompletely burned remains appeared on the ground. I can only say that it's worthy of the Naruto world's fire escape. Even if it can't kill anyone, you can't even burn a body clean. Damn it! Is it possible to extract useful information from these wrecks? I'm sorry, Mr. Souza, but other than being able to confirm that these are our ninjas from the Negi, there's no way to get any useful information anymore. Their brains are all burned out by the fire escape, and the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques can't be used. Is there some secret you don't want us to find out when things are done so cleanly? Shimaratuzo clenched his fists. Tetsuya Chiba. Tsukumo Hagi. It's not over yet. Just wait. The loss of such an elite squad was nothing to his roots. It's just some ninjas. They all sacrificed for Kiba. For Kiba to recruit some more, and then is all. But if Saratobi Hinata found out about this, he would definitely have a big fight with himself. But that's about it. After the big fight, he would inevitably still allow himself to replenish his manpower. Seeing as how there was past love and the fact that he, Naruto, did need a pair of white gloves. Well, perhaps, I should recruit more people this time. Just as he was thinking about the candidates for the Roots expansion, a Roots ninja walked in at a brisk pace. Lord Reizo, there's a problem with the research on Orochimaru's side. What? Chapter 101 what? Extra money? Let's go kill those damn guys. There were no further assassinations on the subsequent journey, and Duanzou presumably knew that it would be difficult to kill Tetsuya Chiba with just the ninjas of the Roots, and he would need to find another way to realize his plan. Tetsuya and the three of them arrived at the capital of Kusunokuni without incident. It's said to be a capital, but it's really just a slightly larger town. It's nothing like the capital city of the Fire Country, but if you're comparing the land of grass to the land of fire, that does seem a bit much. Boss Chiba. At the entrance of the capital city, Kakuto, who had been waiting for a long time, waved towards this. Yo, Kakuto. Sorry about that, there was a problem on the road, so I'm a little late. Tetsuya smiled and explained the reason for his tardiness. Because of the Negi ninja attack, the wagon broke down, which delayed the trip somewhat. So much so that they were a little later than expected. By the way, where are the daimyo of the Kusunokuni? They can't even meet me. It's too disrespectful. Kakuto shrugged and laughed. Oh, Boss Chiba, a lot happened on your way to Kusunokuni. Come on, let's go to the hotel first and we'll talk about it then. Oh, a lot happened? Tetsuya fumbled with his chin in interest. He thought that this trip to Kusunokuni would go smoothly, but he didn't realize that there were actually variables as well. But that's good. It's not boring when there are variables, isn't it? Come on, let's go to the hotel first then. After arriving at the hotel and arranging for the three to stay, Tetsuya found Kakuto. Why? What happened in the land of grass while I was on the road for a few days? Kakuto replied. The Kusunokuni daimyo family has conditioned that we be asked to add 50% to the original amount. Another 50%? No, how dare he? Where did he get that idea? Wasn't this all agreed upon before? Tetsu's laughing. 50% more. realizing that another 50% was more than what he'd negotiated with Hanzo. The mountain pepper fish. What are the conditions of the rain country? What are the conditions of the grass country? How dare you ask for more than Hanzo Yamashiro? What's more, people like Hanzo the mountain pepper fish treat themselves with courtesy and respect. You, Daimyo Kasuno Kuni, don't give a damn about face. Originally, it was a deal with us, but just the other day, about the day you departed from the land of fire, I saw someone from the Kusunan village touch the daimyo of the Kusunokuni. Also after that, the daimyo of Kusunokuni suddenly changed his mind and said he wanted to add 50% to the original terms. Ha? The Kushiro ninja village? That's the ninja village that's made up of a bunch of trash? That wallflower Kushinobu village? For a moment Tetsuya was a bit speechless. No dude, what a piece of Kushinobu village is. Is this kind of shinobi village the reason for your Kusunokuni daimyo's price hike? Ha, ha ha ha. Tetsuya couldn't help but laugh. Boss? What's wrong with you? I'm not afraid of Tetsuya's sad face but I'm afraid of Tetsuya's sudden laughter. And seeing Tetsuya laughing so wildly, Kakuto was also a little confused and scared. Tetsuya suddenly stopped laughing and asked Kakuto a question with a serious face. Kakuto, what kind of person am I in the eyes of the people of the shinobi world? Boss in the eyes of the shinobi? Kakuto thought hard for a moment before answering. In the eyes of the people of shinobi, the boss is a very kind businessman. Willingness to do business with everyone in a friendly manner and harmony is the owner's best trait. Oh, so that's what I look like to others. Hearing Angel's reply Tetsuya nodded and then said, then let the shinobi world see a different side of me. A different side of the boss? Before Kakuto could understand what was going on, he then heard Tetsuya ask again, Kakuto, do you know where the Kusunan village is? I know. The Kusunobu village is just south of the capital. It's not a big village and it's quite visible in the grasslands. Tetsuya nodded, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Okay, the meeting with the daimyo is on hold. Let's go exterminate the Kusunan village. Without the Kushinobu village, I think the daimyo of the Kushinokuni kingdom would be willing to work well with us. Hearing this, Kakuto got a chill down his spine. No boss, can you stop smiling and saying things like exterminating people? It's a bit scary really. And wouldn't we be making an enemy of the entire shinobi world if we destroy the Kusunobu village? What are you thinking? We exterminated the Kushinobu village, not the Kushinokuni, said Tetsuya as he stretched. It's just a little shinobi village that doesn't make the grade, and they're all a bunch of bullying trash. No one would care if they were destroyed, and with one less shinobi village, the other shinobi villages would be able to get more commissions, don't you think? Okay, that seems to make some sense. Besides, if we move fast enough, no one's going to find out it was us that did it. You plus me. Does it take a lot of effort to exterminate a Kusunobu village? This ninja village doesn't even have a single ninja with a name, right? Kakuto thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Having been a bounty hunter for so many years myself, I've encountered quite a few masters, but the grass ninja village, haven't really run into any decent ninjas yet. Then boss, do we need to notify Boss Azuna and the three of us will do it together? No. Let him play outside by himself. The two of us are enough. Well, it's all about the boss. Kakuto didn't have any problem with Tetsuya's arrangement. It's not just about killing people. Didn't he make a living by killing people before? And were there fewer people whose heads he chopped off and took in exchange for bounties? Besides, the target this time was the Kushinobu village. Even though the Kushinobu village hadn't produced any famous ninja. However, the grass ninja village's reputation in the ninja world is quite bad. Notorious wallflowers and eaters. First, they started by making good relations with Kiba, but they didn't betray Kiba during the Shinobi War. Tetsuya himself was not a fan of the Kusunan village, a place where, within the original, they killed Kefra's mother and used the young Kefra as a blood bag. And basically anyone who has ever watched Naruto doesn't like the grass ninja. But even so, Tetsuya hadn't cared for such a group of wallflowers in the first place. But it's just that these guys are popping up at this time to brush up on their existence. So don't blame him. Daimyo Province. The land of grass. A man in a black trench coat with green pupils and a backcombed hair. The man with a long strand of hair falling from his left eye in front of his forehead was drinking tea with the daimyo of Kusunokuni. City Lord Wufei, you're saying that we just raised our demand by 50%. Will that Chiba Tetsuya say yes? The man who drank tea with the daimyo of the Kusunokuni kingdom was named Wufei, the lord of the Kusunokuni kingdom's Onigashira Castle. Onigashira Castle, despite its name, is actually a prison for prisoners from various shinobi countries. Wufei smiled bashfully. My lord, you need to be clear about one thing. This cooperation was initiated by the other party. It was they who begged us, not us who begged them to come. Hearing that, the daimyo of Kusunokuni laughed happily. Ha ha, City Lord Wufei is right. Come, drink tea, Drink tea. Chapter 102, the fire evader doesn't kill famous ninjas, but specializes in burning the nameless. As night falls, above the grassland, the village of Kusunobu is situated. Said Shinobi village looks more like a tribe. A wall made of cast wooden stakes separates the village from the outside. A building that looks like an earthenware building sits in the middle of it. The grounds look pretty big, just slightly depressed. Two figures appeared on a dirt slope outside the Kusunobu village, dark clouds blocking the moonlight. These two figures blended perfectly into the night. Boss, we're here. The Kusunobu village is up ahead. Well, it's still pretty ragged. Tetsuya spat, then said, by the way, are there any characteristics of the ninjas of the Kusunan village? Kakuto said thoughtfully. It seems as though the ninja of the Kusunan village practice chakra a little differently. This caused their eyes to seem to be green. What's the matter, boss? Are you worried about killing the wrong person? That's right. In case there are people who were kidnapped from the Kushiro ninja village. Or maybe it's attracting people to you in the name of shelter and then sucking their life energy to heal their injuries or something. Kakuto instantly understood. Boss, you mean the Kusunan village might have vortex descendants? Kakuto is also a ninja who was born earlier and has seen a lot of things after walking in the shinobi world for many years. This kind of clan that used their own blood or life energy to help others recover from their injuries, of course he knew. After all, the Maelstrom clan was also very famous in the shinobi world. Although the Vortex Kingdom has been destroyed, the Whirlpool clan has also disappeared into the long history of the shinobi world. However, news of the existence of a descendant of the Vortex would still be rumored from time to time throughout the shinobi world. There might be. That's all I'm saying. Keep an eye out for it when it happens. Don't kill the Red Eye, along with the rare Vortex descendants. Oh, don't worry, boss. Kakuto, though I kill without a second thought. But it's not some guy who kills people for fun. Ha ha, you're right. The guy who kills people for fun isn't even born yet. Are there still guys like that? There are. And plenty of them. You've been walking the shinobi world for years. Should have heard of an organization called the Cult. The Cult? Kakuto pondered for a while. I've really heard of it. I think it's in the land of soup. Well, without further ado, let's go. Today is the day the Kusunobu village is destroyed. As the words fell, blue lightning erupted from Tetsuya's body. The blue lightning instantly covered the entire body. Reito chakra mode. Ah, I do wonder sometimes. Boss, where the hell did you learn these jutsu from? Kakuto inquired curiously as he looked at the blue lightning that erupted from Tetsuya's body. Tetsuya replied as he looked to Kakuto. Where else could it come from? One look at how others use it and I naturally got it. Seeing Tetsuya's scarlet glowing eyes, Kakuto nodded. I see. That makes sense. Kusunobu village. On top of the sentry tower, a Kusunobu was patrolling their village. When I said I was making the rounds, I just stood up and looked around. Then it was on back to the corner of the sentry tower to hunker down and rest. After all, how could anyone have enough to eat to attack their Kusunobu village? It wasn't like their village had anything worth someone launching an attack on. Ha-hoo! The ninja standing guard yawned and stretched. What's the point of taking up a post if you ask me? Does anyone really come to a place like ours? Forget it. Get some more sleep. And when you wake up it should be time for the changing of the guard. Just as he was about to crouch down for another nap. Suddenly, he saw a blue lightning bolt speeding in his direction. What don? Boom! Before the words were finished, the head of this Kusunobu standing guard exploded into a bloody mist. The huge impact brought down the entire sentry tower with it. Enemy attack. The grass ninja on top of the other sentry towers immediately reacted. This was someone attacking their village. Are you kidding me? The first two shinobi wars didn't even affect their village. How did a man come out of nowhere to run over and attack their village? With a shout, all the guard posts sounded the alarm at the same time. And the entire Kusunan village was confused. What's the matter? The alarm that has never gone off since the founding of the village has actually gone off at a time like this. A large number of Kusunobu ran in the direction of the village entrance. On the way in they saw a blue lightning bolt jumping quickly between several sentry towers. Every time it reached a sentry tower, the entire tower would explode. What the hell was that? Blue lightning? Is it an enemy jutsu? Just as the grass ninjas were still in a daze, a red light suddenly lit up in front of them. No, that's not a red light. That's a scourge. Compound ninjutsu Kaiface burst. Kakuto summoned the Mask of Wind and the Mask of Fire, and started with a powerful, compounded jutsu. In a matter of moments, the fire was blazing, and under Kakuto's control, the flames turned into a sea of fire. It swept towards the ninjas of the grass ninja village like a raging wave. The fire is based on the wind, and the wind raises the fire, and the flames are so intense that the sea of fire is vast. Amidst the wails of the ninjas of the Kusunan village, and in the light of the blazing flames of it was as if the world had been reduced to a purgatory. The grass ninjas who managed to avoid the kimono bursts began to unleash their water dodgers to fend off Kakuto's fire dodgers. But that would be nothing more than delaying one's own death. Oh, using fire escape at a time like this? The fire escape can still burn people to death? Tetsuya, who was elbowing people one by one, couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw Kakuto's composite jutsu. Watching those Kusunobu buried in flames one by one, Tetsuya reacted. Ow, I get it. The fire escape doesn't burn famous ninja. But burning these nobodies, that's a burn, said Tetsuya as he kicked a grass ninja and began to push his chakra. You know that among the various kinds of recluse techniques, except for his thunder recluse reckless mode, his favorite thing to use was the fire escape. After all, he also had the talent of adding to the power of the fire escape. With a clap of his hands, chakra burst forth. Fire transportation, great inferno ring. Boom! Flames erupted, forming a huge ring of fire around Tetsuya in an instant, as is the ring of the flaming giant. Inferno pillar through the sky. With a lift of his hand, the flames rose up into the sky, transforming into an extremely spectacular pillar of through the sky inflammation. Immediately after that, the pillar of inflammation began to expand, transforming into a huge ball of fire, which illuminated the dark night. Like a second sun that rises in the night. Kakuto, who was admiring his masterpiece, was caught off guard by Tetsuya's movements. Turning back towards the direction where Tetsuya was, his jaw also dropped to the ground in shock when he saw the fireball that was like the sun. Hey, boss, you're exaggerating. Weren't you the one who said not to kill the red eye so as not to hurt the innocent? How come you're starting this kind of stuff on your own now? Tetsuya stood on top of the fireball, holding this huge ball of fire with one hand towards the sky, with a smile on his face. It was as if the gods had descended to earth. Inferno Emperor. The moment I saw Yendi, the grass ninja who were originally still releasing their water vanish to resist instantly gave up their resistance. After all, how could a mortal resist the wrath of the gods? In the next moment, Yendi fell, and the flames engulfed half of the grass ninja village. Chapter 103, Immortal Mode. Do you want to live? Boss, wouldn't you be going a little too far with this? Kakuto came quickly to Tetsuya's side. It was then that he noticed something had changed in Tetsuya's appearance. A few more black and white blotches had appeared on the otherwise white face of the two splashes of yellow in the corners of the eyes were especially noticeable. In the past, this slightly squinted eyes smiled with extra cunning. And now Tetsuya, in this state, adds a bit more illusion and mystery to the mix. It was as if they were characters that had walked out from above that ancient mural. Kakuto, who possessed the secret technique of Earth Grudge, immediately detected the energy fluctuation emanating from Tetsuya's body that was clearly not the same as chakra. Boss, what's going on with you? You mean this? This is called the immortal mode. It took me years of practice to learn this. It's also the first time it's been used in a real battle. Tetsuya grinned. Having practiced his immortal arts for so long after the yellow immortal, he himself was finally able to turn on the immortal mode. Though it's been a long time for myself. But to the yellow immortals who knew of Tetsuya's practice, this was a hell of a thing to see. It was still the first time that I saw someone learning their yellow-skinned Graves immortal technique being able to successfully open the immortal mode so quickly. You know, normally, it's basically impossible to cultivate it without 100 or 80 years of. Tetsuya, it's only been a couple decades. It's genius. But then again, boss, you even told me before not to kill red ice and kill innocents indiscriminately. And look at how the Kusunobu village is gone after you landed this blow. Not to mention any survivors. Kakuto turned back to the Kusunobu village, which had been reduced to a sea of flames. Behind him, everything was reduced to ashes in the flames. Don't worry, I have my own way of knowing where there are people and where there aren't. I'm a good judge of character. Let's just say it's worthy of the immortal mode of the Yellow Tomb. It's a wonderful feeling of being at one with nature. As if one becomes one with nature. What goes where? Know it all for yourself. The feeling is not that one sees, but that nature has told one that something's right there. Let's say, for example, that right now he sensed the earth telling him that there was a dungeon in the Kushinobu village, that inside the dungeon are some people locked up, and when his own Yendi smashed down, deliberately avoiding the location of some people who might have been abducted by the Kushinobi village. Come on Kakuto, let's do the whole thing. Let's go clean up the rest of the Kusunin. By the way, let's see what kind of people have been abducted by the Kushinobi layer. Tetsuya greeted Tetsuya as he headed towards the other small half of the Kusunobu village that hadn't been burned to ashes by the flames. And when it comes down to it, the ninjas of Kusunin village know that their village is gone. Continuing to stay here would only lead to death. It might not be too late to run. If it were anyone else, they might still have the possibility of throwing it away. But this time it's Tetsuya who's come to kill them. Tetsu understands one thing, and that's that you have to cut the grass to get to the root. Otherwise, It's not good if the spring breeze blows again. Though he wasn't afraid of Kusunobu's retaliation. A fly can't bite an elephant, but it can be very annoying to have a swarm of flies following you around all the time. The surviving Kusunobu knew that running together would only lead to death, and all of them spread out. However, only several blue thunderbolts were seen rushing out from the same direction. It directly rushed towards the grass ninjas who were scattered and fleeing. Have to say, Rato Chakra mode and superimposed on the 8-door recluse burst out of the speed is fast. In this open grassland to chase and kill these not into the grass ninjas simply do not too easy. Kakuto watched as Tetsuya released a large number of doppelgangers with Rato Chakra mode on that were also overlaid with another secret technique, and couldn't help but inquire with some curiosity. Boss, you let out so many shadow doppelgangers at once. Can you hold up, boss? Which aspect do you mean? The spiritual side or the chakra? Both. It's all okay, nothing wrong with it. Tetsuya shrugged in the direction of where his immortal mode sensed a massive unit of life force to be. On a spiritual level. I don't know if it's because of the dog, or because I'm a traveler. His mental power was actually quite strong, and he didn't have much of a problem separating multiple shadow doppelgangers at once. As for chakra, that's even more so. The amount of chakra he has now, it's no longer something that can be figured out in terms of units of measurement. Kakuto followed Tetsuya's lead, feeling like he'd come purely to watch the show, or rather, his own biggest role was to show Tetsuya the way. Also at the very beginning when the boss was still fighting with his physical skills, he unleashed a handful of composite ninjutsu of his own. Back there, you don't even get a chance to make a move. You just say, how can people be so different from each other? Again with the fire escape, he had always felt that his composite ninjutsu was already quite strong before, but when compared to the small sun released by the boss, his own jutsu was like a small flame. While Kakuto was rambling on, Tetsuya had arrived in front of a chained room. Reaching out, he ripped the chains off in one direct motion. Jingle bells! The thick chain just ripped off and fell to the ground. Tetsuya pushed open the door and saw the house. The house was very simply furnished, with only a simple bed. The bed was an unknown handful of bedding, with a piece of the bedpan still removed, held in the hands of a red-headed woman for defense. The end of the bedpan was sharpened to a point so sharp it looked dangerous. Practically no threat to ninjas at all. What are you guys? The redhead looked nervously at Tetsuya who pushed open the door and Kakuto who followed him. Tetsuya didn't answer the other woman's question and shot a glance at the redhead in front of him. Dressed in a thin shirt, the top of his arm, exposed beyond the sleeve, was already covered with teeth marks, obviously bitten out. Obviously, this woman would be the future mother of Maelstrom Shannon. He didn't answer the other's question and opened his mouth to ask a rhetorical question. Want to live? Who are you guys? Don't you look like you're from the Kasunan village? From now on there will be no more Kasunabu village. Everyone inside this trashy village this has been killed by us. All I ask is do you want to live? 2 people, killed the entire Kasunabu village. This incident hit Maelstrom Hanabi a bit hard, even though the Kasunan village wasn't that strong. But then again, it's not like the 2 of them can kill them all. But she did hear the commotion outside earlier. There was also the firelight that illuminated the dark night as if it were day. As if the Kusunabu village had really been attacked just now. I want to live. I want to live well. Live like a living, breathing human being. If these 2 people can really do something like 2 people destroying a village, maybe with their help, one can actually live well. Okay, take this. This one took out a sealing scroll and pulled a bag out of it and tossed it to swirling Hanabi. There's some water and food in there. From the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Leaving Kasunabu village and heading south you'll see a merchant road. See a carriage with the Chiba Chamber of Commerce logo. Show the merchant in the carriage what you're holding. He'll get you out safely. Chapter 104 I know. It must have been Uchiha-san who did it. After saying that Tetsuya turned around and left. He also sensed that there were quite a few people who were being hidden all over the Kushiro ninja village. He had to go see if those who hadn't escaped had been abducted like this vortex descendant. Or if they were Kuzukushin village ninja who had survived. This does not look good. Look Tetsuya are stunned. Good guy. There are a lot of have special bloodstains. Or someone who had mastered some special jutsu had strayed into the Kusunobiki village. Those of them are about as far removed from the descendants of the Vortex Kingdom as you can get. Originally their own family was wiped out due to war or whatever. They lost their place of refuge and ended up in the Kusunokuni. In the end, they were all brought back to the Kushinobu village. And this blood and jutsu of theirs became the object of study for the Kushinobu village. No wonder, before crossing over, when brushing up on the videos, I saw the characteristics of the major ninja villages that. It says right in there that the Kushiro ninja village is good at studying the arts of other ninja villages. Tetsuya then said that they're such a weak village. Kusunobu. What qualifications to study the arts of other villages? combined with the study of these people on the body of the jutsu and blood. For these people, Tetsu also scrutinized the, basically, it's just some rather cocky and useless bloodstains in jutsu. It's no wonder the other shinobi villages didn't take them in, but let them go to Kusuno-kuni. In the end, the Kushinobu village was allowed to collect it and study it like a treasure. Something like the Maelstrom bloodline is already an SSR in this group. Everything else is basically just some R-card level jutsu and blood. There's only one bloodstain in there that qualifies as an SR, called the Dragon Life Transmutation Technique, which is similar to the Katsumi transmutation developed by Chio. It's all about trading your life for someone else's. This thing, it's really kinda chicken for Tetsuya. It's not even as interesting as the fire monster ghost lantern that the man has mastered. For these people, Tetsuya has likewise given them a choice. Those who want to live. Just gave things in Chiba Chamber of Commerce ID cards and had them travel to Chiba Chambers of Commerce in different cities in different countries. These people more or less have some excellent skills. The income of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is not a loss. There is no chance that one day there will be a miraculous effect. As for some of those who could no longer survive, Tetsuya had Kakuto give them a ride. Before the sun came up, both Tetsuya and Kakuto had left the Kusunobu village. No, I should have said Kusunobiki village ruins. Boss, so when are we going to meet the daimyo of Kusuno-kuni? Back at the hotel, Kakuto curiously asks Tetsuya about his next plan. Tetsuya smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. What's the hurry? I didn't sleep all night yesterday. Let's get some rest before we say anything else. It's also important to let that idiot daimyo know that the Kusunan village is gone, don't you think so? Kakuto nodded. Well, that makes sense. Gotta wait until he realizes his leverage is gone. That way we can have a dominant advantage in the ensuing negotiations. Isn't that right? There's no need to hurry. As long as we delay meeting the daimyo, then he's the one who should be anxious next. With Tetsuya at the helm, the two stayed in the middle of the hotel, eating and drinking as they should. Just don't go to see the great name of Kusuno-kuni. And the situation of the daimyo of Kusuno-kuni was exactly as Tetsuya thought it would be. Gradually, he became uneasy from his original calmness. City Lord Wu-fei, it's been a few days, and that Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce's president has arrived. Why hasn't he come to see me yet? Shouldn't he be the one who can't wait to see me about business? The nonplussed daimyo once again approached Muoi, the lord of Onigashira Castle, who was temporarily residing in the capital. After all, right now his biggest dependence was Wu Wei, and in the face of this current situation, he hoped that Wu Wei could give him ideas. Wu Fei smiled calmly, relieved. Don't panic, daimyo. This Chiba Tetsuya was able to establish the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and make such a big name for himself. So naturally he wouldn't be a mediocre person. We raised our demand by 50% all of a sudden, and he was definitely not able to accept it. So he should be dragging his feet right now, trying to wear down your patience. I reckon he must have thought that by delaying for just a few days, you would surely feel that the cooperation had changed and then go ahead and initiate the process. Once you take the initiative, then the other side regains the initiative to negotiate. Hearing Wu Wei say that, daimyo nodded as well. Master Wu Fei has a point. This Chiba Tetsu was no less than a shrewd businessman. If you hadn't reminded me of this, City Lord Wu Wei, I'm afraid I really would have gone looking for him, said daimyo smiled as he unfolded his small miniature folding fan and fanned it. Then we'll spend it. Let's see who wears out who. Kusuno-kuni is my territory. Where did he get the nerve to spend time with me? The two men joked and began to sip their tea. Just at this time, someone came running over in a hurry. Daimyo, Lord of Muoi City, has big news. Big news? What? Is it that the boss of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce can't hold out any longer? Took the initiative to come and talk to me about working together? Daimyo was cheerful and still felt like he had everything under control. However, in the next moment, neither he nor Wu Wei could laugh anymore. It's no good, my lord. City Lord, I just received word that the Kusunobu village has been destroyed by the entire village was turned into an inferno. Not a single living soul left behind. What? How is this possible? Daimyo screamed and stood up. Although the grass ninja village is not as good as the 5 major ninja villages, but more or less this is their ninja village in the grass country. How to say no? Why is that? Get this straight. A village that big. How could they be gone without a word? Did they not run away? Didn't call for help? No. When the Kusunan village was destroyed, no news flowed out. This person who reported the news was already sweating profusely. After all, this news was just too powerful. Things were still discovered when the Kusunobu who were out on a mission returned to the village. When he returned to the Kushinobu village, the whole of Kushinobu had been turned into a scorched earth. Everywhere there are houses burned to ashes and the charred remains of ninjas. Ahem dash. Daimyo coughed violently. Are you okay, daimyo? City Lord Wu Wei rushed forward to support daimyo. City Lord Wu Fei, Why do you think this is happening? Could it be that? Could this all be the work of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce? The daimyo was trembling with anger. The first thing he thought of when the grass ninja village was destroyed was the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, however, City Lord Wu shook his head. Although the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is highly suspected, I don't think it's possible that it's him, though I've heard that Tetsuya Chiba has a superbly powerful Muoi by his side, protecting him through countless assassinations. But even so, with just one person, it was a bit of a pipe dream to want to destroy the Kusunobu village. And although the Thousand Leaves Chamber of Commerce is very powerful, they are all merchants that, it's even more unrealistic to want to exterminate a ninja village silently. And why is that? Wu Fei pondered, and then he came to a pretty far-fetched conclusion. The entire Kusunan village has been turned into scorched earth. Then the one who attacked the Kusunan village must have been a master of the fire escape. And there are only a handful of people in the shinobi world who can do that. And being able to do something like that doesn't make it easy. I think there's only one possible daimyo. What? It should be the work of that Uchiha who is rumored to have returned from the dead. It must be those idiots from the Kushinobu village who somehow offended the Uchiha. Yes, that must be it. Yuki Hazen, who was renewing his life inside the cave by relying on the demonic statue of Gato. Chapter 105 Ghost Light City Honmen Banquet? I'll go straight to the banquet table. Uchihasu, hearing that name made the daimyo even more afraid. He'd heard the name mentioned countless times by the previous generation of daimyo, before he succeeded to the throne. Shinobi Shura Uchiha Spot, an existence on par with the god of ninjutsu, senjutsu. An Uchiha Zebra is a lot more unreasonable than Chibiusa, and when it comes to any problem, if it had been Chibiusa, then maybe it would have been possible to talk, to communicate, but if it's Uchiha, then there's only one way to wait for death. After all, that feared Shinobi Shura doesn't care what you are, whether you're a noble or a daimyo. If he's determined to kill you, then you have to die. Then what should we do, Wu-Fei City Lord? Will Uchiha Zebra come to kill us? Don't panic, daimyo. The destruction of the Kusunan village was a few days ago. I'm afraid we'd already be dead if the Uchiha had tried to kill us. Hearing this, the daimyo was relieved. You're right, City Lord Wu-Wei. It's me who's too nervous. The distance between the capital city of Kusunokuni and the Kusunobiki village wasn't too far. And if a horse-drawn carriage, that's just a day or so away. In the case of a ninja with faster urban footwork, especially one as powerful as Uchiha's, after destroying the Kushinobu village at night, they would be able to come to the capital city's daimyo residence in the morning to take their heads. So what do we do next? Keep waiting? Wu-Fei thought for a moment then said, tell you what, daimyo, you keep waiting. I'm going to go meet that Chiba Tetsuya for a while. Let's see what kind of attitude he has. No, that's not enough. Perhaps it was the destruction of the grass ninja village that made the daimyo completely determined. With the Kusunobu village gone, the repercussions of this are just too great. We have to get more. Daimyo, what do you mean then? A hint of greed and ruthlessness flashed in the daimyo's eyes. Even if the destruction of the Kusunan village had nothing to do with the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, but it also jinxed the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. So they had to come up with something more. I'm going to ask for 20% of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce on top of this 50% boost. 20% of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce? As soon as those words came out, Wu-Fei frowned. Daimyo, would this be too much? I'm afraid Tetsuya Chiba wouldn't agree. No, he'll agree, Daimyo said with a sinister smile. I will send him an invitation, in my name, to visit your city of ghostly lights. Consider it an apology for the last few days of delay. He's gonna think I'm the one who admitted defeat, after he got the invite, didn't want to continue with him. In order to take the initiative, he would definitely agree to go. As long as he arrives at Ghost Lantern City, then isn't everything up to you, City Lord Wu-Wei? When Wu-Fei thought about it carefully, it seemed like this would indeed work. Although the fact that Onigashira Castle, was a prison was known among the major shinobi villages. But I'm afraid for merchants who aren't ninjas, they don't know what that place is. If Tetsuya Chiba had arrived at Ghost Light City as well, then wouldn't this all be up to him? I think it works. Very well, then I shall extend an invitation to Tetsuya Chiba, and the date will be set for 2 days from now. What do you think, City Lord Wu-Fei? Excellent, then my lord, I will return to Ghost Light City to make preparations first. Good, then the future of our grass country is in your hands, City Lord Wu-Fei. Don't worry, daimyo. Muoi left, and daimyo's invitation was swiftly sent. Tetsuya, who was resting in the middle of the hotel, was also a bit surprised after receiving the news. Ghost Light City? Tetsuya's expression was a little strained. But it's really him. This Kusunokuni daimyo has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He really thinks I don't know what this Ghost Light City is. Not to mention that Tetsu has seen the theatrical version. And right now, Kakuto, who was right next to him, had gone to Ghost Light City to do time. It looks like this daimyo of Kusunokuni is planning to play the hangmen banquet thing. Oh, funny, boss. It looks like the real backbone of this Kusunokuni daimyo isn't the Kusunobu village, but rather this Onijirai castle's lord. Muoi. It does seem that way now. So doesn't that mean that I killed the wrong person? Kusunobu village took the sword for the lord of this Ghost Light castle? Kakuto said, shaking his head. Well, you can't say that. If you really want to count it, Onigashira Castle is part of the Kushinobu village. This Ghost Light City's Lord Wuwei is a family out of the Grass Ninja village. Only their family has been responsible for guarding the prison for generations. And as far as I know, there are 12 elders from the Kusunan village who are still inside Onijirai Castle. I think it's called something like Kusunoki. Well, in that case, then no, it's not a mistake to kill. Only that there are some leaks. So, what do you think of the invitation, boss? Tetsuya grinned. What else can one think? Since people have already issued an invitation, it's only natural for me to go. Besides, I don't like crappy projects. And since there's still a leak, then it's time to take this opportunity to cut down the roots together. Besides, I've heard that there's something called the Box of Ultimate Bliss in Ghost Light City, and I'm kind of curious about it. Wanted to check it out. The Box of Ultimate Bliss? Hearing the familiar name, Kakuto frowned. Boss, this thing is better left untouched if you ask me. It's no good. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself, said Tetsuya, clapping his hands. By the way, you won't be going this time. Why? I've spent time in Ghost Light City, and with me around, no matter what the boss wants to do, it's all going to be a lot easier. It's okay, I don't need to go into too much detail about what I need to know about that hole. Just know where it is, and there are other tasks you need to do. Other tasks? Boss, as rich as you like. Tetsuya grinned. Unsurprisingly, the daimyo of Kusunokuni in Onijirai Castle will definitely not be there this time, so keep an eye on him for me and don't let him get away. Kakuto gave a lurch and instantly understood. After the boss has been to Ghost Light City this time, I'm afraid that Onigashira Castle will cease to exist just like the Kusunobiki village. If any news comes back early, the daimyo is afraid that he will run away early. I understand, boss. I'll keep an eye on that guy until you get back, boss. He's not going anywhere. 2 days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the time stated in the daimyo's invitation. Tetsuya had turned into that big-bellied look that unusual people perceive him to be, and had just come out of the hotel. Just saw the daimyo people. Chairman Chiba, Chairman Chiba. One looks plainly dressed, but a closer look reveals that the underling whose plain clothes were actually made of extremely expensive materials found Tetsuya with a carriage. It goes without saying that these people are from the daimyo province. Good morning, Chairman Chiba. We've come to pick you up as promised for Onijirai Castle. Tetsuya smiled kindly. Hard work everyone. The daimyo had the presence of mind to actually arrange a special person to pick me up. I was going to hire a wagon myself to go to Ghost Light City. Oh, you're right, you can't hire your own car, the daimyo has arranged it. Please also ask Chairman Chiba to get in the car. Good. Tetsuya didn't dawdle and just got in the car. Depart. The carriage started and Tetsuya lifted the curtain to look ahead. Ghost Light City, your grandfather is here. Inviting my old man to the hangmen banquet, then I'll go and be a crow. Chapter 106, not buddy, you even lifted the table first? Ghost Light City, a city built on top of an island, said to be a city that. It's actually more like a giant castle. The carriage pulled Tetsuya to the dock and switched to a boat to bring Tetsuya to the island. Once he landed on the island, Tetsuya realized that the island was much larger than he had seen before. As soon as he got off the boat, Tetsuya saw several men in uniform and a palanquin. It's Mr. Tetsuya Chiba, isn't it? That's right, it's me. You're from Ghost Light City, aren't you? Tetsuya surveyed the men in uniform. The clothes these guys were wearing didn't look at all like the clothes that should be worn in the shinobi world, but rather like the clothes that a prison guard would wear in The King of Thieves. Yes, Mr. Tetsuya, our lord of the city has been waiting for your presence for quite some time now. He specifically asked us to come and get you, so please, Tetsuya-san, get into the palanquin, and let's set sail for Ghost Light City. Okay, that's a lot of hard work, guys. With a smile on his face, Tetsuya calmly got into the palanquin that was obviously converted from a prison cage. I have to say, the scenery outside of Ghostlight is pretty nice. The mountains are full of a plant called ghost lamps, which have orange and yellow fruits that look like little lanterns. He'd heard Kakuto say that these ghost light fruits were normally edible. However, if you eat the white fruit, you will be paralyzed, and it will take at least a day to get over it. Usually when the inmates of Ghost Light City don't want to labor, they eat the white fruit to avoid labor. The sedan chair traveled along and soon arrived at Ghost Light City. The overbearing and majestic gate slowly opened, and two teams of jailers marched out in unison, lining up on either side of the city gate. The palanquin stopped and Tetsuya stepped out from inside it. "Salute, we have the lord of the city." With a command, the crowd of jailers saluted in unison. Wu-Fei made a forced entrance with a crowd of people following him. "Chairman Chiba has come all the way here from thousands of miles away, it is truly an honor for me." Tetsuya laughed cheerfully. Wherever, I'm also very excited to be able to come to Ghost Light City. That said, did the daimyo arrive first already? Why didn't I see the daimyo? Hearing Tetsuya mention his great name, Muoi's face did not show the slightest ripple. "The daimyo is waiting for Chairman Chiba just inside the city, so I'd like to ask Chairman Chiba to follow me into the city." It's really just a mouthful. That old boy, the daimyo of Kusunokuni, never even left the daimyo. How could it be within the city of Ghostlight? But it didn't matter, he was here to lift the table anyway. "Well said, please also lead the way, City Lord Wu-Wei." Wu-Fei looked at Tetsuya and couldn't help but smile as he walked ahead leading Tetsuya into Ghost Light City. This side had just entered the city when the thick gate behind them closed with a bang. If you were an ordinary person, the gate was closed, and you entered this Ghost Light City, and I'm afraid it's hard to escape from the difference. Wu-Fei, who was walking in front of him, opened his mouth. "I'm afraid Chairman Chiba doesn't know what this Ghost Light City of mine is." "Of course I know, it's a famous prison in the Shinobi world, where criminals from all the major Shinobi villages are held. And you, Master Wu-Fei, as a member of the Heavenly Jail clan have mastered the fire escape Heavenly Jail. All prisoners who enter this Ghost Light Castle are planted with the seal of Naruto Heavenly Prison to limit their chakra and prevent them from escaping. Do you see that I am right, Lord Wu-Fei's city?" Muoi looked back at Tetsuya with some surprise. "You actually know all that? Then why did you come to Ghost Light City?" Tetsuya laughed frankly. "I've been invited by the daimyo to visit Anajirai Castle, and I'm not a prisoner. Why don't you dare to come, and I'm not a ninja? Could it be that the master of Muoi Castle is going to use the fire escape Heavenly Prison on me?" said Tetsuya as he directly opened his arms. "Then please, City Lord Wu-Fei, I've come to travel with sincerity to talk about cooperation in the meantime. If the City Lord has to make me accept the mark of the Heavenly Prison in order to talk properly, then I will have to accept it." Seeing this so honest, Wu-Fei smiled. I have to say that Chairman Chiba is so bold." "You're right. Chairman Chiba is not a prisoner, so how could I use the Heavenly Prison technique on his Chairman Chiba?" "That's right, I'm not a prisoner, I'm a guest." That's right, Chairman Chiba please, I'll show you around this Ghost Light City." At Muoi's invitation, Tetsuya enters the prison section of Ghost Light City. Muoi led this way to meet criminals from various Shinobi villages. The crimes of these criminals sound one poorer than the other. But really, it's just a bunch of guys with little to no name recognition. Really powerful. Ninjas with some kind of special feature simply cannot be handed over by the major Shinobi villages. Not only in this Shinobi world, these ninjas with a skill set that. It's also a resource in a way, especially if it's a ninja with a special bloodline limit. And some powerful renegade ninja, this district of Ghostlight Castle can't hold them, like Kakuto for example. Even the reason why Kakuto was imprisoned in Ghostlight City back then. That's also because one of his hunting targets was captured in Ghostlight City, and he was coming in to get the guy's head to take for money. There's not much to see with these prisoners. I've heard that there's a box of ultimate bliss that can fulfill one's wishes in the middle of Ghost Lantern City, is that true? I didn't realize Chairman Chiba even knew about this. Wu-Fei laughed out loud twice. The box of ultimate bliss does exist. It's just that he's just an antique that our Heavenly Jail clan passed down from a long time ago, and doesn't have any power. Ugh, is that right? Tetsuya asked suddenly, cupping his chin. Do you have a child, City Lord Wu-Fei? Muoi was confused by Tetsuya's question. No. Why are you suddenly jumping to such personal issues? Not yet, I'm not married. So, I see. Hearing Muoi's reply, Tetsuya nodded. Not yet married, which means his son, Dirt, hasn't been born yet. The guy hadn't poured over that crappy box to the point of going off the deep end either. He remembers the old boy backing up boxes until he went off the deep end in the theater version. He lost his own son, and when he was done, he went around grabbing people to feed chakra to the box in order to resurrect his son. It resulted in the resurrection of a monster. Looking at Tetsuya with a thoughtful look on his face, Wu Wei was somewhat unable to guess what was in Tetsuya's mind. But at this point, he wasn't going to guess anymore. Chairman Chiba, let's talk about cooperation now. Cooperation? What cooperation to talk about? The daimyo didn't even show up, what's there to talk about? Oh, I've come to negotiate with you by order of the daimyo. Now we in Kusunokuni are prepared to add on top of the additional 50% we asked for before. Plus? Tetsuya was happy. And plus? What more do you want? We, the Grass Country, want 20% of your Chiba Chamber of Commerce. No. How did you dare ask for 20% of the shares? People like Hanzo Yamabushi didn't even ask me for shares, and our daimyo of the Fire Country never asked me for shares, so what gives you guys in the Grass Country the right? Seeing Tetsuya's puzzled look, Moe smiled in satisfaction instead. On the basis of what? On the basis that you're on my turf now. With a wave of Wu Fei's hand, a group of people shrouded in robes and people wearing zodiac masks appeared blocking the way back and forth. If you don't agree, you're afraid you'll have to stay with me for a while. Chapter 107, this technique is called Spiral Maru. Looking at the 12 men who were blocking his front and back, Tetsuya knew that this would be those 12 elders of the Kusunokuni, Kusunosumi. City Lord Wu Fei, what do you mean, you don't want to have a good talk? Planning to just blow up the table, are you? Tetsuya still looked at Wu Wei with a calm face. Good guy, I haven't lifted the table yet, but you can't help lifting the table first, right? Wu Fei smiled and shook his head, opening his hands and saying, No, I'm in the middle of a good conversation with you, aren't I? Just wanted you to show our capital, now it's time for you to think about whether or not you want to agree to the conditions I've put forth, Chairman Chiba. Fine, just don't lift the table. Tetsuya smiled in relief before saying immediately afterward. After all, I'm here to lift the table, and it wouldn't be fun if you lifted it first. What do you mean? Wu Fei frowned, something didn't feel right to him. Why does this guy look like he finally doesn't have to act? I mean, that's the end of my show. It's time for us to have a little fun. Chakra seal, undo. Boom. Tetsuya opened his chakra seal and unleashed his own chakra aura without reservation. The terrifying chakra fluctuations seemed to condense into substance, A wave of air was sent through the castle. Asshole. How is this possible, damn it, how can such a horrible chakra, Isn't this Chiba Tetsuya an ordinary businessman? Such a terrifying chakra, is that guy a monster? For a moment Wu Fei broke out in a cold sweat, but immediately afterward he turned from shock to excitement. What's the use of even more massive chakra? It means nothing in front of me. This majestic chakra of yours is the best nourishment for the box of ultimate bliss. Wu Fei raised his hand and red energy coalesced above his cane. Naruto Heavenly Prison Jutsu. A palm slapped towards Tetsuya. If you can hit Tetsu by surprise, then he would be able to lock the chakra in his body in an instant. You get up. Before Moe could touch Tetsuya, he directly swept a whip leg across the top of Moe's head. Knock. Flying out, Wu Wei instantly struck through a cell. The prisoners inside the cell ran away without saying a word. But before he could run far, his body was ablaze with flames and the fire escape heavenly prison that was on him and Moe unleashed. Ahem. Getting up from the ground, Moe gave Tetsuya a vicious glare. Kusunosumi, get your asses together and take this guy. At Moe's command, 12 members of the Kusunosu charged towards Tetsuya. Fighting with less? Tetsuya came to his senses and went straight to his hands. Boom! A puff of smoke suddenly exploded, and the Kusunosumi crowd took half a step back to look at the smoke warily. One of them wearing a pig head mask raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Wind transportation gale palm. A palm struck out and instantly swept up a gale to blow away the smoke. The moment the smoke cleared, however, there was a shocking scene that more than 30 Tetsuya actually appeared in the middle of the encirclement. It's Kiba's multiple shadow split technique. The somewhat experienced dragon-head masked man recognized the art and couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Let's play with you guys for now, and when I've had enough, I'll send you off to reunite with the rest of the Kusunin village. In the next moment, these 30-odd Tetsuya rushed out, directly charging at different members of the Grass Realm. Still outnumbered, except that just now they were outnumbered, and now Tetsuya was outnumbered. The other Kusunin villages? Getting back on his feet, Moe associated himself with something and looked at Tetsuya with some shock. You destroyed the Kusunin village. Congratulations on your correct answer, as a reward for guessing the truth. Tetsuya raised his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, a huge ball of light appeared in his hand. This technique is called Spiral Maru. A charged slide Spiral Maru pushes towards Muoi. Spiral Maru swelled taller than a man in a flash. Wunderkind hurriedly rolled out of the way and avoided it. His hallowed Ghost Light City's city lord was at this moment being scared in front of the other inmates and rolling on the ground. For a while all the inmates inside the prison watching the show laughed out loud. What are you guys laughing at? What are you laughing at? The Wuwei who had managed to dodge the Spiral Maru climbed up from the ground and heard the mockery of the inmates instantly became infuriated, and directly triggered the heavenly prison seal in everyone's body. In a flash, the original laughter turned into a mournful wail. Oi oi, how dare you get distracted while fighting me, you're being too disrespectful. Tetsuya's voice came from above Muoi's head. Nani? As soon as Wu Fei looked up, he saw a huge ball of light covering him. This move is called Cap Spiral Maru. Boom! The Spiral Maru came down with a bang and went straight through the floor. Knock knock. There were 3 muffled sounds in a row, and Tetsuya's Spiral Maru went straight through all the floorboards with one of his moves. It came to the lowest level, a basement full of experimental instruments. Ahem ha! Wu Fei collapsed to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time several more figures fell from the air, 12 men of the realm of grass. The floor above collapsed and poured, and the guys fell together to this bottom level. Oh, it can be quite tenacious of life, it's not even dead. Tetsuya was a little surprised to see Muoi, who had eaten one of his Cap Spiral Maru moves and still wasn't dead. Is it a stand-in technique? At the first moment of being smashed, a double jutsu was unleashed that replaced position with something else. ING guys. Wu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Tetsuya. He couldn't understand how this guy was so strong. And what's up with that art called Spiral Maru? It doesn't even need to form a seal, it's still so powerful, and he just activated his double to avoid the center of it. Just being grazed by the edge hurt him like this. If he was hit head-on, he would have died on the spot. Wu Fei, let's go together, this guy is strong. The other members of the Kusunoki no Mitsuru also got back on their feet and a few of the slightly less injured members of Kusunoki no Mitsurugi were still using palm immortal techniques to heal the others. No, I have a better plan, said Wu Fei as he looked in the direction of where a specially shaped door in this basement was located. Hey, I mean, is it really okay for you guys to just conspire out loud right in front of me? Watching a few people bleeping loudly, Tetsuya couldn't help but spit out the words. He also noticed the strange door and wondered what was behind it. Could it be the box of ultimate bliss? He couldn't remember much about the specifics of that theatrical release. Forget about what polar pointing really is. All he knew was that inside the box was a monster called Go. Tetsuya Chiba, although you fooled everyone and hidden your strength. But you should never have come to this place. Wu Fei's aura suddenly became arrogant, as if he had gotten his hands on some bottom card. No. How dare you talk to me like that? Did that door give you the backbone? Tetsuya looked at the door suspiciously. Take that, fire escape heavenly firmament fire sword. Wu Fei's chakra churned in his hands. The pure chakra turned into red flame energy, eventually transforming into a sword. Holding the crimson long sword, Wu Wei took the initiative to attack Tetsuya. Interesting, Spiral Maru. Chapter 108 Box of Paradise, Enlightenment. The Spiral Maru instantly destroyed Muoi's heavenly firmament fire sword, and Tetsuya pushed it directly towards Muoi. Wu Fei retreated quickly, all the way back to the strange door of the then decisively launched the instantaneous technique. I saw that Spiral Maru was about to hit that door, but Spiral Maru suddenly disappeared. Tetsuya dispersed the chakra in his hands to look at Muoi, who ran out of the instantaneous jutsu and laughed. You're trying to trick me into attacking this door with a spirit pill. Then so that you can steal my chakra with the power of the door, right? Unfortunately that trick doesn't work on me. Muoi saw Tetsuya arrive at the door and he smiled back. Yeah? And did it work for you? It was then that Tetsuya noticed that the 12 named grass nuts had formed a strange formation that the chakra in their bodies erupted at the same time, forming the silhouettes of 12 different animals behind them. The next moment the silhouettes behind them were connected in a specific order of the 12 heavenly stems of Zijiao Ing Mao Chen Si Wu Wei Xin Yu Su Hai. What is it? A formation? Or is it a boundary? Tetsuya's Sharingan eyes emerged from within his eyes, and the three-hooked jade spun into a kaleidoscope. He was ready to open his Suzaku. It's now, fire escape howling fire heavenly prison. Wu Fei slapped his palm and red energy flew out, landing on Tetsuya. In a flash, Tetsuya felt like the chakra was being drained from his body. However, the speed of extraction pales in comparison to the overall amount of chakra one has. It couldn't be helped, the amount of chakra he'd accumulated over the years from raffles was just too much. The whole thing is practically a humanoid-tailed beast. That's even if, at the dog, Tetsuya still has a three-tailed ISO foo stored that he hasn't extracted. As the chakra poured in, the gate behind him changed and the whole thing shook. Great, we did it. I told you, Tetsuya Chiba. This thick chakra of yours is the food that Aurora points to. Boom! The next moment, the wall bentai, that gate also finally revealed its true colors. The door is actually decorated above the box of ultimate bliss. Accompanied by the trembling of the box of ultimate bliss, the entire gigantic box flew out directly toward the top. It pierced through the ceiling of the basement, traveling to the floor. Quick, go after them. The box of ultimate bliss is open. Just make a wish. Our Kusunin village will be able to rule the entire Shinobi world. The rabbit-headed masked man shouted in excitement, taking the lead and running towards the outside with his men. Tetsuya Chiba, you're just waiting to die here, huh? Moai smiled broadly and leapt forward, running towards the hole that Spiral Maru had smashed out between them. No. Just leave it? Leave it alone? Really think there's nothing I can do? Tetsuya was a bit confused, they just left him alone? Shaking his head, Tetsuya reached out his own right hand and pressed it to his heart. Dispel the magic. Boom! Blue chakra erupted, and a shot of unjitsu scattered directly dispersed Wu Wei's ninjutsu. This thing works really well. With a sigh of emotion, Tetsuya hurriedly followed. He still wanted to see the monster called Go. Above the Ghost Light City Labor Plaza, a huge box broke out of the ground. The box was even more massive than the cells where the prisoners lived. The sides of the box of ultimate bliss each have 4 faces representing different expressions of joy, anger, sadness and happiness. And Wu Fei came to the box, surrounded by the 12 grass realities. O chest, the time has come to open it, O chest of supreme bliss. As Wu Fei called out, the entire box of ultimate bliss flooded with black mist. Tetsuya, who had come up from the ground without slowing down, was just in time to see this scene. Oh, is this an attempt to open the box of ultimate bliss? O box of ultimate bliss, grant me the power to rule the Shinobi world. Wu Fei made his wish towards the box of ultimate bliss. Ugh, actually ruling the Shinobi world? That's right, after all, he doesn't have a son at this time. It's not natural to wish for a son, is it? Box of ultimate bliss, listen to my wish. Soon the box of ultimate bliss produced a reaction. Coming. Our Kusunin village is finally going to be on top. Protect Wu Fei, he can't be interrupted by anyone. That's right. The 12 grasses of truth immediately surrounded Wu Wei. The inmates who were out on the loose were dumbfounded at the sight. And Tetsuya just watched, not stepping forward to stop it. After all, he had come for the monster called Go, and he wanted to see this thing. What exactly is the level? Is there a shadow level, as for the Rokuto level? It can't touch this kind of thing. Roar! A scream rang out and the scream was actually coming from those human face reliefs on top of the box of ultimate bliss. The shackle-like device above the relief fell away, and one of the faces opened its mouth and a terrifying energy rushed out and injected itself into Wu Wei's body. Here we go, that thing is Gohan, right? Tetsuya was also excited to see that energy. Receiving the power, Wu Wei roared. Ha ha! Power, I feel powerful power. Endless power. The 12 grasses reality sensed the change in Wu Fei and was also excited. Great, this way, our Kusunin village will be able to rule the Shinobi world. Wu Fei suddenly turned back to the Kusunoki no Mitsuru who had spoken. Sorry, but it's me who's going to rule the world, not some Kusunobiki village. What? What do you mean by that, Wu Fei? Swipe. Just as he finished his words, Wu Wei's hand suddenly extended and directly pierced through his heart. I'm not some do-nothing. My name is Go. I'm thankful you guys freed me, and in return, I'll send you to your deaths. No good, Wu Fei, he's gone crazy. Make a move to kill. The words were not finished. They were then all clutched in a pair of large black hands, and with a force that all of them were pinched to death, and it was a pretty gruesome death. The inmates on the sidelines realized something was wrong and immediately turned and ran. Even Kusunosumi is no match for Wu Wei. Even more so for those of them who had their chakras sealed. And Wu Fei completely exploded into a monster of enormous size, or perhaps Gnosis manifested his true nature. A massive, stylized giant with a decapitated head. But he had extremely odd proportions, no eyes, below the ribs was a huge mouth with hideous fangs, relying on a slightly scrawny spine connecting the feet to the arms are oddly long enough to hang to the ground, covered in black fur, and have a pair of wings on their backs. Can you see without eyes and read minds? Interesting. Howl. Go yelled out, sensing the fear in the hearts of those who had fled. It made him extraordinarily excited. Wait. What's with the weird guy? Go turned his huge body in the direction of where Tetsuya was. And Tetsuya was also walking towards Go at that moment, a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes glowing red. Yo monster, let's have some fun. Chapter 109 Everlasting Divine Kingdom, welcome to my kingdom. Go looked at Tetsuya suspiciously. What is this thing? Why can't I see what's going on in his mind? He's been around since the days of the Rokuto immortals. It was the first time he had encountered a being whose heart he could not read. No, I can't say it's the first time he's come across it. After all, there's another being whose heartbeat he can't read. That would be his creator, that awful old man. Could it be that this fellow is in existence on the same level as that awful old man? But he quickly dismissed the idea. No, it can't be. That awful old man is the apex of this world. It's unlikely that anyone will be like him, but this guy's eyes resemble the son of a bad old man. I say, what are you thinking? Tetsuya saw Go standing still and fuming, and directly rubbed a spiral maru up. Boom! With a flick of his wings, Go kicked up a fierce wind and flew directly into mid-air, avoiding Tetsuya's attack. Though it said it couldn't see through what was going on in Tetsuya's mind. But how could it be a simple character that had lived from the Six Paths era to the present, and with its instincts it was also able to avoid many dangers? That jutsu, how come it's so similar to the jutsu Asura uses? Hey, human. Are you a descendant of Asura or Indra? TCH, annoying, bullying me for not having an air-to-air right. Tetsuya didn't answer Go's question, he just watched the guy fly through the air with extra irritation. Humble human, answer this lord's question. With a wave of his wings, Go instantly exploded with a large number of feathers, It covered towards Tetsuya like a rain of arrows. Susanu. A golden half-Susan rose up from the ground and protected Tetsuya. And those prisoners behind Tetsuya who hadn't had a chance to escape were out of luck. Instantly fell under the feather of enlightenment. Jay, you can fly, can't you? I'll make you fly. Tetsuya sliced, and a pair of kaleidoscopic sharpening will-eye pupils erupted and the half-Suzu drew a bow from behind himself and drew it, locking onto Go, who was flying through the air. Not good. A strong sense of crisis rose up, a rare feeling since the birth of Gnosis. Look at the arrows. An arrow shot, sharp as attack. The golden arrow simply disappeared after flying out some distance. Gone. Noticing the arrow disappear, Go froze for a split second but a strong sense of crisis constantly reminded it that the deadly threat had not been lifted. Both wings swung, and out of instinct, Go climbed sharply. However, the next moment, the golden arrow actually appeared above him out of nowhere. Center. Put. The golden arrow instantly pierced through Go's body. Roar. Go wailed and fell from the air. It was somewhat unable to comprehend what kind of bow and arrow it was that actually disappeared after being shot, then bizarrely appeared in the path of his own escape. Go cursed and got up from the ground. One more hideous gash in his large, torso-like head, through his big head. Yeah, this is called, though I am old my arrows are still sharp. Tetsuya let out a villainous laugh. Go touched the wounds on his body and instantly opened his arms. Heavenly prison spell seal. What is it? Tetsuya was a bit surprised, not realizing that after this guy had taken over Wu Wei's body. I can't believe I can still activate the art of doing nothing. Miserable wailing sounds rang out from all corners of Ghost Light City, and red chakra energy shot up into the sky as it turned into a red rain of light converging towards Go. Go opened his bloody mouth and swallowed as much of this extracted chakra energy as he could. Pounds of chakra energy swallowed into the stomach. The wound on Go's head from Tetsuya's arrow healed quickly. Is there such a thing as an operation? Tetsuya frowned. It's not enough, the quality of these guys is so bad, you become my food too. After devouring the chakra of all the prisoners in the entire Onigiri castle, Go still felt that it wasn't enough. Straight towards Tetsuya. I'm really giving you too much face. With a clap of his hands, his pupil power erupted once again. Susanoo full body. The half Suzo pulls up and becomes a full-fledged Suzo giant, and Tetsuya came from the center of Susa to the head of Susa. Howl. Go opens his mouth and lets out a terrifying sonic boom, a sonic shock sweeping towards Susanoo. The hardened Suzaku was hardened by the shock and began to shake. Humph. Tetsuya grunted coldly as the bow and arrow in Suzaku's hand changed form and a long golden blade appeared. Eat my 3 slashes. The golden Suzaku giant steadied himself and swung 3 sword blasts at Go. Swish swish. Sword chi flew around, instantly tearing apart the square of Ghost Light City. The sword light flew straight out of the island, ripped the raging waves off the island. Go, who relied on his flexible stance to avoid the 3 slashes, opened his mouth and a crimson flaming longsword spat out from his mouth. This longsword was quite familiar to Tetsuya, it was none other than Wu's fire escape Heavenly Firmament fire sword. Apparently, after this guy took over Wu-Fei's body, in addition to his own inherent ability to, it also gains the abilities of the host. Go lifted his wings and accelerated, swinging his sword in a dive towards the Susa giant. Good timing, eat my big chop. The Susanoo giant sheathed his sword under Tetsuya's maneuver and stepped forward to slash out. San. The golden blade slashed out horizontally, and the crimson sword light slashed down vertically. Boo. The swords touched each other, and in a flash, the impact that erupted deprived the world of all color. All that's left is the ultimate black and white. Swish. The crimson blade in Go's hand crumbled along with his wings. How could a mere sword blade condensed from a fire escape jutsu be a match for Susanoo? It's over, I'm tired of playing. Tetsuya turned to look at Go, who had lost his wings and fallen from the sky. Everlasting divine kingdom. The kaleidoscope sharing will eye within his left eye erupted with astonishing power. The next moment the space around them changed. Nanny! Go got up from the ground and it realized that it had actually come to another place. A ruddy sun shines above the golden sky. And the earth here was actually an endless sea of clouds, and on top of the cascading cloudy mountains stood a glorious palace, It's like coming to the kingdom of God. What is this place? Welcome to my kingdom of God, the god of this place. The golden Suzaku giant, illuminated by the ruddy sun, emanated a divine radiance, Tetsuya maneuvered Suzaku to raise the long blade in his hand. And the long blade in Suzaku's hand elicited a reaction from those pantheons above the cloudy mountains, dazzling divine light surged and converged from all directions. A blade wrapped in a sky of divine light chopped down, as if everything in the world would be cut off under this blade. Chapter 110, Rokudo Louden, you're too dangerous, I must seal you for the sake of the shinobi world. Take away? Go's massive body obliterated under this slash from Tetsuya, and Muzu was stripped of his. Also stripped out was a ball of crimson energy. The moment Tetsuya touched Changheng's divine kingdom, the crimson energy fled and re-entered the box of ultimate bliss. And Wu-Fei, who was lying on the ground, completely turned into a corpse. Well, it's not bad, this monster has almost a shadow class strength. And it's a bit stronger than an unusual shadow, like Nagashiro in Boruto or something. Tetsuya had a judgment about the strength of the guy called Go. With that he looked to the box of ultimate bliss. The face that had opened its mouth on the original box of ultimate bliss had reclosed its mouth, It looks like it should need to be re-injected with chakra to turn it on. Ugh. I have an idea. A bad smile appeared on his face. Tetsuya walked towards the box of ultimate bliss, reached out and pressed on it, Then mobilizing the chakra in his body towards the box of ultimate bliss was a pour. With the supply of chakra, the box of ultimate bliss reacted once again, and a thick black mist erupted. Hey, it's time to fulfill my wish after eating my chakra, come out and play for a while. Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, the box of ultimate bliss stopped trembling. And then the big drop happened. The 4 faces on the side of the box of ultimate bliss actually sucked back the black mist that emanated from it, while returning the chakra at the same time. No, what do you mean, you don't want it when you say you don't want it? Don't I want to lose face? What I give out, I never take back. Take the chakra and grant me my wish. My wish is that you get the hell out of there. Tetsuya's stubbornness also came to the fore, and he jumped right on top of the box of ultimate bliss, both hands pressed down on it, increasing the output of chakra. The black mist that had originally been sucked back by the 4 human face reliefs was forced out again under the majestic chakra infusion. Immediately afterward, the face that represented sorrow among joy and anger opened its mouth and from his mouth, he spat out a ball of red energy, which landed on the ground and coalesced into a solid body. What are you trying to do, you asshole? I've even volunteered to go back inside the seal of the box of ultimate bliss. Your face? Tetsuya frowned. He realized that the go he had forced himself out of actually appeared as a human, not the monster he had been before. The key point was that this guy looked 7 times like himself. You guys, why did you take on my appearance? And you have the nerve to say it. Hearing Tetsuya ask that, Go stomped his foot in anger. It's not all your fault. Forcing a huge amount of chakra into the box of ultimate bliss. Influenced by your chakra, I'd become like you. Ha, interesting, really interesting. Tetsuya laughed out loud. So you know my jutsu? Thinking about farts and eating them, how could I? Go skimmed. Unless I can take over your body. So, what the hell are you? Tetsuya inquired as he sat on top of the box of ultimate bliss and looked at Go. You were born out of this thing? And what does this box do? Was it really created by Rokudo Sennin? Why should I tell you? Of course, you can choose not to say anything. Tetsuya tapped the box of ultimate bliss under his butt. If this thing is destroyed, you should die too, right? Go still grunted and wasn't going to answer Tetsuya's question. If he hadn't been unable to stay away from the box of ultimate bliss, he would have turned his head and run away by now. Oops, pretty stubborn. Seeing that Go didn't answer his question, Tetsuya wasn't annoyed and still smiled. I'm more of a real person, and if people don't answer my questions, then I'll figure out how to practice on my own. Che, you are indeed strong, but it's still impossible to destroy the box of ultimate bliss. Yes? Tetsuya smiled and narrowed his eyes. Shall we try? Try all you want. If this box is that easy to break, I would have opened it and come out long ago. Do I need to absorb your chakra to open it? That's right, then I'm really going to try, said Tetsuya as he pulled out a sealing scroll. Come out, 7-star sword. A strangely shaped silver greatsword appeared in Tetsuya's hand. Go was dumbfounded when he saw the great sword. The 7-star sword. That awful old man's ninjutsu, how did you get this thing that? You're a direct descendant of that awful old man? Seeing Tetsuya pull out his 7-star sword, he honestly panicked and after all, this thing came from that awful old man Rokudo just like the box of ultimate bliss. And the 7-star sword is still for combat. No surprises there. It should really be able to split the box of ultimate bliss. Who's the progeny of that awful old man? Don't talk nonsense. This thing is my trophy. Come, let's try to see whether this box is hard or the 7-star sword in my hand is hard. Tetsuya raised the 7-star sword, chakra surged and gathered as much as it could in the 7-star sword. For a moment the 7-star sword was flooded with a morose chill, and the hand rose and fell, and, looking at the posture of the Tetsuya is planning to make a hole for the box of ultimate bliss to come out from above. Slow down. Leave the box under the knife. Go didn't dare to gamble, he shouted out at once. I am a product born in the box of ultimate bliss, but I was not created by Rokudo Sennin himself. Mr. Rokudo originally created only this box, which he wanted to use to seal something or someone. But then the Rokudo Sennin abandoned the box, and eventually I was born from inside it. Tetsuya stopped moving his hands. The 7-star sword in his hand was only an inch away from the box of ultimate bliss. Oh, so the chest was built by the Rokudo Sennin, but you're just an accidental product. Go gave a sad expression, but nodded. That's right, I'm just an accidental product of that awful old man finding out about my existence. After noticing my abilities, I was locked inside this box. As he spoke, his mind recalled the image of the 6 paths old den when he saw himself back then. Rokudo Sennin, the ability to see into the heart and compel the mind? Your powers are too dangerous for this shinobi world. For the sake of the shinobi world, you should stay inside the box. A pair of large hands fell, and Go, who hadn't been born for long, was sealed in the place where he had been born. The place where there is nothing but endless darkness and nothing more. I was just born at that time. Why did you do that to me? What did I do wrong? Is he going to seal me just because my natural ability is dangerous? I'm not convinced, I'm not willing. I hate him. I hate this shinobi world he created. To get back at him. In order to escape the box, I used my innate ability to compel someone to sacrifice chakra to open the box. After an unknown number of years, I finally succeeded and I escaped. To get back at him, I destroyed half the shinobi world he loved. That feeling of revenge was really great. That's what he owes me. With that he turned his words around and clenched his fists. But in my intention to destroy all that he loved, those two sons of his found the box of ultimate bliss and sealed me back up again, and since that time, I've been sealed until now. Chapter 11 Golden Card Pool, Strong Appraisal Technique? Tetsuya sat above the box of ultimate bliss calmly listening to Go tell his ed-up life. Yet long before he finished saying that Rokudo Sennin had created the box of ultimate bliss to seal someone, he had wandered off without listening any further. Unsurprisingly, this thing was originally built by Rokudo Laoden to seal his dear old mom. Only later, his mom was sealed by him and his oldest brother with the Rokudo Earthbuster. This thing was also abandoned. And after Tetsuya figured this out, he wandered off to call out Erha. Dog, come out and see if this 6 paths old den has created anything useful? What's the use of a broken box? Although it is considered a treasure in this world, it doesn't make much sense. So, after getting a reply from the dog, Tetsuya was a little sorry to hear it. He was also looking to see if this thing could have some kind of special effect, like if it had enough chakra, it could explode soldiers like crazy and create a large amount of Gohan out of it. It would be fun if it were possible. Wait until later in the Shinobi War, when the Black Jedi get a bunch of white Jedi stragglers and get a bunch of Go's out of themselves. It would be fun to form a 3-way meeting with the Shinobi Alliance again, a 3-pronged battle. But sadly, the box is useless, and apparently Go is the only one. The dog heard the regret in Tetsuya's words, and at once he noticed the business opportunity. Oh, my dear lord, actually, if you really want to do something about this box, it's not impossible. Oh, how? Hearing the dog talk like that, Tetsuya knew that it must be trying to cheat some money out of itself. But it doesn't matter. I'm not particularly short of money right now, anyway. If he can come up with a program he's happy with, a spending spree isn't out of the question. My dear lord, you remember I said. Yeah, I remember that. Don't do your whole flip-flopping word thing. Just tell me straight out what would help, and how much would it cost me? Ha, worthy of my master, just refreshing, so I'll be straight with you then. Recently this dog has updated a special card pool called the Gold Card Pool. Tetsuya? Wasn't the golden carousel there a long time ago? When you first bound me. Isn't the highest level of the jackpot gold? No, my dear lord, you misunderstand me, this gold is not the same gold. Cut the crap and be direct. Simply put, this gold pool doesn't take bills, doesn't use coupons. Gotta pump with gold. Gold? The gold of the real one? Yes, my dear lord, you have a great capacity for understanding. It took a second to realize what I meant. I suspect you're shading me. How could I? You are my dearest and dearest master. Say, why did you suddenly start collecting gold? Didn't it used to just be currency? Could it be that your unicorn realm is short of gold? Hey, I can't tell you about this one. Just know that I've got a gold jackpot open right now. Just consume the gold. That's right, well then, turn it on and I'll see what this gold jackpot is all about. Well, my dear lord, the pot of gold has been opened for you. According to this dog's search, there are 30 rewards in the gold pool that would be helpful for your current needs. Tetsuya saw a huge gold carousel in front of him, and it cost 100 taels of gold to extract it once. That's not a small amount of money for 100 taels of gold. It takes 100 taels of gold to smoke it once. No, dog, are you serious? Do you know how much merit a vassal had to accomplish in ancient times before he could be rewarded with 100 taels of gold? This is 1,000 taels of gold for drawing a round of 10 in a row. Hey, master, believe me, this gold jackpot is definitely worth every penny. You can try a round of 10, I know you're still carrying 1,563 taels of gold on you. It's inside the sealing scroll in your right sleeve pocket. Dog, how do you know so much? You spying on me? No, I wouldn't dare. I was just paying attention. I'll keep an eye out every time you take money, maybe you're just taking money out to draw cards. Tetsuya's head was full of black lines, and although it sounded a bit outrageous to say it, Tetsuya knew that. It's really something his dog could do. Alright, draw your card. Okay, the gold 1,000 taels was successfully spent, opening the gold prize pool for 10 consecutive draws. The huge turntable began to spin as the dog's paws rattled it. Ding! Card draw complete. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal art of raising a sword 1. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal technique 3 flavors of kamikaze shinobi modified. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of immortal arts training. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of immortal arts training. Congratulations on acquiring the natural ability, artifact recognition 1. Congratulations on receiving an identity modification card 1. Congratulations on obtaining the pupil art stronger firmament art 1. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of immortal technique training 1. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of immortal technique training 1. The card draw ended and Tetsuya looked at his haul with some confusion. No dog, why is the stuff drawn out so strange this time? Are you screwing me over? Are these things really worth that much gold? Of course, my dear lord, after all the years we've been together. When have I ever screwed you over? Yes, there are many more, like the time I smoked the cup noodle making process back in the day. For example, Izuna's hijinks in the back were Kiba's way of messing up my ability to draw now, like the time I drew gifts for Nagato and the others, like... Don't say it my lord, save face, will you? The dog went straight to Tetsuya's knees, his paws clasped together in pleading. I didn't know what I was doing, but I didn't screw you over this time. Don't you want to control that box? That gifted ability artifact recognizes the owner. If you put a drop of blood on top of the box, he would be able to complete the divine artifact recognition. You'll be able to manipulate the box at will. And that knife raising technique. Although it's called the art of nourishing swords, what can be nourished isn't limited to swords. Your 7-star sword, the frontier gold rope. Banana fans and whatnot can be raised as well. As for the strongman appraisal, that's awesome, glaring at anyone who gets pregnant. When Tetsuya heard about this strongman appraisal technique, he was stunned. Wait, this strongman appraisal technique can't be the one I'm thinking of. That's right, it's the one you're thinking of, master. No, it's really just that you have what the shinobi world doesn't have, you can get anything from that world. It has to be. After all, I told you so from the beginning. The dog grinned, rather smugly. Chapter 112. What is filial piety? What is love? Feel the greatness of a mother's love. Tetsuya briefly checked the information about the rewards he received. Basically, it's pretty much what the dog said. Dog, what does this identity modification card do? Oh, this just literally you can modify your identity once. Said the dog, rubbing his chin. I don't think it's a very good name, though. It should be called a relationship modification card to be more appropriate. This modification of identity is to modify the identity of the relationship between two people. Let's say you're not enemies with that guy right now. You can use this card to make modifications that change your identity from his enemy to his father. As soon as the modification is complete, you will be his father in his perception. So, Tetsuya's eyes widened at once. The effect of this thing is so much more powerful than the other rewards are. Then if I change to Otsutsuki no Kami's father, won't I be invincible? What are you thinking? This ID card can only be used when you're close to the other person. And after using it, it can only take effect if the other party doesn't notice anything out of the ordinary for an hour. Such a waste. Tetsuya lost interest for a moment. He had thought he had drawn a godly prop. I didn't realize it was so weak, and there's a limit. It's not a total waste. You can use it now. Change your identity to that guy's old man, and as for how to keep him from noticing the anomaly, well, that's even easier. You can't just hold him down and beat him violently for an hour. Tetsuya cocked his head and smiled suddenly. What's the point of being his father? Wouldn't that be the same generation as Rokudo Laoden? I have to be a generation older than Rokudo Laoden anyways. Saying that, Tetsuya directly enabled the identity modification card to modify the target Go. A panel appeared in front of his. At the moment in Go's eyes, Tetsuya's identity is that of a powerful enemy. Tetsuya simply deleted the word enemy and replaced it with grandfather, powerful grandfather. Perfect. Below, Go, who had been cursing Rokudo Sennin while recounting his tragic past, suddenly gave a start and looked up at Tetsuya.
Grandpa?
Ugh, good grandson. Tetsuya was happy, it worked out really well, he called himself Grandpa just after the change.
No.
Nope. You're not my grandfather, obviously we were just.
Obviously Go wasn't stupid, and immediately noticed the anomaly.
Seeing that the identity modification card was about to fail, Tetsuya directly unleashed his newly acquired pupil art, Stronger Appraisal.
Grandson, look into your grandfather's eyes.
What? The powerful appraisal technique was unleashed, and Go's figure lurched. He felt as if a figure was floating inside his head. It was an elder who was filled with a vast aura of righteousness, and who seemed to be incredibly knowledgeable. This elder spoke with a bamboo slip in his hand. What is filial piety? What is love, not having experienced the pain of an October pregnancy?
How can you know the greatness of a mother's love?
Feel the greatness of a mother's love. In the next moment, Go just felt a sharp pain in his stomach and then it began to swell.
No. Damn it, what have you done to me?
Nothing, just letting you feel how hard it is to be a mother and how great a mother's love can be.
Experience it well, my good grandson.
Tetsuya was quite satisfied to see the effects of the strongman identification technique. The most powerful part of this technique was that the target of the procedure will experience the sensation of carrying a baby to term and the pain of childbirth within an hour.
A gentle reminder.
The two experiences, the feeling of being pregnant in October and the pain of giving birth, go hand in hand oh so well.
Vomit. Go just feels like he's having a very mixed experience right now and wants to throw up and.
It was as if there was something inside my stomach again, finished with extra anxiety, accompanied by a sharp pain in my lower body that I had never experienced before. Such a complex feeling made him lose his thinking room and only cared about vomiting and wailing at the same time. Originally, Tetsuya saw that this jutsu was quite effective, and he was satisfied with it. But looking at it he also felt a little bit uncomfortable after all, that guy's face now and his own 6 or 7 points similar It makes it look like you've been hit by this spell. No, I can't look any further, it's better to have a divine artifact recognition first. Tetsuya couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at the box of ultimate bliss under his feet, which was as tall as a several-story small building. Grabbed the 7-star sword and gave himself a finger. Barely got so much as a drop of blood to land on the box of ultimate bliss. It couldn't be helped, after all, his physique had gone through several rounds of strengthening. The recovery ability is just a little too sick. The blood dripped down above the box of ultimate bliss, there was no flashy light, no heaven and earth visions.
Just very simply using blood as a medium. A connection was established between Tetsuya and the box of ultimate bliss.
Tetsuya, on the other hand, thoroughly understood what this box of ultimate bliss could do through this connection.
Simply put, this is a sealing prop, used to seal others with.
And in layman's terms this thing is a pixie ball that you can go up first and drain someone's status, and when you're almost done, you'll be able to successfully capture and seal them by sacrificing this elf orb. Ghost State is kind of like this Pokeball just being built with a Pokemon on its own.
Interesting. Pokeballs?
I'll catch a Pokemon and play with it later. This thing was built by Rokudo Olden to lock up his own mom, right, so it shouldn't be a problem to lock up an Otanashi.
Tetsuya can't give up on his Otsutsuki Ichi capture plan just yet. After all, he was still thinking of snapping their eyes, what with the pure eyes, the reincarnation eyes, and the 9-hooked jade reincarnation eyes, he wanted to snap them off and play with them. That's how it's supposed to operate. With a clap of his hand, the originally huge box of ultimate bliss instantly became smaller, It turned into a Rubik's Cube-like toy held in Tetsuya's hands. It's kinda convenient.
I told you there was no way Rokudo Laoden hadn't thought about how to carry this thing, after all, if he wasn't able to shrink it and carry such a big thing to fight someone.
Even if people don't know what this thing you're carrying is, they're certainly on guard.
Casually swiped a raising blade spell that. Tetsuya felt the connection between the box of ultimate bliss and himself go a step further. If the previous intimacy was 60 just passing,
that's almost 61.1 now.
Confirming that the raising blade technique was working, Tetsuya backhanded the 7-star sword as well. Taking a look at the time, it was still early before the end of the hour-long test of the strongman appraisal technique.
Tetsuya headed towards the other rooms of Ghostlight City to see if he could still scrounge up some loot.
After a while of scavenging, Tetsuya realized that this Ghostlight City was actually ridiculously poor. All the bits and pieces don't add up to as much money as you carry on you.
Bah, how poor, no wonder you've joined forces with the daimyo of the Kusunokuni to sit on the ground. Tetsuya cursed and walked out of the castle. A quick glance caught sight of Go, who had collapsed motionless on the ground. This guy can't be dead, can he? Chapter 113, Kakuto, boss, let's go troll and get him to join our Chamber of Commerce. So this guy really is your grandson? Kakuto looked around at Go, who had returned with Tetsuya. Don't tell me, it's quite similar. Of course, can my grandson not be like me? Don't you think so, Chiba Go? Tetsuya grinned at Go, who had a bitter look on his face. Come on, don't look so bitter. If you don't feel like staying out here, I'll just walk you back to your private cubicle, there's nothing to do, so go rest. Go didn't say anything, keeping his head down as he returned to the room Tetsuya had prepared for him. When he had left, Kakuto inquired curiously. Tell me carefully what happened to you on Ghostlight Island at that time. What about that Go? Kakuto was curious, and as soon as Go left he hurriedly asked after what was going on. Tetsuya briefly recapitulated Kakuto's experience on the island, and after listening to it, the horns are straight up awesome. Not bad for you, boss. Even this monster that was born under the hands of Rokudo Sennin was able to subdue it. Hey, it's nothing. Rokudo Laoden is actually just like all of us. It's all one head and two hands, it doesn't count. Tetsuya waved his hand then inquired. The daimyo of Kusunokuni didn't run away, did he? Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it, he's still waiting for news of Wufei and daimyo. Yes? Then I'm relieved. Tetsuya nodded and turned to ask. By the way, how is Tsukumo doing? He's okay, just staying inside his room, not going anywhere. Just kinda worried about you and came out this morning to ask how you were doing. Really? Then I'll go check on Tsukumo, tomorrow it's time to negotiate with the daimyo. A Kiba village guard like him can still be of considerable use if he's present tomorrow. Negotiations tomorrow? Jia. The horns all let out a villainous laugh. When the negotiations are over, this Kusunokuni can also be basically declared to be ours. TCH, curb that smile. We're serious businessmen. Don't make it seem like we're some kind of supervillain. Hey, the boss is right, we're decent businessmen. Tetsuya went to check on Tsukumo's condition and was quite pedestrian, able to eat and sleep. It was that he felt his presence was somewhat superfluous. After all, Tetsuya's own strength was a bit beyond imagination. The fact that one man was able to fight a group of elite ninjas from the Roots organization made him a bit redundant as an escort. As for the rest, he didn't think about it that much for the moment. Took a day off. Tetsuya traveled to the Daimyo province with great fanfare with both Kakuto and Tsukumo to talk business. After waiting patiently for 2 days for the big name to make the sky fall in as soon as one opens the door, the first to arrive was not Muoi, whom he had waited so long for, but Tetsuya, followed by a ninja with a Kiba forehead protector. He associated a lot of things at once, but Tetsuya didn't care what he was thinking about some of them. Why, Mr. Daimyo, are you surprised to see that I'm the one who came back first? No, how come yes? Ha ha. Yeah? That's good. Tetsuya grinned. Well, Mr. Daimyo, we've been here in Kusunokuni for quite some time now. Now it's time for us to talk about the cooperation side of things as well. Good talk, good talk. Daimyo wiped a handful of sweat from his head and smiled an extraordinarily forced smile. Negotiations began, and Daimyo, who had lost all his cards, completely gave up his struggle. He's prepared for the worst, big deal, he's going to run away to those cousins of his. The most they could do was to part with some of the cost of helping them regain their position as daimyo. However, to Daimyo's surprise, something happened. Tetsuya didn't make some particularly outrageous demands, but simply reintroduced the very first conditions. Seeing this, Daimyo happily signed the contract. With the contract signed, Tetsuya's program officially began. Compared to the progress of the project on the Kawanakuni side, the Kusunokuni side is already far behind. Tetsu wasn't worried though, there was still plenty of time anyway. When a person is fully engaged in something, time flew by as if the accelerator button had been pushed. And the Shinobi world has fallen into an eerie calm, with no more major events taking place. There wasn't even any friction between the major Shinobi villages. It's as if there's really peace in the Shinobi world. However, anyone with a little bit of experience in the Shinobi world would be able to sense that underneath this peace, there was something strange everywhere. Like the calm before the storm. No one knows for sure when such a peace will be broken. And once it's broken, I'm afraid it's going to set off another bloodbath. The Kushinobu village was doing exceptionally well, relying on the support of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with the smooth flow of trade routes, the originally poor and backward Kusunokuni began to change. Commercial area, the industrial area is constantly being developed and improved. Even education sprang to life with Tetsuya's support. The capital city of Kusunokuni, Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch. The door to Tetsuya's office was pushed open. "Boss, I'm back. How's it going? Any different news from the Shinobi world? Especially on the side of the sand-hidden village." Looking at the dusty Kakuto, Tetsuya inquired about the situation in the Shinobi world as he poured a cup of tea for Kakuto. Kakuto took the teacup and just took a sip. There's no big news, and eerie peace prevails throughout the Shinobi world. As for the sand-hidden side, I've followed the caravan to see it, and there's nothing strange about it. But I did find a talent in the sand-hidden village. Horns are all eyes when the word talent is spoken. Oh? Talent? What talent in business? Or is it a talent in ninjutsu? Seeing Kakuto's two eyes glowing, Tetsuya couldn't help but get interested. Someone who can be called a talent by Kakuto should be someone related to money, no surprise. At the mention of money, Tetsuya was reminded of that fourth-generation wind shadow, Rosa. He's a good Magneto, and he uses it to manipulate the sands to fight. He's kind of unique in the Shinobi world. How should I put it? I guess it's an all-rounder, fighting and screwing for money both. Kakuto introduced himself excitedly. That man is called Rosa, a disciple of the third Kazekage, and he uses a handful of Magneto ninjutsu. The most powerful thing is that he is able to manipulate the golden sands, and I've asked about it, and those sands are all dug up by himself using the magnetic recluse. Boss, this guy's a genius. He can fight and make money at the same time. Let's poach him. Let's make him a member of our Chamber of Commerce, a member of our Chiba Chamber of Commerce. That way we'll have a steady stream of gold as long as he's around. Ha, you're thinking pretty well, Kakuto. That's the disciple of the third Kazekage. The man who has the potential to become the fourth generation Kazekage in the future, and you actually want him to come and dig up gold for us? Tetsuya slapped the table and laughed. Do you think it's possible for someone to leave a good storm shadow and come to be a gold miner? Chapter 114, The Missing Wind Shadow, the Third Shinobi World War is about to begin. Time flies and the years pass. A shocking piece of news shatters the peace that had reigned in the Shinobi world. The sand-hidden village's third-generation Kazekage has actually disappeared. The third Kazekage is an expert in the art of magnetism. A superpower capable of manipulating the iron sand that roams the sky in battle. But it was such a top Shinobi powerhouse that suddenly disappeared. For a time, the sand-hidden village was on edge, like a herd of beasts that had lost its leader. Split instantly into multiple factions within their ranks, and should have come out to run the show. Elder Chio, who had avoided the chaos, was unable to stand up and say a word. Because along with the third Kazekage, his grandson, the genius puppeteer of the sandy hidden village, had disappeared. Scorpion, who was only 15 years old but has extraordinary battle power. At such a point in time, Scorpion and Wind Shadow disappeared at the same time. It's hard not to wonder if there's some connection. While no one really believes that Scorpion was able to kill or defeat the Wind Shadow with just one person. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has colluded with the enemy village ninjas. And as Scorpion's grandmother, Elder Chio was naturally ostracized. In order to stabilize the village, the ninjas of the sand-hidden village had left the village and started looking outside for their Wind Shadow. A ninja from the sand-hidden village has appeared on top of another ninja village's territory. The false peace was broken at once. Taking advantage of the fact that a ninja from the village of Sandy Hidden. Problems are beginning to arise between countries as well as within them. All sorts of hidden dangers that hadn't been dealt with in the middle of the last Shinobi World War began to thunder. Civil wars, invasions, looting, all sorts of things began to break out. Kusunokuni, Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch. Tetsuya sat in the middle of his office, looking over the latest intelligence. It's finally begun, the Third Shinobi World War. Tetsuya sipped his tea and flipped through the information pamphlet that was much thicker than usual. The Third Shinobi World War has finally broken out, and that's a sign that the old spotter is coming out to screw up, right? Boss, have you read the latest intel? Is the war about to start again? Two figures pushed out the door, and the visitors were none other than Kakuto and Uchiha Izuna. Izuna was also noticing the unusual changes in the shinobi world. He realized that a new round of the Shinobi World War was about to begin, so he stopped continuing to study any forbidden arts and rushed to the grass ninja village with Kakuto. He knew this Tetsuya guy very well, and the fact that a new round of the Shinobi War was about to begin indicated that this Tetsuya guy is going to start the whole job again. The last Shinobi War, he pulled a whole big job and took himself along with him. Using the name of his brother, Uchiha Spot, he made a high-profile appearance at the end of the war, scaring the entire Shinobi world. I wonder what kind of shenanigans he's going to pull this time around. Whatever Tetsuya was trying to do, he didn't feel like he could miss it. Yo, you're all here, have a seat and try the new tea I got. Izuna and Kakuto both sat down and watched as Tetsuya poured them both a cup of tea. The two men took a sip from their teacups and it doesn't feel much different from Tetsuya's other teas. I wonder what you two think of this war. Kakuto shook his head in reply. What else can there be to see, isn't it just the same as before? Opinions? Izuna, on the other hand, said after thinking for a while. I think that instead of this war being a whole new shinobi war, rather, it's a continuation of the second shinobi war. I can't, it's been years since the second shinobi war. And wasn't the shinobi world war caused by the disappearance of the wind shadow of the sand hidden village? To Kakuto's disbelief, Izuna explained. The disappearance of the wind shadow of the sand-hidden village was only a trigger, and it is well known that without the explosives, even if the fuse is ignited, it will not cause an explosion. What really set off this shinobi war? I think it's because the last shinobi world war ended somewhat tigerishly, and the conflicts between the various villages weren't properly resolved, with all sorts of problems bottled up in their hearts and minds. The major ninja villages, and even the various countries, were hardened and suffocated into a barrel of dynamite. And at this point in time, this one fuse in the village of Sand Hidden was just about lit. That's why it triggered this whole new shinobi war. As for why the last shinobi war ended in a tiger's tail, the three people present knew very well in their hearts what was going on. Yes, it's because of the three of them. In order to pretend in front of his disciples, comes out in the name of Uchiha Zebra and brutally beats up Hanzo the mountain pepperfish. Once again, the super powerful man who had shaken the shinobi world had appeared in front of all the people of the shinobi world. That's something that anyone else would have to mutter about in their mind. Continue to fight, that thing people Yukihan do not like to see. What if they come dancing to your battlefield? You know, Chibiusa's gone. Who else in this shinobi world can stop Uchiha-ban in his heyday? In order to avoid the appearance of being forcibly pulled into a dance by the Uchiha, the major ninja villages had no choice but to end it in a hasty manner. Ended the war. So much so that it sowed the seeds of the third shinobi war. But boss, what are you telling us this for? Kakuto was a little confused as to what Tetsuya was doing telling them this. Kakuto, you have to understand that to make money in business, especially big money, you have to figure out the market and the unspoken rules of the industry. Only when you have enough information can you ensure that you minimize the risks of doing business. Tetsuya asked again after taking a sip of tea. So let's look now at who has the greatest conflict between these shinobi villages and who will be in the middle of this war. Hearing that question, Kakuto looked to Izuna, who nodded in return. Both replied at the same time. Kiba. Who is the biggest conflict between the major shinobi villages? Then naturally, it was Kiba, the biggest beneficiary of the last war. Not just the last shinobi war. Even the first shinobi world war, Kiba was the biggest gainer, which made him naturally stand against the other shinobi villages. Now that we know this, it's a simple matter of what we're going to do next. Keep an eye on Kiba's movements and then take advantage of them. This shinobi war isn't quite like the last shinobi war. Not only are the triggers for the war different, but Tetsuya's identity has also changed. Before the last shinobi war broke out, he, Tetsuya Chiba, was still just an ordinary merchant of the Fire Country, not recognized by many. But now he, Tetsuya Chiba, president of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are watching. But if he dared to hoard supplies in advance to make war money again like the last shinobi war, the people of the major shinobi villages would definitely step in to stop it. And with the experience of the last time, many villages started to prepare all the war materials early. Chapter 115, Rakage, Follow Me into the Wind Country. By the way boss, have you seen the latest information passed back from the Chamber of Commerce? Kakuto suddenly brought up the matter of intelligence again. Tetsuya replied after a moment. I was looking at it before you guys got here, but it does seem like a bit of a lot of intel to send back here. I haven't finished reading it yet, why? Kakuto reminded. Then I don't think you've seen the information on the Rain Hidden Village, boss. Rain Shadow? I don't really have that one. What's wrong? Did something sudden happen to Rain Shadow? To say there's been no sudden change, everything's been going according to plan. Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, became more and more greedy and corrupt. After our Chamber of Commerce's shut down, most of its affairs began to exploit and oppress the ordinary people of the Hidden Village. And the Dawn organization that Nagato and Yahiko and the others had created was beginning to grow. It was on the verge of becoming a force that would fight against Hanzo Yamabusa and the others. But from the results of our Chamber of Commerce People's Survey, there seems to be a push from someone behind this. Someone pushed the envelope? Tetsuya raised an eyebrow. Is it the mountain pepper fish Kanda? He remembered this left and right hand of the mountain pepper fish he was controlling with his Sharingan eyes at the time. He was given the task of continuing to compel Hanzo Yamashiro to fall before he left the Rain Hidden Village. No, not really, we keep a close eye on all those people around Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish. Although Yamabushi Kanda has been pushing Yamabushi Hanzo towards his downfall, he is not the one who was behind everything that happens in the Rain Hidden Village. Kakuto shook his head. He was still aware of the ones around Hanzo, the mountain peppercorn. Their movements were under the observation of the people Kakuto had arranged. The situation in the Rain Hidden Village has been very uncertain for some time now. Not only are there people pushing for a split and confrontation within the Rain Hidden Village, but the people of Konoha have also begun to reach out to Hanzo Yamashiro. Kiba, if nothing else, it would be the route under the control of Junzo. At the mention of someone from Konoha being in contact with the Rain Hidden Village, then no need to think that. It's basically certain that it's that guy Junzo who did it, and it looks like he should have noticed the existence of the Dawn organization as well. After all, Junzo is the self-proclaimed darkness of Shinobi. When you come across an organization like the Dawn organization, which is determined to bring light to the Shinobi world, it's definitely not a match. I think so, boss. Do you need me to go help Nagato and the others? No need. Before Tetsuya could answer, Izuna balked at Kakuto. If my disciples can't even help the disciples of that naturally evil Chikara, then they are not worthy to remain my disciples. This. The horns were all a bit surprised, but they quickly responded. Boss Izuna is a dead ringer for Kiba's Chiba. It was Chibiusa who killed Boss Izuna back then. Now that Boss Izuna has been resurrected by his boss, but Chibiusa is dead, there would be no more chance to do away with the feud between the two of them. So, Boss Izuna is planning to have his own disciple and Chiki's disciple come to an end, right? Izuna's right, don't bother worrying about Nagato and the others, Tetsuya said after knocking on the table to draw the two's attention to him. They're not the brats you saw in the Rain Hidden Village now, they're strong. If you take it out alone, I'm afraid even you won't be able to deal with it. If anyone else had said that, Kakuto would have disdained it. After all, he himself is also a veteran powerhouse with the Earth Grudju secret technique, proficient in the 5 recluse ninjutsu, and known as the Immortal Ninja. But it came from Tetsuya, so he believed it. What's more, the two who taught these 3 brats were Tetsuya and Izuna. The two of them together can stir up the Shinobi world with their ruthlessness. Even if the disciples that were taught were not as powerful as them, they would definitely not be too weak. Yamatake no Graveyard, the sleeping Uchiha spot is once again awakened. How long have I been asleep this time? The sagging Uchiha sat up from his stone bed without lifting his head. He could feel that his vitality had become a few points weaker than the last time he had awakened. This is still the case when there is a foreign devil statue to renew one's life, if there is no presence of the foreign devil statue. I'm afraid my own soul has long since returned to the Pure Land. The White Jedi on the side replied. Spot-sama, you slept for less than 10 years this time. It's only been less than 10 years? Tell me, Black Jedi, what was the purpose of waking me up this time? Lord Zahn, the Third Shinobi War has begun. The carriers of the reincarnation eyes have also grown up to become the leaders of one side of the force, and now I'm pushing forward to intensify the conflict between them and the Rain Ninja Village, When the time comes, the intention is for them to rule the Rain Country to pave the way for the Eye of the Moon program. And, the other pawn I've chosen is a descendant of your family. I think he's perfect to come in and be your spokesperson afterward. A descendant of the Uchiha clan? What's his name? Hearing that his advocate had been found, Uchiha finally looked up. the Black Jedi replied. Uchiha Bandit. Immediately after that, the Black Jedi gave Spot some basic information about Bandito. You're doing great. After hearing that, Spot complimented the Black Jedi. Such a person would undoubtedly be the best choice for the more such people whose hearts are filled with sunshine and hope will only sink deeper when they lose everything to the Scouts. Black Jedi, get ready and look for an opportunity to start implementing your plan. I understand, Spot-sama. The Black Jedi left with the White Jedi, leaving the Uchiha Spot alone in the cave. Oh, ahem. Uchiha chuckled and coughed twice. Those two coughs made his already weak body a few points harder. But the thought that he could soon begin to put his plan into action. Uchiha still felt overwhelmed. Less than 10 years, huh? Less than 10 years since the end of the last war. Sure enough, I'm the one who's right, Juma. People can't understand each other. Just wait, when my plan succeeds, and then I will create a world of peace, and one is a wonderful world. The thought that his plan would soon begin excited Spot immensely. Meanwhile, the first wave of conflict in the Shinobi world broke out between Omura and Omura. After confirming the disappearance of the Kazekage of the Sand Hidden Village and the group's lack of a leader, the third generation Manhwarecap, he decided to personally lead a team to help stabilize the situation in the Sandy Hidden Village in the spirit of the principle of mutual help between the 5 major ninja villages. Don't you have no one in the Sand Hidden Village who can stabilize the situation? Good, then I will lead you. Sandane Rakage leads a blitzkrieg attack on the Sand Hidden Village. When this news broke, many people found it hard to believe. You know, there are several countries between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind, small ones, for starters. The most crucial thing is that these two countries are still separated by the vast Fire Country, and no one has ever figured out how they, the Thunder Country, managed to suddenly appear in the Wind Country, and then attacked the other one. Chapter 116, The Greatest of the Great, a raid across the ninja realm and supplies. Sandy Hidden Village, at this time, the entire Sandy Hidden higher-ups are in a state of anxiety. In itself, they were caught up in infighting due to the disappearance of the Wind Shadow and no one to command the whole situation. The sudden attack by the Cloud Hidden Village had even caught Sand Hidden off guard. The front line has suffered a series of defeats and lost a lot of territory. The Union side, which was in full swing, still had the momentum to drive in and completely level the Wind Country. Chio residence. After learning that his own grandson was missing. And it was also highly likely that after his grandson had killed the Wind Shadow, Chio's entire body seemed to have aged another dozen years. Chio, who had completely lost his essence, sat in the middle of his room studying the puppet his grandson had left behind. Duck duck. Elder Chio, my name is Rosa, I have an important matter to see. Seeing that he didn't get a response for a long time, Rosa directly pushed open the door of Chio's house and entering Chio's home with his girlfriend, Kakuro, and his girlfriend's brother, Yakumaru. They found the most senior elder of the Sand Hidden Village in the workroom. I'm sorry, Elder Chio, we came in without your permission. It's you, disciple of the third generation purpose, what's your name again? Elder Chio, Rosa, this is Kakuro, and this is Kakuro's younger brother, Yakuza Maru. Seeing that Chio had actually forgotten her name, Rosa wasn't angry. Instead, he respectfully introduced himself and his two companions by name. Elder Chio, the village has reached a time of crisis in its existence, and I am asking you to step in and help the village get through this. Oh, Rosasha, so what is it you came to see old me about? I'm nothing more than a lonely old woman now, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. Rosa said with some anxiety. Chio-sama, please pull yourself together. I'm sure the teacher's disappearance had nothing to do with your grandson, and there must be some kind of misunderstanding. If I get the chance in the future, I'll be sure to look into all of this, personally. And then return your grandson's innocence. But now that the village has reached a time of crisis and survival, the Rakage of the Cloud Hidden Village led a surprise attack on the Wind Country from the sea, and those fools are still engaged in infighting. Chio-senpai, I'd like you to back me up on this. Put all the village's forces together to get through this one first. Rosa Shayu. Chio looked back at the young man and was about to say something. Please, Elder Chio. Without giving Chio a chance to refuse, Rosa directly bowed deeply towards Chio. Please, Elder Chio. 2. Kakuro and Yorikamaru bowed to Chio together. Looking at the trio, Chio wondered what came to mind, possibly the village, Maybe it's the third Kazekage who's doing a good job, maybe he's thinking of his own grandson. Eventually he sighed. Well, I understand, but I don't know how many more people I'll be able to gather up, old man. But I'll give it a try. Great. With the support of Elder Chio, Luo Sha had a few more moments of confidence. Since he'd just come back to ask Chio for help, he'd been prepared for Chio to say no. But luckily Chio agreed. In an oasis somewhere in the land of winds, a handsome-looking. The teenager with short scarlet hair was poring over a sophisticated mechanism. Done. I've finally finished my masterpiece. Scorpion looked at the humanoid puppet in front of him, and the expression of excitement on his face was hard to suppress. And this humanoid golem was clearly the disappeared third-generation wind shadow of the sand-hidden village. Only now that the third Kazekage is dead. His corpse was also transformed into a human puppet by Scorpion. Scorpion flung out a few chakra threads connecting to the human golem's body. Driven by the chakra, the human golem instantly moved as if it had come to life. Human puppets, the supreme art of the Scorpion, transforming the bodies of the dead into puppets. Still able to retain the boundaries of the blood of the deceased's body, this kind of technology, for a puppeteer, only a legendary genius can do it, And Scorpion is that genius. He looked into the face of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet and the joy of having successfully built a human puppet was instantly halved. Now that you're dead, then the next target is Kiba's white teeth. Thinking about it, Scorpion put away the human golem and took out the information he had gathered before the Shinobi War opened. It shows that before the war broke out, Kiba's white tooth, Sakumo Haki, was invited to become a guard. And now, unsurprisingly, it should still be Kusuno-kuni protecting that rich merchant. After all, Kiba hadn't been drawn into the war by the war. Those ninjas from Kiba village had not been urgently recalled. After confirming his bearings, Scorpion immediately got up and prepared to leave the land of wind. Traveled to Kusuno-kuni to take revenge on Tsukumo Flagei. He'd made up his mind to wait until after he'd killed those responsible for his parents' deaths. Just find yourself a place to stay and work on your timeless art. Everything dies and decays one day, and in the Scorpion's opinion, only eternity can transcend everything, and eternity is art. On the other hand, while Reikage was personally leading a blitzkrieg attack on the land of wind, his son was not idle. His own father had gone around from the sea to the great rear of the wind country's little defended coastline. Although their cloud-hidden village's technology tree was pointing rather crookedly, the fleet's transportation capacity was still limited. Thunder Shadow didn't carry much in the way of supplies at all outside of a group of combat units. In aid of his old man, the son of the third Reikage and his own good partner opened up a supply line, arranged by the village, and plunged right into the great front of the Sand-Hidden while all of the Sand-Hidden village was busy trying to get back to the rear of the country. Hitting them a closing is not able to be balanced. Coo. A white ninja pigeon appeared above Tetsuya's windowsill. Tetsuya, who was studying the situation in the Shinobi world, put down the information in his hands. Oh, Shinobi pigeon? It's Yoruka and Yorubi's message delivered. General. Everyone else's contact with themselves was passed through the intelligence network built by the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and the Yellow Weasel clan. The only exceptions were with those two dumbass ninjas from the cloud-hidden village. Tetsuya removed the secret information from their respective feet and read it. In accordance with the plans of the higher echelons of the cloud-hidden village, the cloud-hidden village has made a two-handed arrangement for the attack on the sand-hidden village. First, there was a surprise attack on the great rear of the wind country through the sea and land, led by the Sandaime Reikage himself. Then another group, by way of the Iron Kingdom, the Taki Kingdom, the Grass Kingdom, the Rain Kingdom, carrying supplies to resupply the Reikage, who was the first to attack the land of wind. Interesting, the cloud-hidden village is really skillful and bold, they can even pull off this kind of ruthless job. Seeing this piece of information, Tetsuya smiled. A surprise attack and resupply across half the Shinobi world. Whoever came up with this battle plan is an genius. But it's true. The sandy hidden village is without its Kazekage. Cloud-hidden village's wave of blitzes had a real chance of succeeding if there were no surprises. But, not surprisingly, the plan went awry. Keep looking down. There's been a change of plans. The sand-hidden village has elected a temporary Kazekage, and reorganized its manpower for defense. The offense was thwarted and the front line was in desperate need of supplies. Tudai proposed a risky strategy, selecting a force of men, carrying half of the supplies that take a shortcut and borrow a direct route from the fire country to the wind country to support Reikage, while the rest of you hurry as planned. Chapter 117, Distorted Children. Borrowing from Kiba, what kind of little genius came up with that ploy? A bunch of you bandit-like cloud-hidden village ninjas passing through someone else's Konoha territory, and in a time of war like this. Who knows if you're really borrowing the road or if you want to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Kiba village. Tetsuya let out a sigh of relief. Whoever came up with this plan was quite the little ing genius. But then again, if they borrowed the fire country this wave, I guess we'll run into Mizukato then. It'll be young AB versus young Mizuto. Then the strongest duo recognized in the Shinobi world suffered defeat at the hands of Mizukato, and since then the Yellow Flash's prestige, which was already famous in the Shinobi world, has risen to another level. While the young ABs versus young Suikoden was also a famous scene that. But Tetsuya wasn't going to watch the fight. Because he had even more interesting news. Word had gotten out from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce that there was a red-haired teenager poking around the guards around Chairman Chiba. The red-haired teenager, first of all, ruled out Nagato. After all, the current Nagato was busy saving the rain-hidden village. What kind of escort is he poking around for? Besides, pretty much everyone at the Chiba Chamber of Commerce recognized Nagato and the others. If they were the ones looking for themselves, they would have been brought here a long time ago. So who could this red-headed teenager poking around his sidekick escort be? I think it's Scorpion. Looks like he changed the end of Flagstaff Sakuma's death because of himself. That's why Scorpion, who killed the Wind Shadow, came running to seek revenge on Sakumo. Tetsuya held his chin in one hand as he looked over the information with his right hand in thought. Scorpion is a pretty poor kid, to be honest, having lost both his parents to the war and growing up without love. And hidden from Chiyo. Growing up in an environment where he lacked the love of a father and a mother, his personality became twisted and the moment the truth was known, it completely exploded. He ended up killing the third Kazekage and defected from the village. If we follow the original storyline. After killing the third Kazekage, he was supposed to go into hiding to study his eternal art, knowing that he was going around killing people and studying human puppets, and was eventually seen by the Dawn organization. After being educated by Minami, he too joined the Dawn organization. It's also considered one of the original members of the Dawn organization after Yahiko's death. Even D, who joined the Dawn organization later, was brought out by Scorpion. But now that Sakumo isn't dead. Knowing of Sakumo's existence, Scorpion has come to seek revenge on this white teeth of Konoha. What's the matter, Tetsuya? What are you thinking about thinking so hard? Izuna knocked on the door, and when no one responded, she pushed right in. As soon as he came in, he saw Tetsuya propping his head up with one hand and looking over the information with the other. Nothing, just ran into a kid who grew up with no love and thus a twisted psyche. Was wondering what I should do with him. A child whose lack of love from an early age has led to a psychologically twisted child? Izuna frowned. Does lack of love still lead to psychological distortion? Back in the days of the warring states, we, the Uchiha clan, don't know how many children's parents died on the battlefield, and those children grew up under the care of the clan, and we didn't see them psychologically twisted, did we? Well, is there anything different about the people you're talking about, For example, the character is radical and obstinate, short-tempered, and does not move, but shouts to kill and fight. With that said, Tetsuya stopped talking, because he suddenly realized that it seemed as if they of the Uchiha clan more or less carried a bit of a problem, and the situations that he himself had described were normal within the Uchiha clan. What's wrong? What's the problem, you say? Don't stop talking in the middle of a sentence. Nothing, it's just kinda pointless. Come on, don't think about it so much. Isn't it just a brat who made a stinky mistake? I'd say a beating would be nice. Tetsuya nodded. Don't tell me, your idea makes sense to me. What if the kid doesn't listen? Mostly it's made to be beaten up. Kosunokuni's capital, Chiba Tea House. The greatest pleasure of idle Sakumo every day was to sit on the tea house, while drinking tea and while looking out over the distant meadows. Yo, Sakumo is drinking tea, you're quite laid back this day. Boss Chiba, what brings you here? Sakumo looked at Tetsuya with some surprise. After all, from what he knew of Tetsuya, basically, he doesn't leave his office easily if there's nothing going on. At most, he'd slip inside the Chiba Chamber of Commerce building. Of course I'm here to see you, the guard I hired from Kiba at great expense. Tetsuya smiled and took a seat at the table, grabbing the teapot and pouring himself a cup of tea. I'm inside the Chamber of Commerce every day dealing with chamber business, but you're fine, sitting here drinking tea. It's so soothing to enjoy the beauty of the prairie, said Tetsuya as he took a sip of tea. Well, it tastes good. Sakumo shrugged and laughed. I'd like to take on the responsibilities of an escort. But the problem is that you don't seem to need it, Mr. Chiba, not to mention the fact that there's a veteran powerhouse like Kakuto in your Chamber of Commerce. You're ridiculously strong in your own right, and by the way, there's that grandson of yours. Honestly, your grandson can be annoying, he always manages to guess what's going on in my mind. Ha, he does have quite a talent for snooping around. Tetsuya saw that Tsukumo was in a good mood and brought the conversation to the point. Tsukumo, a new war has begun, aren't you going to return to Konoha? Tsukumo shook his head. It's just a localized war, it hasn't involved Kiba yet. The ninja of Konoha have always prioritized the honor of their village and their mission. And I'm on a mission to keep you safe, so I can't go off mission without authorization. If it were before, he would have returned to Konoha immediately, during such a period. Ready to fight for Kiba, even if the war hadn't reached Kiba yet, he'd go back and prepare in advance. But now that he's had a bit of a change of heart, and Kiba is his home. But it seems like not everyone in the family genuinely likes him as a family member. So wait, he'll go back if it really comes down to the moment of dire need. But definitely not now, at least. He didn't have to think about so many things in Kusuno-kuni right now. Well, let's talk about something else. Tetsuya refilled another cup of tea for himself and took a sip before speaking. I've learned some interesting information from our chamber's intelligence network about a man who's been looking for you. What do you think he's coming to see you for? Someone's looking for me? Tsukumo Flagstaff frowned. Not from Kiba? Tetsuya shook his head. No, but it has a very deep connection to you. Tsukumo Flagstaff thought back carefully, but in the end, he couldn't think of anyone who would be looking for him. After all, there aren't many people left in the world who have anything to do with themselves these days. Most of them are in Kiba, and Tetsuya says that the one looking for him isn't from Kiba, so who could it be?